saw this line, I was like, the Dolphins favored in this game by 2.5 points. What am I missing here? But the Dolphins did look better, at least offensively speaking. From a quarterback perspective, Tua looked like he wasn't seeing ghosts in this game, which was a nice change from last game, where it felt like he was more confident. He even ran the ball to pick up a few first downs, or maybe one first down that I am remembering, to where he just looked more confident in his throws. He was connecting with his receivers, and the offense just looked better overall. But to me, the story of this game was penalties called against the Jets. And some of these maybe should have gone in the other direction. There was it felt egregious to me. Offensive holding or something. It was offensive interference, I believe, against the Jets that took back a touchdown. So they had 13 penalties this game for 101 yards. That is not good in the NFL. When you're a team that is winless, you cannot be sloppy in those situations, because the Jets actually outgained the Dolphins in this game 404 yards to 300. But they did have 3 costly turnovers in this game as well. So the Jets, go put your nose in the corner. You now move to 0-4 on the season.
Man, Aaron Glenn, that poor guy, still searching for his first win as Jets head coach. And yeah, when you're a team that is one of the lesser talented teams in the National Football League, you can't turn the football over. They had 3 turnovers last night, so Dolphins get 3 takeaways. And then not only that, you mentioned the penalties. So you don't have to play necessarily clean football, but you can't have that many yellow rags on the turf and expect to win games when you're the Jets and when you have a history of losing in Miami and you lack a lot of talent anyway. So this was – I'm actually surprised the Jets were able to sort of hang in it until late in the fourth. And, it's probably not as close as the score looked, but they kept getting within 1 score, and they just could not keep pace with Miami.
Yeah, I think the most disappointing part, and I need to clear the air, offensive pass interference. I don't know why I couldn't think of that term on the air, but I know it. But the most disappointing part about the Jets is their defense. Like, for a team that's coached by Aaron Glenn, some of these missed tackles that they were making, and I understand Devon Achane is a very talented and shifty player, but still, like, these are tackles that you have to be making, especially when your head coach is a defensive-minded head coach. So we came into the season thinking, okay, the Jets at least maybe have a good defensive line. Maybe they can slow down some of these teams, but it really hasn't been the case.
Yeah, it's amazing sometimes how football comes down to the basics, even at the pro level, where you can look at scheme and you can look at, all of the film that you want to before a particular matchup. And at the end of the day, it's like, you know what? We just didn't tackle well. And, and that's what we saw from the Jets last night. So you can say, okay, the Dolphins have more talent, or Mike McDaniel is a very good offensive head coach or offensive play caller, and he does a good job. And he has done over the years, even though Miami has faltered over the past year and a half or so. But at the end of the day, if you don't tackle, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, especially with some of these guys, because they're so fast. Like, that's the thing about the Dolphins, and I think that's why a lot of people are, I'm not going to say shocked, but disappointed that the Dolphins only have 1 win this season, because they have such an exciting skill set of guys who are just really, really fast. And I know Tyreek Hill is now out for the season, but still, when you have Jalen Waddle, when you have Devon Achane, even Ollie Gordon, who comes in as a power back, it's not like this is a team that's bereft of weapons. So it was nice to finally see them last night. But again, like, the fundamentals absolutely have to get better for the Jets if they plan on winning a game this year.
I mean, they'll win at some point, I think. I think they'll have to. And Justin Fields looked good at times last night. I mean, he definitely showed why they brought him in, right? But the Jets were so one-dimensional. We talk about Breece Hall and that backfield, but they really didn't run the ball that much. It was more of the Justin Fields show. Let's drop Justin back and see if he can complete a pass. And if he can't, then he can take off with the football. And that's just not winning football.
Well, I mean, if you look at the numbers, like, averaging 7 yards per carry looks like a pretty good thing. It's just, at the end of the day, it felt like some of those penalties were just momentum shifting. Like that OPI call that took back that touchdown. That's when the game kind of got out of hand. And for a team that was running the ball effectively, like, when you're playing from behind, you can't really use that to your advantage as much when time is not on your side.
Yeah, and also you have to be more consistent. That's the one thing I've learned about stats over time is that they do tell a story to a point, but also, you can have 2 or 3 long runs and that greatly exaggerates your consistency on the ground or your consistency running the football or being effective. So the Jets would have moments where, all right, they break up a long run, but then they're not consistent. They have those penalties, and that's generally what happens to a bad football team. So again, Jets 0-4. The Dolphins will move on with a dub. They visit the Panthers next week, while the Jets will host the Cowboys. Elsewhere on Monday night, we had the Broncos and the Bengals going at it, and this was not close. The Broncos all over Cincy, 28-3. Broncos laying 7. They were minus 400 on the money line. Total set at 44 and a hook. The under hits. Bo Nix with a nice evening at home. First, getting it done on the ground.
Nix once hit on the ground. Touchdown, Denver.
That's Joe Buck on ESPN. 7-3 Denver at that point, and the Nix takes to the air.
On 3rd down and 2, Nix, end zone, Sutton. He's got it.
Nix, 326 yards in the air, 2 touchdowns, 21-3 Broncos then, and they wrap it up from there. J.K. Dobbins, 101 yards on the ground. The Bengals were just, they sucked. It's probably the best. They were so
They're bad.
They're so bad. I mean, my God, I'd rather watch the Jets on offense all day long. The Jets look like a well-oiled machine compared to the Bengals. The Bengals drive down the field. They get a field goal on their first possession of the game. You're like, all right, got some points on the board. Their next 8 possessions, all punts, and they didn't get past the 50-yard line for the rest of the game. Jake Browning, 14 of 25, 125 yards. The Bengals overall, 159 yards of total offense, only 2 third-down conversions. Alana Wojciechowski could do better than that. Chelsea, your friend. Like anybody could do better than Jake Browning. It was
Asher
awful
Wojciechowski?
Oh, what's that?
Orlando. Did you call him Orlando?
No, Alana, right?
Oh, his wife. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
she doesn't play any sports. But yeah, when it comes to the Bengals, it just felt like offensively they were so overmatched when it came to this Broncos defense, because the Bengals offensive line has not been good. Like for the entirety of the season, we knew that. But when your offensive line is terrible, Jake Browning's not getting a ton of time to throw, and you're facing a secondary that has the reigning NFL Defensive Player of the Year in Pat Surtain, it feels like it really negates your weapons, because like the one redeeming factor for the Bengals, it certainly ain't their defense. It's their receivers. You look at this receivers, cupboard, and you say, oh, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, you should be scoring some points. Well, if your quarterback doesn't have time to throw it to these receivers, and these receivers are never open due to the secondary of the Broncos, it just feels like you're in over your head, especially when you're a backup quarterback in Jake Browning. So it just feels like, Joe Burrow has been a Band-Aid for a lot of the problems for the Bengals, but you take him out of there and it just all comes crashing down. And think about this, Joe Burrow put up MVP numbers last year and they still didn't make the playoffs. So when you put Jake Browning in this situation, what do you think he's going to do?
God, you talk about showcasing how good Joe Burrow really is. Not only is he one of the best quarterbacks in the game, but then you put in Jake Browning and you see, not only are you as good as you have been, one of the best in the game, but you're able to overcome this patchwork line, like these guys, which did not do a good job last night. And so when you have a quarterback who is a backup in Jake Browning, if your line is already bad, don't expect great results. And so if you're the Bengals, don't you have to think about maybe going after another quarterback? Because, look, the Bengals are 2-2. And their season is not over, despite the fact that they have looked like an absolute garbage bag over the past 2 weeks. I mean, blown out by the Vikings. Last night was ugly. They've got to find a way to, even if it's limping into the postseason, find a way to get in, because if they can do that, Joe Burrow comes back. And as we know, Joe Burrow makes up for a lot of different deficiencies. It's amazing what you can overcome if you're a quarterback who is that good. But few quarterbacks are that good. And maybe you can find someone between Jake Browning and Joe Burrow and then get to the postseason. I don't know who you would get, but it seems like over 2 games, not a big sample size, but the Bengals it feels like they should not go with Jake Browning, and they don't have time to waste. Like, they can't wait 4 or 5 games and see how this plays out and lose the majority of those games. They need to start winning because it's not going to get any easier.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, like, I just don't know if it's worth it. For a team that doesn't even like spending money, like, it took a lot of hemming and hawing for them to pay their star players. So I just think a lot of it will be price dependent. Like, you know, if people throw out the Kirk Cousins angle, I just feel like he's too much money, and I don't think they're going to spend it. And, like, think about an old Kirk Cousins behind that offensive line. That ain't going to be good either, especially when your defense is giving up all these points. So it just feels pointless to me. So Cincinnati, it feels like there is no hope. Just give up.
Oh, don't tell him to give up. If Kirk Cousins is back there, he could do a better job than Jake Browning. And I'm not a Kirk Cousins apologist.
He might die.
He might. It would still be better than Jake Browning. And also,
not if he's dead.
I mean, at least Kirk is healthy now. Because at the end of last season, I cannot believe I'm making excuses for Kirk Cousins. Like, oh my God, shoot me in the face. I'm just saying at the end of last year when he was so bad, and I believe he led the league in interceptions or was close, he was just not himself. I think he had a shoulder injury, so he was trying to play through it, and now he's healthy. So any sort of veteran presence who is an upgrade over Jake Browning at least gives you a fighting chance, yes, behind a bad offensive line, and yes, with a defense that leaves a lot to be desired, but at least you have a chance. Jake Browning is a career backup for a reason. He's been mediocre at best. You got to have someone back there who can at least try and move the sticks.
At what cost? Like, how much money would you pay for Kirk Cousins?
I don't know.
Because I don't think Atlanta is going to give him up for nothing. You know, he is a very good backup quarterback, and we see with all the injuries, it's nice to have a good backup quarterback, especially a veteran who your young guy can learn from. So I just think it's too cost prohibitive. Maybe there's somebody else out there, maybe Jameis, but I do think you have to think about the dollars and cents as well.
Yeah, you do. If you're the Falcons, you have to be willing to take a discount. Say, look, nobody's going to grab this guy at this price. So if we want to move him, maybe we can get something in return, but the Falcons would have to acquiesce, and then the Bengals would have to go after him in the first place. We've got baseball and football on the way. Much more to come here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thrilled to have you with us on a Tuesday. I'm Jake, she's Chelsea. Coming up on the show, we've got postseason baseball today. All day long we get baseball, starting with the Guardians and Tigers at 1 o'clock. So we'll ask some questions and see if we have some answers when it comes to baseball's postseason. I mean, I would imagine that you, baseball guru, going to be locked in. Obviously, Jake played Major League Baseball. And that brings me to my next question. I have a couple questions. A, how much baseball are you going to watch today? B, according to my schedule, Blake has a softball game tonight. Is this correct?
She does, and she also has team pictures. So it is a big day to where she also has to look good, and we can't just throw her hair up in a messy bun. So we've been working on things, and here's the problem. Like, we are very much a family that has a history, I guess, in softball and baseball, because obviously Jake played baseball in the major leagues, but also was like a good softball player. I could have played in college, but I was better at swimming, so I did that. But Blake loves soccer. Like, Blake likes soccer more than softball at this point. So, like, during the week, she's not currently playing soccer. She's going to play in the spring. But she wants to practice soccer all the time. And I'm like, Blake, we have a softball game tomorrow. Can we practice a little bit? She's like, I just want to kick the soccer ball. So, like, she's 5, so I don't want to, like, press on her too hard. But it does feel disappointing because, like, obviously the genetics are there, but kids are going to do what they want to do. So I'm trying not to push too hard.
I got really into softball at one point after high school when I went to Texas. We had an intramural team, and twice we finished second in intramurals. Like, just couldn't get over the hump. We were like the Buffalo Bills of intramural softball at Texas. We had such a good team, though, and both times we got to the championship game and fell. And that just, that was tough. That was tough. Good group. Great group.
Yeah. Jake played in the big leagues, but Jenks finished second in intramural softball.
I'm a man of the people. You can have your Major League Baseball player, your husband. Most people can't relate to that. Everyone can relate to a guy playing weekend softball, playing intramural softball. Everybody's done that at some point. I feel like whether it's in school, not in school, like softball's a game that everyone can kind of get on board with.
Yeah, but it's so different from, like, fast pitch softball.
Oh,
because,
yeah.
like, obviously the pitch is coming in at a different angle. The strategy is different. Like, softball as opposed to baseball, I feel like small ball is huge. Like, it's funny that the ball is bigger, but, like, slapping, I don't know if you know what that is. It's like girls that hit from the left side, and they try to just slap it into the holes where players aren't. And bunting and stealing, it's a big deal in softball. So softball and baseball obviously have a lot of parallels, but they're also very different, and especially like slow pitch softball as opposed to like fast pitch. Because like slow pitch softball is like, I think of like big men who are just hitting tanks over the fence, like 400 feet, where they just sit back and just crush it with a huge beer belly.
Yeah, I experienced that in my small town. I played softball actually after college. I would go home and play in like a summer league, and we got our butts kicked every year by the Smokers. You know who the Smokers were? The Smokers were a bunch of dudes. I mean, I wish they were just guys that smoked cigarettes. They were guys that ran a barbecue joint, like a barbecue smoker, right? So they ran a local barbecue joint in town. And so what did they do? Big old boys, big old bellies coming out with their beards, and they'd come out with their, these huge dudes, and they would play slow pitch softball, and they would just jack home run after home run. And they were intimidating. It's like, oh, God, we play the Smokers this week. And they would crush us. And then what's crazy is that when I went home to visit my parents in Granbury, Texas, and they took us to a barbecue place, me and the lovely Catherine, and the Smokers, two of the guys that played on the Smokers they opened up this barbecue joint called Double M Barbecue. And so my parents were like, hey, remember the Double M Barbecue back home? I was like, yeah, I remember the guys that ran that place. They played on the Smokers. And he was like, yeah, they opened up this place here. I was like, unbelievable. Here I am, years and years later, after getting crushed by the Smokers, still feeding their pockets, eating their barbecue. Unbelievable. Just taking L after L when it comes to those guys. Let's get some dubs today when it comes to Major League Baseball, Chelsea. So We can start with Tigers, Guardians, and Padres, Cubs, and this is the schedule today. Red Sox, Yankees, Reds, Dodgers. But we've handicapped the games, and we'll pick some games here in our next segment. But let me ask you some questions that CBS Sports posed and see what you think here. And some of these are interesting. Some of them are meh. But these are some of the predictions that they think are going to happen in this year's postseason. Number one, and I don't think this is anything crazy, Shohei Ohtani will start a game and close a game. Isn't this something that we see and that it would not be shocking to see? This is what happens when you have a top-end pitcher and you need that pitcher to close out maybe an inning or get you a couple outs at the end so you can get a win.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if this is like made for a very casual audience of people who aren't used to watching postseason baseball, because we see this every postseason. It does not matter if you are a starter or a reliever. These teams are going to use the best arm available to close out some of these games when the season is on the line. Like, we have seen all kinds of like number one aces who come in relief. We've seen this with Garrett Cole. We've seen this with Justin Verlander. So like when the game and your season is on the line, of course, if Ohtani is fresh and he's willing to go, why wouldn't you get him in there? Like, I understand that maybe it's a little different for him because of the injury history and you don't want to use him too much. But, like, if you have him in the cupboard and you lose a game, you're like, well, at least Ohtani's fresh. For what? The offseason? So this doesn't feel like a bold take at all.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I get it. Shohei Ohtani's mega talent. I think they're leaning into the idea that, oh, this is Shohei Ohtani. He can open and close a game. Well, guess what? If you're asking the best pitchers in Major League Baseball to go in and close out a game for an inning at the end of, a game 7, a game 6, whatever it is, then of course they're going to do that. So I don't think that's crazy either. What about this? Aaron Judge will set the American League record for intentional walks. Now, he broke the regular season record, 36 this year, most since a player has had in Major League Baseball since Albert Pujols had 38 in 2010. Does he break this record in the postseason? The all-time record, Barry Bonds, 13 in 2002.
I'm not sure if he does, but I'm not sure if Judge get walked. No, like the bigger storyline is still like, can the Yankees win a World Series despite like some of the negativity that we've seen from their fans this year and despite losing Garrett Cole to start the year. But I will say from a practical and logical standpoint, at least in this first game, I don't think Garrett Crochet is going to be afraid to go at him. Like maybe once we get to the bullpens of the Red Sox, and like obviously this is situationally speaking, if there's multiple runners on and you don't want him to punish you. But Garrett Crochet has struck out Aaron Judge 11 of the 15 times that they've faced each other. So like if anybody's not going to be afraid to go at him, it's Garrett Crochet. I understand there is a long postseason and there's plenty of times that Aaron Judge could get walked. And he's the best hitter in baseball right now. So like maybe it happens, but I'm not gonna lie, this one like doesn't really raise my temperature much. I just don't care.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I'm like, all right, good. It's hard for me to get fired up about a walk, right? Yes! I called that on the air. I host this radio show, and I was talking about how I really thought Aaron Judge would set the record for intentional walks in the postseason. People would be like, can you stop talking to me, please? I don't care. It's a walk. It's hard to get fired up about walks. Nice intentional walk.
Right.
Right. Great.
Well, and at the end of the day, like, that's not like the stat that flies off the page. Like, the stats that fly off the page in the postseason are your starting pitchers who come in and absolutely shove and put their team on their back. The timely hits. Like, we want to see clutch home runs. We want to see walk-off winners. Like, walks obviously are going to change a game, but, like, you tell me this. How much is it going to change a game if Aaron Judge gets walked and goes to first base, as opposed to Aaron Judge hitting a grand slam in the ninth inning? Like, that's just not as meaningful. So, like, maybe this happens, but I don't think it's going to go down in World Series lore.
Yeah. Well, also, when's the last time you watched a highlight? Crochet facing Aaron Judge, bottom of the sixth, man on, and Judge draws the intentional walk. You'd be like, okay. What happened after that? How did they score some runs? Did they score some runs? So I'm with you. It's like, okay, that sounds great. Here's one I think is more interesting. Vlad Jr. will have a signature moment. Now, a signature moment can be defensively. It can be a walk-off home run, a timely hit, a game winner. doesn't necessarily have to be at the plate, even though that's what we think of when we think of Vladdy Jr. Not great over the final 14 games of the season, an OPS of 375. But certainly the talent is all there. I feel like the Blue Jays are so interesting that they do have this talent, and yet maybe it's just because they don't have the name recognition of Phillies, Dodgers, they play in Canada, but the talent is right there for the Blue Jays, and when you look at their starting rotation, there's some veteran talent there as well. Like, I don't know why we're not talking more about Toronto, but if Vladdy Jr. had a big moment, that would certainly help.
Right, but again, I don't feel like this is a hot take. So the biggest name in your lineup is going to have a timely hit. Like, I feel like it would be more of a hot take to single out one of the biggest stars on a team and be like, this guy's going to be absolutely terrible, right? Mm-hmm. Like, wouldn't that be more of a hot take? And people have said this about Aaron Judge, because there's been postseasons where Aaron Judge, for as good as a hitter as he has been, in some of these timely moments, he just hasn't delivered. Like, he's had slumps in the postseason. So, like, that's more of a talking point to me, is if you look at a star player on a team and say, this guy who's great in the regular season is going to fall off a cliff and absolutely be on a milk carton for the postseason. Because, like, if Vladdy Jr. gets a big hit, like, that's supposed to be his job in the postseason, right?
Right.
You're supposed to lean on your star players. So I feel like this is more of a thing that is almost expected as opposed to something that is a hot take.
Yeah. Wasn't it last year that Aaron Judge made a crucial error in the World Series? Wasn't it Game 5, dropped a fly ball? I mean, that's something, if you predicted that, that would be a lot more stunning. So,
yeah.
That's, if Aaron Judge, if I tell you Aaron Judge hit a home run, I'd be like, yeah, of course he did. If I told you he dropped a fly ball in the World Series, you'd be like, I know. You'd be like, oh, well, that's huge. So I get that. It's like, hey, Kyle Schwarber will hit a home run in the postseason. Okay. Well, he probably should. He's due for one. Which leads me.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me add this for just a second.
Yeah.
I do think this needs to be thrown in there, that career, like, I am not just throwing this against the wall. Aaron Judge career in the postseason is hitting 205.
There you go.
For somebody who's hitting, 320 in the regular season, and he's had some great seasons. Like, last year, he had a $184 in the postseason. That's your talking point, right? Yeah. The captain of your team, which I don't know if he's a captain, he probably should be if there is captains. Do they still do that anymore? Or is that name simply reserved for Derek Jeter? But if he's your best player and, like, he hits a $184, like in 2022, he hit 139. These are crazy numbers for the best hitter in baseball. So I think he has something to prove this year.
Yeah, the more I'm looking at these predictions, I'm like, all right, don't stretch yourself too thin here. Don't go crazy here. You know what the next one is? This is not bad, but it's not. These are all very safe predictions. Like, Tariq Skubal will pitch well for the Tigers. Oh, I bet he will. But the next one that's not one of the predictions here. It is Bryce Harper will have a walk-off home run. Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, wow, yeah, it's possible. I mean, absolutely possible. When am I going to get the guys? If you need some predictions, I'll give you some predictions. These are going to be the most obvious predictions on the planet, But it could happen. Bryce needs this. I will say this, and I am rooting against this, by the way. Like, I am not a Bryce Harper guy. Like, once he left DC, I'm like, see ya, buddy. I hope you never win a title. We won one without you, and that's the way it is. I hope you never get a title. He's definitely suited for the Phillies, though. Like, he definitely fits in more with the Philly vibe and the Phillies, and you can tell that he is happy to be there. But he needs a World Series. It's the one thing he needs on his resume that he does not have. He has everything else, but he does not have a World Championship.
Well, and it's wild to me how the Philly team is constructed. And on paper, they look like a team that should win multiple World Series, right? Like, we've said this in previous years. Like, they have the best rotation, even without Zach Wheeler. They have all these big names of guys who, have some postseason success. They've got the power. They, have guys like Kyle Schwarber, who, again, postseason heroes. He's done it before. But yet, like, we stand here and, like, I know they've been to World Series with this, like, current roster, and they haven't gotten it done. So they're the favorites this year. So the pressure is on. And I think that in years past, they have had issues with having a first-round bye, or whatever you call it when you don't play in the wild card, where they sit around and they get rusty, and the offense just does not show up. in that first round. So we'll see if that happens again this year, but the Phillies certainly have the pressure on this year because as currently constructed, they do look like the best team in baseball, in my opinion.
I want them to go to the World Series and lose in 7 games to the Mariners or something like that. That would make me very happy. I want to see the big dumper get a World Series MVP and Harper go home shorthanded. Double D's like, watch the Philly hate. Double D, why are you defending Philly? Are you a Phillies guy? Did I forget that?
Yes, my third cousin played for him back in the day. Come on.
Well, I don't know. You like Duke. You like Atlanta. You like the Phillies. You like Penn State. I can't keep up. Coming next in the show, we'll keep up with our baseball bets, but which games will make the card? That's next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on Tuesday. I'm Jake. She's Chelsea. Coming up on the show, oh my God, Chelsea Messenger. Do my eyes deceive me? Look at this card. 4 bets on the card. That's what I'm talking about. It's that time of year. Oh, you want a quick home improvement story? I know you don't, but
No,
I'll give
boy.
you a quick. Oh, God.
Do you want me to be honest?
Oh, I know. You're like, no, go back to your stupid recreational softball stories. Anything besides this. Anything. Oh, I just want to say very quickly. Last week, the back of our refrigerator was leaking, and it leaked into the condo below, which is okay. But I am responsible for that. It's our fault. And so I got the first half of the bill yesterday because the ceiling was not ruined, but ruined enough where they need to replace part of the ceiling with drywall in the condo below us. $2,200 for that nonsense. That is just... What am I going to do with that? What am I going to do? It's brutal. So I'm going to chase bets today. I'm going to win it all today on this card. That's what I'm going to do. God. What a kick in the
healthy.
gut.
Yeah, I feel like this is the worst part of being an adult where you're like,
Yes.
oh, things are going well. I've got some money to spend. Oh, no, you need to spend $1,200 on tires. You're like,
Yeah.
what? I don't want to buy new tires. Like, it's always these adult purchases because I think when you're growing up, and like maybe this is a privileged mindset, that like when I started working, the money that I earned as a lifeguard, that went to fun stuff. I got
Right.
to go to the mall. I got to buy something fun, maybe a little treat. But as you get older, you're like, no, I need to save this money for retirement. I need to pay my health insurance premium. I need to, get new windows for our house. So it's one of those things that like being an adult, point blank, just sucks.
Oh, I hate being an adult. It's the worst. Like in my mind, I'm still like in my 20s, early 30s. And then I look in the mirror, I'm like, oh, no, you're not. Not even close, buddy. Now you go downstairs and you click on that PDF again and you figure out how you're going to pay for this. Good thing I'm not saving for a wedding. Ugh. Like, come on, man. Honey, how do you feel about a tuxedo t-shirt? Because we can save a lot of cash there instead of getting a nice tux. I don't know. We'll
Put
figure
it on
it out.
the registry.
Oh, roof. Yeah, that's a good idea. Neighbor's roof repair or ceiling repair. We'll put that in the register. Listen, I know it doesn't go to us, but it kind of does. That's actually not a bad idea. I've seen worse. That's a good idea. I'll take that. Well, for you, it's just going to be a bunch of baseball today. I know we talked about Blake having picture day. That'll be fun. But it's going to be really nice to have baseball today. It's when you have such an odd schedule like we do, whenever you can have sports in the afternoon, it's such a win because having these late games are just such a killer.
Yeah, like we want to go to bed nice and early. We want to be tucked in at 8:30 on the nose with our little sleepy time bear, sleepy hat and pajamas. But are we getting to best bets? Have we played the sounder yet? Let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
Because, Jenks, I was going to go right into it, and I was like, wait. We have the sounder because Mama's got a lot of bets, so I hope you don't mind that I'm jumping on this early. All right, so first impression rose for best bets goes to the first 5 under. First 5 under, 3.5 runs between the Tigers and the Guardians. So this feels like a matchup where both the pitchers should have good games because we have just seen this matchup between Gavin Williams of the Guardians and Tariq Skubal of the Tigers. Now, Tariq Skubal has been doing his best to keep his Tigers in it, but the run support just has not been there. Against the Guardians this year, 28 innings, and has only allowed 2 earned runs against Cleveland this year, including a complete game shutout earlier this season. Then you look at Gavin Williams against Detroit this year, 17 innings, allowing only 2 runs over 3 starts this year, and he's been missing a ton of bats. 21 strikeouts over his last 2 starts. So both these guys have proven that they match up well against these lineups. Plus, it's a playoff feel. First 5 under, 3.5 is the play in the Tigers and Guardians game for -140.
Yeah, I'm going to go down that road as well, and to kind of piggyback on that a little bit. Tariq Skubal, if you look at day-night splits, which is something I don't generally go into, but, it matters here, especially when you have a full season to look back at, because it's not like one or two starts here. And Tariq Skubal has been even better, 1.77 ERA during afternoon starts. So this should be a low-scoring affair. We're seeing it with the total, which has gone down from 6.5 to 6. So I'm with you. First 5 under 3.5 is -140. What else you got?
Yeah, full card. I'm betting on every single game because why not? All right, so next up, we're gonna go to the late game. Like I'm doing these in order of the way that I like them. Like I'm ranking them. So Dodgers money line plus Blake Snell 6+ strikeouts. That's -120. So the Dodgers are big favorites in this game against the Reds. Hunter Green has some good stuff, but he also is susceptible to giving up the long ball. In a start against the Dodgers this season, already allowed 3 earned runs, I believe. And then you look at Blake Snell, who has not faced the Reds this season, but he gets a Red squad that is striking out at a really high rate, especially over the last month in baseball. Top 6 K rate in baseball, and not in a good way. They're striking out 25% of the time. Spells trouble against Blake Snell, who is a strikeout artist, somebody who's won a Cy Young, and somebody who has double-digit strikeouts in 2 of his last 3 games. So I think the Dodgers win this game. I think their bats overpower the Reds, especially since this game is at home for them. So I think that's a solid play. Next up, let's go to the Red Sox on the first 5 money line. +105 against the Yankees. So keep in mind, if this game is tied 0-0 in the first 5 innings, you get a push as opposed to playing the full game. But a lot of this hinges on the arm of Garrett Crochet, who has been very good, and the Red Sox have been good behind him. The Red Sox have won all 4 games in which Garrett Crochet has started. I'm a little nervous with the bullpens here, so we're going to go first 5. But Garrett Crochet has been really good against the Red Sox this season, as I mentioned, the win-loss record, and also in the Yankees lineup. He has struck out Aaron Judge 11 of the 15 times that he has faced him. So I think this is a good matchup for the Red Sox, plus it's a rivalry. I think plus money with the Sox today is a solid play, at least in the first 5 innings. And then finally, the Cubs have been fantastic at home this year. Matt Boyd has been great. Nick Pavetta's home road splits are a little jarring here. And plus, the environment at Wrigley Stadium, when it is a playoff game, I have been to these games when my husband played for the Cubs, and it gets absolutely rocking. So I'm going to go with the Cubs at home today as well.
All right, I am also going to be on the Cubs as well, -115, and we're seeing this getting bet up to -130, -135 at some shops, so still a good price here. And Nick Pivetta, as good as he's been for San Diego this season, has not been nearly as good on the road, where his ERA bumps up to 3.55. Last time he was at Wrigley, he fared okay against the Cubs. 3 runs over 3 innings, but the Cubs, as we know, very, very good at home this season, 50-39 straight up. Padres 38-43 away from San Diego. I like the price on the home team here, -115. Let's go Cubbies. And I'm going to go Dodgers -1 hosting the Reds. If you want the Dodgers on the run line, you can get them at plus money. That's probably a better play for most people here. But there is a big pitching mismatch here between Blake Snell and Hunter Green. Hunter Green, very good for the Reds this season at home. When he is away from Cincinnati, his ERA jumps by more than 3 runs. Dodgers with a clear hitting advantage, as they usually have. 3rd in slugging, 3rd in OPS against right-handers. And Blake Snell at home this year, 5-1 with a 1.17 ERA. Dodgers taking care of business today against the Reds. All right, before we get to Sammy P, who's logged in and ready to go, let's bring in the Dogster.
Good morning. I'm still pumped about golf, and I can't wait until this week's Ryder Cup. USA! USA!
Dogster, you know the Ryder Cup is every 2 years, right?
No, it's not. I'll see you this weekend at Hazeltine.
No, not correct. Ryder Cup is in Ireland in 2027. You know that?
What?
Yeah, that's every 2 years.
So who do I yell at this weekend?
I don't know. Maybe you watch some football.
How about this? This show sucks. This show sucks.
Oh, whoa, hey, come on. Dogster. That's not nice. Give us a bet.
Okay. Tigers at the Guardians, under 6.
Okay. Well, here's someone who never sucks. Always on point. Of course, I'm talking about Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P. bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, ready to go. How you doing, buddy?
You can yell at me, Donkster. You can scream at me. You can do whatever you want.
You look great. You look great.
How long do we have to do this? Can I ask about sports? All right, so let me ask. So we're a big baseball betting show. We bet on baseball a lot. So, like, today is a big day for us. Are you dialed into the MLB postseason?
Not as much as I'd like to, if we're being completely honest. I did laugh, though, that I was going to come on and say nothing says playoffs like Matthew Boyd, and you both came out Cubs, and I'm like, oh, conflict is good, right? You trust Matthew Boyd in a playoff game?
He's been really good.
I mean, the numbers aren't bad. Like, what's your primary complaint against him?
It's Matthew
Like,
Boyd.
he's just not a number one?
I love when you look at the numbers and you're like, it's still Matthew Boyd. It's like, it's still Jack Leiter, that kind of thing.
I've just bet on so many pitchers over the years that did really well in the regular season, and then they get to the playoffs and they start shaking. Not that he's going to do that.
I feel about Max Fried.
Yeah, I understand it. Sometimes playoffs they're a different animal for some of these pitchers that have never done it before. I think we should do a side bet. I think it's me against you two. What are we betting? Donkster? Custody for a weekend.
Let's do that. Sammy P. Oh my God, we got to go. That's it for the day.
You can have him.
We'll talk to you soon, Sammy P. Have a great day.
Bye.
Oh, we're still going? We still got an hour? Oh, we got time? Oh my God, I thought, I was out way early on that.
back.
Oh my God. Oh
Kicking
God,
him
thank
out.
God. I was like, whoa.
Speak so
Scared
soon,
me.
Dad.
Is this okay? Be honest though, Sammy P. How much of this is you loving the White Sox because you're a White Sox guy as opposed to the Cubs?
Oh, it has nothing to do with that. Nothing.
No, it doesn't. This is just pure Matthew Boyd. You don't like Matthew Boyd.
I mean, it's not personal. I don't trust Matthew Boyd.
Okay, that's fair.
I
get
accept
that.
that he doesn't feel like a number one starter. Like, some of these guys are aces. He does not feel like that.
All right,
Custody
we'll see who's right.
on the line.
Custody on the line. Donkster. Whatever happens today, we could lose him tomorrow. This could be his last appearance on the show. All right, that's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Up next is Bet Sweats. I'm Jinx. That's Chelsea. Have a great Tuesday. We'll see you.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey
Happy Tuesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. And happy MLB postseason. Tigers, Guardians getting ready for first pitch here in about 8 minutes later on in the show. We'll give out all our favorite plays for all 4 playoff games today in Major League Baseball, including some of the series picks that I like upcoming. We'll talk college football on the show today. We'll talk NFL on the show today. Getting to a lot. Our guy Nick Henyon going to join us here in moments. And as always, any questions that you guys have, whether it's Major League Baseball, NFL, college football, let us know. We'll get to it over the next 30 minutes of the show. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. A lot to get to today. Glasses in session. And we go to the Glasser guest line and check in with our guy Nick Henyon. Give Nick a follow on X at Nick Henyon. BetMGM senior writer joins us each and every Tuesday here on Send It In. All right, Nick, week 5 already in the NFL. And we got a good one on Thursday night. NFC West matchup between the 3-1 Niners and the 3-1 Rams. We've seen some line movement that LA has been bought up from a 3.5 to a 5.5 point favorite. Did you agree with the line move? And do you still see value on LA, or would this be a buy point for you on the Niners?
It's tricky to figure out this early in the week because we don't really know who's playing for San Francisco. I think the line move was anticipatory of potentially Brock Purdy missing the game on Thursday. So there was a little bit of a reactionary move in case it ended up being Matthew Stafford against Mac Jones. And the 49ers, I don't know if you've heard, PJ, but they're really hurt right now. And it looks like Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings could miss Thursday night's game. So I think that, along with Purdy's potential absence, you've seen the line move along with the Rams. I would kind of just wait and see where this line goes. If Purdy's announced in, I think you probably see some buyback to a number closer to like +4, +3.5 maybe. But I'm not really interested in backing the 49ers until I really know what team I'm getting out there on Thursday. Sean McVay, also of note, very good on Thursday Night Football, short rest in general. He's played back-to-back home games 4 times on Thursday night in his career. 4-0 straight up, 3-1 against the spread. So I don't really want to step in front of McVay and a really good Rams offense in case this is the point where the 49ers defense comes back down to earth a little bit. So no real feel on the game, but I think for me, it would be Rams or nothing, but the number is a little bit rich for me.
Yeah, injury report going to be a big factor in that one. That game goes on Thursday. Sunday, we got another matchup, Nick, between 3-1 teams, the Seahawks and the Bucks. Seattle now out to a 3.5 point favorite on BetMGM. You're getting that key number with Tampa. But do you think that's a little bit of a trap, taking the Bucks plus the points?
Yeah, it is kind of a tricky, like you are kind of getting the good buy low spot on Tampa Bay, selling high on Seattle, but it's extended rest for the Seahawks, and I'm in kind of a weird spot with them where I'm invested in them both negatively from a future standpoint and positively. Still have under 8.5 wins, which I don't feel great about at this moment in time, but then grabbed them at 7-1 to win the division last week. So I'm not really doing a whole lot with Seattle games moving forward the rest of the year. Anytime you're giving me Baker Mayfield north of a key number, I do take a good hard look at it. Mayfield with the Bucks at +3 or higher is 10-4 ATS. It's not a great sample size, but I think the Bucks offense might be able to give Seattle's defense a little bit of trouble, especially as you've seen them come back to full health along the offensive line. Chris Godwin is back. The Godwin-Ibuka combo looked really good last week against Philadelphia, so I wonder if they could maybe give Seattle some fits. I don't want to overreact to Seattle winning handily over the Saints in Arizona, who I think are a step below this Bucks team. So it would be Tampa Bay at 3.5 or nothing, but the extended rest factor for Seattle scares me a little bit enough that I'm going to look elsewhere on the board this week.
Last couple of weeks, Nick, we finally had some underdogs win outright in the NFL, right? 2 weeks ago it was the Browns and the Panthers. We had the Giants on Sunday. The Cowboys nearly won outright against Green Bay. We got a lot of big spreads again on the board this week. Any dogs that you could be looking at outright on Sunday?
It's tricky this week. There's not a lot that immediately jumps out on the board. The only sort of flirtation I have is Washington. What's happening with the Chargers offensive line? I don't think people realize that if Joe Alt is out, Mekhi Becton stays out, the offensive line goes from one of the best in the league to the worst in the league, and they really struggled to contain Jackson Dart last week, especially via the ground. And now they're going against the Jaden Daniels, who is just really good rushing, and I don't know that they have an answer for Daniels. So it's only 2.5 right now, but I'm sort of waiting and seeing who's going to play for LA on Sunday. And then, I mean, the really tempting number is, I mean, Cincy looks broken. They're not going to beat the Lions on Sunday, but I'll tell you what, the Broncos looked really good last night against, I know the Bengals, they were really bad, but Philly just keeps finding ways to win, and the way they're winning is not sustainable right now. This feels like the potential trap spot for Philadelphia, where they're going against a really good defense. I don't love, as I mentioned, that there's a rest disparity for Philadelphia, but Denver would be the one I'm looking at as far as an underdog bet this week.
Okay, yeah, Denver down to 3.5 now, BetMGM. We're talking Week 5 NFL with our guy Nick Kenyon here on Send It In. Nick, great stuff. Any other games in Week 5 that you might be eyeing that we didn't discuss?
I mean, how does the Bengals stop Detroit's offense? Like, to quote a friend of mine a few hours ago, he was like, the Lions team total would have to be like 39.5 before you start to make me look at the under in that game. Detroit, 4th in offensive DVOA. They played the 11th hardest set of opposing defenses so far. The Bengals are 27th in defensive DVOA. They played the easiest schedule of opposing offenses so far. The last time the Bengals played at home, they allowed 27 points to Jacksonville, and Jacksonville missed 3 chances to score from the Cincinnati 7-yard line. 1 Trevor Lawrence interception, 2 missed opportunities to score there. So I don't know how Cincinnati, on short rest, coming back from Denver, stops the Lions offense. So I'm looking at the Lions team total. It's 29.5. I know that's a big number. I know it's probably the squarest bet of the entire week. I don't know how they stop them. So I like the Lions over 29.5 points. And then it's strength on weakness in London. The total is low for a reason. 36.5 is the number in Browns against the Vikings. Both teams have really good defenses. Both teams don't have very good offenses. I don't love that it's sitting just below a key number of 37, so I'm waiting to see if it goes back up, and I can bet beneath that key number, but I don't see how you see a lot of points in Vikings against Browns in London.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Second overseas game in a row for the Minnesota Vikings as they take on their second straight AFC North opponent. Nick, we're about a quarter through the way through the season, and these odds markets are really starting to fluctuate right now, whether it's MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, whether it's a divisional bet, AFC, NFC, anything in the futures market right now that you think has some good value?
It's tricky. I still think there's an argument to be had on Seattle to win the NFC West. It's down to about plus 400, but do you think they're a worse team than the 49ers are right now? I don't think so. And the market is telling you that the Seahawks are the 3rd best team in that division behind the Rams and the 49ers. I don't agree with that. I do think the Rams are probably going to win that division, but for 4-1, I think you could do a lot worse on this Seattle team I was pretty skeptical of them coming into the season, but their defense is legitimately good. And I think the way they're blowing these teams away, it's not just that they beat the Saints, it's the margin at which they beat these teams. They're one of the DVOA darlings early in the year, but I think you could do a lot worse than 4-1 for them to potentially steal that division behind a really good defense, probably one that's top 5 in the league come the end of the year.
Nick, before we let you go, we know you're also keeping an eye on the English Premier League. Anything that you like upcoming this weekend?
Yeah, a lot, which is scary for me. But we'll go Bournemouth money line minus 110 on Friday against Fulham. Fulham don't have a healthy striker right now, and they lost pretty handily the last time they went to Vitality Stadium. Bournemouth sold its entire back line. It hasn't mattered. Their defense is playing even better than I expected them to be. So Minus 110 feels cheap on Friday night. Saturday morning, we'll go over 2.5 in Leeds Tottenham. Here's the deal with Leeds. They play really fun brand of soccer because their offense is really good and their defense is total crap. So they're a good recipe for an over team. 2.5 goals. Over is minus 120. I can't believe that price. Give me a goal fest. Tottenham's on short rest coming back from Norway today. I think you see goals in that game. I like Liverpool team total over 1.5 at Chelsea. Chelsea have 2 defenders suspended and 3 of them injured. Liverpool have scored at least once in 40 straight EPL matches. I think you can see them get to over 1.5 goals against a team that's also playing on short rest, not a very good defense to begin with. And then I'm waiting on Sunday lineup news for Man City Brentford. If Rodri is out for Man City, this has goals written all over it. Over 3 is around minus 115 right now. I think Brentford, again, they can't hold the City attack, but City let up a goal to freaking Burnley over the weekend, the worst attack in the Premier League without their best central defensive midfielder. So I think that has goals as well, but I need to see a lineup before I pull the trigger on that one.
Whether it's football or football, our guy Nick Kenyon has got us here on Send It In. Give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Nick, good luck this weekend, sir. Always great talking to you, and we'll see you next Tuesday.
Sounds good. Have a good NFL week, PJ.
Yeah, you as well, guy. You as well, Nick. All right, guys. Let's get into the NFL Week 5 slate as Tigers and Guardians are they're underway. Tigers have a runner on second with 2 outs in the top of the first inning. We'll get to some MLB plays here coming up in a little bit. But let's continue talking NFL Week 5, that Thursday night game. Gave out a bad number yesterday with the Niners and the Rams. Rams go from a 3.5 to a 5.5 point favorite. Obviously, like San Francisco at 3.5. I like them at 5.5 as well. So if you have an opportunity to take that number, yes, the injury report is important for San Francisco. Purdy is questionable. Pearsall is questionable. But I just like the spot for this San Francisco team coming off that home loss. Look, guys, in the NFL, anytime that you get a team who played at home as a favorite and they lost outright and then the next week they're on the road as an underdog, I'm always going to bet that team. It's usually very, very profitable in the NFL. And now you're getting 5.5. So I think 2-1 on the money line with San Francisco is worth a play as well. Yes, McVay's been very good on short rest, but historically, Shanahan has owned McVay and has owned these matchups. Not as of late as much. Certainly earlier on he did, but he still has a very good history. And a divisional matchup like this, even if San Francisco is banged up, I would expect a close game. So I do like the Niners. Plus the point, I think a money line look is worth it as well. As for an international game, Vikings and Browns, this line's really interesting, right? You got a neutral site game. Minnesota stays overseas. They go from Ireland to London, and they play the Browns, and they're only a 3.5 point favorite in the game, and the total, as Nick was talking about, very, very low at 36.5. 2 good defenses, 2 tough offenses. The Browns offense, it's going to be interesting to see if they let Flacco play the entire game. It only a matter of time, it feels like, until they go to Gabriel at this point. But Wentz really struggled against the Pittsburgh defense. I think he's going to struggle again in this Browns defense. The under would worry me just because there could be a lot of turnovers in this game, which could set you up for some short fields and some points. So I don't love the over. I think Minnesota team total under would be the way that I would look. Because they're favored in the game, obviously, you're going to get a higher total. But Wentz going up against this defense, man, 3.5, it feels like it'd be Browns or pass for me. But I don't want to take Cleveland. I just look at the Vikings team total under. As we get to the Sunday games, Raiders and Colts, Indy is a 7-point favorite. That's the key. If you can get the Raiders +7, I like it. 6.5 probably would be a no bet, but at the key number of 7, I like Vegas in the game. Once again, same situation as San Francisco. Home team last week who was favored. They lost outright to the Bears. Now they go on the road, and they're a big underdog against Indianapolis, who's also coming off of a tough road loss against the Rams. You also like fading teams off of emotional road losses, and that's what Indy does. So this is kind of one of those like double great spots where you're getting the Rams off the home loss. They're going on the road as a dog. Then you're getting Indy coming back home after a brutal loss on the road to the Rams in a game which they should have won. Geno is indoors, which we always have liked. Now, he hasn't played well for much of this season. This should be a good spot, though, for the Raiders to keep it close, maybe even win the game. So I like Vegas +7. Giants and Saints, we were right about this one. We gave out the Saints +1 yesterday. Now they're -1.5. I think looking at New Orleans on the money line now would still be the play. As long as they stay minus like 130 or below. If it starts going to minus 140, I think you've kind of missed the boat at that point. But I do think the Saints are better, and I think they're the right side in the game. Great win for the Giants on Sunday, knocking off the Chargers. Dart looked really good, won his first game. But you want to fade that because the Giants now are going to be overvalued. They're feeling good about themselves, but now they got to go on the road. And again, I know the Saints are one of the worst teams in football. I know they're 0-4, but look at how competitive they've been in 3 of the 4 games. Arizona, San Francisco, and then last week Sunday against Buffalo, they played them really tough. So New Orleans, I think, is maybe looked like the better team. Now you're getting the Giants off of a big upset win. Rookie quarterback feeling good, making his first career road start. We'll take the Saints to win the game. Cowboys and Jets, Dallas -2.5 at New York. Is there any team in the NFL that plays to the level of their competition more than the Dallas Cowboys? Could have beaten the Eagles, tied against the Packers, 2 of the top teams in the NFL, and then look at what they did against the Giants. That game went to overtime, and then they lost against the Bears as well. So now here we are against the 0-4 Jets, and I would expect Dallas to once again play to the level of their competition. I think the Jets in a teaser is the way to go at plus 8.5. The Jets are going to continue to fight against this defense. Fields is going to make some plays. They should be able to move the ball. I think Jets +8.5, very good teaser this week against Dallas. Eagles down to 3.5-point favorites now against Denver. Philly is going to be about -200 on the money line, -210. At 3.5, I don't know if I love Denver as much. Yes, their defense looked good against Cincinnati, but man, is that Bengals offensive line horrendous. You know, they didn't look great against the Colts. They didn't look great in the fourth quarter against the Chargers. So now going up against this Eagles offensive line and this Philadelphia offense makes me a little nervous. Again, if this goes down to 3, maybe that could be a buy point on Philadelphia. And keep in mind how great Jalen Hurts is at home against the spread as a short home favorite. And then the Dolphins 1.5-point favorites on the road against Carolina. I would lean towards the Panthers in the game, to be honest with you. Whoever was the home team in this matchup, I'd probably lean towards. I think it matters that much. Dolphins short week off of a win. Panthers off of a blowout loss. I would look Carolina in the game against Miami. All right, you guys, let's get to the survivor pool here on Send It In. So I think Arizona right off the bat jumps out at you. They play Tennessee at home this week. Arizona, 8.5-point favorite. They've already beaten the Saints. They've already beaten the Panthers this season. So they have beaten 2 of the worst teams in the NFL. Now they're playing another, maybe the worst team in the NFL in Tennessee. And they do have an extended rest playing on Thursday. Arizona probably is going to be my pick this week. They should win that game. So I think if you have Arizona available, if you didn't use them against the Saints or the Panthers, I think they could be a good look this week against the Titans. Detroit. Obviously, Detroit going to be popular this week. As Nick was mentioning, how is Cincinnati going to stop that offense? Now, Detroit, there could be some games down the road. They do have to play the Giants at home, but maybe you just want to use them here. I don't really love using teams in Survivor on the road. That's why I would lean towards Arizona more than Detroit, but certainly would understand if you want to take the Lions. Indianapolis. Now, again, I do like the Raiders +7. I think there's a chance they could possibly pull off the upset. And the Colts division in the AFC South, I mean, they are going to still get the Titans at home this season. They're going to get the Jags at home this season. We know how much they struggle on the road in Jacksonville historically. But there should be some other games to use the Colts. I don't know if this is narrowly the best spot to use Indy, so I'd probably stay away from them. If you really, really want to get risky, I think the Saints could maybe be a play this week in Survivor, right? The Dolphins-Panthers game and the Saints-Giants game are so interesting for Survivor because when are you ever going to use those teams again this season? But because they play one another, you have an opportunity to maybe roll the dice and use them. I do think this is a really good spot for the Saints. So if you don't want to play it safe and use a team like Detroit or Arizona, and you want to get a little bit risky, because when else are you going to use the Saints? This might be the spot to do it. So people out there, you want to roll the dice, get a little risky? I could see it, man. I think the Saints could be an option this week. I'd stay away from the Rams just because it's a divisional game and it's a short week. I'd stay away from Minnesota because you don't want to trust Carson Wentz against a defense like Cleveland. Wouldn't use Baltimore because Cooper Rush is likely going to be starting that game, and maybe they've quit on Harbaugh a little bit. Don't use Dallas, as we were talking about with that Jets game, because Dallas plays to the level of their competition. I could definitely see them losing that game. And then Buffalo, again, they're going to have a lot of easy games on their schedule. That line keeps coming down. It's 7.5 now. So I kind of think the Patriots are going to play them pretty tough in that game. I would stay away from the Bills. For me, it would be Arizona, Detroit, or even the New Orleans Saints if you want to get risky and use them against the Giants. All right, you guys, talk a little college football now here on Send It In. As we look at the favorite, the underdog, over, under, and outright winner that I like the best for week 6 already in college football. Let's look at the favorite that I like the best. That's going to be Louisville, -7.5 against Virginia. Similar spot to what West Virginia and Kansas was, right? Or any of these big games where a team comes off a game where their fans storm the field, and then you got a difficult game on the road the following week. Great win for Virginia. How much of that win, though, was about Virginia? How much of that win was Florida State looking ahead to the Miami game? Well, Virginia's going to have Louisville's full attention. Louisville's a very good team with a very good offense and a very good coach in Jeff Brom. There's a reason why the number 24 team in the country is a 7.5-point dog. I'd lay it with Louisville. I think they win by 2 scores against UVA. The underdog that I like the best, we talked a little bit about it yesterday. I like Vandy plus the points. Anything north of 10 against Bama, I would take Vanderbilt. These are the kind of teams that Bama struggles with. Anybody that is a Bama fan that watches Bama knows that the offense like Vandy, offense like Florida State, offense like Auburn, all these run-first teams, all these teams that want to run zone read and jet sweeps and have all these pre-snap motion, that's the kind of team that gives Bama trouble. They just have not been able to stop it the last couple of years. Yes, it does help Bama that they lost to Vandy last year after the Georgia game, so that should help their preparation and not take Vandy for granted at all. College game day is going to be there. They are the home team. All these things help Bama, no question. But at the end of the day, they still have to go out and execute, and they have to stop Vandy's offense, and I think they're going to have a difficult time doing that. Now, what also helps Bama is Vandy's going to have a difficult time stopping their offense as well. I think this game could be a shootout. I kind of like the over as well. But this will be a close game. You know, even though Bama lost to Vandy last year and people think this year they're just going to roll them, I don't think that's going to be the case. Commodores have a ton of confidence. Diego Pavia is 11-2 against the spread as an underdog since he's been at Vandy. So they're going to give the Tide all they can handle. Anything north of 10, I think is a good bet for Vandy. The over that I like the best is going to be UTSA and Temple over 56.5. How about this stat? The last 6 years coming off a bye week, UTSA is 6-0 to the over in those games. Both of these teams want to run a little up-tempo. Both of these teams can light it up on the scoreboard. I think this is too low. I think both teams get into the 30s. Give me over 56.5 in Temple and UTSA. The under that I like the best, I'm looking at Penn State, UCLA, under 50.5. So Penn State, you always want to fade these teams a lot of times in the first half. I think Henry Ettinger talked about this a couple weeks. Anytime you have a big-time college football matchup, top 10, top 15 teams, they're usually a good fade the next week in the first half. And what a great spot to fade Penn State. Crushing home loss to Oregon in overtime. Get on a plane, fly across the country, and play maybe the worst Power 4 team in college football in UCLA. I think they could be a little sluggish. UCLA, I don't know how they're going to score many points against that Penn State defense, so under 50.5 feels like a good bet to me in Penn State and UCLA. And then the outright winner I like best on Saturday is going to be Cal plus 120 against Duke. I like getting the +3 with Cal, but I think you can bet them on the money line. I think they win the game as well. Really nice win for Duke against Syracuse, 38-3. Now they got to go all the way to Berkeley, California and play Cal, who's also traveling back to BC. Both of these teams are coming off of nice wins. I do think Cal is the better team, though, to be honest with you. I really like their quarterback, JOS, so I'm taking Cal outright plus 120 against Duke. Anytime we get these cross-country type games and it's a small point spread, I'll always lean towards the dog. We'll take Cal plus 120. All right, let's talk some baseball here on Send It In. We got the MLB postseason underway. Tigers already up 1-0 on the Guardians in the top of the second. The total in this game closed at 6, and the Tigers closed as a minus 165 favorite. Let's see what the live lines are now as I go to BetMGM for Tigers and Guardians. Detroit's minus 250. Cleveland is plus 195. I think betting the Guardians on the run line could be worth it. Plus 1.5 maybe at minus 115. So I think that could be a good look. But I would take the Tigers in the series. They're obviously going to be heavily juiced now, but I think the Tigers are worth a look. As Sean's telling me that the Ravens are now an underdog against the Texans. So that's probably telling you Lamar Jackson is out for that game on Sunday. I like the Tigers in this series, though. I think they're going to beat Cleveland. They were minus 110, which was a pick'em. The way that these two teams were trending towards October, the Tigers were 7-20 in the month of September. The Guardians were like 20-7 in the month of September. I think momentum is a little bit of a myth, though, in the MLB postseason. Like, you want to ride these teams. It got super hot at the end of the regular season. Now, the Tigers were that way last season. The Nats were that way back in 2019 when they won the World Series. But this is a brand new season with a brand new slate. And the Tigers are built a little bit better in the postseason. Both pitching staffs are good. The starting pitching for the Tigers is better. The bullpen for Cleveland might be a little bit better. But this lineup for the Guardians is not very good. So I do think the Tigers win this series. And if Cleveland ties this game up or maybe they take the lead, I'd look at betting Detroit live in game 1. As for Padres and Cubs, you're going to have Nick Pivetta on the mound against Matthew Boyd. Good pitching matchup. I would look at the Cubs today. Matthew Boyd's been terrific for Chicago. San Diego has an elite bullpen, but the Cubs have taken some money. This opened about minus 115. They're up to minus 130 now. I think this series goes 3 games, so whoever wins today, I'm betting the other team tomorrow, but I do like the Cubs today in game 1. Red Sox and Yankees game 1 also tonight. What a pitching matchup. Garrett Crochet and Max Fried. Total is 7. Yankees are a minus 130 favorite. I'm looking at a player prop in this game. Garrett Crochet over 7.5 Ks is going to be minus 118. Crochet's faced the Yankees 4 times this season, and he has had 7, 9, 11, and 12 strikeouts in those games. So Garrett Crochet over 7.5 strikeouts. It's a playoff game. Cora should give him a long leash. I think he goes over 7.5. And I like the Yankees to win that series. As I mentioned yesterday, though, I think the winner of Yankees-Red Sox going to the World Series. And then Reds and Dodgers, I'm going to take my shot tonight with the Reds at plus 165 against the Dodgers. LA, a minus 200 favorite. Blake Snell against Hunter Green. This Reds team, though, I don't know, man. The vibes they're giving me, I just think there's something young, fun about this team. Francona's managing them. They got these 2 great pitchers in Green and Abbott. I think Cincinnati can go in there tonight and win game 1. So I'd take a shot with the Reds at plus 165. All right, you guys, BetMGM promo for to tell you about here on Send It In. MLB postseason, no sweat, same game parlay token. With an MLB postseason, no sweat, same game parlay token, you'll get a stake back and bonus bet. Step up and find your pitch. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, let's get to PJ's plays here on Send It In. Dansby Swanson, 10 for 34 in his career against Nick Pivetta with a 294 batting average. I think Dansby's a good bet today to get a base hit. Faced Pivetta a bunch, 34 times, has 10 hits against him. So look at Dansby Swanson to get a hit today against Pivetta. My prop lock, as I mentioned, Garrett Crochet. He has faced the Yankees 4 times this season. He's gone over this number 3 of those times, and it's the playoffs. So that pitch count's going to get up. He's going to be extra amped. I'll take over 7.5 Ks with Crochet. Dog of the day is going to be the Reds. I think they're going to win tonight against the Dodgers in game 1. Give me Cincinnati plus 165. And then give me the Tigers to win the series against Cleveland at minus 110. I know that number has moved since they're up 1-0, but I do think the Tigers get past the Guardians. And I think the fact that series was a pick-em shouldn't have been that way. I like Detroit at -110. Thanks again for Nick Kenyon joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Enjoy the playoff baseball. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for hanging out with us on a Tuesday. Joe O, Sammy P. Week 4 in the book for the National Football League. Looking ahead to week number 5, we bring in our buddy Will Brinson, CBS Sports. Will, how'd week 4 treat you betting the National Football League?
Week 4 was awesome, man. 4-1 in my Circa Millions picks. Shout out to Cal and Newman, the guys that run the same entry together. Go through the picks. So I think these things, you got to have this process, and like part of our process ended up being, okay, the Chargers and the Packers look like the easiest layups in the history of betting football. There's no such thing as a layup in betting football. They're going to be chalky. Let's stay away from both of those. And, that ended up being a very good thing. Shout out to the Rams for, just a ridiculous cover. But I feel like the Rams covering in week 4 versus the Rams not covering in week 3 kind of washes out a little bit, right? Speaking of the Rams, if you want an early bet, I like revenge, right, guys?
Yes,
Davante Adams grew up in Palo Alto, watched 49ers growing up, has 5 games against the 49ers in his career, averages 126 yards per game, and has 7 touchdowns in those games. And if you go and look at what happened this offseason with Davante Adams and the 49ers, they went to his agent and said, we will offer you wholesale, not retail, for your services. And so Davante refused to talk to them. And now he gets them at home as a 5.5-point favorite with a pretty robust total of 47. Definitely bet 1 plus 145 anytime touchdown score now before it dips. And I think you can find a 10-1 out there for 2 touchdowns. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Adams finds the end zone twice on Thursday.
I can only imagine how pleased you were on Saturday when the bartender shipped Chargers and Ravens, and then Sunday night came out 6:30 local time, bailout Packers. I imagine you were just
yeah. Those were, I think, those were 3 of the consensus picks in the Circa too, and it was like, it makes sense if you're, it had been a pretty tough first, 3 weeks, and you're looking at the board and you're like, I need something I can trust. The Ravens -2.5 at KC, the Chargers and the Packers laying less than a touchdown. That's what this league is, man. Like, of course, Jackson Dart, despite losing Malik Neighbors in his debut against a Jim Harbaugh defense, goes out and beats the Chargers anyway. Like, that's what the NFL is.
I know. Whatever just happened, forget it. I know the market's reacting. People are betting it. Whatever just happened, completely forget it. In fact, you probably want to go 180. It's going to be the exact opposite. Why do you mentioned Circa Millions before we dive into this week 5 card? Why do you think the public has been so terrible in the first month? I think 5-15 at Circa Millions.
Yeah.
Like, if we go over it every day, the most popular picks every day, I'm not saying they lose, but they're really bad every week, NFL and college overall.
It's a good question because I think historically it's like around 500 for the consensus picks over the full course of the season. I expect we'll see a little regression, but I think, my best guess is that you have early struggle. I mean, I think it's sort of like a psychological thing, right? You have some early struggles. And then again, like last week, that was a really tough board in the NFL. And if you're looking around and trying to figure out where to go with these picks, it's like a Tommy Boy, when he talks about the guarantee fairy and like how what does a guarantee even mean? I could slap it on the box, but it makes you feel nice and warm and cozy inside. And betting on the Chargers and the if you looked objectively at the Packers and the Cowboys before that game and said, okay, how is Dallas going to beat this Packers team in this Micah Parsons spot? It's tough to formulate Dak Prescott shredding maybe the best defense in football over the course of 60 minutes, and that's exactly what they did. By the way, I'm very impressed with the Cowboys, but I think it's got to be sort of a obvious spots that just that's how the NFL works. Sometimes these obvious spots are bad, and I think the public's been glomming onto those.
Would you rather take? I love this game. Would you rather take Tennessee +9 at Arizona?
Man, you got a problem, Sam.
I'm asking you now. I'm asking you. I'm not saying anything. I'm asking.
Your
So
friends and
Tennessee
family are going to
+9.
be in a circle, when you walk out from the show, and they're going to be like, "We need to talk about your Tennessee betting. We need to talk about your Titans betting."
I'm going to be a jacket, just bobbing up and down, saying Titans, Titans, Titans.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the one option. The other option is Cincinnati at home getting 10 against Detroit.
Why did I think that game was in Detroit?
It's not.
It's not. Wow. Okay, never mind. That line. I thought that line was going to keep going up. I was like 10 short. Anyway, no. I don't want anything to do with the Bengals. I think that line could get to 12 or so, and it might be fine. The Lions are one of those teams. But right now, it feels like they just have their foot on the gas. I think that Week 1 game really sparked them in terms of, now they do have Kansas City on the horizon after this, so that's a little bit of a trap spot, I guess. But I think that the Titans, if there was a week to take the Titans, this would be it, because Arizona is not a step on your throat type of team. The Lions, to me, will step on your throat and just run up the score and make sure that there's no chance of getting backdoored by some, not even the cover, but just backdoored by Jake Browning doing some crazy stuff and trying to pull out a victory. The Cardinals, I mean, you saw it against Carolina. They are more than willing, and really the Saints too in Week 1. I mean, they are more than willing to sort of hang around and play with their food and let teams come back in. So I would lean towards the Titans if I had to take somebody there. I mean, but again, I would expect the Lions to be really popular. It is a look-ahead spot. That's not. You got Kansas City on the horizon. You're going to just run the football a bunch. It wouldn't be that shocking if the Bengals stay within double digits on this one.
For people that didn't use them against New Orleans or Carolina, they're going to be wrestling all week. Do I take Arizona in Survivor? If you haven't used them then, now's probably the spot. A lot of tougher games moving forward, but yeah, Arizona is going to be very tempting if they're still alive for a lot of people.
Well, and you got. Well, I was going to say too with the Survivor thing, if you're in the Circa or a lot of the ones do the Thanksgiving week. Thanksgiving it just got kind of. I mean, you don't know what the deal is with the Ravens and Lamar. That line's down 3.5. I think he's got the hamstring injury. But the Lions get the Packers. I mean, there's just tough matchups that week. So it's I don't know. This is a tough week for Survivor for sure.
Well, we'll take us to Lamar. Baltimore laying 3.5 against Houston. Houston finally gets off the schneid. They get the win. It was way too close for too long, but they pull away in the end. Baltimore laying 3.5 without a defense, going up against a great defense.
Yeah, I think the Texans are 29th in points allowed and 32nd in points scored or something like that. It's total inverse splits. Baltimore can score. Right. They can't stop anybody. Houston can't score, and they stop everybody. So, I mean, I would think that if Lamar is for some reason not in this game, that the line dips even further, right? I mean, you can't lay 3.5 with the Ravens without Lamar and being on. I mean, Marlon Humphrey now out for a while. Mataviki can't play. Like, they can't stop the run. And Woody Marks looked really good against the Titans. If they actually do the smart thing and give him the rock against Baltimore, you would think that he'd be able to move it, even with that bad offensive line. I would, right now I would lean towards taking the 3.5 with Houston, but obviously under the caveat that if Lamar's practicing all week, we're probably going to get a much bigger line because the Ravens should be favored by more than 3.5 against the Texans at full speed, I think.
Right. I mean, the market feels sort of halfway at this point. The look ahead number before the Lamar injury, 6.5. So if you're at 3, you're guessing as a bookmaker. Lamar's worth obviously much more than 3.5 points to that offense. They'd go to Cooper Rush, by the way, for those not keeping score at home. If they rule him out, which we won't know until Thursday or Friday, probably. Baltimore 1.5, maybe. Like, I don't know that Houston could be favored in Baltimore, but you're right. That's a halfway number on Lamar. I'm also curious, do you think Daniels plays this week for the Commanders?
Don't they? I'm sorry. I'm trying to look around my thing to see what their exact schedule is. They're being really cautious with him, and I think that's probably a good thing. Maybe that changes a little bit if, now that you lose in Atlanta. I think they wanted to see how long they could win, because they obviously beat the Raiders pretty handily in week 3. Then you lose in Atlanta, but you kept it a little close at the end, although it felt like Atlanta did a great job there. They don't have anything till week 12 with a bye, but they've got some. I mean, it's just a huge stretch of games coming up here. The Chargers, the Bears, the Cowboys, the Chiefs, the Seahawks, the Lions in a row. I think they'll just keep being cautious with him, honestly, because you need him to be at full strength, and they do trust Mariota a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I think this week in particular, if you can rest him one more week against an AFC opponent, and then have him for this stretch where you're playing some critical games, I think they'd probably do that. But if you're gonna hold him out for 2 weeks, they're clearly just being overly cautious with him. So I think as soon as he's good to practice on a Wednesday, that's when we'll expect to see him playing. But they've made it very clear, if he doesn't practice Wednesday and Thursday, they rule him out almost automatically on Friday. So I would expect sort of the same thing.
With Will Brinson, CBS Sports, this is Bet Sweats. Will, who should be the favorite? Maybe they have it correct, but I'm talking Giants Saints, believe it or not. The Saints hung around, is a massive point spread against Buffalo, and we went over what the Giants did. What do you think? Because it did flip. We are now New Orleans -1.5.
This game stinks.
I know. Here's the thing. I know I'm going to have a bet on it. I'm probably going to take the Giants.
Yeah, Yeah, I think I'll take the Giants too. Jackson, look, I really liked what they. I mean, I don't remember if I said it on this show, but I definitely called it late last week, just in terms of once they went away from Russ and went to Jackson Dart, the beating the Chargers. I'm not saying that there's no chance Brian Daboll gets fired, but now you have an owner who's dealing with some personal health issues. You get the win over the Chargers at home with Dart. I almost feel like that might have guaranteed Brian Daboll keeps his job through the rest of the season at least, and maybe into next year, just because it showed what you can do with Dart. Then you lose Neighbors. They still have Wan'Dale Robinson and Darius Slayton are not the worst secondary and tertiary options for a guy like Dart, and they used his legs so well so early, and the Chargers just weren't really prepared for it. And how could they be? Because there wasn't a ton of tape on it. I think they'll do the same thing for the Saints, and just I sort of trust the Giants a little bit more, but this screams low-scoring rock fight. With 40.5 is the total. If I'm getting points with the Giants, I definitely lean that way.
Sunday night, man, they're betting the dogs so far. Look ahead was 10.5. They reopened at 9.5, and now the Bills are only a 7.5 point favorite against the Patriots.
Yeah, Drake. I mean, look, if you look at the Patriots' last 2 weeks in totality, they absolutely stomped the Panthers. That's what, and they. If you look at the box score, and if you watch the game, because I had them in the contest against the Steelers, They had 5 turnovers, 2 turnovers inside the 1-yard line. They dominated the Steelers. They should have blown the Steelers out, and then they go and blow out the Panthers. I think Drake Mays looked pretty sharp. You get Travion Henderson involved more. This offense is a lot more explosive. They didn't make the same mistakes that they made against the Steelers. And if you clean that up, this Bills defense, we'll see what they've got with Matt Milano and Ed Oliver. But when those two guys don't play, Buffalo really struggles to slow down teams. And so I think there's a very good case that, one, Buffalo is not interested in running up the score on anybody right now. Now they will if it happens. If it happens, it happens. But they're clearly just trying to stack wins and get healthy because they know that with what's going on with Cincinnati, what's going on with Baltimore, the Chiefs' struggles early in the season. They really have a firm command of the AFC as a whole. Obviously, the Chargers are right there too. But now you get the 2 tackle injuries. So I think I don't think Buffalo's interested in blasting anybody. Now, they have done a really good job against division opponents. If this were to get under 7, I would love the Bills. But I can see why you would want the Patriots plus the 10. They've been frisky enough. If there are injuries on the defense, New England will be able to score and probably have a very good chance at a backdoor, especially when Buffalo's resting people potentially in the second half.
Just have 10 seconds. Maybe a game that we have not hit on. Is there a side that you love this week?
The Rams.
If not, that's okay. Oh, yeah, you mentioned it. Rams. Go back to the Rams. You're all in on Thursday.
That's
all right,
right.
Devontae props. That's what he say. Will Brinson, CBS Sports, every week I hear on Bet Sweats. Thank you, Will. Best of luck. We'll play nickel or dime on the other side. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way 20 minutes from now. Joe O, Sammy P, thanks for hanging out on this Tuesday. We're bouncing around all over the place. It's been very sportsy, content heavy. That's the time of the year that we're in now with the baseball playoffs starting today. Make sure we cover all of those angles, and it'll be throughout. Like, just because we're hitting on the MVP before doesn't mean we won't regularly update that or a number of other markets. There's way too many markets that we don't even have time for during football season to get to, like all these stat categories. So anything that comes to mind that we want to bring up, we'll make sure to hit every single day as we break this thing down. We will get to that. We will get to nickel or dime coming up in a few minutes as well. But Sam, big NFL week of injuries. Like, I think this is like a huge waiver wire when you look at it. Anytime you jump into buys, first off, what kind of depth do I have? How am I going to cover this guy sitting, that guy sitting? We've got 4 teams on bye this week: Atlanta, Chicago, Green Bay, Pittsburgh. So that makes the waiver wire even more important. And then, you know, our guy Brinson brought it up. I talked about maybe Woody Marks for Offensive Rookie of the Year. You know he's going to be popular. We want to get to Gertch in a minute here. But the receiver injuries were massive this week. Of course, you have Malik Neighbors. He's now done for the year. And Tyreek, it was funny on the drive to the game to baseball yesterday. I was like, we were going over some of the big injuries. My son's opponent in fantasy, they had like 3 people out for the year. I'm like, oh, you've been pretty lucky. You've been pretty lucky with injuries.
Yeah.
Hour later, he has Tyreek shred his knee. I'm like, that was my fault, dude. As soon as I said it, I'm like, I shouldn't have said that. But that goes down. But yeah, it's going to be a big week waiver wire for sure.
I got smoked in Survivor. Well, I got smoked in Survivor too, but I got smoked in Fantasy, Gertch. 134-86. I also, not that it mattered, because I was in my second hour of wedding photos at the time, I failed to bench Terry McLaurin, who didn't play. I had no idea.
Oh, no. And you knew all week he wasn't going to play.
Which shows you how much I care about fantasy. Even if I started Terry McLaurin twice, or like a good player like Nico Collins twice, I wouldn't have won. 134-86. I am getting absolutely railroaded in fantasy, so I need help.
Who'd you go against? What was the player that was like?
Bo Nix, Josh Jacobs had 31. The Lions kicker had 13. Devontae had 15. I got.
Just wait till this week. Brinson says Devontae's having 500 yards.
I got none from McLaurin. I got 3 from Njoku. I got 4 from the Vikings defense. 10 from Trey Benson, who I was very excited about. 10 from Tet McMillan. I mean, I'm just decimated. I'm already down 4 starters. So, whatever. It is what it is. I lost. Like, the season's a loss. Like, you can't recover from that. What should we do, Gertch? What's the move on the waiver wire?
Oh, really?
Oh, really? Well, usually Paul does that, not Gertch.
Whoa.
Wow. The technical guy.
Oh, gee. Oh, and he's gone. All right. Well,
that
was talking waiver. We got you. Let's go.
That was the waiver wire segment.
Lock in.
Lock in, please. Well, guys, as you have been alluding to since we started this segment here, injuries, the biggest driving factor when it comes to the waiver wire here heading into week 5. Let's look at the quarterback position. Maybe you have Lamar Jackson. He may miss some time with a hamstring injury. I am a Lamar Jackson owner, and I was able to snag Dak Prescott right before the game started on Sunday night, and then he, of course, blew up. But Dak could be another quarterback that is on your waiver wire. If he is there, I highly suggest picking him up. Looked good with George Pickens against the vaunted Green Bay Packers defense. So Dak, if he's out there, might as well pick him up. Matthew Stafford, only 43% rostered on Yahoo. He's coming off of a huge 33% performance against the Colts, 375 yards, 3 touchdowns. if you guys can think back to the beginning of the season, my very first 10 toes down was telling you to stay away from every single Rams player for fantasy purposes. And I could not have been more wrong. So I think I'm down to like 6 toes left or something like that. But
can I point out, because I thought about this yesterday, I want to point out that since he said Indiana and Bears are going winless, the two of them have gone 4-0.
Yes. I guess the rule is to just fade whatever I say when it comes to 10 toes down. Matthew Stafford, another Rams player, killing it. He should be available, as I mentioned on the wire. Another quarterback you can look at, Sam Darnold, only 21% rostered. Hasn't been all that great. I think he's coming off of a 17-point performance from last week. But if you need a spot start at quarterback, might be able to do worse than Sam Darnold. He's been fairly decent for the Seahawks when it comes to fantasy. Number 1 waiver wire pickup of the week, Joe O's guy, Woody Marks, Houston Texans running back, scored twice last week. Monster, 25-point performance, only 32% rostered on Yahoo. His usage has gone up in this offense every single week of the season. So Woody Marks, possibly offensive rookie of the year candidate. I still think that this Houston Texans offensive line is trash to the point where you can't start Woody Marks. But again, fade whatever I say. So go out and get Woody Marks 100% fabbed up. And my guy now, I guess, Kendre Miller, running back for the New Orleans Saints. Again, I was wrong about him. He's getting more and more work every single week, especially in the passing game. So Kendre Miller could be a running back that you could look to. And one of the biggest questions of the week, Joe, you mentioned as we were starting off here, who is going to step up for the New York Giants in the absence of Malik Neighbors? Darius Slayton, he has had nearly 4 targets each game this week, or each game this season. Only 3% rostered on Yahoo. I think most likely the biggest beneficiary of the Neighbors injury is going to be Wan'Dale Robinson. He is most likely not out there. I'm looking at 49% rostered, but if he is, I would definitely go pick up Wan'Dale Robinson, another weapon for Jackson Dart to throw to once Neighbors is out. After the Tyreek injury, Malik Washington, wide receiver for the Miami Dolphins, 4% rostered on Yahoo, did have a return touchdown earlier this year, and those vacated Tyreek targets are going to have to go somewhere. They can't all go to Darren Waller, who could also be another waiver wire pickup this week. Tight end for the Miami Dolphins. Darren Waller, really, guys, are we doing this? I'm not sold. He has barely played any football, but he did score twice last night. So, again, what do I know? Elsewhere, defenses and special teams. You can look to the Arizona Cardinals playing the atrocious Tennessee Titans this week. They are probably the best spot start for defenses and special teams on the board this week. You could also maybe look to the Cleveland Browns. Horrible team, fantastic defense. They get the Minnesota Vikings in London. So there's a few waiver wire pickups for you guys heading into week 5.
All right. Good stuff. I don't know if you can pick up Dart. I think you're right. Like, just go somewhere else. And now without Neighbors, he's going to use his legs, which will be interesting. And that gives you another. But you could say that about Fields. Like, you saw what he did last night. Like, he had a good game overall because you had the 81 rushing yards. But yeah, I don't know that you can get Dart. But maybe I'll be wrong. He went out and won a game without Neighbors. All right, Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Let's bring in Jake Hassan and play a little nickel or dime. Hey, Jake.
Hello again.
Hello again.
Happy
birthday,
Jake.
How you feeling? What are your plans for the rest of the day?
A whole lot of nothing. My friend just texted me that he fell backwards into some Blackhawks preseason tickets.
Never in life.
Today?
When's the preseason?
Today, apparently, I guess. I was like, sure, hockey, why not? Let's do it.
You're going?
I guess.
You're going to the Hawks game?
They're like on the glass, so why not? Sure. I mean, it's my best friend, so it's an excuse to hang out on a Tuesday, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
But other than that,
put the flask inside the sock. And then
right.
You'll be.
Oh yeah. Instead of paying $22 for a Miller Lite at the United Center, yeah.
Nope.
we'll figure something out. But otherwise, it's just going to be watching the baseball. The phone will be out because I think these games are going to rock, and I'm very excited. Anyway,
all right, you can get in the Hawks game. StubHub, $18.
Oh yeah, they're giving them away. To be clear, we did not pay money for these. He was given the ticket, so that's the only reason. Free 99, sure, why not?
Yeah, on the glass. I get it. I understand, but you'll be checking your phone on baseball scores the whole time.
Oh, I'm going to be streaming the games on my phone, 100%. Yeah.
Please send us a picture of you watching the baseball games. Set the phone on the rail if you can. So you're watching baseball during the preseason hockey game. I'm going to guess you're not going to make any preseason hockey bets either. I would hope not, because come on.
If anybody has any angles you want to DM them to me, sure. But yeah, I'm not getting in these streets for Connor Bedard shot attempts tonight. I think I'm good.
Oh my God, that'd be hilarious. Do you know who they're playing?
They are playing the Detroit Red Wings. I did know that.
Good.
Because I did get told that information, though. I'm not locked in.
Joe's heard of
I have heard of that team. So, yeah. Can't wait. Birthday on a Tuesday. Options pretty limited. It's not like we're doing much here.
I definitely would not watch if it was in my backyard today. Definitely not. Not for preseason. Like, it's got to be regular season. Maybe I'll keep one of the curtains open.
I'm not kidding. Our guy, Alex Smith, just texted me. These are definitely bets for tonight. There's no way it's not. He goes, 100%. Bet Hawks money line. He said bet Hawks money line. They're playing their opening night lineup. Amazing. Shout out Alex Smith. It's a guy.
Good job. Good job. Well, now you got some action on that. You got a lot of action out there today. All right. Where we go, nickel or dime?
All right, first nickel or dime. We did talk about both of these teams, World Series based. Would you rather go the nickel 500 on the Blue Jays over the Phillies? Exact matchup 25-1, or $1,000 the dime on Harper World Series MVP 17-1? Joe,
I don't think either are happening. How do I spend less money? I guess
secret
a
option
nickel
C, death
is less than the dime. So yeah, I'll go with the nickel. The Blue Jays over the Phillies, even though Blue Jays have a chance, but I don't think that's our matchup.
Just for Paul's
Go
sake.
dime.
Harper MVP.
Harper.
Joe Carter. Bring it back.
Oh, Jesus. He's still. Yes. Gonna repeat.
I don't know if this anti-Phillies Paul is famously the mush pan. I don't know if we have to start just jamming in Phillies stuff, or I don't know how to fade this. Where's the room? Need the room. All right. Would you rather go the nickel on Pavia Heisman 15-1, or the dime on Bama and Miami money line parlay -116? Sam,
I'm very nervous about Miami. So I'm going to take the nickel on Pavia Heisman.
Okay. I'm also opposite. I thought you were going to go there. I thought you were going to go with dime. Okay, Pavia Heisman. See, the thing is, I definitely think if you pull off the upset this week, he's going to be one of the favorites. He could be the clear-cut favorite in a couple of weeks. You got this road, but they probably also need to make the playoff out of the SEC, which is going to be very, very tough to do. Even with a big upset here, it's going to be tough. I like that money line parlay. I would go dime there. Yeah, that's where I'll go. I'll go dime.
last 90 seconds here. We'll go quick. Would you rather go the nickel on Ravens to miss the playoffs +280, or the dime on the Chiefs to win the AFC West +145? Joe,
that's. Yeah, I'm going Chiefs. I'll do that with the dime. We were just talking baseball with an MLB postseason no sweat SGP token. Get your stake back in bonus bets. Step up and find your pitch over at BetMGM. What do you think, Sam? Ravens miss or Chiefs win the West?
On the flagship yesterday, I did a spot on the show, and Nick said that the Chiefs are the team to beat in the AFC now. So that has me clouded
Is that a
About it.
Super Bowl pick?
I
Or-
don't know. Team to beat though, AFC. So let's go. Ravens miss the playoffs.
Ravens miss. Okay. Better start winning soon. This Lamar injury, if that lingers, oh boy, it just could be a throwaway year. But the market is not saying that we're there, that there's way too much time left. Joe O, Sammy P, lightning bets on the other side. Make sure you're here. Go over our favorite baseball plays of the day. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets in a moment, the day that the baseball playoffs really get going. So action all day long. We'll tell you some of our looks for those various games. We get 4 of them back to back, all coming up. We'll get to that in a moment just here on Bet Sweats. And we always love to check out your feedback. We love getting those 5-star reviews and just in the review, just kind of proving, hey, you're one. You're in on the joke. You listen on a daily basis. We got one here from Fantasy Corporal, Sam. 5 stars. Says, must-hear betting content. With all the interviews of the flagship show, this betting podcast gives actionable betting content daily, from futures to parlays. Bring in Sam with the best decision Odyssey has made instantly since instantly releasing segments. The guys show up no matter how slurred they are from the night before. No amount of birthday parties or kids' baseball games will stop them from bringing the daily news and betting advice. From August to July, this is a must-listen every morning. Tip of the cap to you. Guys are great. Appreciate it. Is that you?
No. If I was going to comment, I would not have said some of the things in there. You know that.
Slurry.
Definitely would not want that on there. It's one time you're labeled for life, you know. It just is what it is.
Man,
I could have just not showed that day. Could have just called in sick.
Well,
it's all right.
Is that true? Because I remember they were breaking in your room.
They were trying. I wouldn't let them in. I didn't know who it was. You know, I don't let people in my room. Yeah, no.
Get out.
Yeah. Yeah, and I opened the door. I'm like, what?
Did you really say that?
Yeah. What? What do you want? So the flagship comment is very funny. It's very funny.
Flagship.
It's very good.
One day. Maybe one day we'll be there. One day. We appreciate the review. Everybody, if you listen via podcast, you have not left ratings or reviews, just help us out and do that. If you leave comments like that, let us know that you're listening. We would greatly appreciate it. What's so funny?
Nothing. Everything's funny. Everything's very funny.
I think you're laughing through the pain right now based on what you put in the chat a couple of moments ago.
Yeah, I just found that out. Not great. You can say it. I don't want to say it.
Wife just said we're going to have the house exterior painted, and it's probably 10 grand.
Okay. Great. Yeah.
You know what's worse? You know what you don't want to be told? Need to replace the windows.
Oh, no. No way.
That is worse.
I'd rather have tarp over it than replace.
Yeah. Unbelievably expensive. 10 grand to paint outside. So what's the exterior made of?
I mean, it's old. It's
brick
siding,
or what is
it?
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
It's 200 years old. So
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff going on, as you can tell.
Oh man. 10 grand. Yeah, painting indoors isn't great either, but it's not going to cost that much. That's why I asked. It must be you got a ton of work then to do.
Yeah, that's what I'm being told. Yes.
Every year I've learned it's like, okay, one big project. Once you become a homeowner, there's one big, massive, 5-figure bill that's waiting for you that probably needs to be done. It's something every single year.
Yeah. Yep. Oh,
So-
I've found out about it last couple of years, buddy.
Yep. Yeah. What was the last one?
Oh,
You know?
like a total restructure of the front yard.
Yeah.
Oh,
You look like you're in pages thinking about it.
I want
I
to cry.
get it. Yeah, I know. And everybody sees exterior, so that's going to be the argument, right? Like you can hide stuff and kind of skate around things inside, but not so much with that, especially with an older home. All right, lightning bets. What do you have for us today?
Padres, let's do it. Plus 110 BetMGM. That's a pretty fair price. There's a little bit better prices offshore, but I mean, plus 110 is very, very fair. On Pivetta against Boyd, I understand Pivetta's splits have not been great in the regular season. Okay, fine. I don't trust Boyd. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't. Nothing personal. I just don't. I don't have any interest in betting Chicago with Boyd. So I hope Pivetta can steal game one. We are a Padres show. And then you got Cease game 2 and Darvish game 3. But go in there today, steal the opener, and see what happens in the final 2 games.
All right. I'm going Detroit, Cleveland under 6. I see a 5.5 popping now. Detroit has to push Skubal. They have to. They have to seal this game if they want any chance of taking this round. So I'm going under 6. Lack of offense on both sides too. So the offense isn't scaring me too much. There's a reason this number's this low. Open 6.5. We're down to 6, and I'm still fine with it. A lot of people will get scared off by it. I'm not too concerned about it. Give me Boston with Crochet. I'm going to back the dog. Plus 115. It looks like the market is in on the Yankees going against that is a little dicey, but I'm going to take Crochet in this matchup. The way he's pitched against the Yankees, I'm going there. Being the public side is a little scary. Snell, under 15.5 outs recorded. We know how the Dodgers roll when it comes to their starting pitchers. I'm going to say he's a 5-inning or less guy today. And man, do I want to add an offensive rookie of the year? Really?
Why not?
I've got 2 horses. Well, the why not is you end up adding too many. Woody Marks is the one that really stands out. A lot of places have 60. There's a 75 to 1 out there. If he's going to take over as the guy in Houston, the scary part is, yes, they do have a crappy offensive line, but that is a number I just don't think I can pass up. At 75 to 1, somebody that I'm expecting to enter this race, and there's no quarterback that's running away with it. This thing is so wide open. Mark's at 75. All right, Paul Aspen, what do you have for lightning bets?
So I will say, as a Phillies fan who hated to see the Mets last year in the playoffs and knew how that was going to go out, talked about targeting the top, the north side, if you're looking at it, of the playoff bracket for the top side of the American League. Mm-hmm. And we're out on the Mariners, it sounds like. I'd say pick a team from up top on to make a run. Now, the last team Cleveland wants to see, I would think, even though they've kind of dominated them over the second half of the season, fresh slate. You get the Tigers again. You're not done with this team. Got the Cy Young winner. Give me Detroit at 20 to 1. They're the best team in baseball to win the World Series. They're the best team in baseball for the first half of the season.
Wow.
They have fallen apart in the second half. Did we not see this with the 05 White Sox a little bit? I mean, that's a little bit of a reach, but like a team that fell apart to the end and then figured it out with behind good pitching. So with apologies to the city of Detroit, Tigers, 20 to 1.
Wow. I did not have this on the bingo card. Paul going Tigers World Series.
Me neither, to be fair.
It's a good case. What's the series price?
I would think the Guardians minus 1. That was today. Series price. They're favored.
Minus 120-ish. Yeah, minus 125.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So similar to today's price.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how these numbers flip, too, based on who wins today, because now you got to win 2 games in a row. That's interesting. Do you have anything else?
No, but now, because I've done these in the past, Joe, now I'm thinking I need to come up with a good alliteration for it, but a Motor City parlay.
You're not. What are you going to do? There's no
Pistons?
Lions.
You doing Lions?
Oh.
Yeah.
Who'd you say?
Pistons.
Not Michigan. Not Lions. Wow. Pistons, Red Wings. In honor of Jake, you go Detroit
Red Wings
tonight.
money line tonight?
Yep,
Yes.
and Pistons to win the division.
Tigers Lions is 188 to 1, by the way. Tigers World Series, Lions Super Bowl.
Can you, before we get out,
can
you check Detroit to win the Central Division? They could win it this year.
Oh, with the injuries.
Working on it. Jake, filibuster for me.
Sure. I have no problem going under in that Detroit Cleveland game. This just reeks of a 3-1 final score. So I'll go with that. I like the Padres and I like the Red Sox, and I hover moon on the Reds with Hunter Green. I want to do it. I want to touch that stove so bad, but I don't know if I'll get there. I'll be on the Blake Snell under though. Under 15.5 easily, 100% on that one. And then Bregman, Merrill, Hernandez, World Series MVPs. Let's rock. Also, I would just like to say, I said this in the chat earlier, I haven't stopped thinking about yesterday's Case of the Mondays. I was crying laughing listening back to it last night.
What part?
Amazing. All of it.
What part do you think?
All of it. Did you push the button? It's like underrated line from that too.
Telemundo.
Oh God.
Was my personal favorite.
Sam was so upset.
About
you
what?
push the button?
Oh
Did you push
yeah,
the
I mean, no, I was just standing in the elevator waiting for it to magically go to my floor. Did you push the button?
Oh my God.
The transcript in the
if we
podcast app is so much funnier too. Like, it's just written out.
Now I need to listen. Now I need to go back and listen. What do you have, Paul?
The Motor City Madness, if we want to call it that, 1,300 to 1. Pistons Central, Lions Super Bowl, Tigers World Series.
I think you're onto it.
Bit far. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. That's all we have for today here on Bet Sweats. Make sure you're with us tomorrow. Always a lot of fun on Wednesday. We do power rankings, bunch of guests, and we'll keep you up to speed. Everything Major League Baseball playoffs right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for hanging out with us on a Tuesday. Joe O, Sammy P. Week 4 in the book for the National Football League. Looking ahead to week number 5, we bring in our buddy Will Brinson, CBS Sports. Will, how'd week 4 treat you betting the National Football League?
Week 4 was awesome, man. 4-1 in my Circa Millions picks. Shout out to Cal and Newman, the guys that we're on the same entry together. Go through the picks. So I think these things, you got to have this process, and like part of our process ended up being, okay, the Chargers and the Packers look like the easiest layups in the history of betting football. There's no such thing as a layup in betting football. They're going to be chalky. Let's stay away from both of those. And, that ended up being a very good thing. Shout out to the Rams for, just a ridiculous cover. But I feel like the Rams covering in week 4 versus the Rams not covering in week 3 kind of washes out a little bit, right? Speaking of the Rams, if you want an early bet, I like revenge, right, guys?
Yes,
Devontae Adams grew up in Palo Alto. Watched 49ers growing up. Has 5 games against the 49ers in his career. Averages 126 yards per game and has 7 touchdowns in those games. And if you go and look at what happened this offseason with Devontae Adams and the 49ers, they went to his agent and said, we will offer you wholesale, not retail, for your services. And so Devontae refused to talk to them. And now he gets them at home as a 5.5-point favorite with a pretty robust total of 47. Definitely bet 1 plus 145 anytime touchdown scored now before it dips. And I think you can find a 10-1 out there for 2 touchdowns. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Adams finds the end zone twice on Thursday.
I can only imagine how pleased you were on Saturday when the bartender shipped Chargers and Ravens, and then Sunday night came out 6:30 local time, bailout Packers. I imagine you were just
yeah. Those were, I think, those were 3 of the consensus picks in the Circa too, and it was like, it makes sense if you're, it had been a pretty tough first, 3 weeks, and you're looking at the board and you're like, I need something I can trust. The Ravens minus 2.5 at KC, the Chargers and the Packers laying less than a touchdown. That's what this league is, man. Like of course, Jackson Dart, despite losing Malik Neighbors in his debut against a Jim Harbaugh defense, goes out and beats the Chargers anyway. Like, that's what the NFL is.
I know. Whatever just happened, forget it. I know the market's reacting. People are betting it. Whatever just happened, completely forget it. In fact, you probably want to go 180. It's going to be the exact opposite. Why do you mentioned Circa Millions before we dive into this week 5 card? Why do you think the public has been so terrible in the first month? I think 5-15 at Circa Millions.
Yeah.
Like, we go over it every day. The most popular picks every day. I'm not saying they lose, but they're really bad every week, NFL and college overall.
It's a good question because I think historically it's like around 500 for the consensus picks over the full course of the season. I expect we'll see a little regression, but I think, my best guess is that you have early struggle. I think it's sort of like a psychological thing, right? You have some early struggles, and then again, like last week, that was a really tough board in the NFL. And if you're looking around and trying to figure out where to go with these picks, it's like in Tommy Boy, when he talks about the guarantee fairy, and like how what does it guarantee even mean? I could slap it on the box, but it makes you feel nice and warm and cozy inside. And betting on the Chargers and the if you looked objectively at the Packers and the Cowboys before that game and said, okay, how is Dallas going to beat this Packers team in this Micah Parsons spot? It's tough to formulate Dak Prescott shredding maybe the best defense in football over the course of 60 minutes. And that's exactly what they did. By the way, I'm very impressed with the Cowboys, but I think it's got to be sort of a obvious spots that just, that's how the NFL works. Sometimes these obvious spots are bad. And I think the public's been glomming onto those.
Would you rather take, I love this game. Would you rather take Tennessee +9 at Arizona?
Man, you got a problem, Sam.
I'm asking you now. I'm asking you. I'm not saying anything. I'm asking.
Your friends
Tennessee
and family
+9
are going to be in a circle. When you walk out from the show, and they're going to be like, we need to talk about your Tennessee betting. We need to talk about your Titans betting.
I'm going to be in a straight jacket, just bobbing up and down saying Titans, Titans, Titans.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the one option. The other option is Cincinnati at home getting 10 against Detroit.
Why did I think that game was in Detroit?
It's not.
It's not. Wow. Okay, never mind. That line. I thought that line was going to keep going up. I was like 10 short. Anyway, no. I don't want anything to do with the Bengals. I think that line could get to 12 or so, and it might be fine. The Lions are one of those teams. But right now, it feels like they just have their foot on the gas. I think that Week 1 game really sparked them in terms of, now they do have Kansas City on the horizon after this, so that's a little bit of a trap spot, I guess. But I think that the Titans, if there's a week to take the Titans, this would be it, because Arizona is not a step on your throat type of team. The Lions, to me, will step on your throat and just run up the score and make sure that there's no chance of getting backdoored by some, not even the cover, but just backdoored by Jake Browning doing some crazy stuff and trying to pull out a victory. The Cardinals, and you saw it against Carolina, they are more than willing, and really the Saints too in Week 1. I mean, they are more than willing to sort of hang around and play with their food and let teams come back in. So I would lean towards the Titans if I had to take somebody there. I mean, but again, I would expect the Lions to be really popular. It is a look-ahead spot. That is not. You got Kansas City on the horizon. You're going to just run the football a bunch. It wouldn't be that shocking if the Bengals stay within double digits on this one.
For people that didn't use them against New Orleans or Carolina, they're going to be wrestling all week. Do I take Arizona in Survivor? If you haven't used them then, now's probably the spot. A lot of tougher games moving forward, but yeah, Arizona is going to be very tempting if they're still alive for a lot of people.
Well, and you got. Well, I was going to say too with the Survivor thing, if you're in the Circa or a lot of the ones do the Thanksgiving week. Thanksgiving just got kind of. I mean, you don't know what the deal is with the Ravens and Lamar. That line's down to 3.5. I think he's got the hamstring injury. But the Lions get the Packers. I mean, there's just tough matchups that week. So it's I don't know. This is a tough week for Survivor for sure.
Well, we'll take us to Lamar. Baltimore laying 3.5 against Houston. Houston finally gets off the schneid. They get the win. It was way too close for too long, but they pull away in the end. Baltimore laying 3.5 without a defense, going up against a great defense.
Yeah, I think the Texans are 29th in points allowed and 32nd in points scored or something like that. It's total inverse splits. Baltimore can score, They can't stop anybody. Houston can't score, and they stop everybody. So, I would think that if Lamar is for some reason not in this game, that the line dips even further, right? I mean, you can't lay 3.5 with the Ravens without Lamar and being on. Marlon Humphrey now out for a while. Mataviki can't play. They can't stop the run. And Woody Marks looked really good against the Titans. If they actually do the smart thing and give him the rock against Baltimore, you would think that he'd be able to move it even with that bad offensive line. I would, right now I would lean towards taking a 3.5 with Houston, but obviously under the caveat that if Lamar is practicing all week, we're probably going to get a much bigger line because the Ravens should be favored by more than 3.5 against the Texans at full speed, I think.
Right. I mean, the market feels sort of halfway at this point. The look ahead number before the Lamar injury, 6.5. So if you're at 3, you're guessing as a bookmaker. Lamar's worth obviously much more than 3.5 points to that offense. They'd go to Cooper Rush, by the way, for those not keeping score at home. If they rule him out, which we won't know until Thursday or Friday, probably. Baltimore 1.5, maybe. Like I don't know that Houston could be favored in Baltimore, but you're right. That's a halfway number on Lamar. I'm also curious. Do you think Daniels plays this week for the Commanders?
Don't they? I'm sorry. I'm trying to look around my thing to see what their exact schedule is. They're being really cautious with him, and I think that's probably a good thing. Maybe that changes a little bit if now that you lose in Atlanta. I think they wanted to see how long they could win because they obviously beat the Raiders pretty handily in week 3. Then you lose in Atlanta, but you kept it a little close at the end, although it felt like Atlanta did a great job there. They don't have anything till week 12 with a bye, but they've got some. I mean, it's just a huge stretch of games coming up here. The Chargers, the Bears, the Cowboys, the Chiefs, the Seahawks, the Lions in a row. I think they'll just keep being cautious with him, honestly, because you need him to be at full strength, and they do trust Mariota a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I think this week in particular, if you can rest him one more week against an AFC opponent, and then have him for this stretch where you're playing some critical games, I think they'd probably do that. But if you're gonna hold him out for 2 weeks, they're clearly just being overly cautious with him. So I think as soon as he's good to practice on a Wednesday, that's when we'll expect to see him playing. But they've made it very clear if he doesn't practice Wednesday and Thursday, they rule him out almost automatically on Friday. So I would expect sort of the same thing.
With Will Brinson, CBS Sports, this is Bet Sweats. Will, who should be the favorite? Maybe they have it correct, but I'm talking Giants Saints, believe it or not. The Saints hung around, is a massive point spread against Buffalo, and we went over what the Giants did. What do you think? Because it did flip. We are now New Orleans -1.5.
This game stinks.
I know. Here's the thing. I know I'm going to have a bet on it. I'm probably going to take the Giants.
Yeah, I'll probably. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll take the Giants too. Jackson, look, I really liked what they. I mean, I think I don't remember if I said it on this show, but I definitely called it late last week, just in terms of once they went away from Russ and went to Jackson Dart, the beating the Chargers. I'm not saying that there's no chance Brian Dable gets fired, but now you have an owner who's dealing with some personal health issues. You get the win over the Chargers at home with Dart. I almost feel like that might have guaranteed Brian Dable keeps his job through the rest of the season at least, and maybe into next year, just because it showed what you can do with Dart. Then you lose Neighbors. They still have Wan'Dale Robinson and Darius Slayton are not the worst secondary and tertiary options for a guy like Dart, and they used his legs so well so early, and the Chargers just weren't really prepared for it. And how could they be? Because there wasn't a ton of tape on it. I think they'll do the same thing for the Saints, and just I sort of trust the Giants a little bit more, but this screams low-scoring rock fight. 40.5 is the total. If I'm getting points of the Giants, I definitely lean that way.
Sunday night, man, they're betting the dogs so far. Look ahead was 10.5. They reopened at 9.5, and now the Bills are only a 7.5 point favorite against the Patriots.
Yeah, Drake. I mean, look, if you look at the Patriots' last 2 weeks in totality, they absolutely stomped the Panthers. If you look at the box score, and if you watch the game, because I had them in the contest against the Steelers, they had 5 turnovers, 2 turnovers inside the 1 yard line. They dominated the Steelers. They should have blown the Steelers out, and then they go and blow out the Panthers. I think Drake Mays looked pretty sharp. You get Travion Henderson involved more. This offense is a lot more explosive. They didn't make the same mistakes that they made against the Steelers. And if you clean that up, this Bills defense, we'll see what they've got with Matt Milano and Ed Oliver. But when those two guys don't play, Buffalo really struggles to slow down teams. And so I think there's a very good case that, one, Buffalo is not interested in running up the score on anybody right now. Now they will if it happens. If it happens, it happens. But they're clearly just trying to stack wins and get healthy, because they know that, with what's going on with Cincinnati, what's going on with Baltimore, the Chiefs' struggles early in the season, they really have a firm command of the AFC as a whole. Obviously, the Chargers are right there too, but now you got the 2 tackle injuries. So I think I don't think Buffalo's interested in blasting anybody. Now, they have done a really good job against division opponents. If this were to get under 7, I would love the Bills. But I can see why you would want the Patriots plus the 10. They've been frisky enough. If there are injuries on the defense, New England will be able to score and probably have a very good chance at a backdoor, especially when Buffalo's resting people potentially in the second half.
Just have 10 seconds. Maybe a game that we have not hit on. Is there a side that you love this week?
The Rams.
If not, that's okay. Oh, yeah, you mentioned it. Rams. Go back to the Rams. You're all in on Thursday.
That's
all right,
right.
Devontae props. That's what he say. Will Brinson, CBS Sports, every week I hear on Bet Sweats. Thank you, Will. Best of luck. We'll play nickel or dime on the other side. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way 20 minutes from now. Joe O, Sammy P, thanks for hanging out on this Tuesday. We're bouncing around all over the place. It's been very sportsy, content heavy. That's the time of the year that we're in now with the baseball playoffs starting today. Make sure we cover all of those angles, and it'll be throughout. Like, just because we're hitting on the MVP before doesn't mean we won't regularly update that or a number of other markets. There's way too many markets that we don't even have time for during football season to get to, like all these stat categories. So anything that comes to mind that we want to bring up, we'll make sure to hit every single day as we break this thing down. We will get to that. We will get to nickel or dime coming up in a few minutes as well. But Sam, big NFL week of injuries. Like, I think this is like a huge waiver wire when you look at it. Anytime you jump into buys, first off, what kind of depth do I have? How am I going to cover this guy sitting, that guy sitting? We've got 4 teams on bye this week: Atlanta, Chicago, Green Bay, Pittsburgh. So that makes the waiver wire even more important. And then, you know, our guy Brinson brought it up. I talked about maybe Woody Marks for Offensive Rookie of the Year. You know he's going to be popular. We want to get to Gerch in a minute here. But the receiver injuries were massive this week. Of course, you have Malik Neighbors. He's now done for the year. And Tyreek, it was funny on the drive to the game to baseball yesterday. I was like, we were going over some of the big injuries. My son's opponent in fantasy, they had like 3 people out for the year. I'm like, oh, you've been pretty lucky. You've been pretty lucky with injuries.
Yeah.
Hour later, he has Tyreek shred his knee. I'm like, that was my fault, dude. As soon as I said it, I'm like, I shouldn't have said that. But that goes down. But yeah, it's going to be a big week waiver wire for sure.
I got smoked in Survivor. Well, I got smoked in Survivor too, but I got smoked in Fantasy, Gerch. 134 to 86. I also, not that it mattered, because I was in my second hour of wedding photos at the time, I failed to bench Terry McLaurin, who didn't play. I had no idea.
Oh, no. And you knew all week he wasn't going to play.
Which shows you how much I care about fantasy. Even if I started Terry McLaurin twice, or like a good player like Nico Collins twice, I wouldn't have won. 134-86. I am getting absolutely railroaded in fantasy, so I need help.
Who'd you go against? What was the player that was like?
Bo Nix, Josh Jacobs had 31. The Lions kicker had 13. Devontae had 15. I got.
Just wait till this week. Brinson says Devontae's having 500 yards.
I got none from McLaurin. I got 3 from Njoku. I got 4 from the Vikings defense. 10 from Trey Benson, who I was very excited about. 10 from Tet McMillan. I mean, I'm just decimated. I'm already down 4 starters. So, whatever. It is what it is. I lost. Like, the season's a loss. Like, you can't recover from that. What should we do, Gerch? What's the move on the waiver wire?
Oh, really?
Oh, really? Well, usually Paul does that, not Gerch.
Whoa.
Wow. The technical guy.
Oh, gee. Oh, and he's gone. All right. Well,
that
was talking waiver. We got you. Let's go.
That was the waiver wire segment.
Lock in.
Lock in, please. Well, guys, as you have been alluding to since we started this segment here, injuries, the biggest driving factor when it comes to the waiver wire here heading into week 5. Let's look at the quarterback position. Maybe you have Lamar Jackson. He may miss some time with a hamstring injury. I am a Lamar Jackson owner, and I was able to snag Dak Prescott right before the game started on Sunday night. And then he, of course, blew up. But Dak could be another quarterback that is on your waiver wire. If he is there, I highly suggest picking him up. Looked good with George Pickens against the vaunted Green Bay Packers defense. So Dak, if he's out there, might as well pick him up. Matthew Stafford, only 43% rostered on Yahoo. He's coming off of a huge 33% performance against the Colts, 375 yards, 3 touchdowns. if you guys can think back to the beginning of the season, my very first 10 toes down was telling you to stay away from every single Rams player for fantasy purposes. And I could not have been more wrong. So I think I'm down to like 6 toes left or something like that. But
can I point out, because I thought about this yesterday, I want to point out that since he said Indiana and Bears are going winless, the two of them have gone 4-0.
Yes. I guess the rule is to just fade whatever I say when it comes to 10 toes down. Matthew Stafford, another Rams player, killing it. He should be available, as I mentioned on the wire. Another quarterback you can look at, Sam Darnold, only 21% rostered. Hasn't been all that great. I think he's coming off of a 17-point performance from last week. But if you need a spot start at quarterback, might be able to do worse than Sam Darnold. He's been fairly decent for the Seahawks when it comes to fantasy. Number 1 waiver wire pickup of the week, Joe O's guy, Woody Marks, Houston Texans running back, scored twice last week. Monster, 25-point performance, only 32% rostered on Yahoo. His usage has gone up in this offense every single week of the season. So Woody Marks, possibly offensive rookie of the year candidate. I still think that this Houston Texans offensive line is trash to the point where you can't start Woody Marks. But again, fade whatever I say. So go out and get Woody Marks 100% fab dump. And my guy now, I guess, Kendre Miller, running back for the New Orleans Saints. Again, I was wrong about him. He's getting more and more work every single week, especially in the passing game. So Kendre Miller could be a running back that you could look to. And one of the biggest questions of the week, Joe, you mentioned as we were starting off here, who is going to step up for the New York Giants in the absence of Malik Neighbors? Darius Slayton, he has had nearly 4 targets each game this week, or each game this season. Only 3% rostered on Yahoo. I think most likely the biggest beneficiary of the Neighbors injury is going to be Wan'Dale Robinson. He is most likely not out there. I'm looking at 49% rostered, but if he is, I would definitely go pick up Wan'Dale Robinson, another weapon for Jackson Dart to throw to once Neighbors is out. After the Tyreek injury, Malik Washington, wide receiver for the Miami Dolphins, 4% rostered on Yahoo, did have a return touchdown earlier this year, and those vacated Tyreek targets are going to have to go somewhere. They can't all go to Darren Waller, who could also be another waiver wire pickup this week. Tight end for the Miami Dolphins. Darren Waller, really, guys, are we doing this? I'm not sold. He has barely played any football, but he did score twice last night. So, again, what do I know? Elsewhere, defenses and special teams. You can look to the Arizona Cardinals playing the atrocious Tennessee Titans this week. They are probably the best spot start for defenses and special teams on the board this week. You could also maybe look to the Cleveland Browns. Horrible team, fantastic defense. They get the Minnesota Vikings in London. So there's a few waiver wire pickups for you guys heading into week 5.
All right. Good stuff.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 24 hours, not necessarily. That'd be a little bit much, but I'll be hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours as we hang out and are spread across a multitude of platforms here on YBYB. Make sure to go ahead and watch us 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And make sure, if you want to listen to us, go ahead and head on over to Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205 if you'd like to listen to us throughout these 4 hours. And make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You like our show, you like Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends at BetMGM Network is where you can find us. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Tuesday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addy Bates, Nick Costos, the prop king. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on last night's Monday Night Football double doozy that frankly was pretty forgettable. But damn it, it was NFL games nonetheless. Dolphins beating the Jets, Broncos handling the Bengals. Plus, Nick will give us his thoughts on the report about Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson could miss the next 2 to 3 weeks with a hamstring injury. We'll get into all of that throughout this hour and as well at the top of the next hour. But as always, if you miss anything across these you search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts if you miss us in podcast form. Of course, like I say that we're going to be on for 24 hours. I meant to say 4 hours. The internet's now trying to bug out. We got playoff baseball going on. Like, what could go wrong at the start of this show as we get back into the groove of things here, as always. But make sure you go ahead and check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcast. And while you're there, you might as well subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get those podcasts. We have 3 guests who will be joining us across these 4 hours, starting at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Odyssey NFL Insider, 3-time Super Bowl champion Mark Schlereth returns to us here on You Better You Bet. Obviously, Schlereth did a great job as a color commentator for NFL on Fox, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. We're going to recap everything we saw in Week 4 in the National Football League. And then to begin the Power Hour at 6 o'clock Eastern, Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio host Chris Mad Dog Russo, the legend. Mad Dog Russo will be joining us here on You Better You Bet. Of course, you hear his show on Sirius XM. You see him on ESPN First Take. We're talking Major League Baseball playoffs, NFL. Maybe we'll hit him with this Lamar Jackson news. What are his expectations for the Ravens going forward if Lamar has to miss these next few weeks? We got Mad Dog joining us to begin the Power Hour at 6 o'clock Eastern. And then at 6:20 Eastern, betting analyst for NBC Sports Bet, co-host of the Deep Dive podcast, the Whale Capper, Drew Dinsick, returns to us for his weekly spot on a Tuesday to give out some early looks, some best bets for Week 5 in the NFL, which begins Thursday night with the Niners and the Rams. But before we go any further here with the news of the day, wanted to talk about this Padres-Cubs game that's about to get underway in about 4 minutes. We got Nick Pivetta versus Matthew Boyd. I like Chicago in this game. I bet minus 110 last night. I believe we're now out to around minus 120. I even see some minus 125. BetMGM is minus 130, so a lot of interest coming in on the Cubs. I just think that Matthew Boyd's magical season is going to continue. Like, this guy, not really that highly thought of, but this year, he's been really, really strong. And they're going up against a dangerous lineup in San Diego, but I'm sticking to my guns. I'm not buying the Padres. I'm buying the Cubs in this series and in this game. So I think the Cubs lineup that has cooled off a little bit, I think can crank up because we saw what's in them in the first half of the season and into the summer months as well. I think that lineup comes alive, and I do think Matthew Boyd gets it done in game 1. So I like the Cubs at minus 110. It's now out to minus 130. I just think the Chicago Cubs are going to win this series. So if you missed the price for today, maybe you just bet them to win the series at a better price and you sweat the game out today and tomorrow. But I do want to bring on our guys, Jake Hassan, Tyler Morales, to get their bets for today's game before we get underway here in a few minutes. We'll begin with the birthday boy, our baseball aficionado, Jake Hassan. Jake, happy birthday. How we doing today? And who do you like today in this Padres-Cubs matchup?
Well, first of all, thank you. And yeah, anytime you can have a middle 20s birthday on a Tuesday, you got to do it. Always said that. But as far as the game, I'm Oppo you. We're going to go Oppo Taco Femi, mano y mano. I like the Padres. I'll take the plus money. I think this should be still a pick. Everybody's betting the Cubs. Okay. I'm not a Matthew Boyd guy. I know Nick Pivetta has not been great on the road. I do think he's the better pitcher, though. I think the Padres have the better lineup, the more consistent lineup, and I think they have the better manager. So I'll go with them. And if anybody wants to place a futures, there's 150 to 1 on Jackson Merrill World Series MVP out there. Just saying.
Hello.
Just saying.
The Padres. Here we go again in October. I thought you were off of this team. I mean, we'll talk about that.
Okay, well, yes. Well, I'm not going to bet the sub 10 to 1 for the World Series, but you give me triple digis. You give me 150 on Jackson Merrill, who I think is a stud. Yeah, I'm gonna take a little nibble. I'm gonna take a little gander.
Jake going with the triple digis on Jackson Merrill to win World Series MVP. Tyler, what do you like in this afternoon's matchup? Padres at the Cubbies.
So, Femi, I actually agree with you. I like the Cubs in this game. And one reason why I think they can get to Nick Pivetta early, they have great splits against them. They bat 306, 4 home runs, 12 RBI, so they hit them pretty well. So I like the Cubs in this game. I think their lineup's going to carry them pretty far into this postseason. I don't know if they're going to beat the Brewers. I expect them to beat the Padres, but I think the world of this lineup. So I like the Cubs here. And 2 home run bets I placed. I have Pete Crow Armstrong to hit a home run parlay with Ty Simpson to win the Heisman. It's like 80 to 1. And then Dansby Swanson to hit a home run, also parlayed with Ty Simpson to win the Heisman. So it's that time of the year. We're trying to build the Ty Simpson bucket. So let's get a couple of home runs here. I like the Cubs a lot. I really do. If Cade Horton was pitching and he was healthy, I probably would have liked him to make the NLCS. But he's not, so I like the Cubs to win the series.
There we go. Rocking with the Cubs to win the series. I also like the Cubs to win the series as well, but I like them in today's game. So let's get off to a good start. So it'll be myself and Tyler against the birthday boy, our baseball aficionado, Jake Hassan. We will see how things unfold over the course of the show here. But first pitch in about 30 seconds from Wrigley Field. And we got playoff baseball underway as we have a really fun game going on right now. Not fun for me, somebody who bet the Cleveland Guardians series price. But we'll see how this one unfolds as we're in the top of the 8th between the Tigers and the Guardians in game 1 of this best-of-3 series. Of course, everybody knows Cleveland came from the clouds to steal the division from Detroit. So they're hosting this 3-game wildcard series, but Detroit has the 2-1 lead. Skubal has been Skubal. The guy's a monster, and he lives for these moments. He's been really, really good. Gavin Williams was pretty good as well for Cleveland, but Skubal just a little bit better as he's probably going to win a second Cy Young around Thanksgiving later on in a couple of months here. But Detroit holding on to the lead, and the Guardians, rather, have 6 outs to go ahead and get this bad boy done. Like, I would like for them to steal this Skubal game because you know what? If they win this one, hard to not believe that they're going to go ahead and advance to the ALDS. Winner of this series, by the way, gets to take on my Seattle Mariners in the ALDS. All right, we'll keep you updated on that game in Cleveland, as well as what's going on just now in Chicago between the Padres and the Cubs. But let's get into the big news of the day in the world of sports, and it's from the National Football League. And usually on a Tuesday, this opening segment, we talk about the Monday Night Football game. We'll get into that in a little bit later on in the next segment in about 10 minutes, but we have to start with this news out of Baltimore. And this report coming from Brian Wacker, the Ravens beat reporter from the Baltimore Sun, that Lamar Jackson is likely to miss this Sunday's game when the Ravens host the Houston Texans and could miss the next 2 to 3 weeks with the hamstring injury that he suffered in the second half of their loss to the Kansas City Chiefs 37-20 this past Sunday. That is a massive, massive blow to this Ravens team that's already up against it, sitting here at 1-3. Now, as we said yesterday on the show, you could easily point to the losses of the Ravens and say, well, they lost to the Bills, they lost to the Lions, they lost to the Chiefs, teams that we all think very highly of, teams that our expectations are will be playing deep into the month of January. But, now that you're 1-3, because it doesn't matter who you lost to, it just matters that you lost those games, you're going to have Cooper Rush potentially for the next 3 games, 3 very important games on this schedule for the Baltimore Ravens. So obviously this upcoming Sunday, hosting the Houston Texans. Then the next week, they host the Los Angeles Rams. That's not easy. The Rams, of course, having won the division last year in the NFC West. Then they get a much-needed bye week. The bye could not come at a better time for the Baltimore Ravens. So a couple of home games, bye week, and then they host the Chicago Bears. This to me feels like the Ravens are kind of that season from hell team. Every year we get one of these. Last year it was the 49ers that were that team, and everybody kept trying to catch the falling knife on the 49ers, where it's like, oh, when they get this guy back and this guy back, they'll be able to do all these things and all that. And I'm like, maybe. And obviously on this show, we were very much Team Ramley. They ended up getting it done. But for the Ravens this year, think about the injuries that they have over this next few weeks. Obviously, Lamar, if he's out for these 2 to 3 weeks, if we're to believe the reporting, that's a massive blow. That's the most important player on the team by far. But you already have Nnamdi Madubuike, their defensive tackle. He's out for the season with the neck injury. Marlon Humphrey, multiple weeks with a hamstring injury, their cornerback. Their linebacker, Roquan Smith, potentially multiple weeks with a hamstring injury. And we don't even know the statuses for guys like Nate Wiggins and others who got banged up in the loss to the Chiefs. Like, this could be really, really bad for Baltimore. And it feels like to me this year, because Ravens fans have quietly kind of been saying, hey, what's John Harbaugh doing? Is he the right guy to get us over the hump? Well, John Harbaugh, we're officially watching you. Like, all eyeballs are now on John Harbaugh, because if they're to save their season over these next few weeks, he's going to have to push all the right buttons. This is a very pivotal year for the Ravens head coach. Like, he's been with the team since 2008. They won the Super Bowl back in 2012. They've been a winning team for the most part during his tenure. But going into the season, we all were wondering, can this team get over the hump? Can they win multiple playoff games? Well, despite this Lamar Jackson injury, I still think the expectations for the Ravens are to win multiple playoff games this year. Whether that's wild card divisional, get to the AFC title game, or it's divisional AFC title game and get to the Super Bowl. They need to win multiple playoff games. Otherwise, based on the temperature kind of raising in Baltimore and the pressure cooker kind of getting cranked up a little bit, I think John Harbaugh might be on the hot seat this season to where they might be looking to move on from him. I mean, Andy Reid was once fired by the Philadelphia Eagles. Like this is not out of the realm of possibility. So I think right now for Harbaugh, it has now turned into, all right, buddy, time for you to earn your check. Time for you to show us why you're that guy who needs to lead our team going forward. And he's going to need a lot of help from a defense that's been terrible. Like, the Ravens defense has been awful so far this season. And now they're banged up, in addition to, of course, the most important player, Lamar Jackson, potentially missing these next 2 to 3 weeks. Now, as for the betting markets that are impacted by this news, I mean, obviously the primary one is this Sunday's game against the Houston Texans. Houston right now at most sportsbooks are out to a 2.5-point favorite, because we talked about this game. Remember, yesterday we said, all right, like, let's see what happens with Lamar Jackson. If we get some more information, maybe on Wednesday with this hamstring, that's going to dictate where we go. And this number opened 9.5, got down to 6.5 as kind of a halfway number. Yesterday during the show, we're down to 4.5. And now today, we've gone all the way out to Houston as this 2.5-point favorite. And it wouldn't shock me that whenever we get some sort of like solid news, some sort of official news, that maybe this ends up closing Houston -3 on the road with Cooper Rush as the quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens. The total obviously is down to 40.5 as opposed to what it was 45.5 when this game first opened. Like, this is a massive, massive deal. And it also sets up, I mean, on this show, you already know where we're going with this one, at least from my perspective. It does set up for a potential fallen hero spot. Like, that is a potential of this Lamar injury to where at least maybe in week 5 against Houston, who, oh, by the way, is not very good. Like, they beat the Titans, and the Titans are terrible. But, like, Houston has been bad so far this season. Now having to win, that's the expectation on the road in Baltimore. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility that the Ravens could pull off that upset. So clearly that is a market that will be impacted. I tend to lean towards the fallen hero spot, but let's get more clarification on the other guys who are on the Ravens injury report before we dive in fully on this game. In terms of the secondary markets, I mean, you got to look at the division, right? The AFC North over at BetMGM, the Ravens are still the favorites at -150. Pittsburgh is +200. Cincinnati and Cleveland, we can toss out. Like, Cincinnati, we're going to get to them in the next segment. They're at 10-1. Please. That's not ever happening. Cleveland, their eyes are on 2026. That's not happening at 16-1. Pittsburgh, however, you could make the argument, +200 for them to win the division. I don't want to bet the Pittsburgh Steelers. I would much rather wait and hope that the Ravens can keep the ship afloat and bet the Baltimore Ravens at a plus money price in a few weeks. Would not surprise me if we get to the bye week and the Steelers are now your favorites. But if you look at that schedule, and we can outline that in the next segment and throughout the rest of this show here on this Tuesday, it's a pretty advantageous setup for Baltimore as opposed to what Pittsburgh has lying ahead in this 2025 season. We're just getting started here on You Better You Bet. We'll get to the top headlines and update you on what's going on in Major League Baseball next on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And, I read this stat and I did not believe it, but we haven't had, at least this century, we haven't seen a back-to-back champion. And the Dodgers, again and again and again, have been, that one team. They have been the dominant team this century, right? Certainly a better roster than anyone else on paper, but they don't have, I think, as many World Series titles as maybe we thought they would. And when they went on this spending spree, right, where they just bring in talent after talent after talent. So it just goes to show, A, how hard it is to win a World Series, and that, B, there are always teams that are willing to step up and raise their level of play when we get to playoff time in Major League Baseball. I mean, but are you going to be shocked if the Dodgers win it? No, but I also don't think that the pressure is on them because they have that title. I think the pressure is really on the Phillies more than any other team, and Bryce Harper in particular. You've got guys on that roster like a Kyle Schwarber, like a Trey Turner, and they've won it all before. But if you're looking at the greats in the game who need that one world championship to sort of solidify their resumes, like Bryce Harper is up there, right? He's been a generational player, but has not been able to come home and win a World Series, where the Brewers, I feel like, are playing with house money. They're not, I don't want to say they're lucky to be here, but I don't think anyone expected them to be the 1 seed in the National League. The Dodgers, yeah, the Cubs have done it, but the Phillies are the one team that have been so close and haven't been able to get over the hump. And so I think that's the team that, when it gets down to it, is going to sort of feel the screws tighten a little bit if they get deeper and deeper into the postseason.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. Femi at Bet Buffet hanging with you guys this afternoon. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the breaking news out of Baltimore from earlier this afternoon. Lamar Jackson could miss the next 2 to 3 weeks. That is according to Brian Wacker of the Baltimore Sun, who reported that earlier this afternoon. Obviously, the betting market has since reacted to said news. Houston now out to a 2.5 point favorite in the Sunday's game on the road against the Baltimore Ravens. So Nick will talk about that, as well as last night's Monday Night Football doubleheader. And I'm assuming he's going to talk about some other news from the AFC North as it pertains to a quarterback, not in Baltimore, but in Cleveland, because this news just came down about a few minutes ago while we were in the break. Per CBS Sports' Matt Zenitz covers the NFL and college football for CBS. Browns quarterback Dylan Gabriel is expected to start Sunday when the Browns take on the Vikings over at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. That is the early international game come this Sunday. But Dylan Gabriel is expected to be the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns, per Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports. We have not seen anything from any of the main NFL insiders, but just wanted to get that news out there now. The betting market currently is reacting because I'm seeing some prominent sports books push Vikings out to 4.5. I still see 3.5s at a bunch of other sports books. There's even a 3 out there at a pretty sharp sports book here in Las Vegas. So we're kind of all over the map in terms of the betting market with this game. But Dylan Gabriel, according to Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports, is expected to get his first NFL start against the Minnesota Vikings and Brian Flores and that defense overseas at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. We talked about it a little bit on the show yesterday, Nick and I, when discussing NFL Week 5 games that we liked. And I said, hey, what do you think about maybe Gabriel being the guy at quarterback? We didn't know if they would do it for this particular spot, but it sounds like the Browns are going to do it in this spot as they've had enough of Joe Flacco through 4 games. And hey, hard to blame him when you watch that Cleveland Browns offense, especially when you look at how their defense is playing as well. So that's the latest out of Cleveland. We'll continue to update you guys on that story as we continue to get some more information on that one. But just CBS Sports reporting that Dylan Gabriel expected to be the starter on Sunday for the Browns against Minnesota. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern Time, is our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, a lot going on in sports today, buddy. How we doing?
We're doing good, Femi. And you know the old saying, if you have 4 quarterbacks, you don't have any quarterbacks.
I mean, we're just going down the line, aren't we? It's just
right?
Here's Flacco for 4. Here's Gabriel for probably 6 to 8. Here's Shador on the back end. What's going on? I don't know what. And they all probably are terrible, to be quite honest.
And let's be honest, for all offseason, all we talked about is how atrocious this Cleveland Browns quarterback room was, and the Browns just marched forward with it Kevin Stefanski can fix anything. Clearly, he can't.
No. And they're honestly, they're wasting a really good defense. If that defense was playing for a contender, we'd be talking about them as whoa, one of the best units in the league. But instead, here, can you defend for 35 to 40 minutes a game? Because our offense is not going to do anything. So good luck. And we saw the dam break this past Sunday against Detroit. But outside of that game, they've been shutting everyone down. But unfortunately, it's going to all go to waste with these quarterbacks.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. You look at the way this team is set up now, and I'll give them credit because I didn't think they'd be anything. But like you said, they have a really good defense. They could win ugly games if they had, with Judkins on the ground, 12 personnel there with Fannin and Njoku. They're set up to do something if they just had serviceable play at quarterback.
Yeah. The Browns, I think, would win 8 games with a bad offense.
Yeah.
The offense it's not even bad. It's that horrendous. This is something that you should not have to watch. TVMA, when the Browns offense is on the field. That's how bad it is. But it's unfortunate. But hey, that's the NFL sometimes. Can't always have what you want, right? But let's go ahead and get into what is pressing on today's docket, Bill. What's the number one thing we need to know this afternoon?
Well, Femi, the Broncos can have what they want, at least last night, because they cruised to a 28-3 win over the Cincinnati Bengals, evening their season record at 2-2. Bo Nix, a huge day, accounting for 3 touchdowns and over 300 yards passing. Bengals offense, a complete no-show, just 159 yards in totality. Jamar Chase, visibly frustrated on the sidelines. Femi, he even talked about it after the game. Femi, certainly a lot of questions about the Bengals as they march forward without Joe Burrow.
Yeah, man, this Bengals team, whew, they look brutal, and they got destroyed last night. Like, this was one of those games where the box score might have been kind to the Cincinnati Bengals, and the box score was that lopsided. Like, watching it, just like watching the game, they had no chance. No chance in hell of beating the Denver Broncos. And going in, I didn't think that was the case. I thought Denver was going to win, of course, just like any other person who watches football and who bets on sports. But, like, I didn't think it was going to look like that. I mean, 159 total yards compared to Denver's 512. This was just a TKO in the second round. Absolutely done. Did not matter. And this isn't a game where, honestly, like, watching it, like, because obviously Cincinnati's going to get a lot of the criticism for this game based on how they played. And I know Jamar Chase said, hey, like, we didn't want it bad enough last night. Like, we weren't that good. We didn't want it bad enough. We weren't dialed in. And everyone's wondering, hey, is Chase getting enough targets? What's going on? What's happening here with this Bengals team? I mean, the offensive line is terrible. And also there's instances where their head coach, Zach Taylor's like, all right, well, it's 3rd and 2. Let's go empty, 5 wide with this terrible offensive line. And let's see how this goes. It's like, man, you don't want to put a running back there to help protect. You don't want to do any of that stuff. So, like, partially I blame the personnel, but also the coaching. I've never really been a big Zach Taylor fan. I feel like he's kind of just been getting carried by Joe Burrow and Joe Burrow's brilliance. And now that Burrow's not there, we're seeing what Zach Taylor's up to. And it's nothing special. It's nothing good. And we're talking about guys being on the hot seat, like John Harbaugh, we're watching you. Zach Taylor's squarely on the hot seat. And I'm assuming Zach Taylor's going to get fired at the end of this season. And I'm saying that while knowing the Browns, they're cheap. Mike Brown, like, he is not an owner that wants to be paying multiple coaches, but I don't know how you justify bringing this dude back. It's been way too long, his time on the job, and I think it's time to actually make a move unless the team turns things around with Jake Browning at quarterback. Now, on the flip side of the coin, for the Denver Broncos, on the box score, like we said, hey, it looks great. The team was really good. Defensively, they were really good. Offensively, I don't know how you don't watch that game and still have questions about Bo Nix. Like, he's making some boneheaded throws, some throws where he's spraying the ball all over the field. Luckily, they're facing a terrible defense in Cincinnati, so none of that mattered. And they were going to get all these whacks at it against the Bengals because the Bengals aren't covering anybody and they're not really putting a whole lot of pressure on the quarterback. But as we've seen when Denver has played better teams, Indianapolis, the Chargers last week, that stuff can't fly. The missing guys downfield, that cost them the game against the Chargers. Like, they should have beat LA. So I don't know if I'm like, I know everyone's like, oh, like Bo Nix, wow, what a job he did. And Sean Payton yesterday is kind of doing his Bo Nix propaganda. Oh, Bo bailed me out on that one, on the touchdown throw to Sutton at the end of the first half. Like, come on, guys. Like, we all saw the game. Bo Nix is not that good. And if anything, you should have big time questions about Bo Nix going forward. So great. Denver's 2-2. Let's see them sustain this level of play going forward. My guess is, though, they're not going to be able to because there's not a whole lot of Cincinnati left when you look at the schedule. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, it was a doubleheader last night in the NFL, and in the other game, the Miami Dolphins beat the New York Jets 27-21. You get their first win of the season. Jets fall to 0-4, but the result really wasn't the headline in this one, Femi. Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill dislocates his knee and tears multiple ligaments, including his ACL. He needs to undergo surgery. He is out for the year, and even his viability for 2026 is also in doubt. This is going to be a major situation, Femi, for Hill, who's going to be 32 next year, and you have to wonder if this is the last we've seen of the Cheetah, at least as we knew him on the football field.
Yeah, I mean, how is it not? You know, I mean, like, that injury, like, you see it happen in real time. Like, I didn't really see it in real time that it was so gruesome, but when they showed the replay the first time, and like probably the only time they showed the replay, I was like, whoa. That is a gruesome, gruesome injury. And it looks like a lot like that Nick Chubb injury that we saw a few years ago on Monday night when the Browns were taking on the Steelers. And look how long that's taken Nick Chubb to get back. And even with him on the field, he doesn't look like the Nick Chubb that we all have grown accustomed to, the guy that was running for like 1,000 yards per year. Tyreek Hill, a player who's relying on his speed, and at his age, I'd be stunned if we haven't seen the best of Tyreek Hill. Like, I think it's over for him going forward. And luckily for him, he cashed out, got his big contract in Miami, got some new money as well on the back end. So, like, he's paid. He should be fine. But, man, like, that is a brutal, brutal injury for Tyreek Hill. And a brutal injury for the Miami Dolphins, too, when you look at the totality of their team, because Tyreek Hill is the guy that tilts the field. He's the guy that opens things up for Waddle to eat. And now for Darren Waller, shout out Darren Waller, by the way, Femi's Island with Darren Waller, Bo Nix. It was a great Monday night for yours truly. And shout out to the Dolphins for covering this number. But if you watched the game, you would realize that the Jets were actually the better team outside of making horrendous mistakes. like if the Jets just played like a normal football team, as opposed to 13 penalties for 101 yards, as opposed to 3 turnovers compared to the 0 for Miami. Like, if it's just 1 turnover and like 7 penalties, I think the Jets actually win the football game. Like, I will acknowledge fully, I think I was a little bit lucky with the Dolphins laying the 2.5. Dolphins, they didn't look good. The passing game, 177 yards. That's not what we're accustomed to seeing. It's supposed to be explosive offense, like the speed guys going downfield. Achane out of the backfield doing his thing. And Achane had good moments. Waller obviously implemented pretty well, but how long can you count on him with his injury history, even though he scored 2 touchdowns last night? I just would be selling Miami, and the betting market is selling Miami. Like, take a look at the point spread for their game next week against the Panthers. Think about what we know about Carolina. They just lost to New England 42-13. It is a pick'em. Like, that should tell you everything you need to know about the Miami Dolphins. This team is bad, and now they're without their star wide receiver in Tyreek Hill. We'll talk more about the Jets over the course of the week here, because there's not enough to unpack with that clown show going on there with Gang Green. But for Miami, that's the big story. And the big story is that this is going to be one of the worst teams in the league, and it's probably going to be the last few games for our guy Mike McDaniel here as the head coach of the Dolphins. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, we've got a big NFC West tilt. I cannot speak today. Coming up in week 5 as the 49ers face the Rams on Thursday Night Football. 49ers have been battling injuries all season, as we know, and GM John Lynch says that both Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall are going to be questionable on Thursday with the injuries they've been dealing with. And Femi, with the Rams playing really good football, the Niners really need everyone they can if they're going to go into Los Angeles on Thursday and grab a W.
This is a horrendous spot for the 49ers, and such a bad break for them too, because like short week, division rival, a team that you're going to be going head to head with to win this NFC West. And also you can throw Seattle in that conversation as well, as this is just like a really difficult division to begin with. But man, this is rough. And the betting market for this game is kind of indicating that it's unlikely that we're going to see these Niners guys come Thursday night. Like, this was around 4.5 on Sunday, 5.5 yesterday. We're now out to 6.5 at many sportsbooks. Now, BetMGM is still at 6. But if you like the Rams, time to make it legendary, because there's a few sharp sportsbooks here in Las Vegas and some other domestic sportsbooks as well that have gone out to 6.5 with the Rams being favored. I wouldn't be surprised come tomorrow or even on Thursday on game day that we touch 7. Because if Purdy's going to miss this game, that's a massive blow. If Pearsall's going to miss this game, of course, that is a very massive blow. In addition to, obviously, Kittle and Ayuk and Bosa out for the year. Like, these are all their best players outside of Christian McCaffrey. Like, this is massive. And who knows what happens with Juwan Jennings, who got his ribs banged up on the 2-point conversion on Sunday. Like, the Niners are a walking mash unit. And having to go into LA and beat that team, a team like where like the Rams have had their number over the last couple of years, I don't like it one bit. From a betting standpoint, let's get more clarification on the injury report, but I don't even know if I want to do the fallen hero thing with San Francisco. Like, that worked out against the Cardinals. I think this is too many fallen heroes this time. I think this is Rams or pass. It could always just be pass. Don't have to bet the game, even though it's an island game. We'll have some first TD scorer props as we try to keep that gravy train rolling, but I don't see myself betting the Niners, not one bit, not with that injury report that I think is on the horizon over the next 48 hours. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Femi, we have playoff baseball. Let's give you a quick update on the games going on. Tigers are up 2-1 on the Guardians. That game has just headed to the bottom of the 9th inning. Cubs and Padres. San Diego is up 1-0, bottom 2 there. We have Yankees, Red Sox at 6 Eastern and Dodgers, Reds at 9. Femi, the interesting thing about Dodgers, Reds, if it gets to a third game, manager Dave Roberts says that Shohei Ohtani would, quote, probably start in game 3. So that is certainly something to watch in that LA-Cincinnati series.
What a spectacle that would be, huh? Thursday night, I mean, all eyes on LA Thursday night. You got the Ramley taking on the Niners. You have Shohei starting a Game 3 at Dodger Stadium. We've never seen Shohei pitch in the postseason before. Obviously, we saw last year him hitting, and the Dodgers win the World Series. But we've never seen him on the mound in the postseason. That would be a hell of a game, and I do think we're going to get it. Like, the more I think about this series, and we talked about it yesterday on the show, breaking down our MLB playoff thoughts, especially for the wild card series, I just got a feeling that that's going 3 games. Like, that Cincinnati pitching staff is no joke. Hunter Green's going tonight. He's got big-time stuff. They got Lodolo. They got so many guys on that pitching staff. I like the series total over 2.5 games, pays out plus money. That is my bet between the Reds and the Dodgers. I think the Dodgers are going to win it, but I don't want to get all involved with, like, having to kind of thread that needle. Just give me the over 2.5, and then quietly, I do want to root for the Reds as somebody who is invested in other NL teams to get it done this October. On the other side, we'll get you updated on what's going on in Cleveland between the Guardians and the Tigers, and we'll set the table for the Heisman Trophy market heading into Week 6 in college football.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Now, playing at home is certainly going to be beneficial to Alabama, no question. All week, you're going to hear, well, it's a revenge game for Alabama. They lost to Vandy after the Georgia win last year. They're going to be focused. They're going to be ready to go. I think that's true. I think there absolutely is some truth to that because after a big win like Bama just had, you do worry about an emotional letdown. But the fact that they lost to Vandy last year, I definitely think is going to help them. So even though they probably are going to be more prepared and more focused than they were for this game last year, it's still a tough matchup for Alabama and their defense. The last 3 or 4 years, anybody who's a Bama fan or has really watched Bama football knows that offenses like Vandy, with the schemes that they run, has given Bama's defensive fits. It was the same type of stuff you saw with Gus Malzahn in Florida State in week 1. That's why we talked about it last week, why I like Bama so much against Georgia. Yes, it was a desperation spot. Yes, DeBoer's been good in big games. Yes, Bama's been good against Kirby Smart. But it's because Georgia, the offense that they run, is a good matchup for Bama's defense. Vandy's offense is a bad matchup for Alabama's defense. Whenever they face a team that has a mobile quarterback that wants to run the zone read and these jet sweeps and all this pre-snap motion and everything, their defense really struggles against that. Now, the game being at home definitely helps them. But I think it's going to be close. Also, Diego Pavia, Vanderbilt's quarterback, 11-2 against the spread as an underdog since he's been at Vandy. And he's 3-0 against the state of Alabama. He's beaten Auburn twice, one with Vandy, once with New Mexico State, and then obviously beat Alabama last year, and they got a ton of confidence, and they are really good. I know a lot of people are looking at Vanderbilt, undefeated, number 18 team in the country, whatever it is. They're legit. Their offense can put up points, and they are confident. So it's going to be a tough game. I know, look, me personally, we're all excited. Bama won the game, right? They're in the driver's seat to make it to the SEC title game. They're right back to where they want to be in the national championship conversation. But they better be focused and prepared for this week because Vandy is going to be a tough opponent, and I think it's very telling that the look-ahead line of this game was 11.5. Bama beats Georgia outright, and it goes down. It was as low as 9.5 this morning, got bought up a little bit. This line was actually as high as 13.5, too, before it got bought all the way down. So that's going to be a close game. Anything north of 10, I think, is worth a bet on Vandy. I like them plus points against Bama.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
Let's get back to it here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network. Femi and Bebefe hanging out with you guys here this Tuesday. 20 minutes from now, Nick Costos will be joining us here with his thoughts on the Monday Night Football doubleheader. Lamar Jackson potentially missing the next couple of weeks with a hamstring injury for the Baltimore Ravens. But we are glued to what's going on right now in Cleveland, and just like horrendous, just a horrendous run out here for the Cleveland Guardians and Cleveland Guardians bettors. Jose Ramirez caught between third and home after the Guardians were able to get a run around third, with Ramirez getting the third after the pass ball there, an errant throw to first base on what should have been a routine ground out for Ramirez. He runs all the way around to third base with no outs, and now he just gets thrown out in between third and home, and we have a runner on first. That is Kyle Manzardo with 2 outs. Guardians, by the way, trailing 2-1 in the bottom of the ninth. This is not great, and yep, we can pop that one up, and Detroit will win the game. So the Tigers take care of business and get the Scooble victory here, which is massive for them. Like, if they don't win the Scooble game, like, it's just done. But Detroit takes a series 1-0 series lead in this wild card best of 3. Cleveland has to be kicking themselves after that one, as Detroit wins it 2-1, and they're now up 1-0 in the series. Once again, they get the Scooble win. We'll see what happens game 2 for the Cleveland Guardians. I don't know who's on the mound for game 2. Guys, put it in the chat if you know who's going to be on the mound for game 2 tomorrow afternoon. But as it stands right now, Detroit with a 1-0 series lead, and we will see what happens coming up on Wednesday. But yeah, Cleveland not out of it. You know, I bet plus 105, thinking that they could maybe steal this Scooble start, but it'll be Casey Mize versus Tanner Bybee as the matchup that we'll have tomorrow in Cleveland as our pitching matchup. I thought Cleveland could actually get the Scooble game. Clearly, I was wrong on that one, but we'll see what happens in game 2 with Mize and Bybee, and then of course, hopefully for me, rooting for a decisive game 3 on Thursday. So that's what's going on in Cleveland. That game is over. We do have a game going on in Chicago between the Padres and the Cubs. Padres with a 1-0 lead right now in the top of the third. So San Diego right now in control out there in Chicago, but still a lot of baseball to be played in that game with Matthew Boyd and Nick Pivetta as our pitchers between the Cubs and the Padres. But we'll talk some baseball all throughout the show, continue to update you guys on what's going on, update you guys on our bets. Me and Tyler, we're on the Cubs. Jake is on the Padres as we're going a little Oppo Taco here in this 3 o'clock hour. Of course, we have Nick coming up in the top of the next hour in about 15 minutes. But let's talk some Heisman Trophy while we got some time here, because what a weekend it was in college football for week 5. Like, that was an awesome, awesome weekend with Oregon, Penn State, Alabama, and Georgia. And for someone who loves betting the awards, obviously for me, the first thing that comes to my mind is, hey, how does this shake up the Heisman Trophy market? Now, anybody watching Saturday night probably would have understood and realized that, hey, Oregon's quarterback Dante Moore is likely going to be the favorite to win the Heisman after winning at Happy Valley. Like, that was the marquee game of the week. All eyeballs on that game, a whiteout game, a game where Penn State has an intense home field advantage. And did Moore set the world on fire? No, but he was really good in the game and has now taken over as the favorite over at BetMGM to win the Heisman Trophy. Dante Moore is plus 750. I've seen some sports books have Moore at plus 600. Now would be the worst time to bet him because we've already seen the massive move with this game last Saturday. And now also this week, Oregon has a bye. So there's no need to bet a player that will be literally not playing this upcoming Saturday. So do not bet Dante Moore, even if you like Dante Moore. I like Dante Moore quite a bit. We talked about him back in July as a Heisman Trophy guy at 25-1, at 21-1. Those bets were placed back in July on Dante Moore to win the Heisman. And he makes a lot of sense, of course. Like, the team is really good. They just won at Penn State. They're one of the best teams in the country. Some odds makers and college football bettors have them as the #1 power-rated team in the country. I don't know if I agree with that per se, but hey, Oregon is thought very highly of. Their win total, 11.5. They're minus 2,500 to make the CFP. We all said it after Saturday night. Based on their schedule, Oregon's probably made the CFP. And they have a really, really massive game coming up in 2 weeks when they host the Indiana Hoosiers at Autzen Stadium. And that game happens to be pitting together two Heisman frontrunners right now because Indiana's quarterback, Fernando Mendoza, is getting a lot of pub for this award. Excuse me. Because earlier today, this morning, in addition to what we already do usually with the Heisman Trophy, we got our first Athletic Heisman straw poll. The Athletic puts out their poll weekly once we get to October about where things stand, and they poll college football writers, college football editors, and they kind of do the same system that the voters go through. Rank your top three. How do you have the Heisman Trophy going right now? And for the Athletic, right now, Dante Moore is your Heisman Trophy frontrunner. He got 9 of the first place votes. Fernando Mendoza got 7 first place votes. So it's Dante Moore 1, Fernando Mendoza at 2. Once again, those two guys will be facing in a couple of weeks at Autzen Stadium in Eugene. Number 3 is Vanderbilt's Diego Pavia. He's obviously been a big story in college football dating back to last season, and he has a massive, massive game this Saturday on the road in Tuscaloosa to take on the Alabama Crimson Tide. Number 4, a little bit of an interesting curveball here. The Athletic voters went with Miami defensive end Ruben Bain Jr. Now, I know a lot of football all-22 scouting types, they love Ruben Bain. Like, they say this guy is he might be pound for pound the best player in college football. He got 2 of the first place votes. I don't really see it for him. Just looking at his stats, he has 2 sacks on the season. He's got an interception, which is really cool as well. But a defensive end with 2 sacks through 4 games. I don't think that's win the Heisman Trophy. Just gonna be quite honest. I don't think that's win the Heisman Trophy. Barnes him doing something miraculous this Saturday against the Florida State Seminoles, and also continuing to do those kinds of things the rest of the way. But Ruben Bain Jr. was number 4, and then Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer is the 5th guy right now on the list. Of course, John Mateer dealing with a hand injury as he had surgery last week. Will not be playing this Saturday, and we'll see what happens next week when they take on Texas in Red River. So that's what the Athletic Heisman straw poll says. And it kind of gives us a little bit of a glimpse about how people who are voters or voter types are thinking about the race. Clearly, they can change their mind, and they will change their mind over the course of the next 7 weeks here in college football, but just kind of gives us a little bit of a glimpse about where things stand right now heading into the month of October. But I mentioned that Miami-Florida State game. That's a pretty big one because not just Ruben Bain Jr., who right now over at BetMGM and other sports books is around that 65-1 price to win the Heisman Trophy. Miami's quarterback Carson Beck is at 9-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. Now, Miami is a 4.5-point favorite in the game. The total is around 54. It's on the road in Tallahassee, and Florida State's coming off a bad loss to Virginia, so you'd expect that the Seminoles are going to be insanely focused for this game because, 1, it's a rivalry game, and it's a really classic rivalry game, but 2, they're just coming off of a loss in an island game last Friday night. Carson Beck has been pretty good this season. Now, his last game against Florida was substandard, 51.4 with his QBR. That was really bad in comparison to some of his other games so far this season. But Miami's another one of those teams that's highly thought of. High power ranking, win total 11.5. minus 475 to make the playoff. The team success part, he's checking those boxes. Statistically, he's checking those boxes as well. He just needs to kind of have like that marquee game and that marquee moment. I know you might be able to point to the win over Notre Dame. I mean, that's kind of been a long time ago at this point. It was 4 weeks ago. This is another chance for him to do that against FSU, 7:30 Eastern in prime time, to kind of remind the voters, hey, I am here, because Carson Beck didn't get like a ton of love in the Heisman Trophy straw poll. Like, he ended up finishing 7th in the poll with one first place vote behind Mateer, Jeremiah Smith, and then it was Carson Beck after that. So he's got a little bit of work to do, but he's got the opportunity with this game against Florida State on Saturday, and they have another standalone game against Louisville on a Friday night. Another big mover in the market. How about Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson? He was nails against Georgia last Saturday. Awesome performance, one of his best games of the year. And when you factor in the competition, like, that is what everybody wanted to see from Ty Simpson. He is now 10-1 over at BetMGM. Alabama's win total is 9.5. They're minus 220 to make the CFP. And now they're hosting Vanderbilt in what will be a marquee game this Saturday, Ty Simpson versus Diego Pavia. Now, Simpson can definitely win, for sure. He can win this award. Bama's 10.5 against Vandy. The total is 56.5. I'm expecting points in that game. I just don't know if I trust Alabama, like, fully. That's my big thing with Ty Simpson, is that last year we saw Alabama around this time. Jalen Milroe and the Tide just beat Georgia. And everybody was talking about Milroe Heisman. He was your favorite. And then the next week they lost to Vandy. Now, that was in Nashville. This game will be played in Tuscaloosa. But these Kalen DeBoer teams, and this dates back to Washington, by the way, too. In these spots as big favorites, all these expectations, they usually don't fulfill those expectations. And Bama could definitely win the game. I think they're going to win on Saturday, but it wouldn't shock me if this is like a field goal game and Vandy covers and it hangs within the number the entire time. Like, these Kalen DeBoer teams don't handle the expectations very well. So I'm a little bit shaky on Ty Simpson. I understand it. The price to me seems right. He can definitely win the award. I just don't really want to buy in if I think the team, sometimes they can play up to the competition, but unfortunately, sometimes they can also play down to the competition. Pavia, now, I would never bet Diego Pavia just because, one, I don't believe in Vandy. Their win total is 7.5. I don't think they're going to make the playoff either. If they beat Alabama, well, Pavia will definitely be in this conversation. Now, the problem for him, they're 10.5 on the road this Saturday. And you look at the rest of their schedule. Like, take a look at this. They host LSU. That's a tough game. They host Missouri. They're at Texas. They host Auburn. And then they're at Tennessee to end the season in that rivalry game. There's a very good chance that this is like an 8-4 team at best. Do you really want to bet that guy at 15-1 to win the Heisman when they're probably going to be a 4-loss team? If you're really that into Diego Pavia to win the Heisman, just bet Vandy to beat Alabama at like plus 350 or 3-1. Just do that. It's not the same sexy payout as 15-1, but you at least get your money on Saturday as opposed to waiting for early December. Because if they're going to win this award, he's going to have to win games like this. The stats aren't going to do it alone. He can't just be, oh, I have all these numbers and all this stuff. No, it cannot be that. So for right now, this week, not as sexy a Heisman conversation. I don't think there's anything to do. But this time next week, ahead of Indiana, Oregon, with those two contenders going head-to-head in Mendoza and more, that's when you want to be in there betting a little bit, and we'll unfold and unpack that Heisman Trophy market after we get the results from this weekend. On the other side, Nick Costos joins us with his thoughts on the Monday Night Football doubleheader, as well as Lamar Jackson potentially missing the next 2 to 3 weeks for the Ravens.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
and the photos went from 10:30 to 11:45, and then we get to the venue at 12 for the 90-minute first look with more photos, and then we're wearing all black. Jake, the groom, who I love, I stood up in the wedding, I officiated the wedding, decided we're going to wear all black tux, black shirt, black shoes, and take pictures outside. It was 84 degrees yesterday.
Yeah.
So we're all just miserable taking photos outside wearing all black, which is basically a magnet for the sun. And then the groomsmen room was this dilapidated back of the men's locker room at the golf club where there were showers that looked like they hadn't been used since 1950. And we didn't even have a table. We just had a bunch of old banquet chairs stacked in 9 columns. And we're like, okay, well, do we have any booze? The guy asked for beer. One guy said, do we have any seltzers or whatever? And the groom dropped off just a bottle of Kirkland tequila. So I was like,
What?
he's like, yeah, I'll be back. So like that was the groom's room. A dilapidated old locker room that may have opened in 1955 and just has slowly deteriorated.
Can I ask what golf course this was?
This was Bartlett Hills Golf Club. Yes. Venue was great. Groom's room, dump. So then it's like, all right, I guess we'll just start funneling shots of Kirkland tequila. And then the one guy had a lint roller, so we were chipping golf balls at the lint roller for $20 a pop. No TVs to speak of. The only TVs were in the bar area, and there were 6 TVs. 3 had the Weather Channel on, and 3 had Lions Browns. So you're like, okay, great, awesome. And then everybody starts getting seated right near the end of the first games, and you miss all that, and then you miss the beginning of the second games, and I don't know. But the entire wedding had Chiefs, which was nice, because everybody was like, who are we betting? Chiefs. That was the good part. But there's just so much chaos there and no real structure to the plan. And then the photographer's like, oh, I ran out of film or whatever. And he's like, he's got to run to the truck, which is 8 miles away, while we stand in the sun just baking to death as he goes to get more camera film or whatever. And it just, just unorganized. That's all it is.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
Sorry for hating. No, I'm not. I love being a hater when it comes to winning money.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
If I have to listen to one more all 22 moron tell me that Geno Smith is one of the best quarterbacks in the league and that our eyes are wrong, I can't handle it. The question that I'll ask everybody, you want to take your hard-earned money and bet on the Ravens in January against the Chiefs? The Bills? The Steelers? The Colts? The Jaguars? The Chargers? Get the hell out of here.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, terrific football and playoff baseball Tuesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, youtube.com/at the BetMGM Network. Like and subscribe there. On Twitch, twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. Like and subscribe there. And heard on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up on the show, we will review and recap last night's Monday Night Football doubleheader that made Seahawks-Cardinals last Thursday night seem like Chiefs-Rams from 2018 on Monday Night Football, 54-51. Cardinals-Seahawks was Bills-Chiefs in the 13-second game in the divisional round of the postseason compared to the dreck that we watched last night in the Monday Night Football doubleheader. Well, we will discuss both games, Dolphins over Jets. We will discuss Broncos over Bengals, bets that we want to make as a result. And I've got a couple, including the games that will be played with those teams coming up this week, week 5 in the NFL. Femi and I will give you our bets coming up for week number 5 in the National Football League and week 6 in college football. We look forward to that. I've got at least one bet featuring teams that played last night on Monday night. We will be sweating Cubs-Padres throughout the show in the Major League Baseball wildcard game in the National League. We saw Tarek Skubal and the Detroit Tigers eke one out against the Cleveland Guardians, 2-1 in the first game today, where Detroit tried its best in the ninth inning to give the game to Cleveland with a ridiculous error by Spencer Torkelson, allowing Jose Ramirez to get the third, and then Ramirez with a boneheaded base running mistake gets tagged out by the pitcher. And the Tigers end up winning 2-1 to take a 1-0 series lead in that wild card series. So we'll talk about the Tigers and the Guards, what to expect tomorrow in Game 2, where the Tigers can close them out. We'll sweat the Cubs and the Padres. Myself, Femi, both on the Chicago Cubs. Jake Hassan, happy birthday, Jake. I hope your birthday gift is a losing bet. Jake is on the San Diego Padres, and we'll give you our bets for the Yankees and the Red Sox, as I'm starting to get a little nervous as a Yankee fan. Our bets for the Yankees and the Sox, Game 1, first pitch about 6:08 p.m. Eastern Time, and of course the Reds and the Dodgers tonight in the nightcap. Two tremendous guests will join us today on the show. How about Christopher Mad Dog Russo, friend of the show, my one-time coworker at SiriusXM. The Mad Dog will join us to kick off the Power Hour, talking the Major League Baseball playoffs. We look forward to that. And we go from a dog to a whale. Drew Dinsick coming up at 6:20 p.m. Eastern Time. His bets for Week 5 in the National Football League. And, of course, at the end of the show, all our bets, baseball and otherwise, in the Power Hour on this Tuesday. But we begin the terrific Football Tuesday edition, the terrific Tuesday playoff baseball edition of You Better You Bet, by talking about the biggest news in the NFL. And that is the news that broke a couple hours ago, that Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson likely to miss 2 to 3 weeks with the hamstring injury that he picked up in the loss to the Chiefs this past Sunday at Arrowhead. So if this timeline is to be believed, it's 2 to 3 weeks for Lamar with this hamstring injury. And it makes sense given the way Ravens head coach John Harbaugh talked about the injury yesterday, saying there was no way Lamar was going, he could not go back into the game, even if it were super close, and it wasn't. The Chiefs were kicking that ass at that time, so Lamar didn't go back in. Cooper Rush comes in. John Harbaugh says even if it were close, Lamar would not have gone back in. So when John Harbaugh says that, the expectation is that Lamar is at least likely to miss 1 game, and now we know it's probably going to be 2. So if the timeline's right, and it's 2 to 3 games for Lamar Jackson, that means he's only going to miss 2, because the Ravens have their bye coming up in Week 7. And that is going to be a week where the Ravens absolutely have to heal up. and get Roquan Smith back and get Marlon Humphrey back and obviously need to get Lamar Jackson back. So I think we can now approach the next couple weeks for the Baltimore Ravens and say, okay, they're not going to have Lamar, the best player on the team, multi-time MVP winner, a quarterback, maybe should have won last year, just saying. We don't need to relitigate that with Josh Allen winning. But that Lamar's not going to play, Marlon Humphrey's not going to play, Roquan Smith's not going to play, Nnamdi Madubuke's out for the season, stud defensive tackle. We'll see about Kyle Van Noy. We'll see about top corner Nate Wiggins. Jair Alexander is basically a healthy scratch every week. We don't know if he's going to play. So we can operate right now. This team's the walking wounded for the next 2 games. And we were detailing yesterday on the show as like news started to trickle down about Roquan and Marlon Humphrey, the move in the betting market in the Ravens-Texans game on Sunday. And at the end of yesterday's show, we were at Ravens minus 3.5. And I don't know if I said this on air, if I said it off air to Femi and the crew. Like, that is an in-between number. Like, that is, we think Lamar might miss, but maybe he's going to play. If Lamar misses the game, the Texans absolutely have to be favorites. Probably not minus 3, but as close as you can get. And lo and behold, right now, at BetMGM, where you can make it legendary. And I hope you made it legendary earlier because BetMGM, the People Sportsbook, was slow to move some of these futures numbers in the wake of the Lamar injury being out 2 to 3 weeks. The Houston Texans are now 2.5-point road favorites in Baltimore on Sunday. The total is 40.5. Next week, in week 6, the Ravens host the Los Angeles Rams. And we think this is going to be Cooper Rush for the next 2 games. And this becomes exceptionally fascinating now to think about. Not just from, hey, can the Ravens beat the Texans with Cooper Rush? Could they keep it close against the Rams? There are way more far-reaching implications of this Lamar news than just the next couple weeks. The Ravens are 1-3. They're still the favorite to win the AFC North, which says a lot about this division and the Steelers and the Browns and the pathetic-ass Cincinnati Bengals and whatever the hell Cincinnati put on tape last night in that loss to Denver against the Broncos. And in the AFC playoff picture, and as it concerns teams to potentially make the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl. Yesterday, I kind of lost my mind, right? That the Ravens had a shorter price to win the AFC than the Kansas City Chiefs. The market is corrected. Baltimore is now the 4th choice to win the AFC, behind Buffalo, Kansas City, the Chargers, which is really funny to me because I think they can't pass protect for Justin Herbert. I don't like the Chargers, but the Chargers are plus 650 and the Ravens are plus 750. As we move on forward now for the Ravens, still favored to win the AFC North. This price is now minus 135. It was way bigger even like an hour ago. I managed to get a piece of Steelers plus 225 about maybe like 90 minutes ago. So Baltimore still favored to win the AFC North and still a favorite to make the playoffs. Yes, minus 300. If I can paraphrase Tennessee Titans rookie quarterback Cam Ward, if we keeping it a buck, the Ravens are going to go into their bye week 1-5. I think they're going to lose the next 2 games. Think about what this offense is going to be the next couple games. This is not like when Justin Fields gets concussed in the Buffalo game in week 2. And Tyrod Taylor has to play week 3 on the road in Tampa. You're basically running the same offense. Now, there can be questions, is Fields better, is Tyrod, whatever. Basically the same offense. Close enough. Does anyone think the Ravens are going to be running the same offense this week with Cooper Rush replacing Lamar Jackson? Cooper Rush replacing Lamar Jackson. What the hell is this going to look like? What's this going to be for the Ravens on Sunday on offense? Against not a curtain jerking jabroni, slappy defense. You can say what you want about C.J. Stroud and the Texans offense. No. Here's Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter and Derek Stingley and Lassiter and Jalen Petrie and this badass Houston Texans defense against Cooper Rush. And if the Texans ever take a lead in this game, say they're up 10 points, what do you do with Derrick Henry? If you're Houston, you don't have to respect the pass game at all with Cooper Rush. The pass game works because you have Lamar Jackson. Think about the receivers that Cooper Rush. He doesn't have CeeDee Lamb to throw to like he did in Dallas. And I like Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers works as a number one receiver because Lamar Jackson's throwing him the ball. That's why it works. So it's Cooper Rush throwing to Zay Flowers and Rashad Bateman and Tylan Wallace. Come on. And Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely. Please. Texans don't have to respect this pass game. They can load up to stop the run. And if the Texans ever take a lead, Derrick Henry becomes basically a non-factor in the game. And you're going to see a ton of Justice Hill, who's a good player. He ain't Derrick Henry. And you'd rather have Justice Hill out there with Lamar Jackson next to him than you would Cooper Rush. Maybe the Ravens win on Sunday. Certainly possible. I'm not saying I want to bet the Texans. I think the point spread just looks about right. Houston basically close to -3 is humanly possible. Maybe the Ravens win. Okay. Anyone want to make the case? Anyone. In our listening audience, in our viewing audience. Does anyone want to make the case that the Cooper Rush-led Baltimore Ravens will beat Matthew Stafford and the Los Angeles Rams? Not cover the spread. Win the game. If we keep it at a buck, the Ravens are likely to be 1-5 entering the bye. Okay. Now let's say that happens. And Baltimore's 1-5. And that's, the betting market will tell you that that's the most likely scenario. They will be dogs this Sunday, unless like Lamar miraculously, he's Wolverine, he miraculously heals. They'll be dogs this week and next week. Betting market says likely to be 1-5. Then we could have a interesting betting opportunity on the Baltimore Ravens at 1-5. Coming out of the bye, presumably getting healthier. Here is the Ravens' schedule coming out of the bye week. Let's assume they're 1-5. Home Bears. Now, let's say Lamar's back, Humphrey's back, Roquan's back, Lamar the most important, obviously. Let's do the win-loss game. Win. 2-5. At the Dolphins. Win. 3-5. At the Vikings. Win. 4-5. At the Browns. Win. 5-5. Home Jets, win, 6-5. Home Bengals, win, 7-5. Home Steelers, win, 8-5. At the Bengals, win, 9-5. You see where I'm going here? For now, it's terrible. That bye week's coming at exactly the right time for the Ravens. There will be a time to buy on the Baltimore Ravens team, but it's not now. We'll talk to everybody about that in 2 weeks' time. On the other side, we'll recap Monday Night Football's doubleheader and bets to be made moving forward.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
every single year, usually in July or August, I place a wager on the Cubs to win the World Series and the Seattle Mariners to win the World Series. And they've had the pitching the last couple of years, but they just haven't had the offense. They have not had the lineup. This year, they've had the best offense in baseball in September. The rotation is stacked. Cal Raleigh is one of the best home run hitters in the game, right? You have Julio Rodriguez. You have Josh Naylor. They have talent. They have J.P. Crawford in the lineup. You have Logan Gilbert in the rotation, George Kirby, Luis Castillo. This could be the year for the Seattle Mariners, man. So I know the price has been knocked down to plus 550, but I'm rolling with the Mariners. And I was looking at World Series MVP prices. Cal Raleigh makes a ton of sense, obviously, at 18-1, right? If they go deep, I mean, he set the franchise record with 60 dingers, led Major League Baseball, narrowly missed the AL League record. 18-1 is a good price, but I kind of like Julio Rodriguez.
When it comes to the game today, very disappointing. Very disappointing. And there's no way you can win any game with 13 penalties and 3 turnovers. It just can't happen. Before you can win games, you have to learn how not to lose games. And we have to do a better job in that case. And we will. We will.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
That the voice of New York Jets head coach Aaron Glenn. After the team's Monday Night Football loss on the road in Miami, 27-21 to drop them to 0-4. Now, it's a great soundbite from Aaron Glenn, who's provided tons of great sound bites since his time taking over the Jets. He's awesome. We'll get into how he is as a coach in a second. But he's great at the press conference, great with sound bites, great in interviews. Unfortunately for Aaron Glenn, he got upstaged by one of his own players last night. That would be Breece Hall, who delivered a quote that I actually think belongs in like the upper echelon of greatest sports quotes ever. Like first ballot Hall of Fame sports quotes. And Bill Zimmerman will know the answer to this. It's escaping me at the moment, but I think it's an NFL head coach. I think it's like the Rams or the Bucks coach in the late 70s is asked, what do you think about your team's execution? And his response was, I'm in favor of it. There's some legendary quotes from players and coaches over the years after their team loses a game. Breece Hall's quote last night, some teams shoot themselves in the foot. We shoot ourselves in the foot and then shoot ourselves in the head. It's one of the greatest quotes of all time. And I bet on them. The team that blows their brains out is the team that I bet on last night. Your New York Jets. We'll talk about the Broncos-Bengals game, which was, let's be honest, an affront to professional football. An abortion of entertainment. Just a miserable... The one thing about that game that I'll say about Broncos-Bengals, that son of a bitch was over in 2 hours and 58 minutes. I remember, going upstairs. It was 11:13 Eastern. It's like, wow, this game wasn't even 3 hours long. Compare and contrast with, Cowboys-Packers on Sunday night, which was as long as, the English Patient. Like Schindler's List. It was 9 hours long. Unbelievable. We got through last night's game in 2 hours and 58 minutes. It was like there was a pitch clock. It was awesome. We'll get to that game in a moment. But for now, the Dolphins and the Jets. Actually, first, before we even talk about the game, just, shout out to me, your royal prop king. Back on track. Tucker Craft, Sunday. I shouldn't do that. The angry mob will be coming for me. Tucker Craft on Sunday night. Garrett Wilson, who it shouldn't even have come down to Garrett Wilson with that ridiculous Moss in the end zone for a touchdown. You should have had it on the first touchdown, which is the most ticky-tack call of all time. Garrett Wilson goes over. RJ Harvey an easy over on rushing yards. So credit to me. And credit to Femi and his island. Bo Nix, first touchdown scorer, Broncos-Bengals. And how about the double that he had in Jets-Dolphins, where he had Braylon Allen, who fumbles at the half-yard line. You lose that, and then the Dolphins scored to Darren Waller. Unbelievable. I got both of them. You deserve to win both. You should, I'll tell you what. BetMGM does the second chance first touchdown. If you bet two guys and one fumbles at the half-yard line and the other one scores, you should win both. That should be the new promotion. So Femi's Island has been absolutely crushing. Anyone excited for Femi's Island Thursday night for the Rams and the Niners? No pressure, Femi. You just got to have another first touchdown scorer. As the Chicago Cubs, Seiya Suzuki has just homered against the San Diego Padres. I didn't see if there's anyone on base. I think we are tied now 1-1 with the Cubs and the Padres. I believe that solo homer. So we are tied at 1. Cubs and Padres tied at 1. God forbid, I'm watching the screen right now on ESPN. They have the exit velocity off the barrel rate, and there's no score for 15 seconds on the screen. I'm old, I guess. I don't know. So we're 1-1 here in the bottom of the 5th with the Cubs and the Padres. Yeah, but why? Yeah, the score's not important. The sports fan when you bet on games. Anyway, back to Monday Night Football. So credit to us. Now, I also bet the Jets, and I also bet the Bengals. So toss that under the rug. So when you bet on games, right, for any amount of time, your bet's dead. DOA. I'm not talking Disciples of the Apocalypse. Shout out to the WWE. When the Jets are marching down the field on this 12-play, 80-plus yard drive after the Dolphins kick a field goal on the opening drive. And they basically look like Air Force. They're running on every play, and they're successful. One pass play on the opening drive, 12 plays. Braylon Allen. I actually looked away from the screen to grab my phone to text the You Better You Bet group that Femi's Island just cashed again. And I look back up, and the Dolphins have the ball. How did this happen? So that's 7 that we should have had if you bet the Jets. And then the Dolphins get the ball, go right down the field, 4th and goal from the 4. Touchdown to Darren Waller. So could have been 7 one way for the Jets, 0. Could have been 0 the other way for the Dolphins, 7. You're done if you bet the Jets. You're done. That's how this goes. And of course, that's what happened. And, I don't mean to make this like too sour grapes, but I want everyone to think about this sincerely. If Braylon Allen scores that touchdown, did the Cubs just hit another homer? They did. Yep, Cubs just homered again. Cubs going to be up 2-1. So back-to-back homers for the Chicago Cubs. Let's go. Yeah, Cubbies. Carson Kelly. I don't know who that is. He sounds like the host of like an MTV show. Carson Kelly homer. Cubs now lead 2-1. Cubs up. Cubs lead. Cubs lead. Where was I? With the Jets and the Dolphins. So that happens and you just lose, right? You're just gonna you lose your bet. If Braylon Allen scores that touchdown, think about what happens in that stadium. The air is completely sucked out, and the fans are like, we're gonna lose this game. They literally threw the Dolphins a lifeline with that fumble and gave the Dolphins a chance to get back in the game. And look, that's what bad teams do. So it is what it is. Just saying that was pretty frustrating. And Miami, of course, goes on to win the game. We'll get to the Dolphins in a second. The soundbite that Jake played coming back from break of Aaron Glenn. Yeah, like you're not going to win when you turn the ball over 3 times and you commit 13 penalties. And the Braylon Allen fumble was terrible. The Isaiah Williams fumble was not just as bad, I guess, but really bad. The Jets get the field goal before halftime, make it 10-3. They're receiving the ball to start the second half, and Williams fumbles the kickoff, and the Dolphins immediately go and score touchdown 17-3. It's just like, okay, like we are done. So many mistakes, so many boneheaded errors, so many coaching gaffes. It's an absolute disaster. And all of that masks the fact that the Jets' offense was pretty good last night. The offense was good. That's 7 yards per play for the Jets' offense. I thought Justin Fields was almost just as good last night as he was in the opener against the Steelers. Fields had an awesome game. Like, the offensive line was pretty good. Garrett Wilson was awesome. Mason Taylor showed you something last night. The offense was good. They just kept committing penalties and turning the ball over. The offense was actually good. And that's a data point that we should take moving forward, because we'll talk about who the Jets are playing next week in a couple moments. The other thing, though, as it concerns the Jets, and here's the real problem for Aaron Glenn. This is the real problem for Aaron Glenn, because I consume a ton of sports content. I live in New York. I know what everyone's saying here locally. Same old Jets. You bet on this Tuesday. Same old Jets. Culture sucks. Penalties, turnovers, losses. 0-4. No moral victories. No medals for trying. And I'll admit, and I'm not trying to be an Aaron Glenn apologist here. I mean that. I'm not. It has not been great. It has not been great. It really hasn't. But if we want to compare Glenn and what he's trying to do with the Jets to what Dan Campbell did with the Lions, instill a culture, it's worth remembering the Lions started 0-8 in Dan Campbell's first year. 0-8. Do people remember that? The way that everyone was talking about Dan Campbell at that point. And they had that Ravens loss in week 3, I believe, in Campbell's first year when Justin Tucker hit the 66-yard walk-off field goal, and everyone laughed at Dan Campbell. Everyone laughed at him. Look at this try-hard coach. Look at this, this meathead. And, oh, yes, and we're going to bite kneecaps, and we're never going to back down. Yeah, but you keep losing games, and you suck. You're never going to be anything. And then they had that crazy win streak to end year 2. Knocked the Packers out of the playoffs Sunday night in Lambeau, in Aaron Rodgers' final game as a Packer. If we don't make it, they don't make it. And the Lions turned it around, and here we are. I'm not saying at all that the Jets will mirror the Lions here, and they will reach that or any level of success under Aaron Glenn. But let's just settle down a little bit with the, like, he's lost the locker room and the culture's always going to be bad. Like, let's just give it a rest with that for a minute. Let's see how this plays out. We're 4 games into his first season. Let's see how it goes. So to me, the culture and whatever and the same old Jets and, like, it's really, and I'm a New Yorker and I'm a Yankee and a Giant fan, and I get it. Like the Jets-Mets, usually how it goes, Yankee-Giants and Jets-Mets. And the Jets-Mets fan is a special type of tortured, especially now. Mets on Sunday, Jets on Monday. I get it. It's so pathetic. Like, come on. Like, have some perspective. Like, grow up a little bit. Please. It's sad. It really is. The big problem for the Jets and for Aaron Glenn is not the culture. The defense sucks. It's horrible. The secondary can't tackle. They can't get pressure. They can't force turnovers. How many times did the Dolphins just run a bootleg yesterday in the game? Like a simple bootleg, the Jets couldn't cover it. Like, are you watching you're watching the game, you're thinking they're running the same play. They're spamming the same play. Not with Lamar Jackson, not with Josh Allen, not with a mobile quarterback who can get out and move, with Tua Tagovailoa. And the Jets couldn't do anything. Jets defense couldn't stop them. Tyreek Hill, leg explodes into 500 pieces. And it looked like they still had him out there. They still couldn't stop them. That's the problem for the Jets right now. And that's the problem for Aaron Glenn. Because Kelvin Shepard's got this Lions defense humming. And Aaron Glenn can't get this Jets defense to force one single damn turnover. Not one. That's the problem for the Jets. Not same old Jets, not the culture. This defense absolutely sucks. And that takes us to Sunday. Jets-Cowboys. Oh, what a game. Oh, man. You like offense? You want bad defense? Here's Cowboys-Jets. I was interested to see earlier today at BetMGM, and I'm just going to do a quick little refresh here. So the Cowboys are 2.5-point road favorites. At 3, this is the easiest bet on the Jets of all time, if it gets to 3 here. That is, I'm clicking the button on the Jets and not even thinking twice about it. I would like to get 3. I might even bet 2.5. I think Dallas should be favored. -1, -1.5. Not a huge difference between that and 2.5 with the highest total. 3, instant bet on the Jets. The under's getting bet here at 47.5 with these two defenses. Like, the Jets defense, like, it's not as bad as Dallas's defense. It's really bad. It's really bad. Great. I'd love to bet over 47 with the Jets and the Cowboys. I would love it. I love it. As for the Miami Dolphins, and we'll take this on to the next segment. Yesterday, when we talked about Giants-Chargers and the Giants winning the game against LA, that was like a Pyrrhic victory for the Giants. Like a win, but at what cost? For the Dolphins, there are no such things as Pyrrhic victories. Like Mike McDaniel would push Tua Tagovailoa in front of a dump truck for the Dolphins to win that game last night. Gotta save his job. Gotta win that game. So losing Tyreek Hill, I'm sure, is a trade-off he was very happy to make to win that game last night. So what does this mean for the Miami Dolphins moving forward? We'll discuss on the other side and give you takes on the Broncos and Bengals as well. Hour number 1 here on a Tuesday. You better you bet on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, Monday morning market moves. College football side of things. Hey, Sam, it's a Monday. So you know what we have? We have a new favorite for the Heisman because it changes every week. Like we should go back and look week 1, week 2, week 3, who the favorites were.
I have them top of head. I can do it. You can't do it.
Oh, you do. Okay, let's do it. I mean, I know how it's. So last week was
Mendoza.
Mendoza. A week before that,
it's Mateer. Before that, it's Beck. And Arch.
And then we're at the start of the season with Arch.
Yep.
Wow. Who's a favorite now?
I didn't even look. I'm going to guess it's Dante Moore. It should be.
Correct. It is Dante Moore. Yep. And that makes sense. What about the second favorite?
We talked about this on Friday.
Mm-hmm. The other team, the quarterback of the other team that won a big game on Saturday night, Ty Simpson.
Yep.
You talked about this as well. I know you talked about it with the morning show because they brought it up about Ty Simpson. Like, yes, if you think something's going to happen, like you've got to think about all the ramifications. And Ty Simpson was part of that. If Alabama was going to beat Georgia, he was going to have a big game. And he's the quarterback of Alabama. And that would shock people. Both dogs end up winning. I thought it was going to be one dog, one favorite. In those big matchups Saturday night, both dogs end up winning outright on the road. Amazing. Even though college football home field is so much more than the NFL, it happens. And those are the two names at the very top, the winners of those games.
Dolphins trying to pay off a long drive, and it's caught back in the end zone. Touchdown! Darren Waller is first as a Dolphin.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Chris Fowler on the call last night on ESPN. I will say, people bang on the Fowler, Lou Riddick, Dan Orlovsky team. I thought they were pretty good last night. I thought Dan Orlovsky in particular did a really nice job on analysis. And something he said towards the end of the game I thought was really prescient as it concerns the Miami Dolphins moving forward. And what Orlovsky noted, and everyone think about this, right? Now that we know Tyreek Hill's done for the year and he's more than likely played his last down as a Dolphin, Dolphins are going to get out of that contract. And it sucks. I was just talking with Femi about this during the break. I said before the season, I felt like the Dolphins were going to trade Tyreek Hill in season. Felt like the season was not going to go well for Miami. They could have gotten out of the contract. Maybe the Chiefs would have been interested in bringing him back. The Steelers, Pittsburgh's in it, like a speed receiver on the outside to go with DK Metcalf. Now, obviously, all of that is off the table. And say what you want about Tyreek Hill. I think a lot of people say a lot of things. I don't know that you could have handled an injury like that, with more grace than he did. Literally laughing through the pain. It was pretty stunning, actually. He's smiling on the ground, his knee dislocated. His ligaments all got torn. And he's smiling on the field. So again, that that doesn't excuse at all some of the things he's been accused of throughout his career in the NFL. I'm not trying to say, wow, he's a great guy because he laughed after an injury, but like that, it does worth noting. I thought he handled it exceptionally well last night. He'll obviously miss the rest of the season. But back to Dan Orlovsky, who noted last night that the Dolphins, who generally run a bleep ton of plays out of shotgun, ran a lot of plays last night from under center. And maybe that's opponent-specific with the Jets, and they found something with the Jets running all those bootlegs, etc. I am fascinated and curious to see now how Mike McDaniel calls this offense without Tyreek Hill. I don't think Mike McDaniel's a great coach. The proof's in the pudding. He is a good offensive mind. He is. And if the Dolphins fired him, he'd be an offensive coordinator like immediately in the NFL next year. Like definitely. I'm really interested to see what this looks like. Are they going to lean more on the ground game? Like the line sucks. Like, what are they going to do? Is Malik Washington going to take the Tyreek Hill role? Is D. Eskridge going to play more as a deep threat receiver? Like, I'm really interested as to what this is going to be. Moving forward for the Dolphins, at Carolina this week, 1.5-point road favorites. I think that point spread's just fine. My initial thought was, oh, do we have to bet Carolina? Maybe. Honestly, like maybe. I'm not there to click the button, but I think it's Panthers or nothing. Miami's win total now, the adjusted win total at BetMGM, is 5.5 and is used to the over minus 140. And I was thinking about it, like I'd like to make a case to maybe go under the total. I think week 16 is a big pivot here if you wanted to bet that. Miami's adjusted win total. They play the Bengals in week 16, and I'll get to them in a second. I strongly believe Joe Burrow's not coming back this season. So I think, like, if that's a win for Miami, they're probably going to get another 3 along the way this season. So I think that's a pass for me. I think the Dolphins are likely to finish 6-11, miss the playoffs, Mike McDaniel gets fired, and this was all a waste of time. You bet on this Tuesday. All right, Broncos-Bengals. Dolphins week 1 against the Colts. Falcons week 3 against the Panthers. And the Cincinnati Bengals last night against Denver. The 3 worst performances of this NFL season. The Cincinnati Bengals last night, and I acknowledge I can be prone to hyperbole. I think I'm self-aware enough to admit that, even when I'm being hyperbolic. I can be prone to hyperbole. None of what I'm about to say is dramatized or hyperbolic. The Cincinnati Bengals are pathetic. The Cincinnati Bengals have no hope. Field goal on the opening drive. Loser Zach Taylor. You want to talk, by the way, if anyone wants to, like when Joe Burrow's career is over, when we talk about the greatness of Joe Burrow, you might bring up, well, remember, wow, that LSU team in 19, one of the greatest college football teams ever. Almost won a Super Bowl, like after blowing his leg out the previous year. No. Almost won MVP and the team didn't even make the playoffs. No. The fact that he's done all of this, what he's done, with this boob, Zach Taylor, and Brian Callahan largely coaching him. Is he the greatest quarterback that's ever lived? To do what he's done with these 2 idiots? Am I being dramatic? Seriously. 4th and 2 for the Bengals inside the Broncos 10 to start the game. Like, you have to know you're outmanned. Do you go for it? No. Send out Evan McPherson. Great. 3-0. Do you cross midfield again the rest of the game? No. 9 first downs in a 60-minute football game. 3.7 yards per play for the Cincinnati Bengals. 11 penalties. They're toast. Find a fork, any fork, stick it in them sons of bitches. They done. I don't want to hear one person say, well, you could trade for Russell Wilson. Call the Falcons for Kirk Cousins. Maybe even forget about Russell Wilson. How about Jameis Winston for the Giants? At least Jameis would make this fun. No one is rescuing this team. It doesn't exist. Unless Joe Burrow magically comes back, and he's not even going to save them. Because last year he couldn't save them. And we told you this whole offseason they weren't making the playoffs with Joe Burrow. Let's say they trade for Russell Wilson. Okay. The Bengals have a bottom 3 offensive line in the league they cannot protect. You can't protect. And the defense is still god-awful. It's a disgrace. It's an embarrassment. They're pathetic. It's not hyperbole. It's not dramatic. They're terrible. They might be the worst. Great. So replace Jake Browning with Russell Wilson. Here's Russell Wilson behind an offensive line that can't protect, with a head coach who has been carried by Joe Burrow and no defense. That team's going to win games? They're going to win with Kirk Cousins in this situation? No Joe Burrow, no chance. With Joe Burrow, pretty much no chance. They are really, really up against it. And this has got the opportunity here, and it's early in the season. This could spiral. And you're starting to see it. 2 full games without Burrow, 2 absolute no-show embarrassments. And Jamar Chase is furious throughout the game. Hell, Troy Aikman's furious throughout the game. I love Troy Aikman. I say all the time, him and Buck are the best. They're killing the officials for throwing all the flags. They're killing the Bengals for being unwatchable. You love it. Because he's saying what everyone else is thinking watching at home. The Cincinnati Bengals adjusted win total right now at BetMGM is 6.5. If you bet over, you need them to win 5 more games. How in the world is that happening? How's it happening? How are they winning 5 more games? If you wanted to construct an argument and say, well, stay afloat, and Joe Burrow comes back, let's say he's back like right at the first moment he can be back, early to mid-December, I think they're going to be so far out of it that he's not coming back. Why would you rush him back to play him? With this team, they stink. They have no hope. And now you see what we said during the offseason. Could you imagine this team playing like the Bills or the Chiefs? I get it. Burrow stared down Josh Allen in the past. He stared down Patrick Mahomes in the past. They had functional defenses and functional offensive lines in those games. They have neither of those 2 things now. I love this under. Love that for the Bengals. 6.5 under? Yeah. They host the Detroit Lions on Sunday. From bad to worse. Oh, man. The number's 10. I mean, laying 10 on the road in the NFL is, I don't know if I want to do that, but, you know, what I will say is, for now, our Survivor conversation this week might be really quick. Do we just take Detroit? Like, on what planet, in what alternate, what multiverse where, like, Miles Morales is fighting Electro, or the Lions losing to the Bengals, to Jake Browning and Zach Taylor? Just saying. And, of course, Miles Morales, Tyler's cousin. Miles would be maybe number 1 in the career rankings on You Better You Bet. Tyler's last. And just quickly on the Denver Broncos, They did exactly what they were supposed to do. They destroyed a bad team. And the run game, that's the best the run game's been since Sean Payton arrived in Denver. Get Tyler Bidet out of there. Get Jaleel McLaughlin out of there. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey both looked awesome. And Bo Nix had the one boneheaded interception in the red zone. Terrible throw. I thought Bo Nix was very good last night on Monday night. It's a good sign for Bo Nix. Denver's in Philadelphia this week, and everybody loves the Broncos. We going to go down to 3? I got to, and we'll talk about this next time. I got a real strong take on the Eagles. Can't believe that point spread. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. Femi and I will start the hour talking to Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, our friend, the great Mark Schlereth.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Clutch home runs. We want to see walk-off winners. Like, walks obviously are going to change a game, but, like, you tell me this. How much is it going to change a game if Aaron Judge gets walked and goes to first base, as opposed to Aaron Judge hitting a grand slam in the ninth inning? Like, that's just not as meaningful. So, like, maybe this happens, but I don't think it's going to go down in World Series lore.
Yeah. Well, also, when's the last time you watched a highlight? Crochet facing Aaron Judge, bottom of the sixth. Man on, and Judge draws the intentional walk. You'd be like, okay, what happened after that? How did they score some runs? Did they score some runs? So I'm with you. It's like, okay, that sounds great. Here's one I think is more interesting. Vlad Jr. will have a signature moment. Now, a signature moment can be defensively. It can be a walk-off home run, a timely hit, a game winner. Doesn't necessarily have to be at the plate, even though that's what we think of when we think of Vladdy Jr. Not great over the final 14 games of the season, an OPS of 375. But certainly the talent is all there. I feel like the Blue Jays are so interesting that they do have this talent, and yet maybe it's just because they don't have the name recognition of Phillies, Dodgers, they play in Canada, but the talent is right there for the Blue Jays, and when you look at their starting rotation, there's some veteran talent there as well. Like, I don't know why we're not talking more about Toronto, but if Vladdy Jr. had a big moment, that would certainly help.
Right, but again, I don't feel like this is a hot take. So the biggest name in your lineup is going to have a timely hit. Like, I feel like it would be more of a hot take to single out one of the biggest stars on a team and be like, this guy's going to be absolutely terrible, right? Like, wouldn't that be more of a hot take? And people have said this about Aaron Judge, because there's been postseasons where Aaron Judge, for as good as a hitter as he has been, in some of these timely moments, he just hasn't delivered. Like, he's had slumps in the postseason. So, like, that's more of a talking point to me, is if you look at a star player on a team and say, this guy who's great in the regular season is going to fall off a cliff and absolutely be on a milk carton for the postseason. Because, like, if Vladdy Jr. gets a big hit, like, that's supposed to be his job in the postseason, right?
Right.
You're supposed to lean on your star players. So I feel like this is more of a thing that is almost expected as opposed to something that is a hot take.
Yeah.
On You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The terrific football and playoff baseball Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. We got a lot to get to in the National Football League and college football 20 minutes from now. We will continue to live sweat the Cubs and the Padres. Cubs up 2-1 in the bottom of the seventh, thanks to two solo homers, back-to-back variety in the fifth inning. Cubs up 2-1, bottom of the seventh. 6 outs away the Cubs are from taking a 1-0 series lead in the wild card round. And more importantly, cashing my bet and cashing Femi's bet on the Cubbies. Christopher Mad Dog Russo joins us in 60 minutes. Drew Dinsick next hour as well. All our bets for the Yankees and the Red Sox at the end of this hour. Femi with me now. Mark Schlereth will join us in a moment. How about Femi's Island, man?
How about
both first touchdown scores in the games last night? You are white hot, my man.
Hey, that's 3 straight with the Island games as we have a rapper's delight. Like, it was awesome last night getting both of those. And we said, love the long shots because he hit a few of them, pays for the whole season, and now we're playing with the house money. I was actually in the car driving because I had to pick up my dog. She was getting spayed yesterday, so that's been a whole ordeal. She was wearing the cone and everything. So I was driving, listening to the broadcast. I hear the Braylon Allen one. I'm like, are you kidding me? And then Darren Waller, and it's like, oh, did he catch it? Maybe. Yes, it's a touchdown. I was going absolutely nuts. And to cap it off with Bo Nix, we're feeling great. The first CD scores have been absolutely phenomenal. And now let's try to do it with this Rams-Niners game. Like, I think there's some opportunities with that game once the betting markets start to populate, but absolutely love it. And I love all the adulation and the thanks and all that stuff from everybody that's been watching and listening. Really appreciate that. Hope everyone's been able to cash because it's been really fun over these last 5 days or so.
Femi's Island making it happen. We are now joined on the show by Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, our good friend, the great Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Find it wherever you find your podcasts. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Stink, welcome back to the show. Nick and Femi, what's going on?
Nothing, man. Just enjoying a beautiful fall afternoon here in Denver, Colorado, and celebrating a Broncos victory. It's about time they looked a little bit better.
I'm less interested, Mark, in the Broncos side of last night's game. Like, for me, the Broncos did what they were supposed to do. They beat a bad team. I thought Bo Nix played better despite the red zone pick. Loved the 1-2 punch in the run game with Dobbins and R.J. Harvey really starting to emerge. To me, like, that game's all about Cincinnati and how bad the Bengals are. And I'm not trying to take away from Denver, but the Bengals were atrocious. And projecting this the rest of the season, I don't know if and when Joe Burrow's coming back. The line stinks. The defense stinks. The quarterback doesn't look like he's ready to play. Can you make a case here, Mark, for the Bengals to achieve anything of any consequence this season? The adjusted win total for them at our show sponsor BetMGM is 6.5. Is there any hope for the Cincinnati Bengals for the rest of the season?
No, and there's no hope for the franchise in general because they don't understand how to play NFL football. They don't. I mean, first off, all you do is spend money on wide receivers. Wide receivers, and I think I've told you this before, they're like children. They're totally dependent, and they whine and piss and moan if they're not fed. Like that, 10 other guys have to do their job for a wide receiver to have an impact on the game. And you see, when you can't block anybody, Joe Burrow has been hurt almost every single year. It's 2 years in a row with Joe Burrow that they're not going to the playoffs. They're certainly not going to the playoffs this year. It's just a poorly run organization. That's all. And then on top of it, from a coaching standpoint, what do you guys do? You sit in shotgun 95% of the time. If you don't get under center, about 35, 40% of your runs are just canned. You run it one way or the other way. Based upon which way the back sets, you run opposite of the back set in gun. They're just a poorly run franchise. And, I think the way they're coached, it's all about, hey, put it on the quarterback's shoulders and let the quarterback go win. That's not NFL football. There's a reason their quarterback is always hurt, and it's because you don't protect him. To me, you just don't understand how football is supposed to work.
Do you think Zach Taylor's a good coach?
I don't believe in his offense whatsoever. I don't believe in the way he structures his offense. So I think he understands the passing game, yes. But he doesn't understand the running game, and you don't understand the running game. You truly can't protect your quarterback. Every year he's hurt. Every year he gets sacked a bunch of times. At some point in a day and age where sacks are more about coaching and more quarterback-driven statistic and a coaching statistic than they are an O-line statistic. Hey, man, put your O-line in a position to fail. Don't be surprised when they fail because you're the dumbass that put them there. So if you can't sit up and you can't pass protect, which nobody can if you throw it 45 times a game. I don't care. There's no. I don't care who you are. There's no offensive line in the league that can do that. But if that's what you put your guys, that position, you put them in that position, that they're going to fail, and that's a failure. That's a coaching failure in my mind.
Mark, you mentioned that wide receivers are like children. They're dependent, and they whine when things go poorly. What did you make of Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown's Bible verse that he posted on Instagram after the game, after the Eagles won to improve to 4-0 in the same calendar year that they won a Super Bowl championship?
I didn't even see the verse. What was the verse?
It was off the top of my. It's something like, if you're not appreciated, then what you do is you quietly withdraw, which spurred does he want to get traded for Philadelphia? Nick Sirianni had to address it in his press conference, but one of these cryptic quotes basically alluding to the fact they're not throwing him the ball, and if they don't throw him the ball, maybe he wants out. That's the interpretation.
Well, listen, this is why I wouldn't coach. Or this is why I could. I'd get in trouble because. If I'm coaching, I would love to put him down with the offense and defensive line in pads, in one-on-ones, and make him take reps at guard for the entire 20-minute period and let him get the living piss beat out of him. Just get the piss beat out of him. And then see what somebody else has to do for you to sniff a football. The unbelievable selfishness in that stuff, It just is irritating, but for some reason, it's fantasy football. What fantasy football has done to these receivers, they just have such an inflated opinion of what their value is. Anyhow, it is what it is. Hopefully, they work it out and they throw him a bunch of balls early so he can quit pouting.
You bet on this Tuesday. One thought on a game for next week, Mark, for now at least. Your Denver Broncos traveled to Philadelphia to take on A.J. Brown and the Philadelphia Eagles, and all the movement in the betting market, Mark, has been towards the Denver Broncos. We may have to have Eagles just as a 3-point home favorite here. We'll see over the balance of the week, but the Broncos have been bet consistently since the game ended last night against Cincinnati. Do you see it as Denver being able to keep this game very close at the reigning defending Super Bowl champions? Give us your brief scouting report on Eagles-Broncos coming up this Sunday.
Yeah, I think ultimately you look at the Eagles and offensively they haven't been very good. Now they've done what they've had to do to win, which is a testament to how they're built and how they believe and what they've got going on over there. But the Broncos defensively, they put on a clinic last night. I understand that it was the Cincinnati Bengals, but their back end, their coverage guys have unbelievable skills. Their ability to rush the passer. Now some of that was enhanced last night because of crowd noise, and Cooper and Nick Bonita were getting off the ball. But they're a really, really good defense. Like, if they can produce in the running game consistently, which I don't know if they can or not, but Dobbins is great. I really like what R.J. Harvey did last night. Really started to kind of feel like he's starting to understand how the run game works in the National Football League. And it takes a lot of these young guys. We saw it with the Raiders and Genti kind of break free against Chicago last weekend. So I think it just takes time for young running backs to really figure out how the NFL works. There's such a difference. Everything's played, with tight hashes. It's played in the middle of the football field. There is no wide side. And in college, a lot of times you can just break to the edges of the football field with your speed and outrun the defense, get on the perimeter. And you can't win that way. You can't consistently run the ball that way in the National Football League. It just doesn't work. So you've got to be I always say a +2 runner. Once you get in the briar patch, you've got to be able to find a way to get to hit at 2 yards and fall forward and get 4 or 5. And those are the guys that survive a long time. The other thing, you've got to be patient, man. You got to understand that every meal's not a banquet. You got to take your 2, 3, 4 yard gains, 4 yard gain, and you got to wear a defense down, and then eventually you're going to get that opportunity to break one out. So I think you've got to learn that. And I thought R.J. Harvey looked really good last night compared to what he's been the last couple of weeks. So if they can stay with that formula and Bo Nix can continue to kind of do what he did, especially the end of the first half, he had a 2-minute drive where he made a whole shot throw down the sideline. I think it was to Mims, and then the touchdown throw to Cortland Sutton, keeping it kind of on the body frame of the wide receiver, not leading him in, not throwing a medicine ball with a middle of the field close safety there that has no responsibility other than to separate you from the ball. I thought those were 2 of the best throws I'd seen.
Stink, we got a few minutes left here. Obviously, one of the surprises of the season so far through 4 weeks has been the Baltimore Ravens, sitting here now at 1-3 after losing to Kansas City on Sunday. Reportedly, Lamar Jackson could miss the next 2 to 3 weeks. The Ravens have a bye week coming up in a couple of weeks, but this Sunday they host Houston. Next week they host the Rams. Do you think the Ravens, with how they've been playing, can keep the ship afloat with Lamar Jackson potentially missing these next couple of games, both of them home games against Houston and LA?
No, it's not just Lamar. There's like 7 guys on defense that are missing. They're going to miss both their starting corners. Van Noy is out. They just lost Matabuke for the season. He's on IR. And a bunch of other guys. I think Roquan Smith has got a hammy or something. So they've got like 7 guys right now that are down on the defensive side of the ball. And then, Lamar is going to hurt them. And I tell you, the other thing is, from a coaching standpoint, when they face one of these other quarterbacks, it's almost like they coach to say, and I talked about this on the Stinking Truth podcast, like, hey, we're going to match Mahomes, like throw for throw. And I thought Spagnuolo did an unbelievable job of capturing the eyes of Lamar Jackson. They were lining up like with blitz looks, bailing out, then lining up and blitzing, and then having simulated pressure off of one side. And then all of a sudden it's a 5-man dog, then it's a 6-man blitz, then it's a 3-man rush, drop 8. Like, it was constant. And I thought Lamar's head dropped. I thought he, instead of looking down the football field, he's like, where are they coming from? What do I got to do? And ultimately, you look at that, and I don't understand how the Baltimore Ravens get into these matchups and their coaching staff just craps in their helmet. Like, Derrick Henry gets 8 carries the other day, 8 carries, and they had a playoff game where I think he got 6 carries against maybe Kansas City as well. So I just look at that and say, man, like, if I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose doing what I do, right? I'm going to adhere to my identity. And if you're going to whip my ass, you're going to whip my ass doing what I do well, as opposed to, hey, let's trick them or let's go throw for throw with them. I just don't understand the philosophical approach the Baltimore Ravens take when they play really good opponents.
Do you like the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mark, to win the AFC North?
If the Baltimore Ravens can't figure it out and get healthy, yes, I do. And they're playing. The Steelers have just continued. They didn't play well against New England, but they found a way in a +4, turnover differential. They found a way to win. Rodgers has been efficient. Gainwell really helped them in the running game. I just feel like they're going to keep getting better and better and better as the season goes on. And I talked about it late last season in December when I called the Jets game with Aaron Rodgers, and he was playing really well. And I was like, just don't be surprised when Aaron actually it gets his legs underneath him. He played well at the end of last season, and I think he's still got that in him.
Mark, great job. We appreciate it. Thanks so much for the time. As always, Stinkin' Truth Podcast, Fox Sports with the NFL. Stay well, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth joining us on the show, host of the Stinkin' Truth Podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Femi, Steelers, AFC North?
Nah. Ravens. Ravens win the AFC North.
But not
I'm sticking
yet,
with
right?
the Ravens.
You
Yet.
don't want to bet? Not yet.
Now, perhaps we have a fallen hero spot brewing this Sunday with the Ravens hosting the Texans. Perhaps. A lot of heroes have fallen for the Baltimore Ravens, but perhaps we have a spot. But in a couple of weeks, I do think it'll be time to buy Baltimore because looking at their schedule and Pittsburgh's schedule, big-time advantage Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, this isn't fallen hero spot. This is like Thanos snaps his fingers and like half the team's gone. And it's all the good players. It's just like here's Derrick Henry looking around like Will Smith in the Fresh Prince Mansion. Where is everybody? On the other side, Femi and I will hit NFL news and notes. We'll sweat the Cubs and Padres Tuesday on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Carries, 54 yards, and that rushing touchdown. He was only quarterback 21, just completion percentage better, but not great. Quarterback 17 and ADOT. Of course, lost Malik Neighbors for the season with the ACL being compromised. Next three games at New Orleans, Philadelphia at home, and then at the Denver Broncos. Great match against the Saints. Next two after that, not so great. What are your thoughts on Dart? How much he's spending, again, in a single quarterback format? If he's available in Superflex, I know what you guys are doing because he should have been long gone. But Dart, to me, is probably like a $5 to $8 player at most, given the upcoming schedule. But I want to hear your thoughts, Horvey.
I would go probably the max, like maybe even like 8 to 10, just because you brought up the upcoming schedule, which absolutely sucks. But I do think that, especially with Cam Scattaboo, there's going to be check down opportunities. And, even against these good run defenses, there's going to be design quarterback stuff, but a lot of scrambling opportunities. And, they call him Vanilla Vic for a reason. I don't think the passing yards numbers are going to be all that great, especially without Malik Neighbors. They weren't yesterday, right? He's kind of just figuring out how to play in the NFL, but he's a hell of an athlete. So, if you really are desperate at the quarterback position, I'd spend a little bit more money. But, yeah, I think you're right. Good backup option, and I love him this week, especially the rushing yards.
Yeah, I do too. I already wrote about him on my Fantasy Flames. You can check out that column right now for free at thegamingjuice.com.
On 3rd down and 2, Knicks, end zone, Sutton. He's got it. Touchdown, Denver. What a catch.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Joe Buck with the call last night on ESPN. We'll talk about the Broncos and the Eagles on Sunday in a second. We'll talk about the Cowboys and the Jets, the Dolphins and the Panthers, the Bengals and the Lions. But Femi, let's celebrate for the moment our Chicago Cubs. Insurance run in the bottom of the 8th, now up 3-1. Padres making a pitching change. The Cubs will go to the top of the 9th with at least a 2-run lead to try and close this sumbitch out and give us a 1-0 lead here in this wild card series.
Oh, man, we need it. Need it after what happened earlier this afternoon, at least for me. I bet the Guardians to win the series at plus 105. I was hoping that they could steal the School Bowl game, but that didn't really work out here. But shout out to the Cubs, though. I mean, like early on, it looked like they were a little bit frazzled. You're wondering about Matthew Boyd, and he even got pulled in the 4th. So it was a little bit sketchy there, but they've kind of weathered the storm here, and the bats have come alive just enough so far in this game. And why not tack on some more? Let's just because they haven't made a pitching change, let's tack on some more runs. Let's make this 5-1 heading into the top of the 9th here. But liking where we're at right now with the Cubs, but obviously it's baseball. There's no clock, so you can't count the chickens before they hatch. So let's get some more runs and hopefully have a little bit more cushion to play with in the top side of the 9th.
The birthday boy is here, our friend Jake Hassan, who is, for those keeping score at home, the current, we need like a name for it. If you finish number 1 in the You Bet crew power rankings, like what should your title be for the week, for the next week?
Yeah. Should it come with like a belt or just a title?
I'm not sure.
Or you like the, like, I don't know, you can't be like the undisputed champ because like it's something that can easily go.
Is he like the Viceroy? Like there should be some sort of title like that.
The Viceroy.
The Viceroy, Jake Hassan with us now. Jake, number 1 in the power rankings. Number 1 in our hearts. And the birthday boy today. Now, you bet the Padres. Sorry about that. What's your feel right now on Cubs-Padres and your opinion of the Tigers beating the Guardians earlier and how we're projecting that series moving forward.
The Tigers had to have it. That's a gut punch to the Guardians. Like, you had the opportunity to win it. Jose Ramirez on third, nobody out, trailing by 1, and just can't get him home, can't put the ball in play. It was brutal by the Guardians, but it's also showing why I don't like either of those teams long-term for the rest of the postseason. They both just kind of stink. So I think that the Tigers probably win the series. I'll like them tomorrow with Casey Mize on the mound as well, but in the next round, I'll be going against them for sure. As far as the Padres go, listen, anybody who's watched this Cubs bullpen at all this year knows that there is legitimately no lead that is safe with these Cubs relievers. And they already used both of their high leverage closers, Kittredge and Palencia. I guess this is going to be Kansas City Royals legend Brad Keller to close it out. I don't know. Maybe they're calling me. I don't know. It might be our boss Mitch Rosen out there closing out the game for the Cubs. They'll be pulling people out of the stand. So Padres lineup is really good. This isn't over until it's over, in my opinion.
Well, Mitch does not use performance-enhancing drugs, but he does have like 18 shots of espresso a day. So maybe that'll get Mitch rolling to pitch for the Chicago Cubbies. So just on the next round, whether the Tigers or the Guardians win the series, they will play Femi Seattle Mariners. Is there like a price that you wouldn't lay with the Mariners in a best of 5 against those two teams? Whoever wins?
I mean, I feel like, I'm not going to lay like minus 300 with the Mariners. I don't want to do that, but I'd look for creative ways to bet them, like maybe Mariners to win in 3 or 4.
Jake, what about
like
you?
That.
I don't even want to ask Femi this question because Femi is like a jaded Mariners fan. We need like an unbiased opinion.
I mean, yeah, I agree that I wouldn't be rushing to bet like minus 300, but the Mariners should easily take care of business with either the Tigers or the Guardians. Tigers have exactly one pitcher. The Guardians don't have an offense. For all the reasons, all the warts that the Mariners have, I still think they should be able to take care of business against these trash AL Central teams.
Femi, are you rolling it back? I know you have Guardian series. Do you think the Guardians are going to win tomorrow and force a game 3?
I do. I still think Cleveland's going to win the series. I think Detroit is literally just Skubal and nothing. like that's it. And credit to them. They got it done. They won the game when Skubal pitched, and they almost lost it. Now that Skubal's not out there, I think Cleveland wins tomorrow. I think Cleveland wins on Thursday.
Jake, you agree that the Guardians are going to win the series?
No, I think Detroit will win. What happened with Cleveland today and their just complete lack of offense, it gives me no faith at all.
So, Jake, today is your birthday.
Cleveland.
Yes.
What's your favorite birthday ever? Like, what did you do on your favorite birthday? Like the birthday party or thing that you did that's the best in your entire life?
It was probably last year when I threw a party at my apartment and then just like invited a bunch of my friends. Like, it was packed and it was a lot of fun, and we utilized the shot ski a lot. And then I fell asleep on my living room floor, and it was really awesome.
Thank you for participating in this conversation.
Hey, anytime. Thank
What's
you
your favorite birthday,
for giving me the runway.
What a terrible answer. Like last year when I had my friends over and we drank. Don't you do that? Yeah. You do that every weekend, right? And I don't mean that as a criticism. When I was your age, I also did that every weekend. When I was older than you, I was doing that every weekend. Like, what's so special about that? Like, you did that last weekend, right?
Yeah, well, I did do that for my friend's vow renewal a couple of days ago. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a person that makes a big deal out of my birthday usually, so it was just a really fun time that I look back on fondly. I don't know. It was just not something that I'm really interested in. Like,
what'd you do for your 21 run? Like that doesn't hold a special place in your heart?
For my 21st birthday, we just went to the local campus bar in Champaign. Shout out the Red Lion, and they have a giant patio. And like a bunch of my friends from out of town came to visit me, and we closed it out until 3 a.m. And I'm pretty sure I fell asleep on my living room floor again that weekend.
For my 21st birthday, I bought a white sport coat.
Ooh.
Didn't really fit.
That's it?
Did you have a ponytail?
No, I think it's a really strong question. I don't think did I have the ponytail when I was 21 and not yet is the answer to that question. My hair was getting long, but like ponytail was like that fall. My birthday's in June. I wore a white sport coat to a bar in Manhattan that no longer exists, and I blacked out.
Did you spill on the coat?
I mean,
Blacked out, he doesn't
probably.
know.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, I guess
I
you'd
did not
know
have
the
a
next
ponytail
day.
yet. The ponytail was later that fall, and it wasn't really it wasn't like a full ponytail. It was like it was at the bottom. It was really bad, and a girl said at a bar, "Look at the guy with the ponytail," famously.
Just a tough scene.
Imagine if that
really
girl
bad.
had seen you with a white coat and a ponytail at the same time.
Yeah, we were at that point. I was really, just throwing stuff at the wall to see what would stick.
Hey,
Unfortunately,
and then you came to it. Got to a good
Unfortunately,
place.
unfortunately, the answer was not much at that time.
No stone unturned,
like,
baby.
Now, like you go out enough, like you put yourself, if you're in the game enough, you put yourself in a position to like accidentally win sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't all L's, but the wins were more like you're in the right place at the right time.
Found money.
No other,
Some might call it.
No other reason. Are we 2 outs here, top of the ninth already?
Yeah, we got 2 outs, baby. Xander Bogaerts
Let's go.
at the plate.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Bogart's about to ground out to the shortstop. Cubs about to be up 1-0 in this series. Yeah,
I'd love that.
Bill writes 3 pitches, like literally like the inning just started. My favorite birthday ever. Well, my 40th birthday was really awesome. It was a couple years ago with my family and I was about to get married like the next month. That was awesome. But when I was a kid, I want to say I was like 9. It was 92. We rented out this arcade in Queens, which sounds like way more fancy than it is. It's like this called Peter Pan Games on Bell Boulevard in Queens, for anyone listening to the show in Queens, New York. And we had an hour, and I played Street Fighter 2 the entire time, and I beat everyone.
Ooh.
And it was really great.
So what age was that? That was teen?
Say it was like I was 9 probably. I think it was 92.
Okay.
I think it was 92.
There you go. I spent probably my first, at least like birthdays that I can remember, once I turned about like 5 to like I want to say 8, Chuck E. Cheese. And like there was a Chuck E. Cheese that was probably like 15, 20 minutes away from where we lived. My birthdays were there, my brother's birthdays were there, my cousin's
You guys
birthdays
had
were there.
electricity in the Pacific Northwest where you're from?
Yes, we have electricity.
Just checking. Because I'm from New York.
I don't even. It's Chuck E. Cheese, man.
Chuck E. Cheese is awesome.
It's a great time. My 21 run. Obviously, nobody remembers that one, but because my birthday's on July 3rd, so 4th of July, especially back in my early 20s, I always felt like crap. But my 21 run, I was actually doing summer school.
I think that's a great birthday, honestly. July 3rd.
It's fun. I mean, sure, the birthday.
Everyone's
with Tom Cruise,
off. Everyone's off. Yeah. Right.
But see, that's the tricky part though, is that people have plans doing other stuff. Because when I was a kid,
you got to hang out on the 3rd, and then the 4th they could do whatever they want.
Well, like when I was in elementary and middle school, I didn't have that many friends that would come to my birthday because they were already in summer vacation and we're going to this for the weekend and all that stuff. So I just hung out with my family and I had a bunch of close relatives nearby. So it was still a lot of fun. But yeah, most times people just kind of take off or whatever. But yeah, now that we're older, people obviously everyone's kind of around and they can do some stuff. But yeah, I just remember my brother came up because I was still up in Bellingham, Washington. Shout out to Western Washington University. Active minds changing lives. I was taking summer school classes. My brother came up, one of his buddies came up, and we went out to the bar. It was on a Sunday, and we got absolutely tanked. And the next day, 4th of July, I ate a Little Caesars pizza, and I laid in the grass, and I watched people celebrate the 4th of July. That was my 21st birthday.
That's how we celebrated in America, eating pizza in the grass, as the founding fathers intended. The Cubs are 1 strike away from winning this game. So Addie, our associate producer, Addie Bates, her birthday's October 29th. Mike Brown's birthday is right around Thanksgiving. I think I have the best birthday.
Birthday's the 26th of October.
Mine's June 6th, my birthday. So we're middle of the year, right before school ends for when you're in school, which was great. So you still had everyone around. Yeah, June 6th.
The vibes were ascending. They were ascending.
Yeah.
Like once you get to June, everyone's starting to feel good because like you have like that Memorial Day weekend kind of like surge of like a little bit of preview of summer. Like it's like, oh man, this is gonna be what summer vacation's like once we're done with school. And then like you get into June, yeah, that's a good time. Like I'm a big summer birthday guy. Like obviously mine's July 3rd. My brother's is July 20th.
Oh yeah! Let me
got
do
it done?
my best Harry Carey impersonation. Cubs win. Cubs win.
Why the
I don't know
W?
if it was good or not. A questionable
Go,
strike
Cubs,
3 call to
go.
punch out Xander Bogaerts. That is
That
a
was
win
very
for the Chicago Cubs.
So.
Hell yeah! Let's go.
Cash that ticket, baby. Let's do it.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, I bet minus 110 yesterday, and I also have like some minus 125 for the series. So yeah, I'm all the way in on the Chicago Cubs. Like that was much needed after Cleveland gacked that game away earlier this afternoon. So
Absolutely
let's
love
do
it.
it.
All right. Let's carry this over into the next segment. We'll do our bets for the Yankees and Red Sox as well. But you want to talk about the teams that played last night on Monday Night Football and their games this week.
Yeah, alluded to it a little bit in yesterday's show, but of course it was sight unseen. We had not seen the Denver Broncos. But I think this is going to be a thing this week. This is probably the betting market that fascinates me the most is this Denver-Philadelphia game. And obviously everybody who looks at the box scores and the spreadsheets, like the Eagles, according to that, should be like 1-3. But they're not because they're Super Bowl champions and they win games. And that's what they do. And they're 4-0. But I think there's going to be like a whiff of Eagles frauds versus this Denver team that I know a lot of people were really into over the course of the offseason. I was not one of them, clearly kind of planting my flag with the Raiders, which has gone terribly so far through 4 weeks, but that's where we sit here. I'm going to like Philly quite a bit, and I would lay 3.5. I haven't done it yet because I do think there's a chance we get to 3, but I love the Eagles this week. I like the Eagles against the Rams a couple of weeks ago. I think I like this one even more with Philadelphia laying 3 or 3.5 at home against this Denver team because I think the Eagles defense flexes its muscles, and I think you're going to see their offense as well look to run the football on this Denver defense. So I like Philly quite a bit in the game.
Adam Schefter tweeted something earlier today that I thought was interesting. Through 4 games this season, the Eagles have been outgained by 327 yards, the 4th worst margin in the NFL, yet the Eagles are one of only 2 unbeaten teams.
Yep.
I'm marinating on a take.
Give it to me.
The 2025 Philadelphia Eagles are the 2024 Kansas City Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
Which doesn't mean they're going to lose in the Super Bowl. That's just that.
Oh, I'd hope that happens.
I don't know if the Eagles are going to be a team this year that we're going to want to lay like 7.5 with to win.
No.
But I think they might go like 15-2. So I don't know if I would lay 3.5 with the Eagles. Like probably the answer is yes. But you be damn sure I'll have Eagles money line in some parlays. I may just bet Eagles money line straight. I don't think they're losing to Bo Nix and the Broncos. On the other side, the rest of our thoughts on the Monday night teams from last night, their games this week, and our bets for the Yankees and the Red Sox.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
You trust Matthew Boyd in a playoff game?
He's been really good.
I mean, the numbers aren't bad. Like, what's your primary complaint against him?
It's Matthew
Like,
Boyd.
he's just not a number one.
I love when you look at the numbers and you're like, it's still Matthew Boyd. It's like, it's still Jack Ryder, that kind of thing.
I've just bet on so many pitchers over the years that did really well in the regular season, and then they get to the playoffs and they start shaking. Not that he's going to do that.
I feel about Max Fried.
Yeah, I understand it. Sometimes playoffs they're a different animal for some of these pitchers that have never done it before. I think we should do a side bet. I think it's me against you two. What are we betting? Dongster? Custody for a weekend.
Let's do that. Sammy P. Oh my God, we got to go. That's it for the day.
You can have him.
We'll talk to you soon, Teddy P. Have a great day. Bye. Oh, we're still going? We still got an hour? Oh, we got time? Oh my God, I thought, I was out way early on that. Oh my God. Oh God, thank God. I was like, whoa.
Speak so
scared
soon,
me.
Dad.
Is this okay? Be honest though, Sammy P. How much of this is you loving the White Sox because you're a White Sox guy as opposed to the Cubs?
Oh, it has nothing to do with that. Nothing.
Well, you don't like Matthew Boyd.
I mean, it's not personal. I just don't. I don't trust Matthew Boyd.
Okay, that's fair.
I accept that he doesn't feel like a number one starter. Like, some of these guys are aces. He does not feel like that.
All right, we'll see who's right.
On the line.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
With today's MLB postseason, no sweat swing. Today's the first day that I feel like the Invisalign I'm wearing is like messing with my speech. And I don't like it.
Yeah.
But
Sacrifices
I want my
we
teeth to
make.
look good. Yeah. Yep. I'll gladly sacrifice the quality of the show for my own personal vanity.
Say cheese.
I already signed my contract, so I can say that. With today's MLB postseason no sweat same game parlay token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager loses. Step up and find your pitch. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. Also, subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Femi broke down the Heisman Trophy market ahead of Week 6, and Femi and I both broke down Monday Night Football. And like, comment, and subscribe. YouTube.com/@the BetMGM Network. Twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. All right, bets for Yankees Red Sox coming up at the end of this segment. Femi, hit us with some other games that you'd like to discuss for NFL Week 5.
Yeah, let's get into the Detroit Lions and the Cincinnati Bengals. Right now over at BetMGM, this is a 10.5-point spread. Detroit, the 10.5-point road favorite. And you watched the game last night. Obviously not too many people looking to back the Cincinnati Bengals. But sometimes in the NFL, you got to go dumpster diving. and I'm ready to go dumpster diving. I'm throwing on the hazmat suit. Like, we're going in there. I am going into the jungle. I actually like Cincinnati in the game. Now, of course, the offensive line is atrocious. They're horrendous. But looking at the injury report, Cincinnati, like Detroit, they might be down both of their starting corners. And if there's one area that you can attack with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, that is the exact area. Like, I think that the Bengals are going to actually be able to move the ball much better than what we saw last night, where it's, hey, here's Patrick Surtain. I know Riley Moss was getting picked on last night. Like, those things happen. But like Patrick Surtain did a really good job on Jamar Chase in the limited reps that he faced him. There's no corner like that for the Detroit Lions. I like the idea of backing this team that's been blown out in a couple games against a team like Detroit that just blew out Cleveland this past Sunday. So I'm going to go with the Bengals at 10.5. I have not made the bet yet because I'm assuming nobody else wants it, and maybe we get an even bigger number by the time we get to Sunday. But I will be betting the Bengals at anything more than 10 this upcoming Sunday.
I give you credit. There's no way I can get there with the Bengals, while acknowledging that, like I bet some Titans last night because I think that point spread's way out of whack. If you told me it was a different opponent than the Lions, I mean,
Detroit's going to have their way on offense.
Yeah, the Lions might score 50 in this game, and then like can the Bengals score 40, like to cover the spread? I'm not saying I want to bet Detroit. There's no way I'm betting Cincinnati. I give you credit for having the hood spot to make that bet. What other games do you want to discuss?
The other games, I don't really have strong opinions. I did want to get your thoughts on Thursday Night Football because we haven't talked about that one yet. We have some injury news with that game. But like Cowboys, Jets, I agree with you. At 3, it's a bet on the Jets. Like, it just cannot be 3. I think both Miami and Carolina stink. I don't want to dive into that one. Like, unless you have a strong betting opinion, I have no betting opinion. I think that should be around a pick 'em. That's where we sit right now. Says a terrible thing about Miami, the fact that they're a pick 'em against this Carolina team that just lost 42-13 to New England. But hey, I don't think Miami should be like 3 or anything like that. So I'm fine with that point spread. But Niners, Rams, and I want to give it some more thought, but I want to kind of talk this one out because Brock Purdy dealing with a toe injury. Ricky Pearsall's got a knee. Jawan Jennings has a rib. None of those guys practiced today. And Wednesday will obviously be a very big day for those guys since the game is coming up on Thursday against the rival Rams here. And the point spread is now out to 6.5. And I would not be surprised if at some point tomorrow or maybe on Thursday on game day that we eventually get out to Rams -7. Like, let's say Purdy gets ruled out or even Jennings and Pearsall get ruled out and Purdy plays. Man, the Niners are really, really up against it. Is there anything you want to do with this one?
It's worth. I don't think Purdy's gonna. I don't think he should have played on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't look like himself. like that felt like it was maybe like, hey, let's rush him back, and because like I think also like, isn't Mac Jones injured? Like, he's dealing with a knee injury, so who knows? Maybe like, I don't even know Mac Jones could have played last week. But I kind of think that this is actually Rams or pass. I might pass the game. I just don't like where we're at with the 49ers. The injuries seem to be mounting. They're way too much. But can you really lay 6.5 after like this? That was like 4.5 a couple of days ago. Like, I don't know how I want to attack this one, but I kind of want to talk it out.
If it went to 7, I need to see who's in and who's out.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if everyone's playing for the 49ers, that the point spread of the game, I think I said this yesterday, like in between 3 and 3.5.
Yeah.
So like
not
fair. Like Niners plus 3.5 or Rams -3. I think would have been like fine bets in that game. No Purdy. Obviously, Purdy's better than Mac Jones. That matters. No Pearsall and Jennings. I think you could probably talk your like 6.5. I think is probably really fair. 7, if Mac's going to play, and we'll see what the injury report holds. Demarcus Robinson's back now off suspension. You've got Kendrick Bourne. Kittle's not going to play, but he hasn't played for a couple games now. Obviously, I think this will be the 4th game that he misses now.
Mm-hmm.
I would consider betting the Niners if I got a full 7 and Mac is starting at quarterback. But we got to thread that needle, though. Otherwise, I have no interest in San Francisco on Thursday night.
Yeah, I mean, and this Rams offense looks really, really good. Stafford's healthy. I mean, I don't think the Niners have any answer for Puka. Nobody has an answer for Puka Nacua, at least it stands right now.
Is Puka going to win Offensive Player of the Year?
If Stafford stays healthy, I think he is.
Have you bet him at all?
I've not bet him. I feel like I might just have to wear the L, you know? Like, I don't want to chase it. And all of a sudden, it's because it's too early in the season to chase. Like, things can happen. Like, who knows? Maybe Jonathan Taylor has like a 200-yard game against his Raiders defense, and all of a sudden you bet like a 2-1 that's now like out to 3-1 or something like that. So maybe
Can I just tell you what I think the problem
year,
is? What I think the problem is that if Puka stays healthy, he's going to break like every receiving record.
Yeah.
He's on pace for like 180 catches.
I mean, how many? He's getting like what, 15 targets a game?
It's bananas.
It's insane. Like
Yeah,
it's
he
actually
may
insane.
not stay healthy. I mean, he gets like nicked up every single game. He's so physical, like he may not stay healthy. But yeah, I think that's a little interesting. Let's table the Rams-Niners discussion for tomorrow when we have more injury information. Jets +3 for me. I would agree for the moment. No opinion on Dolphins-Panthers. We can talk about it tomorrow with it moved. You bet on this Tuesday.
Sorry to interrupt, but you don't seem to like the fallen hero spot with Baltimore this week.
Not yet. I mean, just
Do you think we get to 3?
no. I mean, like maybe, and then it'll probably come off 3.
And it comes off, yeah. I could see it touching 3, then like people immediately. I mean, because like it's such a massive middle there for those who bet Houston. I mean, like Houston was like what 9.5 last week, and then like 6.5 at open in a couple sportsbooks, down to 4.5 yesterday. Now down to where Houston's now the favorite, but I think we might touch 3. I think at that point I'm just going to bet Baltimore to win the game.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm not there.
Please,
yet.
Cooper Rush.
I'm not there yet to be able to say that I want to bet the Ravens to win. I think they're probably going to lose, is my guess. Not definitely. They could win. I think they will lose next week to the Rams and be either 1-4 or 1-5 or 2-4 entering the bye. Yankees Red Sox starting in 18 minutes. First pitch from the Bronx. Max Fried and Garrett Crochet. Yankees -140, so the Yankees have been the side that's been getting bet over the course of the last 24 hours. Total 6.5 juice to the over with 2 excellent starting pitchers. Femi, how are you betting Yankees Red Sox coming up game 1 from Yankee Stadium?
Yeah, we're out to +120, so that means I'm betting the Boston Red Sox. This is a bet on Garrett Crochet. There could be making an argument that he was actually the best pitcher in the American League this year, even better than Tarek Skubal. He's been that strong. He's a workhorse. I like him in a big spot. Like, he doesn't have like a ton of playoff pedigree. I understand that, but I just like how Crochet has been pitching this season. I just like the vibe of this Red Sox team. And with all the pressure being on the Yankees, give me the +120 with the much better pitcher in the game. Like, that's no disrespect to Fried. It's just more so praise to what Crochet has been this season. So I'm rocking with Boston tonight. I also like Boston with the series. I bet some +165 last night. So let's go Red Sox.
That's a terrible thing to say at the end. Now, I brought my Yankee hat to wear today. I wore it this summer to the beach a couple times.
I was going to say, that one's seen some things.
This looks like John Wetland's 1996 hat when the Yankees won the World Series. People remember that. That's now in Cooperstown in the Baseball Hall of Fame. So this Yankee hat, I need to get a new Yankee hat. This hat's seen better days, but I can toss it on here for a minute. Listen.
There he is. Nicky Pinstripes is back.
Listen. The Yankees are better than the Red Sox. Now, the Red Sox might have the vibes, and Aaron Judge might suck in October. Guess what? It's still September. Aaron Judge going to homer tonight. You get a great Max Fried start, and I do think Max Fried's got that dog in him. You agree? Max Fried does have that dog in him, right?
Yeah, he got that dog. Yeah, also likes to put a lot of guys on base. Yeah, hey, he's good. Yeah, I give him respect. He's good.
Better bullpen, Yankees or Red Sox?
I mean, it's the Yankees. I mean, a better bullpen. Do the Red Sox need it tonight?
Who has more star players?
Oh, the Yankee lineup is way better than the Boston lineup.
And the bullpen's better, right, for the Yankees?
I'd say so. But don't let Chapman be out there on the mound.
Great. I hope Aroldis Chapman pitches tonight.
What about Cora versus Boone? How do you feel about that one?
Well, that's like asking me, how do you feel about, if they were like an MMA fight and one fighter, not a great fighter, and the other was on massive amounts of steroids. Who's better? Like, one cheats. I don't know, like, does Alex Cora, do we have the garbage cans? Are there buzzers?
Might have something new. Might have something new. If you can't put it past him, he might have something new.
Look, I think
you're getting that plus money.
I think Boone's the worst, but do we know, is Alex Cora cheating or no?
I mean, could go either way with him, given his past.
Was David Ortiz on steroids? Because everyone in the media says he wasn't.
Now he's going after Big Papi.
Well, do you think David Ortiz used steroids or no?
I'm going to say yes, he did.
Yeah, of course
in
he
my
did.
opinion. Yeah.
Of course he did.
I mean,
now listen.
Most people, yeah.
All the Yankees were on steroids also, and the Red Sox steroid users were better than the Yankee steroid users, but still, the Red Sox were all on steroids. And Alex Cora's a cheater, and the Astros are lying, cheating scumbags, and their World Series title should be taken away, and they should all be in Guantanamo Bay. And so should AJ.
Why are you nervous? Why are you nervous today?
I'm not, and the Yankees are going to win.
Okay. That wasn't the tune yesterday. Seemed a little bit nervous.
You know what? I am nervous. Final hour, power hour coming up on the other side. We start the hour. We will speak to Christopher Mad Dog Russo.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
The Packers with their possession in overtime, because Dallas, they drive down the field, 10 plays, 76 yards, take up 5:20 of overtime. So about half of overtime, the Cowboys take up a little bit more than half. Green Bay gets the ball. After they convert that 4th and 6 with the game on the line, the Packers just seem so scared of Brandon Aubrey, the Cowboys kicker. They were terrified of him potentially getting a chance to kick like a 75, 70-yard field goal. So Green Bay, this offense that had been moving the ball up and down the field. The Cowboys hadn't gotten a stop in 2.5 hours of real time. Green Bay says, you know what? Let's take our time and make sure this is the last possession of the game. Kind of shoehorning themselves into that thought process as opposed to just saying, hey guys, if we just go down and score a touchdown, we win. Like, that's how anybody would usually think about that one. But Packers head coach Matt LaFleur, he was scared money on that final possession. And just the absolute insanity, the final sequence of the game where Green Bay, obviously, like Emmanuel Wilson short for a loss on 28 seconds to go on the pass. And then all of a sudden, we're thinking, okay, they're just going to spike the football and then they'll kick the field goal for the tie. No. Apparently, LaFleur let Jordan Love do this, or Jordan Love went rogue and decided to do it. This dude snaps the ball with 6 seconds left and throws it into the end zone where a couple bounces, all of a sudden the clock runs out and the Cowboys win the game. When you were sitting in the heart of field goal range, like a 35-yard field goal. I could not believe that they snapped that ball. Because I'm thinking, all right, they're going to spike it. No, here's Jordan Love in shotgun. Like, they're going to run a play. And they ran the play, and they were so fortunate that the ball bounced with 1 second to go, which, I mean, if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm asking who the hell is the clock operator? I mean, at least make them go to New York and review it and put the second back on the clock. Don't just give them the second, all right? Whatever happened to home cooking? You know what? Because if that game's played at Lambeau Field, they're going to have to go to New York and replay that thing and put 1 second on the clock. I guarantee you there's not going to be a second on the clock had that game been at Lambeau Field. Get it together, Cowboys clock operator. What are we doing here? Take that second off the clock. But any event, like the fact that it came down to that, and they got so lucky and so fortunate for that second to be on there, and if to end in a tie is just utterly ridiculous. And a tie has you feeling some kind of way about both of these teams.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You better you bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, Christopher Mad Dog Russo, and you. The doggy joins us here on the show. The great Christopher Mad Dog Russo, Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio, ESPN, on Twitter, at Mad Dog Unleashed. Hello, Christopher. How are you?
Nicholas and company, how you guys doing today? Great to be on, Nick. How are you, pal?
Mad Dog, we are doing awesome. Happy Major League Baseball playoffs to you and yours. How are you enjoying the start of the playoffs thus far?
Well, I think you had two good games. I mean, you had Scuba strike out 14, and he pitched into the 8th inning, which you like to see, not a bunch of elite pitchers. And, the Guardians had a guy on third base with nobody out in the 9th, down 2-1, didn't score. That's a good little rivalry now, Detroit and Cleveland, two sort of mid-markets. Same division. They play. This is their third straight Tuesday that they played, by the way. They played last year in the playoffs, too. Good game. And a game the Tigers had to win with their best pitcher pitching. And then you had the Padres and the Cubs. All postseason games at Wrigley Field have great atmosphere, great weather, day game. San Diego's got a couple of big stars in it. I was surprised that Counsell took out Boyd in the 5th inning. He did. It worked out. He went to his bullpen, who got a bunch of outs, 13 or 12 outs, whatever it was. And they hit a couple of solo homers. Good game there with the Padres and the Cubs. I love the best of three. I think it's, there's drama early. And it's funny, if you win that first game, I think it's 10 of 12. If you win that first game, you usually win the series. Padres 1 year played 3 games against the Mets. 1 year last year, Bucks, Brewers, and Mets played 3 games. But for the most part, you win that first game, you're going to win in 2 games. So we see how Cleveland at home, how San Diego responds. Then you got the Yankees and the Red Sox here in a few minutes. So, it's a good week for baseball, and it's a good, ESPN's involved, which gives them extra juice with the ratings. There's a little, they get a little more juice when it's on ESPN because they follow it a little carefully. They won't after this week. So it's a good week, and the Yankees, Red Sox, then Hunter Green against LA at 9 o'clock. So there you go.
I want to get your thought on Yankees Red Sox in a minute. First pitch in that game coming up a couple of minutes in the Bronx. But, Rob Manfred has taken so much criticism, some from you, Dog, some from others, myself, since he took over as the commissioner of Major League Baseball. It does feel like he nailed it with the expanded postseason and the wild card series. Do you agree with that? Because for me, this is the most exciting Major League Baseball postseason has ever been in this run with the wild card and moving forward.
Plus, Rob's got to get credit for the pitch clock. Games are quicker. You have to give him credit for that. And you also have to give him credit since he's been involved in the labor negotiations with Major League Baseball and the union. There's never been a loss of one game. And that union's hard to negotiate with. And not one game has he lost in his tenure as a commissioner and as the lead negotiator for C-League, for about 17, 18 years. So he's got to get credit for that. I understand that Rob, who's a lawyer, sometimes he maybe not as glib as you'd like. So as a result, it seems like he's swimming uphill. And I don't like all the different outlets, whether it's Netflix, Apple TV, ESPN, TBS. I hate the fact you got to need a search warrant to find where the games are. It drives me crazy. But I think overall, Rob's had a successful, he's trying to get ownership going for the A's. He's moving to Vegas. We shall see. Franchises have not moved in baseball. Football franchises move all the time. The Chargers moved. The Cardinals have moved. The NFL teams bounce around like you wouldn't believe. The NBA does too. Vancouver to Memphis and Clippers to LA and everything else. The Nets have moved a million times. The baseball teams don't move. I mean, you think about it. You got to go back a long way where you've seen 68, the Kansas City moved to Oakland, and now they're going to move here to Vegas. But for the most part, the team stays where they are in baseball. And, you got to give them, it's not Rob, but you got to give the sport credit for that. But the wild card's good, Louis. Now, listen, Nick, we haven't had a lot of game threes. So, if they have a little drama on Thursday where they have 4 game threes, Yankees, Red Sox, Cleveland wins tomorrow, game 3, Padres make it interesting. Somehow the Reds put the Dodgers on the brink. You'd have a big baseball day tomorrow, and you have a little momentum going into Saturday because over the weekend they get hurt because they're up against college football first and they're up against the NFL second. And remember, they're up against those 2 programs on FS1 and TBS. So the casual fan is not going to go find them up against college football on Saturday afternoon when they got 4 games on. This week, you're going to find them. You're going to find this Yankee-Red Sox game. You'll probably find the Thursday game if there's a game 3 up against Amazon with San Francisco and the Rams. So they need a good week to build a little momentum. They have not gotten that in the past on the wild card. Let's see if they get it here. The road team won today, so that's a good sign. I don't know about the Padres tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. This Yankee-Red Sox series should go 3 games, though. You would think 3 games.
I want to get your thought on first pitch in that game coming up in a minute. I agree with you on the streaming stuff. I'm 42. I feel like I'm a boomer. What we need is like a channel guide with all the streaming services on it, so we can switch the damn channels like it's cable instead of having to on the smart TV. I find it very aggravating. Also, Yankees 100%. Red Sox. In a couple minutes from the Bronx. Max Fried, Garrett Crochet, great pitching matchup. Yanks a -140 favorite. Bo Sox +120. Total in the game, 6.5. Christopher, how do you see tonight's game playing out? And who do you think wins this series with the Yankees and the Red Sox?
I think the Yankees at the end of the day will figure it out. They're due to beat the Red Sox in a series. They have lost to Cora twice. They lost a wild card game to them, and they lost a best of 5 in the ALDS when the Red Sox won a championship. The Red Sox obviously have to win with Crochet. You'd be a little worried because Giolito's not going to pitch game 3 now. He's out with an elbow issue. So if they get to a game 3, they're going to pitch a kid who's got 4 starts in Major League Baseball. Now, Schlichter is not Whitey Ford, the Yankee game 3 starter. So it's not like he's won 250 games. But still, that would concern you if you're a Red Sox fan. But the Red Sox, listen, they're playing with house money in this series. They're a young team. A little surprising that they made the postseason. The future is bright for the Red Sox. It's at Yankee Stadium. I think the pressure is on the Yankees. Judge is not hitting the postseason historically. He's hitting 206 in 58 postseason games with 1 million strikeouts. He needs to have a good postseason where he has 2 or 3 good series in a row, which he has not done. And Boone has won 1 World Series game as a Yankee manager since 2018. And let's face it, last year he beat the Royals and the Guardians to win a pennant. That's not murderous row by any stretch of the imagination. So I think it's a more important series for the Yankees. I think this is the last series the Yankees wanted to see because I think Cora gets into the Yankees' heads a little bit. So I think the pressure is on the Yankees. I think Crochet obviously is the best pitcher. This game's about to start. So if he has pitched well against the Yankees in his 3 starts this year, But I think you got to take, guys, I think you probably got to take the Yankees in a third game based on Yankee Stadium. Schlitger is a better pitcher than who the Red Sox face. I would think if it goes the distance, and I think it might, I think you got to take the Yankees in 3 games.
I'm a Yankee fan, dog. You know that, and I wanna throw up just thinking about a Game 3 against the Red Sox. So the tables have turned. Oh my God, we used to kill them all. Now they kill us all the time. It sucks. Anyway, you bet on this Tuesday. The Mad Dog Christopher Russo is our guest on Twitter at Mad Dog Unleashed. Doggy, Dodgers and the Reds tonight. Blake Snell, Hunter Green. You want to make a case that the Reds can extend this series here? You think the Dodgers make quick business of Cincinnati? Give us your breakdown for Dodgers-Reds.
Well, listen, I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to bet the Reds. But if you want me to make a case, they have 3 good pitchers. Hunter Green's a very good pitcher. They're going to pitch Abbott, a lefty. He's a good pitcher. Maybe Nick Lodolo will come back and pitch. They haven't announced that yet. Right now, they don't have him in the they have Lido pitching tomorrow, a righty, gives up a ton of home runs. That would worry me. But the Reds are playing with house money. It's a free year for them. Their championship was beating the Brewers 2 out of 3 to make the postseason, which is what they did, of course, over the weekend with help from the Marlins. Francona, a very good manager. He's going to have his teams loosey-goosey. They don't hit a lot of home runs. So they're going to have to single the Dodgers to death. But Snell does put a lot of guys on base. He can walk people. The Dodger bullpen is terrible. So you get into that bullpen in a close game. Listen, the Dodgers, you got to figure, the Reds are like plus 300 or whatever it might be. You would know better than me on that. You got to think and the Dodgers-Phillies would be a great series. And you can make an argument the winner of that best of 5 would win the championship, Dodgers and Phillies, which would be on Saturday, game 1 in Philadelphia, and Ohtani would pitch if the Dodgers sweep the Reds. But if you want me to make a case for the Reds, house money, nothing to lose, good pitching, Francona. That would be the case I make for Cincinnati if I had to.
Plus 250, Doggy, the Reds to win this series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Doggy, who's going to win the World Series and why?
I'm going to still say the Dodgers. I think they have the best players. Yamamoto's good. Ohtani's going to be a factor. He's good. He can pitch. Snell's pitched in World Series before. They got Glasnow sitting there. Freeman, Betts, and Ohtani are 3 great offensive players. Teoscar Hernandez is a good player. Edmonds a dangerous player. Maybe Muncy adds something. I'm not even sure where he is as far as his health is concerned. But I will say the Dodgers. The Phillies, I said when he was hurt that they would really miss Wheeler, and I think they might now. And I don't trust the Philly offense. The Philly offense can be very streaky. We've seen it last year against the Mets. We saw it 2 years ago against Arizona, where they lost the last 2 games at home and they couldn't hit. We saw it against the Astros in the World Series when they got no hit in one of those games against Houston when they were up 2-1. So I don't completely trust the Phillies. Plus, they got a lot of pressure on them, too. They got to win a championship here. They got Schwarber as a free agent. It's about time for the Phillies. They've been dancing down this aisle a long time without winning the whole thing. So little pressure on them. But I would make the Dodgers their favorite in the NL. And I think the American League is wide open, Nikki. Maybe Seattle's due. They're going to have an easy second round, you would think, against the Tiger and Guardian winner, which is going to help them. They're good at home. They got good pitching. Raleigh, they can hit the ball out of the ballpark. They hit over 200 home runs. So I'll go a Mariner-Dodger World Series, something different. West Coast. That's where I go.
Got a couple of minutes to go. I want to hit you with a couple more things here. You mentioned the Mets. You had a pretty memorable rant earlier this baseball season. The Mets did not give your son Colin, who does sports radio in Florida, like a guest for his show. Did you take any glee in how the Mets season ended? And curious your thoughts on Gary Cohen and company in the Mets booth, which is a great booth on SNY, like killing the Marlins for celebrating when the Mets season ended in a pretty historic collapse, even by Mets standards. Your thoughts on the end of the year for the Mets?
Darling is the one who killed him, not Gary, because Gary did a very good job on Sunday late, because he said it like it was. Terrible season, horrendous collapse, expanded playoffs. He got knocked out by the Reds. And he implied about the payroll. How do you not sit there and make the postseason when you have a $350 million payroll? That was Ronnie who said that, more about the Marlins. Here's what I give the credit for the Marlins. They told everybody that they wanted to beat the Mets. They hate the Mets. That's a big rivalry for Miami. The fan base is all New York, so when they have home games against the Mets, half the fans are Met fans. That riles them up too. But the Marlins beat the Mets 5 out of 7 in the last 2 times they played this year. They said before this series began last week that their World Series was beating the Mets, knocking them out of the playoffs. That's exactly what they did. I had no problem with the Marlins celebrating. No problem whatsoever. And I don't think Gary did either. It was more Ronnie who didn't like it. What are you celebrating when you won 80 games? That was more Ronnie than Gary. I didn't like Gary's call of the Alonso home run. That was way over the top when he hit homer 253. And then Alonso essentially, thanked the Mets by telling everybody before the body's even cold that he was going to opt out in the dugout there. Here it is. The Mets went out of their way. They kissed his fanny when he hit that dopey home run. And then Alonso couldn't wait to tell you that he was going to opt out in the dugout, in the clubhouse after they lost and got knocked out. That would not make me happy if I was Steve Cohen. But as far as the Colin Russo thing has nothing to do with it. I'm never going to root for the Mets. They play in the same league as the Giants. They broke my heart in 2000 when they beat him in that postseason when I thought the Giants were the best team. And Franco struck out Barry Bonds in Game 2, and the Giants got one hit by Bobby Jones in Game 4. Egbayani hit a home. Benny Egbayani hit the homer there in Game 3, which killed me. So I'm never, ever going to sit there and root for the Mets. And, that was a horrendous loss. They can sit there and sugarcoat it all they want. And they didn't. Their fans, some fans did, but not, Stearns didn't, Mendoza didn't. That's a catastrophe. When you have when you got a $350 million payroll and you're in first place in June by 5.5 games, and you can't beat the Reds out to make the postseason, the $80 million Reds who won 83 games, that's bad. So it wasn't Colin who did it. It was the fact the Mets had the big payroll loss, which gave me happiness as far as 2025 is concerned.
I know this won't make you happy, but in 2000, don't worry. The Yankees took care of business and took out the Mets in the World Series. I know you love the Yankees also.
I don't root for the Yankees. I
know you
don't either.
I know you don't.
Yes.
Freed got out at the top of the first, going to the bottom of the first in the Bronx. Doggy, enjoyed the game. We appreciate the time. Stay well. We'll talk to you soon.
We love you guys. Thanks for having me on there, Nikki. Appreciate it.
Christopher Mad Dog Russo joining us here on You Better You Bet. During a baseball playoff game, he is absolutely the best. On the other side, we'll get bets for Week 5 in the National Football League. From a dog to the whale, Drew Dinsick joins us on the other side.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The Packers with their possession in overtime because Dallas, they drive down the field, 10 plays, 76 yards, take up 520 of overtime. So about half of overtime, the Cowboys take up a little bit more than half. Green Bay gets the ball. After they convert that 4th and 6 with the game on the line, the Packers just seem so scared of Brandon Aubrey, the Cowboys kicker. They were terrified of him potentially getting a chance to kick like a 75, 70-yard field goal. So Green Bay, this offense that had been moving the ball up and down the field. The Cowboys hadn't gotten a stop in 2.5 hours of real time. Green Bay says, you know what? Let's take our time and make sure this is the last possession of the game. Kind of shoehorning themselves into that thought process as opposed to just saying, hey guys, if we just go down and score a touchdown, we win. Like, that's how anybody would usually think about that one. But Packers head coach Matt LaFleur, he was scared money on that final possession. And just the absolute insanity, the final sequence of the game where Green Bay, obviously, like Emmanuel Wilson short for a loss on 28 seconds to go on the pass. And then all of a sudden, we're thinking, okay, they're just going to spike the football and then they'll kick the field goal for the tie. No. Apparently, LaFleur let Jordan Love do this, or Jordan Love went rogue and decided to do it. This dude snaps the ball with 6 seconds left and throws it into the end zone where a couple bounces, all of a sudden the clock runs out and the Cowboys win the game. When you were sitting in the heart of field goal range, like a 35-yard field goal. I could not believe that they snapped that ball. Because I'm thinking, all right, they're going to spike it. No, here's Jordan Love in shotgun. Like, they're going to run a play. And they ran the play, and they were so fortunate that the ball bounced with 1 second to go, which, I mean, if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm asking who the hell is the clock operator? I mean, at least make them go to New York and review it and put the second back on the clock. Don't just give them the second, all right? Whatever happened to home cooking? You know what? Because if that game's played at Lambeau Field, they're going to have to go to New York and replay that thing and put 1 second on the clock. I guarantee you there's not going to be a second on the clock had that game been at Lambeau Field. Get it together, Cowboys clock operator. What are we doing here? Take that second off the clock. But any event, like the fact that it came down to that and they got so lucky and so fortunate for that second to be on there and if to end in a tie is just utterly ridiculous. And a tie has you feeling some kind of way about both of these teams.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
A sincere thanks to the great Christopher Mad Dog Russo for joining us on the show, breaking down the Major League Baseball playoffs. Bill Zimmerman, our executive producer, by virtue of booking Mad Dog Russo, has ascended to the top spot in the You Better You Bet crew power rankings for this week. Now, we're early in the week. It's Tuesday. But Bill currently in that number one spot right now. We need a ludicrous drop coming for that number one spot. Can we get that? Bill is currently in the number one spot, even though he did produce for Mad Dog for years, and that's a really easy book. Like he still made it happen. So Jake and Tyler and Addie and Mike Brown, you guys got some work to do to catch up to Bill if you want that coveted number one spot. And actually, at some point, you know what? I have an idea. We're going to talk about it. Next segment, how to reward the number one crew member every week on You Better You Bet. But joining us right now to talk Week 5 in the NFL, I'm going to use the line for the third time today during the show because I like it. From a dog to a whale. Drew Dinsick joins us, NBC sports betting analyst, the Whale Capper, on Twitter at whale_capper. My friend, welcome back to the show. We appreciate you.
Of course. Enormous shoes to follow. Mad Dog, my goodness. Gonna have to turn it up to 11, I think, to keep the people engaged. But we're talking NFL, so,
what drugs or alcohol were you on when you joined us in Hawaii?
Oh, no, I was just on island time, man. It was just pure sweet island time. Yeah.
Is that island slang for like Adderall or no?
No. It was probably had a couple Mai Tais, but I don't remember.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say, like, you on a couple Mai Tais, you like out Mad Dog the Mad Dog on a couple Mai Tais. I love that.
Okay.
All right, so you always fill the shoes, man. The stuff's always awesome. The first question to you is the same every week. What is your favorite bet for this coming week in the National Football League, side or total, and why?
Okay. Favorite bet of the week, side or total? I have a huge card, and I like everything this week, so it's going to be tough to narrow it down to my favorite. I'm going to go back to war with the stupid Raiders, who did not cover, even though they got bet aggressively.
I knew it.
7 points against the Colts. Come on.
Yeah.
7 points. Come on. The Colts right now are grading as a top 8 team. I have upgraded them more than I have upgraded any other team in football. This Colts team is poised for, let's see, 10.5 wins. I'm projecting for them right now. Clear, shipping the AFC South as I project out the rest of the season. Top 4 offense, top 20 defense, and they're like a plus 2.3. You know what that's not good enough to be? 7-point favorites against the Las Vegas Raiders. This Raiders team is going to be without Colton Miller, which absolutely stinks. But they know that. I think they have a week to get Stone Forsythe prepared to block an okay pass rush that Indianapolis brings to the table. Right now, I have them a little bit below average in terms of being able to generate pressure with that pass rush. But I think with time to prepare and with Geno Smith wanting to operate more quickly, this is going to be perfectly fine. Kenny Moore still out for the Colts in terms of coverage, and a lot of buttons to push now on offense. Now that you've got Ashton Genty going and you have, emergence of weapons in the passing game, I think this is going to be opportunity for the Raiders to go score for score with the Colts. And I'm still not entirely sold that what we've seen so far out of this Colts squad reflects what they will be going forward. There will be probably some gravity that pulls them back to good, not great, in terms of some of the efficiency stats, particularly on offense, particularly Mr. Daniel Jones. He had quite a few turnover-worthy plays that were not converted to turnovers versus the Rams, and I'm hopeful that the Raiders can take advantage of some of that. Geno Smith in a dome has he has a higher ceiling and than he does outdoors, obviously. And I think in general, the Raiders can put some pressure on this team. Indy probably still wins, but 7 points is 3.5 too many.
Femi and I both agree with you on liking the Raiders +7 in that game. You said you have a big card. What is another bet that you love for this week in the NFL?
Going back to war with the New York Jets also. I thought the Jets got
Do you need
jogged
3 or are you
yesterday.
okay with 2.5?
I took 3. I'm okay with 2.5 though. I would be at 2.5. I'm still taking the Jets plus the points instead of the money line at plus 125. If you're trying to decide between 2.5 and plus 130, I lean plus 130, but 2.5 and plus 125. If it's only minus 105, I'm taking the plus 2.5 minus 105. I did bet, just for the record, plus 3 minus 115. And in general, counting on the Jets being able to push this Cowboys rushing defense around. The Cowboys now, 2 of their 4 games, they have played a full entire overtime period. And in general, this is not a defense that can really stop or kind of prevent anything from any scores. And I really feel like what we saw with Dallas in the offense on Sunday Night Football was like the 99th percentile. If he has another game like that all season, I'll be blown away. He's dealing with a limited availability on the offensive line. Obviously I don't count CeeDee Lamb in for this game. Otherwise the 3 would make more sense. But I think the Jets are a perfectly fine offense. I think they're a problematic defense. And I think they can go score to score with the Cowboys, considering the Cowboys' limitations defensively here. So this one's a coin flip. I think it's going to be decided late. And while that does point to the fact that the special teams for the Cowboys, and Brandon Aubrey in particular, are extremely good, I still think the Jets might be able to get their first win at home on Sunday. So Jets for me at plus 3 is probably my second favorite side.
You bet on this Tuesday. The whale capper Drew Dinsick is our guest. Drew, you said you love the card this week. You have a big card and you love all the bets. What is another bet that you like coming up for this week in the NFL?
Let's keep it stinky. I'm laying points with the Carolina Panthers, guys. This is a tough handicap. But my numbers for Miami are not really all that much better, despite the fact that they finally got a win, despite the fact that their offense had some cohesion. We've revived Darren Waller. However, I think the absence of Tyreek Hill matters a ton. This is the 24th best offense by my numbers, minus 4.5-ish type of power rating for Miami right now with how bad that defense is. And in general, that's kind of, I think, the opening here for Carolina to get into this game. I think just in general, a more positive game state plan from ahead is possible, considering the lack of ability to stop the run and to cover anyone for the Miami Dolphins. And then some reasonable signs of life in the secondary in terms of coverage for Carolina could make this a tough contest for Tua in the absence of his most important weapon. Add to the fact that Miami's on a short week and now they're on the road, and they're not going to get the assistance of some just egregious penalty calls in this one. And all of a sudden, I think you're looking at what should be about a dead even pick'em game on a neutral, and Carolina clear favorites with home field advantage and with the rest advantage. So my fare in that one would be Carolina, just a hair under -3. So as long as we're kind of in this dead zone at around -1.5, I think that's still a fair play.
Well, you said you got a big card that you love. What's another bet that you like?
I think you can still get all of my totals, pretty close to all my totals. Although there's been a lot of movement today, so I won't entirely speak out of turn until I check the board. But Thursday Night Football looks like a really, really nice spot for an under to me. There's obviously a ton of familiarity between these coaches and a short week where you have questions about the offensive line health and continuity for the Rams, and then questions about the Niners quarterback and skill position health. This looks to me like a game where if the Brock Purdy is able to go, which, I mean, all signs in the market are saying no, but if he's able to go, his primary target in the passing game outside of Christian McCaffrey is probably going to be Jake Tonjes. Good luck. I think this Rams defense is clearly top 5. I think they're going to be able to generate significant pressure, particularly in the middle against a weakish Niners offensive line there. So Rams dictating this one with significant pressure, and just in general, no difference makers for the Niners is kind of how I expect this one to go. Then you flip it around and you have Rams on a short week with some injured offensive linemen. Going up against Fred Warner, who for me is grading as one of the top 3, if not the number 1 defensive player so far in football this season. I think it'll be a little bit tough for them to just completely rip this one open and push the scoring to the tune of threatening 47. So under 47 for me on Thursday Night Football, in a game that I think lands around 43.
Well, let me ask you something here.
Mm-hmm.
You said you like the big card. You like a lot of these bets. What's another bet that you like?
Flip side, total wise, Sunday Night Football over. It is not lost on me that we have had 2 scoregamis this year. They've both been on Sunday Night Football. One was 41-40, the other was 40-40. I think we can beat that, guys. We can get more than 80 points. We can get more than 81 points on Sunday Night Football with the Bills and the Patriots squaring off here. The Bills defense is not fixed. I know they've given Ed Oliver and Matt Milano time to get right, and they're going to have, presumably fullish strength in terms of just player availability here. But there are still issues with the Bills, particularly their safety group, in my opinion. And I think Drake May is performing at a top 6 level right now as far as all quarterbacks in the NFL. And I think he's going to be able to go score for score with Josh Allen and company. And on the flip side, the Patriots defense is not as good as what they did on Sunday, holding the Panthers down scoreboard wise. And I think the Bills are just going to have pretty much whatever they want in this contest offensively. So Bills, in my opinion, get clear the hurdle of 30 points pretty cleanly. And I think the Patriots break 24. So over 50 was a pretty fast and easy play for me on Sunday Night Football this week. And if that goes up, I would probably say as long as you're getting better than 51.5, I think that's still a fair play.
How are you betting, Drew? The Baltimore Ravens could be this week against the Houston Texans, like without Lamar Jackson, going to miss 2 to 3 weeks per reports. No Marlon Humphrey, no Roquan Smith. And moving forward here, the Rams next week probably going to lose, then the bye week. Still a playoff team, still going to win the division. Can they beat the Texans this week? Anthony Volpe solo homer, Yankees up 1-0 on the Red Sox. What do you like here with the Ravens, if anything, moving forward?
I have some speculative money line on the Texans this week, and I think this particular market has now moved too much. I would make this basically a coin flip game, and I'm going to think long and hard about coming in on the Ravens with the plus money. Little superstar subtraction potential here with still a lot of really skilled players across that offense outside of the quarterback. So defense, different story. The Ravens defense is a humongous question mark right now. Matabuke being done for the year is a massive concern in terms of their run stop, and Roquan Smith, missing this next handful of games is I would not discount how important he is as far as particularly what the Ravens want to do defensively. This is going to get gross, I think, and they're going to have to find a ways to play keep away to stay in these games. In terms of long term, again, like right now, I power rate the ratings with Cooper Rush under center as a -3. So this is a flat out a bad team in the NFL, 23rd best. If you put in a full strength Lamar Jackson, the things get much, much cleaner. But I would say if you put in, Lamar Jackson in a couple weeks, he's going to, you're going to be kind of hovering around a neutral power rating, and maybe you can build back up into the +3, +4 by the time you get fully healthy later in the season. I don't think their schedule in the first half of the season affords them any room to fall way behind the rest of the AFC North. Right now, I'm projecting the Ravens to just win 7 games, which is so far so much lower than I would have believed preseason. But here we are with the injuries they've taken. Pittsburgh right now I have as your likely winner in the AFC North, projecting them for 9.6 wins. And then there is a big old gap where the Ravens are second at 7. The Browns and the Bengals are kind of clustered there around 5. So the Steelers realistically probably just need to get to 8 and 9, and they're winning this division and hosting a home playoff game, which is very, very sad state of affairs. And if there's a world where the Steelers don't kind of build on this early success and they kind of let the Ravens hang around, I think we revisit maybe like Veterans Day timeframe, mid-November, looking at what kind of prices exist for the Ravens, because the prices right now still don't match how likely I think Steelers are to win this division.
Final question as I fight back a sneeze. We literally have like 20 seconds for the answer. I said yesterday on the show, for the first time this year, I think we can use teasers this week in the NFL. I think we know what a lot of these teams are at this point. Do you agree or disagree with that this is a decent teaser week in the NFL? 20 seconds for the answer.
Well, I think the proof was in the pudding on Monday Night Football. You had the Wong teaser special of the 2 games in one card that were both in the Wong teaser zone, and the Broncos leg was a no-doubter, and the Jets leg, without the silliness of the refereeing, I think also was a no-doubter, but gets there in the end. Surely the market has. The bands on the market are tight enough now that seeing some of these spreads in the 2.5 range, taking those teams out to 8, you can probably make some small exceptions where you have new information, like what is Cooper Rush's and the Baltimore Ravens rating
Jets
actually going to be.
How does Bills Jets lose?
It doesn't.
Great, let's all win some
everyone.
free money. Here's the stimulus check, everybody. It's Bills Jets 2-team teaser this weekend. Drew, you're the best. On Twitter at @whale_capper, NBC Sports. We love you. Great information, great bets as always. We hope, and we will talk to you next week.
All right, best of luck, guys.
Drew Dinsick joining us on the show. Allow me to say as we go to break, let's go Yankees. Rest of our bets for tonight on the other side.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
I mean, it's all bad for the Bengals, right? Like, where are they in this? They have no defense. We know that. They give up over 500 yards on Monday Night Football. Terrible effort. I got news for you. Changing the defensive coordinator ain't going to fix it. Al Golden ain't fixing anything. And then now offensively, you have nothing because you have no Burrow. You have no run game. You have no aerial attack. What's the difference between Cincinnati and some of the worst teams in the league? What's the difference between the Jets and the Bengals right now?
From a power rating standpoint, they're probably as close as it could be. I would say on a pick'em, maybe 1. Cincinnati -1 on a neutral.
Yeah.
It's hard because you're catching up to the Bengals. I mean, you have a high power rating on them coming into the season because they have Joe Burrow. And Joe Burrow can fix a lot of things and cover up a lot of the issues with the roster. But when they don't have their best player to get their weapons the ball and the defense is already bleeding out, I mean, to say that out loud through a month that Cincy and the Jets are numerically almost equal is crazy.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the terrific Sports Tuesday, terrific Football Tuesday, terrific Playoff Baseball Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight and some thoughts on tomorrow's wildcard games that start before we come on the air at 3 o'clock Eastern, or right when we come on the air at 3 o'clock Eastern time. 2 tremendous guests joined us on the show today. You just heard from the whale capper Drew Densick, whom we love. And we started the hour with the great Christopher Mad Dog Russo. Appreciate the dog coming on today. Oh, and Mark Schlereth joined us as well. That's my bad. Sorry, everybody. Mark Schlereth was great. He works for us. No disrespect.
Sorry,
Mark
Stink.
Schlereth, Mad Dog Russo. Oh, yeah, I apologize, Stink. Stink, Mad Dog, and Whale. It's a hell of a combination there. We want all our listeners and viewers to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. And also, like and subscribe to our YouTube page, youtube.com/@ the BetMGM Network, twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. And with today's MLB postseason no sweat same game parlay token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager loses. Step up and find your pitch. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. Our executive producer, the great Bill Zimmerman. Our technical director, Tyler Morales. Our engineer, Jake the Snake Hassan. Our associate producer, Addie Bates. Our video producer, downtown. Mike Brown. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Ryan Horvat and our guest at this time, the great Brad Evans, on Twitter at Noisy Huevos. Brad, happy Tuesday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos! Go, Cubs, go! Go, Cubs, go! What a win.
Yeah, we will talk about your Cubbies game 2 tomorrow in a second. Femi and I both bet the Cubs. We absolutely loved it. Now, you're, like 52 or 53, right?
I'm actually 93. I look exceptionally young for my age.
But that's just, you kill my joke. You're like 45, right? You're a couple years older than me?
47 to be exact, my friend.
Oh, all right. So, I gave you a compliment just now. Femi, pop on here also.
Yeah, thank you.
Curious if you guys have had this. So, I think one of the most, not actually, but something that's really frustrating that every human experiences, I think, is when you think you're going to sneeze and you're trying to get the sneeze out and you lose the sneeze, right? So I would say for me, over the balance of my life, I'm batting probably 750 in getting the sneeze out. Way more than half the time I get the sneeze out. I don't lose the sneeze. Over the past couple weeks, including at the end of the interview we just had on with Drew, I can't get the sneeze. I'm losing the sneeze. Am I dying? What's happening here? Is this normal? Do you guys lose the sneeze more often? Do you get the sneeze more often? Brad, first word to you.
I have been remarkably consistent with my sneezes over the years. I know the phenomenon that you are talking about. I have endured and experienced that a few times in my life. Honestly, a few times. I thought you were going to go, hey, have you guys ever had a colonoscopy before? Those aren't very fun, getting a snake in your rear end. I thought exactly that was the road to go travel down. So I was a bit surprised with the sneezes bit. I have not gone full Sammy Sosa, though, and landed on the DL with a harsh sneeze.
I would say for me, it's not necessarily the sneeze. It's more so the burp. Sometimes you drink a carbonated drink, have a nice little beer or whatever. Sometimes you can't get the burp out. I've never had the trouble with the sneeze, but I'm assuming your sneeze knows that you need to Wagertain. That's why I was kind of staying inside. But I've never really had issues with getting out the sneeze. It's been kind of more so the burp. It's I want to burp. My stomach is very bloated. I need to burp to give myself some relief. And maybe within a half hour it comes. But yeah, pretty annoying.
Why did you think I was going to talk about colonoscopies?
I was trying to read the room, and I just thought for sure you were going down that route. I was fully prepared for it. I've never had one, believe it or not. I just poop in a box.
True or false? Brad Evans is the bald freak.
100% true.
I honestly... I think that it's capital B, capital F at this point. Colonoscopy, I poop in a box. What was the line that you said about the colonoscopy? I thought you were going to ask about a blank in the blank. What was it?
A snake in the butt.
A snake? Brad, what's your best bet for tonight in the world of sports?
Let's go the diamond, guys, on the late night tip. Miguel Andujar, one of your favorite categories in Major League Baseball. Give me the over on 1.5 HRR, also known as his plus runs plus RBI, also known as and I like him quite a bit. The plus 120 number. He's done this in 3 of his last 4 games during the postseason. Batting .333, the 1,061 OPS against Blake Snell in his lifetime. He is 4 for 13 with a double, and also a guy that really teased off against southpaw pitching. Batting .389 this season with a 986 OPS. Snell could be a rocky road, though he's been pitching better at times here late. 2.25 ERA in his last 4 and a sub-2 ERA at Chavez Ravine. But I think Miguel Andujar, the former Athletic, gets the job done on the hair at plus 120.
I still don't really like you said you wanted. I was reading the room and I thought you were going to ask about a colonoscopy. I I'm not sure how that's the conclusion that you.
Of all the things.
I don't know. Brad, have a great show tonight. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, buddy.
Blake Snell under 15.5 outs. Go Reds. I'm out.
Brad Evans joining us on the show. Jake, pop on here. You see how Brad Evans arrived at the colonoscopy answer?
Kind of. It's a very weird and scary road, but since you started with the age thing, I can kind of see it. Very marginally, kind of.
The age thing was just like, it was just a joke.
I wouldn't have went there, but
I like how I've somehow worked my way into being like Vito Spatafor 7 minutes into the segment. Like, guys, it's just a joke. It was a joke, and he's talking about all right.
Yep. Snakes.
What was I had something to. Oh, so here's what I want to do for our crew. I need everyone to participate here. Then we'll get to the bets.
You want them to pop on?
I'm thinking about, or whatever. Yeah, or just like type. Yeah. So here's what I'm thinking for the crew. I'm thinking about, it has to be placed at you have to do this at BetMGM. I'm thinking about the crew member that earns the number one spot on the power rankings. I will Venmo out of my personal money $20 every Friday to the winner. And you have to place it on a bet at BetMGM. Whatever bet you want, and then we log it in the ledger. And so that's the payoff for being the number one crew member of the week.
Tyler says
how does everybody feel about that?
Mike Brown sounds like he's in. It says win Nick Costos' money.
Well, Mike, in order to win Nick Costos' money, Rob Pizzola needs to be on video this week.
Jake would like a belt. Bill says 100%. So there we go.
Okay. All right. So that's how this is going to go. Tyler's asking why would I kid about this? It's for show content.
Get the competitive juices flowing here. BetMGM's got some great offerings, baseball season coming up.
Yeah, so right now, I just want to set the stage right now. Bill Zimmerman is the front runner. He booked Mad Dog Russo on the show today. Bill is currently number one on the power rankings. So you guys are gonna have to knock Bill out of the number one spot in order to potentially win Nick Costos' money this week.
And every Friday is when we decide. That's when we decide every Friday who the winner is.
Every Friday.
Perfect.
It's like Addie's been doing a great job. She's been cutting awesome promos. Honestly, I would say Addie's in second right now. Addie's currently next from Bill to win Nick Costos' money this week as the number one crew member on You Better You Bet.
Is there a booby prize for the last place person?
Yeah, you have to I don't want to get in trouble. Let's drop the dope ass beat, please. All right, how are we betting Dodgers Reds tonight, Femi?
This is a tricky one here because I've been searching around in many sportsbooks, and BetMGM, funny enough, has this market that is out there, and it's for the series over on the 2.5 games being played. But I kind of want to bet Reds first 5, so that's what I'm going to end up doing. I believe the Reds are going to win one of these first 2 games. Of course, they have to do that to get a game 3 out there. But with Hunter Green on the mound, give me the Reds in the first 5. I don't trust Blake Snell. I kind of pick up what Bald Freak is putting down with the Snell on the under for the out. So I'll take Cincinnati. Best price, plus 165 in the market. Give me Cincinnati tonight in the first 5 to get it done. I actually think they're really live to pull off this upset tonight and put a little bit of scare in the defending World Series champion Dodgers.
I bet the Dodgers to sweep. So I'm in on the Dodgers to win tonight. I would very much like for it to happen. Femi, anything for you in the WNBA game tonight? Game 5, do or die, Aces in fever. Winner advances to play the Phoenix Mercury in the finals.
100%. Yes, I like the Las Vegas Aces. I will lay 8.5. I'm looking right now in the market because this game doesn't tip off till 9:30 Eastern. There's some 8s that are out there. I'm going to lay and wait. Let's be patient with the one. We might get 7.5 because usually these decisive games, think about game 7s in the NBA or big games in college basketball, unders tend to get bet. The under has been getting bet throughout the last couple of days here with this game. I think that's going to compress the point spread a little bit to where maybe there's a 7.5 by the time we get close to kickoff or tip-off, I should say. Las Vegas Aces, they got the best player. I think they're going to end up winning the title. Asia Wilson, she has been carrying this. She's going to get them to the finals, and I think they're going to beat the Phoenix Mercury, which I didn't think was going to happen before the start of the playoffs, but here we are.
Okay, and Major League Baseball for tomorrow, the 2 games that are starting early, the Tigers and the Guardians, the Padres and the Cubs. I'm going to bet the Cubs again against Dylan Cease. We don't have a starter, I think, officially named for Chicago yet. Bybee and Mize is the Guardians-Tigers matchup. I will bet the Guardians tomorrow. So Guardians and Cubs for me in the first 2 games tomorrow, Femi.
There we go. I think Kitteridge, I believe, is going to be the starter for Chicago. Yeah, it looks like. Yeah, so Dylan Cease versus Andrew Kitteridge will be the potential matchup. But that's at least that's what's listed on the odds boards, and I'm seeing at ESPN as well. So sounds like it might be a bullpen game here for the Cubbies. Not a great spot for them, but I do like Chicago to pull it off. I like them to win the series. Of course, I'm going to like them in game 2.
All right, so maybe I won't bet the Cubs. I don't know. I'll definitely bet the Guardians tomorrow to extend that series to a game 3. All right, that does it for the terrific football and playoff baseball Tuesday edition of You Bet or You Bet. I get to go home and watch the Yankees against the Red Sox now, which should make me happy and excited, but I am filled with dread, even with the Yankees holding a 1-0 lead. So hopefully the Yankees can get this done, up 1-0, put all the pressure on the Red Sox going into game 2 coming up tomorrow. And tomorrow is a wonderful football and playoff baseball Wednesday, and that is when we will talk to you next, dear listener and dear viewers. So on behalf of Femi and our crew, I am Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Let's go Yankees.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
The odds are tied for the Eagles and the Packers to win the Super Bowl, but the Eagles are short favorites to win the NFC. They're plus 350 as opposed to the Packers at plus 375. Then we have the Lions, the Rams, the Niners, the Commanders, and then the Bucks. Like, I understand the Bucks lost over the weekend to the Eagles, but the Bucks at 14-1.
Bucks are good.
Like, on the opposite end of the spectrum for teams, like the Packers who are getting too much credit, I feel like nobody wants to talk about the Bucks. The fact that they have longer odds than the Commanders, a team that's extremely banged up right now, feels criminally disrespectful.
Yeah, I think the Bucks should definitely be shorter odds than the Commanders, and the Commanders are going to get Jaden Daniels back, I think, this week.
Right.
But also Washington is a lot of teams are banged up, but the Commanders are really banged up, and they're banged up at crucial positions or positions that they're not very deep at, like receiver, for example. So when you have Debo, who's been great for the Commanders this season, but also Terry McLaurin is out, Noah Brown is out, their primary blocking tight end, John Bates, and I know most people hear John Bates are like, who cares? It's a huge deal for this offense. So the Commanders make me very, very skittish when I think about them going through the remainder of the year. The Bucks, even in a loss, there's no moral victories in the NFL. We know that. But when you look at their offense, like Emeka Egbuka has been just what a revelation he has been. And remember, Mike Evans didn't play yesterday. So at what point do they get Egbuka and Godwin and Evans back in the lineup? They still have a very good run defense, and it was a nice rally yesterday against the Eagles. The Bucks are a team that I wouldn't put them in the top tier of Eagles, Lions, maybe Packers, but they're right there. Like, they're just knocking on the door of, okay, maybe we're not on your level, but you damn sure don't want to play us.
Yeah, absolutely. And they should be lined up pretty good for the postseason. At least, I know it's September, but they're minus 325 to win their division. And nobody else in that division is really looking like juggernauts. The Panthers are bad. The
Woof.
Falcons looked better this week, but have they been consistent at all this year? No. And then the Saints shouldn't even be included in this conversation.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here. Another ballin' edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, joined by my guy, my dude, my fellow Chicago Cubs fan. Go, Cubs, go! Go, Cubs, go! Winning game 1 in their wild card series in really sweaty and spectacular fashion against the San Diego Padres today. Way to get the job done. Hopefully they can break out the brooms tomorrow and slam the door shut on that 3-game series on the north side. Of course, Ryan Horvat was rooting for him. He was betting on him, and he was cashing. He had Carson Kelly for a home run prop, and he absolutely dropped a moonshot bomb in that game. Ball really carried, took an eternity, hung in suspended animation in the air really forever, and then finally came down in the left field bleachers, and it was key as the Cubs win 3-1 going away against the reps there from SoCal. There it is, baby. Cubs go.
Yeah, let it breathe.
Go, Cubs go. Outstanding stuff. We're going to talk a lot of baseball tonight. Of course, playoffs already underway. The other game, the Guards, they cooled off as they lost 2-1 to a Detroit team that was really struggling as they enter the postseason. Tariq Skubal get the job done there. And right now, the Yankees up 1-0 against the Boston Red Sox at top of the 4th inning. But 2 outs and 2 on. Runners on 2nd and 3rd right now for the Bo Sox. Got to try to knot this thing up or maybe even grab the lead there at Yankee Stadium. And, of course, we got Reds and Dodgers coming up a little bit later on. We're going to be discussing our bets on our cards here momentarily. A lot of baseball action, of course. Then we're going to do a brand new segment in Parlay Pete's spot. He's going to take the night off. We're going to do a little crew to cash. Every single one of us here on the BetMGM Tonight crew is going to pick a leg, and we're going to build a monster, and it is a sizable, a mammoth parlay tonight. Of course, building it there at BetMGM. We're going to settle that. In segment 2, we're going to say hello to a little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. And working some bonus time bets as well. Then in seg 3, perfect timing as Cordell Woodland, our Ravens insider, is going to be hopping on, talking about Lamar Jackson's hamstring injury, looking very doubtful to play this week and could miss upwards of 3 weeks of action. Yet another quarterback getting bitten there by the injury imp. Then we're going to follow another edition of College Football Fade or Follow. ahead of week number 6 of the college gridiron slate. I would do a little Team Huevos plus money plays. It is a Team Huevos Tuesday on the program today. And as well, Rob Brown's going to be joining us. And we're talking a little Totals Tuesday. And finally, as well, a little quarterback Flames, Lames, Shockers specials. Getting prepared for your fantasy lineups ahead of week 5 of the NFL season. We also want to hear from you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of our fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to share any Major League Baseball bets you have in the postseason, anything looking ahead to the college football slate or the NFL in week numero 5, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. We're 4 weeks into the NFL regular season. Among the following underachievers, who would you consider to be the biggest fantasy football lost cause? Like, there's no hope, really, for much of a turnaround. Your options are my guy getting down with Chase Brown of the Cincinnati Bengals, the Docs in the Desert, Kyler Murray of Arizona, Ladd McConkey of the Chargers, or Evan Ingram, another player was rather high on, of the Denver Broncos. So far, 200 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your Democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring in my esteemed colleague, Ryan Horvath, again on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. And here are your choose your own adventure topics tonight, mi amigo. Option number 1, Lamar Jackson, again, not likely to play due to a hamstring setback. Cooper Rush, next man up against the Houston Texans. Gulp. Option number 2, Jonathan Jones of CBS says Tyreek Hill, nasty injury that he suffered last night, could keep him sidelined through the 2026 season. But who steps up and fills those massive shoes this year? And option number 3, Trey Benson's status for week 5 against the Tennessee Titans is very much up in the air. Michael Carter was signed to the active roster today, and Jonathan Gannon added, quote, "We're taking it day by day," end quote. On what, Jonathan? We need more info. There's nothing out there. So a rather odd development, to say the least. So out of Lamar Jackson, out of Tyreek Hill, may not even see him next year, or the Arizona revolving door at running back. Horvath, choose your own adventure.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson, definitely the biggest story. I grabbed some Texans. We talked about this last night in the final hour. I grabbed them at 3.5, and now they're favored in the game. Obvious downgrade, huge downgrade going from Lamar Jackson to Cooper Rush, especially against those two edge rushers in Hunter and Anderson. So I think the Texans, I mean, I would still probably bet them, but obviously, you know, you missed the number. I do still like them on the money line. Ravens are in big trouble, really big trouble. What we're going to have to do, usually I don't request this, but I always see Bet Sweats and You Better You Bet. They always do the crystal ball thing. I guess crystal ball would be the future. They do like the Back to the Future thing where they go in the black and white. I want everybody to remember in the beginning of the year, I was a believer in Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, and you could have been too at the price of 9-1. I said Mike Tomlin, all he does is go to the playoffs. And Rodgers was really good last year, the final 4 or 5 games of the season. And I think that defense is only going to get better, right? Like for Pittsburgh. It can't get any worse, let's put it that way. Agree. So I feel really good about that 9-1 ticket on Pittsburgh. And man, if I'm a Ravens fan, it's crazy. They're in big trouble. They were the preseason favorite. And usually, like, if we see something like this, it's like the Super Bowl hangover last year. That's why I didn't like the Niners, because they made the deep run. They had a ton of injuries, but crazy that Baltimore might miss out on the playoffs, man, because a lot of people picked them to make the Super Bowl. And I thought it was a smart pick, but right now they're in big, big trouble without Lamar. And that defense.
Yeah, quite frankly, the second best team in that division might be the Cleveland Browns, Who would have
Really?
thought
Yeah.
that? With that
Yeah.
defense are outstanding. Obviously, the offense still a work in progress. Joe Flacco, a very ancient, 40 years young, and showing his age to say the least. Cedric Tillman just lined out on the injured reserve today with a hamstring setback. So they're ailing, but Quinshon Judkins has been the bee's knees so far this season. He's breaking tackles left and right. The offensive line more or less getting it done, but that defense just locked down, not really given much, maybe an inch here or there, and that's about it. So that might be the second best team right now in the AFC North, because you know the dregs of the keg are. It's the Cincinnati Bengals, the Bungles. Absolutely got trounced last night. That's why it was a head scratcher when you and Brandon Combs, our EP and man work of the board, both of you guys were on Cincinnati plus 7.5, and I was just like puzzled, bewildered. I'm like, why? Jake Browning has been rubbish. Though the one saving grace is that Chase Brown actually had a little bit of breathing room last night. So if there was any kind of silver lining, he actually showed that he can still move the football when given space to operate. But yeah, I mean, that franchise is a mess. The Baltimore Ravens are a mess. And again, we're going to talk a little bit more Baltimore Ravens later on in the program with Cordell Woodland, a man who has got a lot of opinions covering that team there in the Charm City. That's coming up in Seg 3. But right now, we got to get after it with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays a night. I'm assuming it's going to be a lot of action on the diamond with the playoffs, a wild card round underway. Horvat, numero uno on your card, mi amigo. Please share.
Yeah, big Cubs dub today. I've seen them. I've been around for nearly 40 years, and I've seen them in the postseason 5 times in my life. So big one today. Had to take off the Kevin Ory jersey. This is the closest thing I could find to a Reds jersey tonight. We're going to go with Hunter Green over 16.5 outs, which you could get right now plus 122. So pretty solid season, career high in strikeout rate, 31.4%, swinging strike rate, 15.4%. More importantly, he's gone at least 6 innings in 6 of his last 8 starts. One of the exceptions was actually a 5-inning outing against the Dodgers. He's thrown at least 96 pitches, though, in 6 of his last 7 games or starts. And I feel like you're going to need him to go 6-7 innings against this Dodgers lineup. Low total. Once he does leave the game, the Cincinnati bullpen has given up the 4th most homers per 9 over the last 30 days. So I think, if Cincinnati's live in this game, they're going to need Green to go at least 6-7 innings. So I'm going to go over 16.5 outs recorded plus 122.
Yeah, I like that quite a bit, especially at that very seduced by the juice number there at plus 122. That guy is an absolute gamer, and of course, certainly packs the heat there, towing the rubber for the Big Red Machine. Speaking of the Big Red Machine, let's go to a bat that I think is going to crack numero uno on my card tonight. Miguel Andujar. Give me the over on 1.5 HRR, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known on this program as here at a plus 120 juice there at BetMGM. He has done this in 3 of his last 4 games entering the MLB postseason. And a guy against the LA Dodgers batting robust, 333 with a 1,061 OPS on the season. Great history as well against Blake Snell. Has got to be getting the ball for LAD. He has 4-13 as Andujar against him with a double. And against left-handed pitchers, he absolutely tees off. A guy that's hitting 389 with a 986 OPS on the season against Southpaws. Also hitting 310 on the road this season. Really no weaknesses in his game. I know Snell's pitched better here of late. 2.25 ERA in his last 4 and a sub-2 ERA at Chavez Ravine. But if there is one bat I think is going to inflict some damage, I believe it's Miguel Andujar. Give me the over 1.5 HRR, also known as his plus RBI, also known as her at plus 120. Numero dos on your card. Please share.
All right, so I'm going to go under 7, minus 106. Snell against Green. Kind of just talked about that, but I'm going to add a gross one for fun. How about we go Hunter Green, velocity of first pitch, 101 mile per hour or faster, plus 260. Wow. He's going to see Ohtani first playoff start. I saw him on the mound like 8 hours ago. He's going to pump the heat. Plus 260. This was like better than 4-1 earlier this morning. I should have bet it. I'm going to do that for some fun, though. And I like the under in the game, under 7.
Oh, I love the S's and G's plays from you, my friend. I am going to get down with you on the Vandy Dandy Hunter Greed. All right, numero dos for me. Same game parlay in this contest. Give me the under on Blake Snell, 15.5 outs. I don't think he's going to survive 5 innings. And give me 2+ walks. Correlate, synergize, bring it all together. Related markets there at +130 on that 2-legger. Again, I think Snell is not going to work terribly deep in this game. Really racks of the pitches because he is often wild. He has gone over on 2 walks in 7 of his last 8 starts on the year, 3.82 walks per 9 mark. And Cincinnati over the last couple of weeks, just middle of the pack, but they earning a free pass on 8% of their plate appearances. So again, same game parlay, numero dos for me, Blake Snell under 15.5 outs, and Blake Snell 2+ walks, +130 there at BetMGM. Numero trace on your card. Horvey, bring it home.
All right, if Green does throw something Ohtani's way, 101 or faster, I think it's probably going to land in Arizona. So let's go. Shohei Ohtani over 1.5 total bases, -120. Ended the regular season going 3 for 5 against Seattle last Sunday. Had a double, a homer, 2 runs scored. Hit .312 with a 1.165 OPS. 24 games in September. It's Shohei Ohtani over 1.5 total bags, -121.
Yeah, no reason to give a very lengthy set of reasons, to say the least, there with anything Ohtani. All right, numero trace for me, same game parlay. I'm going to go with the all total under 11.5. And Tommy Edman to get a hit. I need to see 1 slap in the outfield, and I cash on both those legs at +125. You look, the Dodgers and Reds have gone under in 7 of their last 10 meetings on the standard line, and this is just 11.5. So building in a little cushion to avoid any kind of pushing. And then meanwhile, I look at Tommy Edman, 7 of 18 lifetime against Green, and a guy as well batting 50 points higher at home this season. So again, game under 11.5, they all total. Tommy Edman to get a hit, +125 there at BetMGM. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Our crew to cash parlay, sledgehammer special, seduced by the juice, and bonus bets. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I mean, I'm going to still say the Dodgers. I think they have the best players. I mean, Yamamoto's good. Ohtani's going to be a factor. He's good. He can pitch. Snell's pitched in World Series before. They got Glasnow sitting there. You know, Freeman, Betts, and Ohtani are 3 great offensive players. Teoscar Hernandez is a good player. Edman's a dangerous player. Maybe Muncy adds something. I'm not even sure where he is as far as his health is concerned. But I will say the Dodgers. The Phillies, I said when he was hurt that they would really miss Wheeler, and I think they might now. And I don't trust the Philly offense. The Philly offense can be very streaky. We've seen it last year against the Mets. We saw it 2 years ago against Arizona, where they lost the last 2 games at home and they couldn't hit. We saw it against the Astros in the World Series when they got no hit in one of those games against Houston when they were up 2-1. So I don't completely trust the Phillies. Plus, they got a lot of pressure on them, too. They got to win a championship here. They got Schwarber as a free agent. You know, it's about time for the Phillies. You know, they've been dancing down this aisle a long time without winning the whole thing. So little pressure on them. But I would make the Dodgers their favorite in the NL. And I think the American League is wide open, Nikki. Maybe Seattle's due. They're going to have an easy second round, you would think, against the Tiger and Guardian winner, which is going to help them. They're good at home. They got good pitching. Raleigh, they can hit the ball out of the ballpark. They hit over 200 home runs. So I'll go a Mariner-Dodger World Series, something different. West Coast. That's where I go.
But let's start off with the team that made waves last week with Jackson Dart winning his debut as a rookie in the NFL. So this week the Giants are on the road at the Saints, and I'm not normally a huge fan of playing teams coming off like a big win and a team that's like riding high when it comes to the hype. But if you can get the Giants plus 7.5 on the road at the Saints, like, do we think the Saints are blowing out anybody? Like, I feel like the answer is no. Next up, we're going to go to a favorite. We're going to go with the Colts, laying a mere half point against another bad team. The Raiders are in town this week, and maybe this is like the wild game that ruins everybody's survivor pool because we have been seeing a lot of those. Maybe the Colts are too good to be true, but it just feels like this is a game that the Colts are going to win at home, especially because it feels like on both sides of the ball, or excuse me, on both prongs of that offensive attack, Daniel Jones has been good, and Jonathan Taylor backs in the NFL. The Raiders defensively have been really bad, so I don't see them stopping that offensive attack. Now, this one I'm a little nervous about, so that's why I mentioned it last. So the Jags are at home this week against the Chiefs, and they're getting 3.5 points. So in a teaser, they would get 9.5 points. Maybe this is the sabotage factor here because the Chiefs did look pretty good against the Ravens, but the Jags at home this week coming in with some juice after Liam Cohen was running his mouth to Robert Saleh. I kind of like the 9.5 there because I do think at the very heart of their identity, the Chiefs are not a team that's going to blow out a ton of teams. Like I know it was the case against the Ravens, but I don't see it happening against the Jags. Jags are kind of better this year than I think maybe I was expecting. Like I know they've had some down moments, but 9.5 is still a lot of points. So you tell me, do I keep this teaser as is? Jags plus 9.5, Giants plus 7.5, Colts minus 0.5, or do we replace one of those teams with the Patriots getting 14.5 against the Bills?
I'm on the under in Boston.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise happens with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to work in some more bets. Probably going to be on the rawhide variety, a lot of these. Even working some WNBA and possibly looking ahead to the NFL or college football. So we're going to do a little crew to cash. Partly Pete's going to be taking the night off tonight. I'll explain what that is exactly for those of you that are not regulars here at BetMGM Tonight. And why the heck not? You should be listening to the clowns every single night from 7-11 p.m. Eastern right here on the BetMGM Network. We're also going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. And as well, working some bonus time bets on top of that. Friendly reminder, if you want to talk any sports betting with us, whether Major League Baseball, the NFL, college football, or the WNBA, or you want to toss out some fantasy football questions, I know a lot of you working the waiver wire to pick up some timely moves to fill some of those voids. We got a 4-team bye week upcoming here in week number 5, so you got to be able to plug some of those gaps so you can survive and hopefully advance in your league. So simple way to contact Tori and I, just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. With an MLB postseason no sweat SGP token, you'll get a stake back in bonus bets. Step up and find your pitch right now at BetMGM. You know what that means? We better build a parlay for the people, so we're going to do another edition of Crew to Cash. Yar! No parlay Pete tonight. He's going to be bellied up to the bar all evening long, soaking up all of the MLB action. So here's how we're going to do it tonight and build you a nice little parlay. And the juice on this is astronomical, and I'm not exaggerating for effect. It really is. I'm going to give a leg. Horvath's going to give a leg. Brando is going to toss out his leg, and then we're going to round things out, bat and clean up with Michael Montgomery, our man that works a video board and is the mastermind, the brainiac behind batters-box.com. Again, check out his site, batters-box.com. Indispensable resource that I use in all of my Major League bets in season and, of course, in the MLB postseason. All right, I'll bat leadoff, guys. I already gave this away in a play that I had on the card tonight, so I'm going to double down on Tommy Edman to get a hit. Again, it's all about that lifetime batting average against Hunter Green, 7 of 18 against them when they've gone toe-to-toe. He's also batting 50 points higher at Dodger Stadium this season, although Green, 2.84 ERA in his last 5. So Tommy Edman to get a hit is my leg of the Crew to Cash parlay. Horvey, what's yours?
He's soon to be Mr. October. Right now, he's Mr. September. Shohei Ohtani, 312 batting average, a 1.165 OPS, 24 games in September. And I already went with him over 1.5 total bags, which he's done 9 times over that stretch. So I like him to get a hit.
All right, back-to-back Dodgers get a hit. Edman and Ohtani. Brando, you're up next, and you're a greedy bastard, aren't you?
I am. So I'm going with the same game parlay. I'm going with Miguel Andujar to get a hit. I loved your HRR play. I played that as well. I also combined that with Dansby Swanson's HRR, so I got a little bit of money there. But I like the Andujar to get a hit, but I also like, and I know all the numbers, and I get it, and we were talking about this in the break, say to bet the Dodgers. I've got a gut feeling, and it's the Reds money line. So Reds money line and Miguel Andujar over a half a hit at plus 260.
Oh, man, that's really going to spike the juice on that same game parlay. Again, you're greedy, and I absolutely love it. Greed is good, according to Gordon Gekko of Wall Street fame. All right, Monty, you're batting cleanup. Knock one out of the park. What's yours?
I'm going safe like you guys. Freddie Freeman to get a hit. He's got an elite matchup today against Hunter Green on batters-box.com, my site. In 40 games with an elite rating this season, he's got a hit in 75% of those games. So about a 6% edge based on that trend and his odds to get a hit today.
Yeah, there's a lot of favorable numbers, to say the least. Yeah, outstanding play there. All right, to recap, our Crew to Cash, anything parlay tonight in Reds-Dodgers game numero uno at Dodger Stadium. I'm going with Tommy Edman to get a hit. Horvath is going with Shohei Ohtani to get a hit. Brando, the crazy SOB that he is going to go with the same game parlay. Reds money line, Miguel Andujar over a half a hit, so he's just got to get a hit at plus 260. And then Monty bringing up the rear with Freddie Freeman to knock one in the outfield, him to get a hit. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, and cinco. Mi amigos at 5-leg SGPO. Cool and downright ridiculous. Plus 1,700 at BetMGM. Again, fade or follow. That is always up to you. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvath. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, friend. Woo! I'm Jackson this one. Cover your ears, America. You're not going to like where I'm going, but I guarantee. Actually, I don't guarantee anything because there are no guarantees in life except for, unfortunately, we pay taxes and then we die. But on the positive, in between, we can make some money and we can sit on our couch and watch some football and text our buddies and bet stupid parlays all day. What I'm going to do, guys, is something that I didn't think I was going to do it all this year, and I might even use them in Survivor. I talked about it last night. I pulled the trigger because it's getting out of control. The Saints are now 2-point favorites in a football game this weekend. Jackson Dart looked excellent. He looked so good. Everybody's picking him up in fantasy. Vanilla Vic, right? I saw on Instagram today, there was one of those like rap videos where it's like a Jackson Dart quote. And then all of a sudden he's like, juking people to music. Looked awesome. This weekend he hits the road for his first road start without Malik Neighbors. Saints win this game by at least field goal. a field goal. The Fighting Spencer Rattlers, the Fighting Chris Olaves, they get a victory, and they get it this Sunday at home against the Giants. That's the sledgehammer. That might be my favorite bet in the NFL this weekend, and it's gross. But the Saints are winning, and you know what? I'm going to do it right now in Ostrowski's pool. I'm using the Saints in Survivor, damn it. Yeah, you want to talk about
sicko.
marbles,
Get out of
Brando.
here.
Yeah, you want to bet the Reds, Brando? Go ahead. You want to talk real marbles? We're going with Spencer Rattler in Survivor this week.
God, please, no.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Do it for Drew Brees. Do it for Drew Brees. We're going Saints, though. I do like the Saints. I don't know about Survivor.
Do it for Ricky Williams, and I think you're on that sticky icky like Ricky used to be all the time back in the day. All right, I'm going to go with the WNBA. Daddy want, Daddy need, Daddy gotta have a brother. Let's go! Same game parlay. We got the Las Vegas Aces taking on the Indiana Fever. I'm going to go with the Aces on the money line on a simple little two-legger. And they give me their absolute studette, Asia Wilson, MVP Asia. But I'm going to live in the land down under on 10.5 rebounds. Really have Smoke come down with the ears, the algorithm, and spike the juice. And that works out to plus 126. That simple two-legger there at BetMGM. I think the Aces are going to win this thing. Now, if you look over the season series between these two teams, they're not up at 2 apiece. Of course, no Caitlin Clark in action. And, you know, the series has been very competitive, to say the least. But Wilson has been under 10.5 rebounds in 3 straight games. She's been under in 6 of 7 against the Fever this season. They've been excellent on the glass all year. They had the second lowest opponent rebounds per game allowed entering the NBA postseason, and they have the number 1 lowest in the WNBA playoffs in that category at 30.4. Again, Vegas far and away the best team in net efficiency so far this WNBA postseason. So put all together, same game parlay, Aces, money line, Asia Wilson, under 10.5 rebounds. That works out to a cool plus 126 there at BetMGM. All right, time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Oh, plus money all the time. And thank you, bartender, as always, for the handsome pour. So let's belly up to the bar, throw back a few shots, make some bets, and hopefully count our winnings. Horvey, what do you like at plus odds tonight?
My favorite Freddies in the history of the world: Freddie Krueger, Freddie Mercury, Freddie King, Freddie Prinze Jr., Freddie Highmore, and postseason legend Freddie Freeman. When smart people talk, I listen. Monty, they like Freddie Freeman tonight. You know what I do too? Over 1.5 total bases, plus 130. Not the biggest sample size, but man, actually there is. He's seen Hunter Green 15 times, 15 at-bats, 4 for 15, has a homer, has 2 RBI, has struck out 5 times, but has a 267 batting average. And in the postseason, he has the clutch gene. So we're going to go with Freddie Freeman over 1.5 total bases. Right now I'm finding it plus 130. I like that quite a bit.
I thought you were going to throw out Freddy's, the restaurant chain. I'm a big fan of their custard, by the way.
It's great.
Put my 2 cents that are out there. Yeah, big fan of that. Their fries, outstanding. The sauce they have for the fries, absolutely terrific. Check out Freddy's if you want. I'm not a paid advertiser for them or spokesperson, but maybe I should be. I'm going to go with the Reds money line because I believe what Brandon is selling, gut feeling, every advanced analytic metric is saying bet on the Dodgers again and again and again. You look at the last 6 meetings, the Reds are 1-5 against LAD in the regular season. The Dodgers have won 8 of their last 10 entering the postseason. The Reds have been pretty hot in their own right, red hot, winning 7 of their last 10 entering the postseason. I just trust Hunter Green more, who's got a 2.84 ERA in his last 5, than Blake Snell, though Snell has been better in his last 4. Ooh, that Matt Snell at 2.25 with the ERA over that 4-game stretch. But the command can be misguided at times for him. I think Hunter Green's going to be pinpoint. I think Ellie De La Cruz and company are going to show up with the bats. Give me the big red machine on the money line. There is Chavez Ravine at plus 165. All right, it's bonus time. Bonus time! Weather in Major League Baseball. Looking ahead to the College Football Week 6 slate, the NFL in Week 5, or anywhere else you want to take it. All I ask, Ryan Horvat, is for you, my friend, to give me another bet. So give it to me. Give it to me!
We actually get a message from a listener of the show, John, and he says, you know what, Brando, as executive producer, we have to get rid of that Drew Aller Heisman bet that I placed last weekend immediately so people can take me seriously again when I tell them this one. All right, so we like the Saints to get a victory this weekend against the Giants. And I also like the Browns. Usually I would roll with the Vikings because they have the travel advantage. They don't have to come back to the States. But man, they are beat up. So I was waiting to bet this on Sunday, and it opened at 4.5. Right now it's down to 3.5. I really like this. So the Vikings offensive line right now, man. Ryan Kelly has a concussion. He's in the protocol. He's their starting center. Starting right tackle Brian O'Neill has a knee injury. He's week to week. And Donovan Jackson has a wrist injury. He's on the IR. And you have Myles Garrett in that pass rush. The concern is the Browns offense. Another 2 picks. They lost 2 fumbles. They dropped 4 passes. But if they could generate enough offense and score enough points, I at least think that they could keep this within a field goal. So with the Vikings beat up, that offensive line trying to protect Carson Wentz in the Lord's year 2025, good luck. I'll take the Browns this weekend.
Oh, I cannot wait for Jordan Mason's rush yards props to post because I am going to sledgehammer the under no matter what the damn number is. I totally agree with you on that front. And there is an actual player prop that did post today that I grabbed immediately. Garrett Wilson, anytime touchdown against those god-awful Dallas Cowboys at plus 135. Absolutely love this one. Why? Well, you already know the story of Dallas. They're dead last in pass EPA defense on the season. They've given up a league-high 9 wide receiver touchdowns through 4 weeks. He's going to see a lot of Khair Elam, who was giving up an 85% catch rate, the 4th most yards, and 3 touchdowns to his assignments, the 4th most yards of any defensive back, behind you, in the NFL. So Wilson, who's seen over 30% of the team target share, going to get pepper with looks. I know he just scored a touchdown on Monday night, usually back-to-back games that normally isn't the case, but recency bias injected in my veins. It is indeed a hell of a drug, and I'm going to maximize the matchup. Garrett Wilson, anytime touchdown. Might want to grab it now while it's still a sexy price. A plus 135 against the Dallas Cowboys this upcoming week. So there you have it. So out of Garrett Wilson, or maybe my WNBA wager, what are you digging out of my plays I just identified here in this section of the show, Horvey? Are you game with Garrett Wilson? Does he go back-to-back games with a TD?
Yeah, that's why I was pumping my fist. So, man, am I gross this weekend. You want to talk about gross. I also bet the Jets. I think the Jets also pick up their first victory of the season. And I think that Garrett Wilson's going to ball out. So I bet him to score a touchdown. Yeah. I got one of those little bonus bets, and I wanted to use it on baseball, and I couldn't. So I threw it on Garrett Wilson to have 2 touchdowns. So I like the Jets, and I like Garrett Wilson to go off. So we're on the same page on that one as well. It's going to be a gross weekend, I feel, in the NFL, and I hope it is. I hope some people get knocked out of Survivor because I could really use $25K. That would be awesome. I got college to pay for.
Yeah, totally agree. And we got to take a little siesta. We come back. We're talking Baltimore Ravens with Cordell Woodland. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
laying 10.5. 10.5 against Vandy. Revenge on their mind after a big win against Georgia. What do you think?
I bet Bama at a number that I never thought I'd ever see, like 9.5. I think 10 is still good. I mean, my power ratings have it closer to 14, so I mean, it's still showing value at 10.5. I would wait though if you want to bet Bama. I think there'll be plenty of Vanderbilt buyers out there. Statistically, Vanderbilt's a superior team, but what a lot of the math guys don't fully grasp or fully have, baked into their model, at least well enough, is strength of schedule. Big disparity here between the two teams. So I think the fact that Vanderbilt beat Alabama last year makes Alabama more focused than usual this year. Otherwise, if it's a typical spot and they'd beaten Vanderbilt 25 times in a row like they did coming into last year's game off of the Georgia, it's the same scenario. Then I see and understand the Vanderbilt money, but I don't this year. I think Alabama will be focused here. I don't like going against Diego Pavia too much, but Alabama's clearly the superior team, laying a very reasonable number.
Continue talking NFL Week 5, that Thursday night game. Gave out a bad number yesterday with the Niners and the Rams. Rams go from a 3.5 to a 5.5 point favorite. Obviously, like San Francisco at 3.5. I like them at 5.5 as well. So if you have an opportunity to take that number, yes, the injury report is important for San Francisco. Purdy is questionable. Pearsall is questionable. But I just like the spot for this San Francisco team coming off that home loss. Look, guys, in the NFL, anytime that you get a team who played at home as a favorite and they lost outright and then the next week they're on the road as an underdog, I'm always going to bet that team. It's usually very, very profitable in the NFL. And now you're getting 5.5. So I think 2-1 on the money line with San Francisco is worth a play as well. Yes, McVay's been very good on short rest, but historically, Shanahan has owned McVay and has owned these matchups. Not as of late as much. Certainly earlier on he did, but he still has a very good history. And a divisional matchup like this, even if San Francisco is banged up, I would expect a close game. So I do like the Niners. Plus the point, I think a money line look is worth it as well. As for
I bet over. I don't know how anything that you've seen so far this season doesn't lead you to the over. Not only Notre Dame side, but Boise side too. I think their offense is just fine. I know I had that struggled in the opener against South Florida, but that was turnover based in that game. Defensively, I don't think Boise is good as what they were. And then obviously Notre Dame's defense is taking a step back. Offense is as good as I've seen from Notre Dame last few weeks ever since following them the last 30 years as a fan. So over for me. I bet Arkansas last week. I obviously got my teeth kicked down my throat, but I didn't think I'd see 20.5 with Boise State. So I again, I'm going against my beloved Irish. That's a big number to me.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be talking to our buddy Cordell Woodland, all Baltimore Ravens all the time. In the news today, for all the wrong reasons, is Lamar Jackson expected to miss time with a hamstring injury. Going to break all that down. How negatively is this offense really going to be impacted with Cooper Rush under center? That's one of the first questions I'm going to ask Cordell here in a second. Before we bring on Mr. Woodland, friendly reminder, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day live right now on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And it's asking you this: among the following underachievers, who would you consider to be the biggest fantasy football lost cause, and that's a key phrase, lost cause. Your options are Chase Brown of the Cincinnati Bengals, Kyler Murray, the Arizona Cardinals, Ladd McConkey of the LA Chargers, or Evan Ingram of the Denver Broncos. So far, over 200 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your Democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, let's bring in our guy, Cordell Woodland. He covers the Baltimore Ravens for 105.7 The Fan in the Charm City. Make sure you give him a follow on X, would you kindly, as well, where he's always giving it to you there, at Cordell Woodland. Again, on X, at Cordell Woodland. Cordell, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Let's go ahead and cut immediately the chase, my man. With Lamar Jackson unlikely to suit up due to a hamstring setback, and it could be upwards of 2 to 3 weeks, we are hearing. How dramatic does the Ravens' offensive scheme change under Cooper Rush? What associated players could benefit most possibly for having Rush at the controls? Conversely, which ones could take a major step back with him under center this week against the Houston Texans?
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be many players, I don't think, that are going to benefit from Lamar Jackson no longer being on the field. I mean, he's a force multiplier. He's able to kind of uplift everybody around him because so much attention is put on him, and he can do so many different things. So I don't think it's much of a positive for almost anybody. I mean, maybe Mark Andrews, you start thinking about how backup quarterbacks are and who they start to look to first. They're not usually looking to push the ball down the field a lot. They want to get it out of their hands quickly. Tight ends usually benefit a lot from backup quarterbacks. So it wouldn't shock me if Andrews picks up some momentum here. He's gotten off to a little bit of a slow start. He's woken up the last couple of weeks a little bit, but not to his usual standard. I would expect the Ravens to just really if they're not going to lean on the run game now, I mean, when are they ever going to do it? So Henry, right. I don't know if that's a good thing for him or not, because everybody's going to load up to stop the run first, and it's not Henry and Lamar back there now. It's just Henry. So I would expect Henry's workload to increase to a degree. Keaton Mitchell could be a beneficiary of this. He's been in a healthy scratch to this point in the season. I would imagine he probably gets activated now, and the Ravens just go all hands on deck with this run game, and you start to see a little bit of that three-headed monster. But I would say guys like Flowers, guys like Bateman, guys like D-Hop, I don't know if this is the best thing for them because, how many chances is Cooper Rush going to take down the field? We'll see.
I want to follow up kind of. You already hit on it a little bit, but I was going to ask you about Derrick Henry, right? Because we have a lot of fantasy owners that are listening to the show, a lot of people that are probably going to think, hey, without Lamar Jackson, even though there's been some struggles, the 3 straight fumbles, costly fumbles, right? Maybe I'll play some props. But you made a good point about teams just probably stacking the box. So that's what I wanted to ask you. Do you think it's now like the time to sell Derrick Henry in fantasy football? And what does this offense look like, right? Because it used to be when Lamar would get hurt, it would be Snoop Huntley, right? Or it would be kind of like a dual threat type quarterback. I don't think that that's what they have right now. So what does this offense look like here now the next couple weeks? And what is Derrick Henry's role?
Yeah, I mean, I think the offense is going Henry's going to spearhead this offense. That's what I would imagine. I mean, he's now the best player on that offense right now. And I don't, in terms of should fantasy owners look to sell Henry right now, I'm unsure. Me personally, I've sent out some offers to try to get him right now because who knows how I'm sure fantasy managers are uneasy about it right now because it's a double-edged sword. I think everybody logically looks at it and says, okay, his workload is about to increase, but also, is he going to be efficient? Is he going to be productive if he's the guy that the defense is primarily looking to stop right now? So I would wait it out, at least a game or so. They got the Texans this week, and you'll get a good idea of what it'll look like. This is a good Texans defense. So if he is able to go out there and just run all over them, that would give me a little optimism about Henry's ability to make something happen, even with Lamar not out there. But I think this offense is going to have to lean heavily on the run game. You'll get some play action. I mean, look, Cooper Rush has been sustainable. We saw in Dallas where he was put in for Dak Prescott. Now, this is a different scheme. He doesn't have a top 5 wide receiver in this offense. There's no CeeDee Lamb to force the ball to 12 to 15 times a game. So, but what he does have is a plethora of other weapons that he can spread the ball around. He's got some guys that know how to separate. So I think it'll be important for them to use that run game to open up some passing lanes down the field and give Cooper Rush some easy throws.
You know, what's crazy is they're a 1-3 football team right now. And I thought maybe it would be like kind of a good time to buy low because you brought up the upcoming schedule. You can't even do that, though. They're minus 340 still just to make the playoffs. So the market's saying this is still a good football team that's going to figure it out. I worry about the defense, especially the secondary. Do you think this is still a playoff team? Can they survive the next couple of weeks without Lamar? And can they survive, or are they going to get the defensive side of the ball figured out?
Well, I mean, could they survive? We're talking about, you know, the report from Brian Wacker from the Baltimore Sun today indicated that his sources told him that Lamar could miss 2 to 3 weeks, which is about what I expected, right? They've got 2 more games in the bye week in week 7. So you're looking at a week 8 potential return for Lamar at the earliest, most likely. Can they, within those 2 games, they've got Houston at home and the Rams at home. 2 tough teams, no doubt. Houston's offense doesn't scare you, but no doubt that defense is elite. And the Rams, I mean, they can beat anybody, and especially, like you mentioned, with the way this defense has looked, I know they're licking their chops because they're going to be able to kind of call plays blindly and probably do whatever they want out there. So I think the betting favorite should still be that they figure this thing out and make the playoffs in some sort of capacity. But the defense is a huge concern, and they're just as banged up there as they are anywhere else. Matt Abike's done for the year and potentially longer than that. Travis Jones is on the short-term IR. Roquan's gone for a couple of weeks reportedly. Marlon's gone for a couple of weeks reportedly. Nate Wiggins was carted off the field against the Chiefs on Sunday. So, I mean, it looks bleak for them right now. This is a team that can't get to the quarterback. They're not forcing turnovers, and these were issues even before these guys got hurt. So I don't know how much the defense will realistically turn it around. They've got to be better than where they are right now. But as of right now, I'll give this team the benefit of the doubt and say they do find a way to narrow.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think you got to put some pads on Poe right now and get him out there and man the trenches because that rush defense in particular has been so god-awful, Cordell. We're talking to Cordell Woodland, who covers the Baltimore Ravens for 105.7 The Fan. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at Cordell Woodland. Cordell, we'll get you out of here on this. The Ravens are now 2.5-point underdogs this weekend at home against the Houston Texans. As we have been discussing here in this segment, the season is unraveling quickly. Will Rush possibly maybe a savior of sorts this weekend? Where would you stack your greenbacks in this matchup with Houston? All of a sudden, they're running the ball effectively with that 1-2 punch of Nick Chubb and Woody Marks, who had a breakout performance last week. Did we lose Cordell?
I think the aliens got him.
Yeah, I think so. I think we lost him. Well, I'll ask you the question. Cordell, we appreciate your time coming on.
Thanks, dude.
Apparently he's having a tech issue. Again, follow him on X at Cordell Woodland and check out all of his excellent takes. Cover the Baltimore Ravens for 105.7 The Fan. So, again, Houston now favored by 2.5. Are they winning this thing on the road?
I think that they are, right? I mean, it does worry me a little bit, right, that everybody's probably going to think, hey, this is a good get-right spot for the Texans, who are coming off a nice little win, good defense, good pass rush. But, you know, really good points. Like, Cooper Rush did look pretty good running that Dallas offense, we forget. I thought that was Mike McCarthy, one of his better coaching jobs, you know? So I think he's serviceable enough. Now that I think about it, man, Baltimore might be able to survive. Like, I looked at it when we were talking, plus 260 to miss the playoffs still. So, ooh, yeah, I still like the Texans though, man. I don't care what the number is. I would only bet Houston in that game. I can't make the case for the Ravens right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest key in that game is who wins the battle in the trenches. The biggest issue for the Houston Texans, of course, is that turnstile offensive line, which is one of the worst in terms of pass blocking efficiency in the NFL. But conversely, you look at the Baltimore Ravens, again, they're bottom 3, not just bottom 5, but bottom 3 in rush EPA defense. So whoever shows up on that front line and really commands it is hopefully going to win this game. I think it's an absolute coin flip. I'm not going to bet this game any form or fashion. Money line on the spread. What I'm most interested in, Derrick Henry rush attempts, because I agree with Cordell Woodland's take that his volume could spike as long as the team is competitive. And conversely, Woody Marks and also with Nick Chubb, as those guys could be running to the ground, given the shortcomings and really exploitable ways of that Ravens front. So something, of course, we'll monitor all those markets as they become available there on BetMGM. Right now, we got to take a little siesta. We come back, we're going to shift gears to college football, another edition of Fade or Follow. Stick around. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Sunday night, man, they're betting the dog so far. Look ahead was 10.5. They reopened at 9.5, and now the Bills are only a 7.5 point favorite against the Patriots.
Yeah, Drake. I mean, look, if you look at the Patriots' last 2 weeks in totality, I mean, they absolutely stomped the Panthers. You know, that's what, and they, if you look at the box score, and if you watch the game, because I had them in the contest against the Steelers. They had 5 turnovers, 2 turnovers inside the 1 yard line. They dominated the Steelers. They should have blown the Steelers out, and then they go and blow out the Panthers. You know, I think Drake Mays looked pretty sharp. You get Travion Henderson involved more. This offense is a lot more explosive. They didn't make the same mistakes that they made against the Steelers. And if you clean that up, this Bills defense, we'll see what they've got with Matt Milano and Ed Oliver. But when those two guys don't play, Buffalo really struggles to slow down teams. And so I think there's a very good case that, one, Buffalo is not interested in running up the score on anybody right now. Now they will, if it happens, it happens. But they're clearly just trying to stack wins and get healthy, because they know that, you know, with what's going on with Cincinnati, what's going on with Baltimore, the Chiefs' struggles early in the season, they really have a firm command of the AFC as a whole. Obviously, the Chargers are right there too, but you know, now you get the 2 tackle injuries. So I think I don't think Buffalo's interested in blasting anybody. Now they have done a really good job against division opponents. If this were to get under 7, I would love the Bills, but I can see why you would want the Patriots plus the 10. They've been frisky enough. If there are injuries on the defense, New England will be able to score and probably have a very good chance at a backdoor, especially when Buffalo is resting people potentially in the second half.
Clutch home runs. We want to see walk-off winners. Like, walks obviously are going to change a game, but like, you tell me this, how much is it going to change a game if Aaron Judge gets walked and goes to first base, as opposed to Aaron Judge hitting a grand slam in the ninth inning? Like, that's just not as meaningful. So like, maybe this happens, but I don't think it's going to go down in World Series lore.
Yeah. Well, also, when's the last time you watched a highlight Crochet facing Aaron Judge, bottom of the sixth, man on, and Judge draws the intentional walk. You'd be like, okay, what happened after that? How did they score some runs? Did they score some runs? So I'm with you. It's like, okay, that sounds great. Here's one I think is more interesting. Vlad Jr. will have a signature moment. Now, a signature moment can be defensively. It can be a walk-off home run, a timely hit, a game winner. Doesn't necessarily have to be at the plate, even though that's what we think of when we think of Vladdy Jr. Not great over the final 14 games of the season, an OPS of 375. But certainly the talent is all there. I feel like the Blue Jays are so interesting that they do have this talent, and yet maybe it's just because they don't have the name recognition. Phillies, Dodgers, they play in Canada. But the talent is right there for the Blue Jays. And when you look at their starting rotation, there's some veteran talent there as well. Like, I don't know why we're not talking more about Toronto, but if Vladdy Jr. had a big moment, that would certainly help.
Right, but again, I don't feel like this is a hot take. So the biggest name in your lineup is going to have a timely hit. Like, I feel like it would be more of a hot take to single out one of the biggest stars on a team and be like, this guy's going to be absolutely terrible, right? Like, wouldn't that be more of a hot take? And people have said this about Aaron Judge, because there's been postseasons where Aaron Judge, for as good as a hitter as he has been, in some of these timely moments, he just hasn't delivered. Like, he's had slumps in the postseason. So, like, that's more of a talking point to me, is if you look at a star player on a team and say, this guy who's great in the regular season is going to fall off a cliff and absolutely be on a milk carton for the postseason. Because, like, if Vladdy Jr. gets a big hit, like, that's supposed to be his job in the postseason, right?
Right.
You're supposed to lean on your star players. So I feel like this is more of a thing that is almost expected as opposed to something that is a hot take.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
Not going to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight on this hashtag Team Play. Those Tuesday, Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvat in the house. We're going to be breaking down some more college football action. Another 4-pack of games of the riveting edition of Fade or Follow. Also keeping our eyes peeled right now on the American League wildcard game 1 between the arch rivals Boston Red Sox and New York Yankees. The Yankees up 1-0 right now, top of the 7th inning. One man on, though, for Boston and 1 out. So it's going to be sweaty, to say the least, going down the home stretch. Hey, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to talk on sports betting as well, whether in college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, or the WNBA, our phone lines are wide open. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. And guess what? Est in California did exactly that. Est, how can we help?
All right, guys, my Superflex League. Originally, I had Lamar and JJ as my 2 quarterbacks. So last week, of course, Lamar, Mariota with Jake Browning on my bench. So now I'm looking at Browning as my only starting QB. The only starting QB on the waiver wire that will be available will be Cooper Rush. I have $89 of fab left. Do I use any of that on him, or do I just bite the bullet and start Woody Marks in that Superflex position?
Oh, that's a hell of a crutch to lean on. Okay,
Yeah.
Horvat, I have thoughts on this. I'm going to give you the floor first. So, would you spend any of your $89 of fab cash remaining to get Cooper Rush, which is essentially a 1 to 2 week rental, or do you just go ahead and lean on Woody Marks against the aforementioned Baltimore Ravens, who we discussed in the last segment are having all kinds of issues trying to bottling up the opposition's run game? So what are your thoughts? Go Woody Marks, or do you slap the wallet and spend some of that fab cash to acquire, hopefully, Cooper Rush?
So I'm a little biased. I have the Woody Marks number 27 jersey actually in the mail right now. I thought last week was kind of his coming out party, and I think this week they're going to rely on that run game. I think he could get 15 to 20 touches in this game legitimately, man. I'm a big Woody Marks fan, so I would probably roll with him in the super flex. I think he'd get in the end zone, catch a couple balls. I'm rolling with Woody Marks. What about you?
Yeah, so here's what I would do. I would still put in a fab bid on Cooper Rush, but you're not breaking the bank. Of your $89, I would spend less than $20, probably in that $15 to $20 range, because you may need somebody for next week or possibly the week after. Soft tissue issues typically are always winning, and it takes a long time for those suckers to heal. So there's no guarantee Lamar is going to miss a minimum of 2 additional weeks. It could be longer. Just never know. But I concur with you, Captain. I would definitely pay Woody Marks this week. Again, Baltimore, bottom 5 in rush EPA defense. Marks outsnapped Nick Chubb 40 to 30 last week, and a guy that can get you a little bit of everything across the board, whether between the tackles on the ground or in the pass game. Remember, he had 4 receptions and a receiving touchdown last week. As I'm watching the Red Sox take the lead, they're up now 2-1. But yeah, I would definitely go Woody Marks this year, but still put it in an offer to get Cooper Rush just in case you want to have as many viable crutches to lean on as humanly possible in Superflex leagues, especially with these bye weeks kicking in. Outstanding question. Good luck to you, asked, and all of your fantasy endeavors this upcoming week. All right, it's time to get after it with another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right, college football. It's an exercise we do every single Monday through Thursday here during the season on BetMGM tonight. It's a 4-pack of college football games. I am going to give the matchup. I'm going to give the favorite in said matchup. The numbers there is going to come out and give you some background information. And then I'm going to pose the question to Ryan Horvath. You going to fade or you going to follow the favorite? He's going to give his answer and his various reasons of support. And then we march on. All right, so let's go with the first game tonight. Alabama laying 10.5 against the nationally ranked. It's shocking. You better hold on to something because the devil is awfully chilly right now. Vanderbilt Commodores, a team that made some noise last year. I still, have fond memories of them ripping down the goalposts, carrying across campus and throwing in the nearest, deepest river, which they then fished out of the river, chopped it up, and sold pieces to alumni for a pretty penny. So bravo to you. Way to be business savvy there, Vanderbilt. A bunch of smarty pants there in Nash Vegas. But Alabama laying 10.5 against the Commodores is the matchup this week. Football Power Index has the Crimson Tide number 3 in the country, Vanderbilt at number 14. Offense efficiency, according to PFF, Alabama 35, Vandy at 16. Defensive efficiency, Alabama 41, Vandy at 15. So the advanced analytics are very much saying, take the Commodores, take them. But what will Ryan Horvath say? Again, Alabama minus 10.5 against Vanderbilt. Fade or follow?
I'm going to follow Alabama here, man. I feel like everybody's going to like Vandy. Everybody's going to talk about, last year. And I really do like this Vandy team. And 10.5 is a big number. But out of the 2 national title bets, champion bets that I made, I'm ready to probably skyhook my Penn State one right into the trash, but I feel good about Bama. They don't look good week 1, obviously, against Florida State on the road in Tallahassee. They kind of snuck up on them, but Ty Simpson, especially from a clean pocket right now, looks really good. I like Vandy. I know what went down last year, but, if you look at the all-time history, Alabama 63-19-4. They got a 32-5-2 record at home, and I do think that they win this game by at least 2 touchdowns. I really like this Ryan Grubb offense, man. They're out there throwing screen passes to Proctor. Like I said, Simpson looks really good. The pass rush has been solid. I like Diego Pavia. I really do. More on him later. I do have a little bit of a hedge here, but I really like this Bama team, the way that they're trending right now, and I think Kalen DeBoer is the real deal. Also, though, I played a prop bet that I want to throw out because it's not going to be this price after tomorrow. Jeremy Bernard, anytime touchdown, -120, wide receiver for Alabama. He's scored a touchdown 4 times on 20 receptions this season. He also scored on one of his 7 rushing attempts. He's their gadget guy. Love Jeremy Bernard, anytime touchdown, -120. That's my favorite bet. If I had to bet the game, it'd be Bama or pass.
All right, Horvat saying roll tide and laying the chalk there, -10.5 against the Vanderbilt Commodores. Let's move on to another decent matchup. It's not the glorious slate that we had last week, but there are some meaningful games, and this is one of them. Texas, Arch Manning and company, -6.5 on the road against Florida in the swamp. Numbers nerd says this. Football Power Index has Hook 'em Horns at number 4 in the nation. Florida number 33. According to Pro Football Focus, the offense efficiency stats, University of Texas at number 42. Florida at a not so nice 69. Defense efficiency, according to PFF, Texas at number 7. Florida at number 24. With all of that information in the background, what's your view on this one? Texas -6.5 on the road against the Florida Gators. Fade or follow?
I love Texas in this spot. I'm going to bet Texas pretty big. I'm actually going to do it when we go to commercial. I was going to wait until Wednesday. I'm just going to bet him right now. I know Arch Manning has been a disappointment because he was way overhyped, but you know who's been a bigger disappointment? DJ Lagway, man. Right now he has a 46.9 QBR, 92nd in the country. He's got 5 touchdown passes that he's thrown to 6 interceptions, only 690 yards. The reason, the offensive line, they haven't been able to protect him. So I do think that Texas's pass rush is going to get home. I think they're going to be able to run the ball against Florida. Arch, he's been at least protecting the football. 9 touchdowns, 3 picks. Granted, he's looked good against nobodies, and then he's flexing in the end zone for some reason. I do like Texas, though. I like Texas a lot. I think they win this game by a touchdown. So I will follow the Longhorns here.
All right. Going with the fighting Matthew McConaughey's laying the 6.5 there on the road against the Gators. All right, let's move on to your team, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Oh, so impressive. Cleaning the clocks, I got to say that slowly, of the competition in the first half last week. I had a ticket on the other squad, and that was definitely a mistake, so I'm not going to double down and probably fade him, or should I? They're laying 20.5 this week against the Boise State Broncos, also known as Ashton-Genty University. The numbers nerd says this, Notre Dame, number 6, according to the ESPN Football Power Index. Boise at just number 51 in that category. Offense efficiency, Notre Dame, number 36, according to Pro Football Focus. Boise at number 30. Defense efficiency, Notre Dame, this is where they're lackluster, number 61. Boise at number 49. So bury the bias, my man. Your Notre Dame Fighting Irish -20.5 against Boise State. Fade or follow?
Yeah, it was a good weekend last weekend, but I was on Arkansas, and that was one of the worst bets that I've made this season. Other than anytime I've bet Clemson, that was one of the worst bets that I've made this season, man. Obviously they completely quit in that game. Their defense is a damn mess, and Notre Dame looked good. I think this number is a little out of hand, though. I was hoping to get 21.5 over 3 touchdowns here over the key number with Boise State. But I think Boise State's going to keep this game close. Notre Dame, I still don't trust them on the defensive side of the ball. I know that they blew out Arkansas, but I think with Maddox Madsen, as long as he doesn't turn the ball over, and he hasn't done that this season, he's only taken 2 sacks, 9 touchdown passes to 1 pick. Obviously, Dylan Riley is not Ashton-Genty, but he is averaging 7.5 yards per carry, and he scored 5 touchdowns on the ground. So I think Boise State is going to be able to run the football against that Notre Dame front. They're still all beat up in the secondary without their best cover corner. I like Boise State to keep this within 2 touchdowns. So at 20.5, I'll roll with them.
All right, fade the Irish taking the points there with the Broncos. Giddy up. Let's get one more game in here, and it's a monstrous spread. Penn State coming off that tough loss in the extra session there against Oregon. You look at Penn State, they're laying 25.5 against the bumbling Bruins of UCLA on the road in SoCal. Of course, UCLA fired Deshaun Foster. They're just going through the motions right now. The Football Power Index has Penn State at number 11 in the country, UCLA at number 90. Definitely the dregs of the keg right now in the Big Ten. Offense efficiency, Penn State number 45 in the country, UCLA at number 111. Oh, it gets worse for the Bruins. Defense efficiency, Penn State number 4, UCLA at number 123. They are so craptastic. So what are your thoughts in front of a capacity crowd of maybe, 7 in Los Angeles? Penn State minus 25.5 on the road against UCLA. Fade or follow?
Yeah, bro. I'll never understand what the hell Nico Imaliava was thinking, man. Right? I mean, you're making money regardless. To leave Tennessee, the Heupel offense, to go play football where nobody cares. Right now they're on an interim head coach. That program, they just lost to Northwestern. They lost to the Fighting Preston Stones 17-14. At least they showed some fight in the second half, but they're a terrible football team. That said, Jared Smith, friend of show, he's a Penn State graduate, a Penn State fan, and he said, this team's dead to me. They're dead to me too, but they're not dead to me this week. If I have to bet this game, I'm going to lay it with Penn State. James Franklin is going to want to do what he does best, beat up on the bad teams, right? Wins the games that he's supposed to win, does not win the big games, of course. But Drew Aller, for the love of God, we got to get the promo off, man. That was me throwing money in the fire. I wanted to believe in Drew Aller, right? If this is 1993, he's probably a top 10 pick because he's 6'4". He's got a cannon for an arm. But you know what he can't do? Make the throws or use his brain. The mechanics are terrible. Drew Aller stinks. Right now, he's outside the top 75 in like every single metric. And so, that said, I would still bet Penn State. UCLA's terrible. They just lost to Northwestern. Yeah. Follow Penn State if you have to bet the game. Stay away. Find something better to do. Go to the pumpkin patch with your family. Yeah.
Yeah, seriously, or drink a nice pumpkin latte or something on your couch instead of absorbing that game. Look, I think Penn State's going to win by at least 50. And that might seem like an exaggeration, but I think it's definitely within the vicinity and ballpark. I'd probably take it all line, bet them all the way up to like minus 29.5 and get it at plus money. They are going to rock. They are going to roll because UCLA has quit on their coaching staff and the institution in general. Penn State bounces back with authority. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, it's a Team Huevos Tuesday plus money bets on the immediate horizon. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stay tuned.
Don't go anywhere. BetMGM tonight will be right back with more football bets on the BetMGM Network.
I mean, I'm going to still say the Dodgers. I think they have the best players. I mean, Yamamoto's good. Ohtani is going to be a factor. He's good. He can pitch. Snell's pitched in World Series before. They got Glasnow sitting there. You know, Freeman, Betts, and Ohtani are three great offensive players. Teoscar Hernandez is a good player. Edmonds a dangerous player. Maybe Muncy adds something. I'm not even sure where he is as far as his health is concerned. But I will say the Dodgers. The Phillies, I said when he was hurt that they would really miss Wheeler, and I think they might now. And I don't trust the Philly offense. The Philly offense can be very streaky. We've seen it last year against the Mets. We saw it 2 years ago against Arizona, where they lost the last two games at home and they couldn't hit. We saw it against the Astros in the World Series when they got no hit in one of those games against Houston when they were up 2-1. So I don't completely trust the Phillies. Plus, they got a lot of pressure on them, too. They got to win a championship here. They got Schwarber as a free agent. You know, it's about time for the Phillies. You know, they've been dancing down this aisle a long time without winning the whole thing. So little pressure on them. But I would make the Dodgers their favorite in the NL. And I think the American League is wide open, Nikki. You know, maybe Seattle's due. They're going to have an easy second round, you would think, against the Tiger and Guardian winner, which is going to help them. They're good at home. They got good pitching. Raleigh, they can hit the ball out of the ballpark. They hit over 200 home runs. So I'll go a Mariner-Dodger World Series, something different. West Coast. That's where I go.
But let's start off with the team that made waves last week with Jackson Dart winning his debut as a rookie in the NFL. So this week the Giants are on the road at the Saints, and I'm not normally a huge fan of playing teams coming off like a big win and a team that's like riding high when it comes to the hype. But if you can get the Giants plus 7.5 on the road at the Saints, like, do we think the Saints are blowing out anybody? Like, I feel like the answer is no. Next up, we're going to go to a favorite. We're going to go with the Colts, laying a mere half point against another bad team. The Raiders are in town this week, and maybe this is like the wild game that ruins everybody's survivor pool because we have been seeing a lot of those. Maybe the Colts are too good to be true, but it just feels like this is a game that the Colts are going to win at home, especially because it feels like on both sides of the ball, or excuse me, on both prongs of that offensive attack, Daniel Jones has been good, and Jonathan Taylor backs in the NFL. The Raiders defensively have been really bad, so I don't see them stopping that offensive attack. Now, this one I'm a little nervous about, so that's why I mentioned it last. So the Jags are at home this week against the Chiefs, and they're getting 3.5 points. So in a teaser, they would get 9.5 points. Maybe this is the sabotage factor here because the Chiefs did look pretty good against the Ravens, but the Jags at home this week, coming in with some juice after Liam Cohen was running his mouth to Robert Saleh. I kind of like the 9.5 there because I do think at the very heart of their identity, the Chiefs are not a team that's going to blow out a ton of teams. Like I know it was the case against the Ravens, but I don't see it happening against the Jags. Jags are kind of better this year than I think maybe I was expecting. Like I know they've had some down moments, but 9.5 is still a lot of points. So you tell me, do I keep this teaser as is? Jags plus 9.5, Giants plus 7.5, Colts minus 0.5, or do we replace one of those teams with the Patriots getting 14.5 against the Bills?
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat along for the ride on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. Speaking of Team Huevos, we're going to get some more plus money on the board. Yes, here in this segment, we're going to ping pong back and forth. Dealer's choice could be Major League Baseball. The postseason action is going down right now. And again, Boston just grabbed the lead. They're up now 2-1, entering the top of the 8th inning in New York. A lot of despondent Yankees fans in the stands because their team was kind of rocking, kind of rolling, and then Boston seized the lead, and they may not give it up. Garrett Crochet has been masterful tonight on the mound, though likely going to be done. We'll see if he'll go another inning. Then hand the ball off to the closer, could come in and get that game 1 victory for the hated outside of Boston, currently in New York, Boston Red Sox get up 2-1 on the New York Yankees. Also, by the way, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day live right now, and it demands your attention. It's asking you this. We got 4 weeks of the NFL regular season in the books. And among the following underachievers, who would you consider to be the biggest fantasy football lost cause? Again, that's the key phrase, lost cause. Your options are Chase Brown, my guy of the Bengals, Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals, Ladd McConkey of the Chargers, or Evan Ingram of the Denver Broncos. So far, over 205 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your Democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Speaking of BetMGM, BetMGM account holders will receive an any sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with a Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and my personal favorite, SGP. So opt in right now on the any sport Parlay Boost token. Skyrocket the juice. Get seduced by it, and hopefully cash in a winning ticket in the end, only at BetMGM. All right, Team Huevos time. Here's the premise of this segment. It's got to be plus money. And again, I don't give a damn of where you're going to be pulling it from, whether it's in the NFL, college football, Major League Baseball, even allow the WNBA. If you are betting on golf, I may reach through the camera and slap you across the face there, Ryan Horvat, because I don't know jack nor squat about golf, so I will just tune you out. Although the Ryder Cup just happened, I guess there was
we won.
Some that went down to push them. I think the Europeans won, if I read that correctly. Again, I don't really care about golf. I like making divots, drinking beer, and recklessly driving around the golf cart from time to time, hole to hole. That's about the extent of it in my golf existence. But let's go ahead and give the people what they demand and what they want. Plus money bets. And a lot of this, I think every single one of these, as a matter of fact, tied to some form of football. So your bad leadoff, man. What do you got up first?
We did have Europe and we did have Rory over Scotty, all at plus 160 or better, though. So, hey, man. We'll keep it rolling here, but we're going back to normal bets here. We are going to the NFL, and we're going to go with the gross one though. We all watched them last night, unfortunately. I grew up in a time though when Monday Night Football was actually fun, and last night that was not fun for me. Anyway, well, the first game was fun because I won money. Let's go though with the Jets. I like the Jets not only to cover the 2.5, but let's bet the Jets on the money line plus 125. They're going to beat the Dallas Cowboys, and I'll tell you why. The Dallas Cowboys defense is still nonsense, man. The Packers, 15 explosive plays for 314 yards against that defense. And I know this is Justin Fields in the Jets offense, and I know he only completed 3 of 6 passing attempts farther than 10 yards when pressured, but I think Justin Fields is going to have a day. I think Garrett Wilson is going to get in the end zone at least once in this game, and I think the Jets pick up their first victory of the season against the Cowboys, who played well on Sunday. I did bet them on Sunday. I love them on Sunday, catching 6.5. But I think the spread is where it's at right now for a reason, and I think the Jets get their first win of the season. I guess Aaron Glenn, who I don't think is very good, but I guess he was pissed last night, just going off in the locker room. Let's see if that defense, who I think is just overhyped. Sauce Gardner, overhyped, way too overpaid.
Yep.
But I think that they show up this weekend. So Jets. That's how you get it done right there. Jets money line.
Yeah, Jets. I'm with you. I can't wait for Justin Fields' props to arrive at BetMGM, and I'm already got the action, and I know you bet not 1 but 2 touchdowns. I only bet 1 for Garrett Wilson at plus 135. Yeah. Obviously, must start material in fantasy football. Any of the vertical options. Mason Taylor could maybe make some noise. Breece Hall could do a little jack of all trades, especially with Braylon Allen out with that MCL injury. Looks like he's going to land on injured reserve and could be out of action for at least the next 4 weeks. So, yeah, Jets should absolutely put a bunch of crooked numbers on the scoreboard this week against the hapless and hopeless defense of the Dallas Cowboys. On Thursday Night Football, the Battle of the Golden State between San Francisco and the LA Rams. Give me Puka Nacua, Puka in the anytime touchdown market at plus 110. It's a little baby seduced by the juice, if you will. San Francisco, a middling number 16 in drop back EPA defense so far this season. Diamador Lenoir, he's got to see, or Lenore, I can never pronounce it correctly. 64.3% catch rate, 74.4 passer rating to his assignments is what Lenore has given up this season. Outside the top 15 pass coverage grade, according to Pro Football Focus. Nakua is just going nuclear right now every week in the National Football League. 11.7 targets per game. He's only got one red zone target. Only has one touchdown this season, but number 13 in total air yards, number 4 in total yak. I mean, he's leading the NFL in receptions and yards. I think he's going to cross the chalk on Thursday Night Football. Puka Nacua, anytime touchdown, and attractive. Plus 110 right now at BetMGM. Let's get more plus money out to the masses. Horvat, what else do you like as a Team Huevos Tuesday play?
I got another dog that I like. I did take the spread. I would like this right now. Anything over field goal. I think we're still at 4.5. For some reason, it's off the board. Nope, there we are. All right, so the Broncos, that's why. They're down to 3.5 against the Eagles. I bet the money line plus 170 as well. I know I've been ripping Bo Nix a lot on this show, but I did like what I saw from the Denver rushing attack last night. Look really good. Granted, it was against the Bengals, but 0.143 EPA per rushing play. They had 186 yards, 2 touchdowns on 38 attempts, 4.9 yards per pop. J.K. Dobbins looked good, and R.J. Harvey late got in the end zone for me and Brando. So both of our guys went off, which was awesome. I know this is obviously a step up in class. You're going against the defending champs, a really good Philadelphia defense. But what is going on with the offensive side of the ball, man?
Right.
With Philadelphia. They didn't do anything in the second half of that game and almost blew it against Tampa. Now, Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean have been awesome. They nearly shut down the passing attack. But on the other side, I do think that you could take advantage of Philadelphia. I'm going to go with the Broncos to win this game outright at plus 170.
Yeah, I like that call quite a bit. Philadelphia has just been so unimpressive in general. I mean, A.J. Brown has been a king of inconsistency. Devontae Smith has been on the side of a milk carton. Saquon Barkley, we all expected him to take the step back. Certainly he has done that. I mean, they're just so ho-hum offensively right now. It's puzzling, to say the least. Still with a dynamite offensive line, they're just not getting the job done. So I agree on the Denver Broncos being a team that could steal the victory there at plus 170. Let's go to another dog that I think is going to win the money line. Though in college football, give me the Maryland Terrapins, unblemished, unbeaten this season. And they're going to really prove that they belong in the unbeaten conversation. They really haven't played anybody of major substance this week, taking on the Washington Huskies, though at home, and they're getting points. Again, they're plus 180 to win that game straight up, and I think they're going to be able to kennel the Huskies in this one. And the reason being is this. You look at the football power index. Sure, Maryland's 47 and UW is 26. And Washington, far better offensive efficiency team at number 4 in the country. Meanwhile, the Terps at number 70. However, defense, it wins championships, right? It also wins you games. Maryland, believe it or not, is tied with Texas Tech at numero uno. Not the Big Ten, not in the state of Maryland, in the country, folks, in the country. And defensive efficiency right now, they're tied with Texas Tech in that category. Where's Washington rank? Number 109. I think the Terps and that turtle power are going to be suffocating on defense. They won at Wisconsin last week, 27-10. I think they're going to prove their mettle at home, and they're going to knock off the heavily favored Washington Huskies and win straight up at plus 180. All right, Horvat, a more Team Huevos plays on this Tuesday, and you are staying in the college gridiron as well and going with what squad?
Yeah, we're going to go with the Seminoles. What I love about college football, right, is that, last week they lose outright to Virginia on a Friday night, which thank God that they did because we did bet Virginia in that game. But now I like them to bounce back. I still like this Florida State team. I think they got caught sleeping on a Friday night, got caught looking ahead is what happened as well. And Virginia is just a good football team. But now I'm going to sell a little bit of my Miami stock because I got some national title. I got Carson Beck from before the season, 22-1. And I could see if Florida State could find a way to get pressure I could see him throwing a couple interceptions and Miami losing this game, because here's where, usually I gotta fade Mario Cristobal in some of these big games. Last year they start 9-0 and then they lose as double-digit favorites down the stretch to Syracuse. They end up dropping a couple games. They should have made the college football playoff. I like this team. They got a ton of talent. But I could see Florida State beating them. So I grabbed the points, and then I sprinkled a little money line. Right now, the best price you could get on the Noles is plus 164. This is still a good Florida State team, man. They did beat Alabama, we have to remember. Alabama just beat Georgia. I think they bounced back, and this game's in Tallahassee. So I love the points, and I like a little sprinkle on the money line. So give me Florida State. The Fighting, Chris Winkie, Peter Warwick Duns, Warren Saps. They get it done for us this weekend.
Yeah, they get that dub in the Hassie. I like that one in the Battle of the Sunshine State. We'll play more on that game, as a matter of fact, tomorrow. Another edition of Fade or Follow. Another anytime touchdown market I grabbed immediately today when I saw it go live. Cam Scattaboo, anytime touchdown against your New Orleans Saints. You believe they're going to win, but I think Scattaboo will cross the chalk. And the referee's arm's going to go up, and he'll splash 6. Plus 110 on that bad boy right now at BetMGM. Scattaboo had 27 stinking touches last week. He was a consummate workhorse in that game. Everybody's talking about Jackson Dart, but Scattaboo looked pretty good in his own right. On the season, number 15 in total red zone touches with 8 in that category. A pretty decent 3.02 yards after contact per attempt. That's number 25 in the NFL. He has forced 11 missed tackles. That's top 15 among eligible running backs. I know the Giants are only number 23 right now in run blocking efficiency, according to PFF. But you look at the Saints, it's not like they're exactly moving mounds of men. They're number 15 in rush EPA defense on the season, giving up 4.13 yards per carry, 125.0 total yards per game, and 5 total touchdowns just to the running back position. So you get a goal-to-go situation. Yeah, Jackson Dart may call his own number on an RPO. That's a limitation, obviously. But Cam Scattaboo, I think, is going to get an opportunity, or maybe 5, to punch one in for 6. So give me him anytime touchdown at plus 110. Oh, we got some breaking news. Bucky Irving's status up in the air officially with what is being called an ankle injury, according to Mike Garofalo. So we've been waiting on that all day long, what the status of Bucky Irving was going to be, because he had an MRI yesterday. Nothing came out until just now. Mike Garofalo reporting that Bucky Irving, his status up in the air. I don't know, Jim. I don't know, to go Tony Romo on you. We'll see if he is going to be in uniform. Rashad White, next man up. Sean Tucker in deeper leagues as well is somebody you need to consider prioritizing off waivers tonight. So there you have it. Your quick reaction on that news that just broke from Garofalo about Bucky Irving.
Yeah, injuries continue to pile up in the fantasy world. I love Bucky Irving, so hopefully he gets himself healthy. I'll be looking at maybe trying to make a deal here for White, or like you said, I'm in a deeper league, so I'll probably look at Sean Tucker. I do think there's a chance that he'll get some short yardage and some goal line work. So, from a betting angle, might look at an anytime touchdown. And because I'm in that league where I'm just screwed at the running back position with the James Conner injury, I'm probably going to try to either see if he's on the waiver wire or if I can make, maybe a deal. It's a dynasty league, so maybe like a 5th-round pick or something in 2027 for Tucker and buy low, because I do think he'll get some goal line touches if Bucky's going to miss time.
Yeah, if Bucky is out, it's a tough matchup because Seattle is a real deal Holyfield defensively right now. They're top 3 in rush EPA defense. I think Tucker probably get around 6 to 8 touches, and I would presume that Rashad White's going to be like a 14 to 16 touchback, doing a lot of damage in the pass game. Though both could be longer shots to find the end zone, given the stiff opponent. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to talk a little fantasy football at the quarterback position. Flames, lames, and shocker specials at a Week 5 right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
laying 10.5. 10.5 against Vandy. Revenge on their mind after a big win against Georgia. What do you think?
I bet Bama at a number that I never thought I'd ever see, like 9.5. I think 10 is still good. I mean, my power ratings have it closer to 14, so I mean, it's still showing value at 10.5. I would wait though if you want to bet Bama. I think there'll be plenty of Vanderbilt buyers out there. Statistically, Vanderbilt's a superior team, but what a lot of the math guys don't fully grasp or fully have, baked into their model, at least well enough, is strength of schedule. Big disparity here between the two teams. So I think the fact that Vanderbilt beat Alabama last year makes Alabama more focused than usual this year. Otherwise, if it's a typical spot and they'd beaten Vanderbilt 25 times in a row like they did coming into last year's game off of the Georgia, it's the same scenario. Then I see and understand the Vanderbilt money, but I don't this year. I think Alabama will be focused here. I don't like going against Diego Pavia too much, but Alabama's clearly the superior team, laying a very reasonable number.
Continue talking NFL Week 5, that Thursday night game. Gave out a bad number yesterday with the Niners and the Rams. Rams go from a 3.5 to a 5.5 point favorite. Obviously, like San Francisco at 3.5. I like them at 5.5 as well. So if you have an opportunity to take that number, yes, the injury report is important for San Francisco. Purdy is questionable. Pearsall is questionable. But I just like the spot for this San Francisco team coming off that home loss. Look, guys, in the NFL, anytime that you get a team who played at home as a favorite and they lost outright and then the next week they're on the road as an underdog, I'm always going to bet that team. It's usually very, very profitable in the NFL. And now you're getting 5.5. So I think 2-1 on the money line with San Francisco is worth a play as well. Yes, McVay's been very good on short rest, but historically, Shanahan has owned McVay and has owned these matchups. Not as of late as much. Certainly earlier on he did, but he still has a very good history. And a divisional matchup like this, even if San Francisco is banged up, I would expect a close game. So I do like the Niners. Plus the point, I think a money line look is worth it as well. As for
I bet over. I don't know how anything that you've seen so far this season doesn't lead you to the over. Not only Notre Dame side, but Boise side too. I think their offense is just fine. I know I had struggled in the opener against South Florida, but that was turnover based in that game. Defensively, I don't think Boise is good as what they were. And then obviously Notre Dame's defense is taking a step back. Offense is as good as I've seen from Notre Dame last few weeks ever since following them the last 30 years as a fan. So over for me. I bet Arkansas last week. I obviously got my teeth kicked down my throat, but I didn't think I'd see 20.5 with Boise State. So I again, I'm going against my beloved Irish. That's a big number to lay against a proud Boise program that should have beaten Oregon last year outright, getting 19. And then I didn't cover against Penn State, but they moved the football mats and turned it over, but they only lost by 17. I mean, Notre Dame can be super impressive in this game, win by 17, and I'm still winning my Boise bet.
It's time for fantasy football advice from the pros on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Team Live this Tuesday. We're going to be talking some fantasy football in this segment, doing our quarterback flames, lames, and shocker specials, getting your lineups prepared for the upcoming matchup this week and week numero 5. Further reminder as well, phone lines remain wide open. If you want to talk some fantasy football with us, you absolutely can. We'll also accept any conversations in regards to betting. If you have some action, maybe on the diamond in Major League Baseball in the playoffs, 2-1, still bossing up on the New York Yankees. Right now, 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. We got a runner on first base for the Yanks as Boston's getting ever so closer maybe to closing this sucker out. Garrett Crochet, 10 strikeouts in the game. He has been just pinpoint tonight on the road in this arch rivalry with the 6 Rays, of course, being the postseason. But yeah, if you want to talk MLB, you want to talk WNBA, college football, the NFL, from a betting perspective or that fantasy football point of view, don't be shy. Don't be a wallflower. Pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, Horry, let's go in and get after it with another edition of some quarterback flames, lames, and shockers specials ahead of the main slate of Week 5 games. So let's start off with the guys that we feel are going to be muy caliente. Ooh, ay chihuahua. Guys could really burn into the box score. Of course, we got 4 teams on bye, including Bear Down, Chicago Bears, which is sad.
Yeah.
I really wanted get some more Caleb Williams action. And Roma Dunze has been so good to me so far this season, a touchdown scoring machine. So Fantasy Flame, here is a requirement. They have to be under 60% started. We're using Yahoo Leagues, a place that I know and used to love for 13 years of existence at that fine company. So using that platform as a measuring stick, who is your Fantasy Flame pick in Week 5?
All right, now this one is so hot that I don't know if you saw it. I had to hit the mute button on myself. I just sneezed. Now I'm dealing with some allergies, so I apologize. I'm trying to get myself together here. I have no choice because I'm in a 2-quarterback league, and unfortunately, my quarterbacks this weekend are I have Kyler Murray, and then I got Geno Smith. So I got to go with Geno Smith this weekend, guys. Wow. And I'm going to make the case for Geno Smith if you also have to get down and dirty this weekend. Now, he's only rostered right now in 34.9% of leagues. I'm starting to question why Pete Carroll left the retirement home or the golf course and why his first phone call was to Geno Smith. He's been awful at home in Vegas. Under 60% of his pass attempts, he's completing for 148.5 yards, 1 touchdown, and 6.5 fantasy points per game. He's had less than 10 fantasy points in both contests. However, on the road, he's completed 68% of his passes for over 300 yards, 325 to be exact, 2 touchdowns, and he's averaged 21.8 fantasy points. Now, you're looking at the Colts defense. They didn't give up a whole lot to Tua, Cam Ward, and Bo Nix. We just saw Matthew Stafford go for 375, 3 tutties, and 27.4 fantasy points, all season highs. Now, I don't think Geno Smith is going to put up Matthew Stafford numbers, but good chance they're going to be trailing in this game because they're dog water right now, and I think he's going to be dropping back at least 35 times. And I think Genti goes off again. So let's go with Geno Smith because I have no other choice.
Yeah, man, that's a disgusting choice. Just by you even throwing that out there, get the tub ready and soak for hours on end because it's going to take that long to get the stench off of that selection. Pinch your nose for sure. I'm going to go with Daniel Jones. I wrote about him on the GamingJuice.com and my Fantasy Flames quarterback edition live right now on the site, and it's for free. So go and read it at the GamingJuice.com. Some of the reasons why I'm high on Jones. He's going against Viva Las Vegas. Vegas, as you already mentioned with Geno, a team that's just number 24 in dropback EPA defense on the season. They've allowed the 12th most fantasy points to opposing signal callers, giving up 7.23 pass yards per attempt, 237 pass yards per game, 6 total touchdowns as well. Jones, again, been one of the surprise sensations so far this fantasy football and really the NFL regular season as well. Number 15, adjusted completion percentage on the year. Number 5 in deep ball completion percentage. Michael Pittman has erupted. Nobody really saw that coming. He's had some red zone struggles, and he didn't run hardly at all last week. And 1 carry for -1 yards, and that's uncharacteristic for him. So I'm thinking like 250, a pair of vertical touchdowns, may run one in, but I think he's going to run for at least 20, 25 yards as well. Even if he has a miscue, a fumble lost, or an INT, he'll make it up with that ground yards accumulation. So Daniel Jones, starter right now on 44% of Yahoo leagues. My pick to be fantasy flame material in this bye heavy week against the Raiders. Flip side of the coin, a fantasy lane started over 50% of Yahoo leagues. What big name quarterback you think lets down managers here in week 5?
I'm seeing Dak Prescott as high as quarterback 6, and I get it because it's the matchup against the Jets and because the Cowboys don't really have a run game, and we just saw him air it out against both Green Bay secondary and the Giants. But now he's got to go on the road. They're only 2.5-point favorites in this game, and I think the Jets defense, it's hard for me to even say this with a straight face because I'm not an Aaron Glenn guy, right? I get that he did a funny dance a couple weeks ago, but I think he's going to be the coach at Bowling Green very soon. Or just back in Detroit with Dan Campbell. I anyway think that Dak is going to throw a couple picks in this game. At quarterback 6, I don't think he lives up to the hype this weekend, or quarterback 7 or 8, so I'll fade Dak.
I'm going to fade Baker. Baker, usually the touchdown maker, and I don't think this is going to be a multi-TD kind of game. Making the very long trip to the great Northwest there in Sasquatch land, taking on the Seattle Seahawks. They're on the road. Seattle, very decent, number 13 in drop-back EPA defense. They've allowed the 12th fewest fantasy points quarterback position, surrendering 5.98 pass yards per attempt, only 227.5 pass yards per game, and a 6-7 touchdown interception split. Now, you look at Baker, he's been the 9th best quarterback according to his fantasy points output, but this is shocking to me. I was jarred. I was floored when I looked this up at Pro Football Focus. Ryan Horvath, would you like to venture to guess where Baker Mayfield ranks in adjusted completion percentage for week's end?
Oh, man. Let's go. I'm going to go outside the top 15. 16?
Quarterback 35. Quarterback
Jesus.
35. That's how inaccurate Baker Mayfield has been on a snap-by-snap basis. It's shocking. It really is. You know, everybody's looking at Emeka Buka, catching everything left and right, rinse and repeat. Chris Godwin saw some action and meaningful catches last week as well. Sterling Shepard has had his moments, but, man, he's been awful in terms of efficiency. And now you're going to face a pretty robust secondary in the Seattle Seahawks. I think Baker Mayfield has a letdown game. I'm thinking like 230, 240 yards, maybe get you around 15 rushing yards, but I think he's going to have multiple turnovers and maybe only 1 passing touchdown. I think he's outside the quarterback top 15 ranks in week number 5. All right, let's dig a little bit deeper with shovel in hand. What is your shocker special in week 5? Quarterback under 15% started right now in Yahoo leagues. Who is that?
All right. By the way, man, I really like that call on Baker. I didn't know the adjusted completion percentage was that bad, but I knew the turnover-worthy throws. He got away with a lot of interceptions.
Yes.
Like if you were betting against the Bucs or Baker the first couple weeks, you got to be like putting your head through a wall. But I love the guy. I'm also fading him this week, and I'm playing against him, so I love that call. I'm going to go with, so I really like your guy that you're going to go with, but I'm going to go with Sam Darnold against Tampa Bay. Here will be the case that I'll make for Darnold. I know he hasn't been a fantasy star yet, but the Buccaneers have a really good run defense. In fact, they're only giving up 3.3 yards per rushing attempt. They just held Saquon Barkley to 2.3 yards per carry. But they've given up 208 passing yards, 1.5 touchdowns, 18.8 fantasy points per game. So deeper leagues, he's only 9.4% rostered. If you're, we had a couple callers. If you're considering like Jake Browning and Sam Darnold's available, I would rather roll with him because I do think that Tampa's going to be able to shut down the run. But I think he's going to have to drop back and, probably throw the ball 25, 30 times in this game.
Yeah, it's a very sketchy secondary in Tampa. I think that's a great call there on Sam Darnold. Could make you some dollars here this week. Jackson Dart, start the man, hit a bullseye down there in the Crescent City against the New Orleans Saints. It's a terrific matchup on paper. New Orleans number 29 in dropback EPA defense. They have allowed the sixth most fantasy points to opposing quarterbacks, giving up 7.96 pass yards per attempt, only 221.0 pass yards per game, but they've also surrendered 10 total touchdowns to the position. Yes, he was only number 21 in adjusted completion percentage last week in his debut. Yes, he was only number 17 in ADOT. And yes, he will not have Malik Neighbors the rest of the season out with that ACL. But it's all about the duality. He's like a poor man's version of Jalen Hurts, but maybe even more accurate. He still got Wan'Dale Robinson. He got Darius Slayton, Theo Johnson. He'll be able to spread it around. He's going to throw the ball, I think, more accurately, more efficiently this week for like 175 yards, maybe a passing touchdown. And it's all about the legs, man. 10 for 54 in a rushing TD last week. I think it's a minimum of 7 carries this week. I think he's going to get at least 35 to 40 yards on the ground. And I bet you he scores a touchdown with the legs again. Jackson Start, I think, is going to get you around 18 to 20 fantasy points this week. Horvey, you're digging that one, aren't you?
I really am, man. So I like the Saints in the game, but my hot take isn't just that the Saints win their first game. I mean, they're a favorite, so I don't think that's like a hot take. It's like in college football when the unranked team is like a 3-point favorite and they beat number 22 and everybody's like, what an upset. Like, no, it wasn't. The team was favored. But I think this is going to be a sneaky shootout. I'll call my shot right now. 38-35 Saints win, but Dart goes off with his legs.
I would love that, and every fantasy manager in America would say the same. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. We're getting down with our guy, Rob Brown. Don't you go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Sunday night, man, they're betting the dog so far. Look ahead was 10.5. They reopened at 9.5, and now the Bills are only a 7.5 point favorite against the Patriots.
Yeah, Drake. I mean, look, if you look at the Patriots' last 2 weeks in totality, I mean, they absolutely stomped the Panthers. That's what, and they, if you look at the box score, and if you watch the game, because I had them in the contest against the Steelers. They had 5 turnovers, 2 turnovers inside the 1 yard line. They dominated the Steelers. They should have blown the Steelers out, and then they go and blow out the Panthers. I think Drake Mays looked pretty sharp. You get Travion Henderson involved more. This offense is a lot more explosive. They didn't make the same mistakes that they made against the Steelers. And if you clean that up, this Bills defense, we'll see what they've got with Matt Milano and Ed Oliver. But when those two guys don't play, Buffalo really struggles to slow down teams. And so I think there's a very good case that, one, Buffalo is not interested in running up the score on anybody right now. Now they will, if it happens, it happens. But they're clearly just trying to stack wins and get healthy. because they know that, with what's going on with Cincinnati, what's going on with Baltimore, the Chiefs' struggles early in the season, they really have a firm command of the AFC as a whole. Obviously, the Chargers are right there too, but now you get the 2 tackle injuries. So I think I don't think Buffalo's interested in blasting anybody. Now, they have done a really good job against division opponents. If this were to get under 7, I would love the Bills. But I can see why you would want the Patriots plus the 10. They've been frisky enough. If there are injuries on the defense, New England will be able to score and probably have a very good chance at a backdoor, especially when Buffalo is resting people potentially in the second half.
Clutch home runs. We want to see walk-off winners. Like, walks obviously are going to change a game, but you tell me this, how much is it going to change a game if Aaron Judge gets walked and goes to first base, as opposed to Aaron Judge hitting a grand slam in the ninth inning? That's just not as meaningful. So maybe this happens, but I don't think it's going to go down in World Series lore.
Yeah. Well, also, when's the last time you watched a highlight? Crochet facing Aaron Judge, bottom of the 6th. Man on, and Judge draws the intentional walk. You'd be like, okay, what happened after that? How did they score some runs? Did they score some runs? So I'm with you. It's like, okay, that sounds great. Here's one I think is more interesting. Vlad Jr. will have a signature moment. Now, a signature moment can be defensively. It can be a walk-off home run, a timely hit, a game winner. Doesn't necessarily have to be at the plate, even though that's what we think of when we think of Vladdy Jr. Not great over the final 14 games of the season, an OPS of 375. But certainly the talent is all there. I feel like the Blue Jays are so interesting that they do have this talent, and yet maybe it's just because they don't have the name recognition. Phillies, Dodgers, they play in Canada, but the talent is right there for the Blue Jays. And when you look at their starting rotation, there's some veteran talent there as well. I don't know why we're not talking more about Toronto, but if Vladdy Jr. had a big moment, that would certainly help.
Right, but again, I don't feel like this is a hot take. So the biggest name in your lineup is going to have a timely hit. I feel like it would be more of a hot take to single out one of the biggest stars on a team and be like, this guy's going to be absolutely terrible, right? Wouldn't that be more of a hot take? And people have said this about Aaron Judge, because there's been postseasons where Aaron Judge, for as good as a hitter as he has been, and some of these timely moments.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge. They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. And on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday, my guy Ryan Horvat in the house. Also in the house, our dude Rob Brown. We love getting down with every single week. MGM tonight. We're about to, in this segment, going to be breaking things down in college football. Going to be breaking down his thoughts as well in the NFL. Hell, he might even pepper in a little baseball take here or there to boot. The man is a glorious encyclopedia when it comes to everything in the world of sports betting. So I always can't wait to catch up with the one, the only Rob Brown. By the way, speaking of Rawhide, the Boston Red Sox have tacked on an insurance run. They're now up 3-1 on the New York Yankees. Yankees about to be donezo. Spike Lee despondent in the stands. A lot of depressed Yankees fans. Oh, the glorious high that you had pre-game has now come crashing all the way back down earth, and it's cratered very deep all the way to the depths of hell. It's really too bad for New York Yankee fans that are out there. But they still have a pulse. They got one more fighting chance. We'll see if they can tie this thing up or somehow, some way, in spectacular and would-be memorable fashion, come back and win this sucker in the bottom of the ninth inning, down 2 runs to the hated arch rival Boston Red Sox. A friendly reminder before we bring Rob on, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this on the X. So we're always giving it to you there at BetMGM tonight. The question is, among the following underachievers, who would you consider to be the biggest fantasy football lost cause? Again, lost cause. Your options are my boy Chase Brown of the Cincinnati Bengals, Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals, Lab McConkey of the LA Chargers, or Evan Ingram of the Denver Broncos. So far, over 205 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic. Right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's bring in the freshly cut and ultra handsome and just downright gorgeous Rob Brown, the man who you hear on the Fan Upstate on the Rob Brown Show, a man you need to follow on X, or he's always giving it to you there at the Rob Brown Show. Again, on X at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Let's go and get right to it. We have 4 weeks in the books on the NFL regular season. What teams, and give me a positive and one negative, have you changed your tune most on?
First off, you handsome gentlemen, it's so good to be back, and I know that most of the people can't currently see Ryan Horvat, who was broken out the ugly Cubs Christmas sweater on September 30th. I want you to know the vibes aren't just high, boys. They are Snoop and Willie Nelson hanging out together high right now, and I absolutely love it. All right, let's get into this. I think the layup answer obviously is the Ravens right now, and I think people are dismissing the fact that they entered that game against Kansas City with 4 injured defensive players. They lost a couple of more. Like, I don't think this Ravens team is anywhere near done, but obviously they're not that at the top of what we thought. So I'll come up with a couple of ones. On the positive side, I don't think you can say anybody but the Indianapolis Colts right now. How in the hell did somebody ask me the question on Monday and I had to answer it as if it was a real string of words that entered my ear hole? Is Danny Dimes an MVP candidate? What? Not a comeback player, not a most improved. No. MVP. And once again, I would say yes, because Danny Dimes has entered into the Rob Brown club of quarterbacks who prove, once again, sometimes we should put the emphasis on franchise in franchise quarterback and not put it all on quarterback in franchise quarterback. Am I right, other team in this category? Ladies and gentlemen, did I not sit here on this very show and take a little bit of a tongue lashing from somebody, I'm not going to say who in particular, when I told you to take the Jacksonville Jaguars to win the AFC South this year because they figured a little something out. Oh, by the way, the Jags are 3-1. They have dropped not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 touchdown passes in the end zone for Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence should be leading the NFL in touchdown passes by a margin right now, but Brian Thomas Jr. forgot how to catch the ball, and yet Travis Etienne and Trevor Lawrence have the boys at 3-1. That's going to be my positive. I think I could lump Seattle into that spot as well. As far as the negative goes, this one's not a negative because the expectations were super high. But if I may borrow the words of their quarterback, if we're keeping it a buck, their ass, I expected Tennessee to be struggling, but good football gods in heaven, 26-0 to the now 1-win Houston Texans in that division. Like, I knew, and I said coming into the draft, Horvey, you'll remember, I like Cam Ward, but I'm not over the moon about him. In most years, he would not, to me, be the number 1 overall pick. But it wasn't a great class, and Tennessee had to have somebody, so I was fine with it. And there's a lot more problems than just Cam Ward. But I'm at the point now where I go, that roster is not an 0-4 roster. That roster, not just 0-4 getting shut up by the Texans, 0-4. So even though the expectations weren't necessarily lofty for the Titans, they're still underperforming One more team I would put in that is the Jets. And it's not on Justin Fields for the record. Justin Fields is the one guy on that team that I do kind of like what he's doing right now. The rest of that team, absolute, entirely, totally booty cheeks top to bottom. And it's very disappointing because I thought JF was going to throw up a JFU at a lot of people this year. And the football team is preventing him from doing that.
Oh, Rob, last week you and I were in unity in Queen Latifah, UNITY, on Ole Miss over LSU. I still think LSU wins 9 games, but I love watching Brian Kelly lose. And I really, really like that Ole Miss team with Trinidad behind center. But now I'm thinking about betting this game. I want to see if we're on the same side here. Bama Vandy. I can't wait to watch this game. Bama, one of the more impressive victories this season, 10.5-point favorites. Can Vandy do it 2 years in a row? Can they at least keep this game close? Which side would you be on here?
I would like to also point out, Ryan Horvath, that while you and I were very much on the same page in the Ole Miss LSU game, your boy also handed you the trifecta of take Alabama over Georgia and take Oregon on the road over Penn State. 3 for 3. I wish I would have parlayed them together, but I didn't have the rocks and the stones to follow my own bleeping advice, or I would have made so much money I could have retired and not been here tonight. I would have anyway, but it just would have been out of choice, not obligation. I got to tell you, man, when I say I love Clark Lee, I need you to know I like Richard Gere to Julia Roberts and Pretty Woman love Clark Lee. All right, I would do the corny little necklace, snap the box shut thing for Clark Lee. I find him an incredible football dude and coach. I love Diego Pavia, and while the lawsuits are making college football all that much more weird, Diego Pavia is a bleeping dog. Got to see that guy play when Vandy came to South Carolina and beat the dog snot out of the Gamecocks a couple of weeks ago. Diego Pavia is built for games like this one right here. Here's the problem, boys. I think after the loss to Florida State, which was absolutely humiliating for the Alabama Crimson Tide, Kalen DeBoer shifted gears a little bit, fellas. Caleb DeBoer went from being the guy who was bringing ice cream trucks to summer camp practices to give the fellas a nice little fun treat after practice. Kalen DeBoer had a switch flipped in him, and I've heard a couple of Alabama players that have been saying the same thing. I think Caleb DeBoer, after the FSU loss, morphed into the coach that Alabama wanted him to be. Not Nick Saban, but a lot more Nick Saban than the guy that was coaching Michael Penix Jr. with the Washington Huskies that was loosey-goosey and having some fun. They put a little discipline on this team. Ryan Horvath, I am going to tell you that in my heart of hearts, because I think Clark Lee is the absolute most football dude in the Hall of Football dudes right now, and because Diego Pavia is a dog, in my absolute football-loving heart, I am going to be Team Black and Gold. Let's go Doors. Get it done, Vandy. Let's blow the college football landscape all to hell and back one more time again. This Alabama team clicked. They're going to beat Vanderbilt by 21 points.
You know, I actually want to talk a little bit. I was going to ask you about the Saints, man, but, let's be honest. America doesn't care about Saints-Giants. But we do want your World Series picker. If you find any value, still betting anything future-wise. You said during the break, I was going back and forth with this Dodgers game tonight just because they're minus 210 favorites. Do I want to go run line? Any futures, any bets that you like in baseball?
Yeah, I got to tell you right now, I'm all in on the Seattle Mariners. I'm all in on the Seattle Mariners. I'll be betting them every game. I'll be betting them every series. I will be betting them through as a World Series champion. In fact, I did that because Cody Decker and I, who have just started a podcast called TBD Sports. You can find us on YouTube, TBD Sports with Rob Brown and Cody Decker. Am I pimping myself in deck? You're damn right I am. The Bet for the Cycle boards are back. We're just on YouTube where we can say naughty words now. Join us. It's going to get weird. Pick the Mariners as my champ last night. Horvat, number one, as the legendary, the iconic, and the very handsome Jay Kassan is prone to say, God-tier pitching staff, and they have at all points had every opportunity and justification to start to suck because why would I try for this team that clearly does not care? What happened this year? They didn't. They were one of the best pitching staffs start to finish. And Cal Raleigh, who we can fight about this, Cal Raleigh is my AL MVP because it is most valuable player, not best player. It's most valuable. Cal Raleigh's the most valuable player, more valuable to the Mariners than Aaron Judge. But the Mariners, seeing the year he was having, they went and got Suarez. They went and got Naylor. They added a couple of bats to the lineup. Now you can't just pitch around Cal Raleigh because there's a bunch of mediocre players in the middle. It's a row up front, and they're hitting the ball exceptionally well. I looked around the rest of the AL right now. Who do I trust? Do I think the Red Sox with Crochet up could steal one? Sure. Do I think the Guardians with what we saw could get there? Sure. But the Guardians have to go through a wild card round before they get here. The Mariners are fresh. There is one thing, boys, and one thing alone that defeats the Seattle Mariners before the World Series, and that is the rest versus rust debate. Does a team that is batting as well as the Mariners were batting, sitting on the couch for 6 days, take the rhythm out of the barrels? Because if the answer is yes, they're in trouble. But if the boys show up, and they're in time, and they're clicking with the baseball bats, the Mariners may very well sweep their way to the World Series. That is how good I believe this team is. On the NL side, I am absolutely terrified. I'm not betting this, Horvey, but I'm terrified we're going to finally get the Dodgers that we thought were going to go win 110 games this year and instead got the 3 seed. I am afraid we are going to get the Dodgers turning into the Dodgers we were all terrified of and just going on a bloodless, murderous rampage through the National League.
Yep.
And we got some high drama right now building in the Bronx as the Yankees have bases juiced. They had bases juiced and nobody out, but now 2 outs. Trent Grisham at the dish, Aroldis Chapman trying to get out of this jam and get Boston the victory. I mean, the drama, again, it's palpable, it's high, it's thick. It's a tremendous postseason baseball going on, to say the least. Rob, let's turn back to college football. Oregon is looking like a team that can run the table after that massive win in Happy Valley against Penn State. The Ducks are second only to Ohio State national title odds at plus 600. Are you firing a ticket off on the Quackers from Eugene? Will Indiana challenge them in their house, that one being in Eugene, in a couple of weeks? And Aroldis Chapman put the cherry on top of the Sunday. Victory, Boston. 3-1. Again, the Yankees have bases jammed and nobody out, and they couldn't score a run. Outstanding stuff. But what are your thoughts on Oregon?
First and foremost, there is not anything I love more in sports than when mega teams like the Cowboys and the Yankees find new, fun, creative, inventive ways to break their fans' hearts, and I get to watch it in real time. Magnifique, mon ami. It's the best. All right. So, yes, I'm in on the Ducks. I love Kurt Signetti. He wins. Google him. I love the Indiana Hoosiers. OMG, they found themselves a QB. Fernando Mendoza is a dog right now, and I love this team. Here's the reality. Dan Lanning might be the best coach in college football that nobody calls the best coach in college football. He genuinely may be. And oh, by the way, don't look now, but Rob Brown snuck you a sleeper Heisman pick in before the year started, and it was a young freshman by the name of Dante Moore in Eugene, Oregon. Have you watched him dot passes to streaky wide receivers 45 yards down the field in stride with not a step missed? Yes, you have, because it's on every highlight show, because he's a human highlight reel right now. Boys, the Oregon Ducks, after what they went on the road and did in the whiteout in Happy Valley to Penn State, and after what I've seen with the Ohio State Buckeyes taking way too long to get rolling against Washington, knock it down now. The Ducks are not only winning the Big Ten, boys, the Ducks are 12-0, and they will be the 1 seed in the NCAA football playoffs this year. Mark it down. Dante Moore's winning the Heisman.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent call, man. They look tremendous here in Happy Valley, sneaking out that win. Great stuff as always from our dude, ultra pumped, ultra energetic, as he always is, Rob Brown. Listen to his show, The Rob Brown Show, in the Fan Upstate. Follow him on X at The Rob Brown Show, and check out his new show with Cody Decker on YouTube as well. Rob, we appreciate the time. We're up against it. Stick around, folks. When we come back, it's a Totals Tuesday on top of being a Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to have some total thoughts in the NFL in Week 5. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Let's go! 100.
I mean, I'm going to still say the Dodgers. I think they have the best players. I mean, Yamamoto's good. Ohtani is going to be a factor. He's good. He can pitch. Snell's pitched in World Series before. They got Glasnow sitting there. Freeman, Betts, and Ohtani are three great offensive players. Teoscar Hernandez is a good player. Edmonds a dangerous player. Maybe Muncy adds something. I'm not even sure where he is as far as his health is concerned. But I will say the Dodgers. The Phillies, I said when he was hurt that they would really miss Wheeler, and I think they might now. And I don't trust the Philly offense. The Philly offense can be very streaky. We've seen it last year against the Mets. We saw it 2 years ago against Arizona, where they lost the last two games at home and they couldn't hit. We saw it against the Astros in the World Series when they got no hit in one of those games against Houston when they were up 2-1. So I don't completely trust the Phillies. Plus, they got a lot of pressure on them, too. They got to win a championship here. They got Schwarber as a free agent. It's about time for the Phillies. They've been dancing down this aisle a long time without winning the whole thing. So little pressure on them. But I would make the Dodgers their favorite in the NL. And I think the American League is wide open, Nikki. Maybe Seattle's due. They're going to have an easy second round, you would think, against the Tiger and Guardian winner, which is going to help them. They're good at home. They got good pitching. Raleigh, they can hit the ball out of the ballpark. They hit over 200 home runs. So I'll go a Mariner-Dodger World Series, something different. West Coast. That's where I go.
But let's start off with the team that made waves last week with Jackson Dart winning his debut as a rookie in the NFL. So this week the Giants are on the road at the Saints, and I'm not normally a huge fan of playing teams coming off like a big win and a team that's like riding high when it comes to the hype. But if you can get the Giants plus 7.5 on the road at the Saints, like, do we think the Saints are blowing out anybody? Like, I feel like the answer is no. Next up, we're going to go to a favorite. We're going to go with the Colts, laying a mere half point against another bad team. The Raiders are in town this week, and maybe this is like the wild game that ruins everybody's survivor pool because we have been seeing a lot of those. Maybe the Colts are too good to be true, but it just feels like this is a game that the Colts are going to win at home, especially because it feels like on both sides of the ball, on both prongs of that offensive attack, Daniel Jones has been good, and Jonathan Taylor backs in the NFL. The Raiders defensively have been really bad, so I don't see them stopping that offensive attack. Now, this one I'm a little nervous about, so that's why I mentioned it last. So the Jags are at home this week against the Chiefs, and they're getting 3.5 points. So in a teaser, they would get 9.5 points. Maybe this is the sabotage factor here because the Chiefs did look pretty good against the Ravens, but the Jags at home this week, coming in with some juice after Liam Cohen was running his mouth to Robert Saleh. I kind of like the 9.5 there because I do think at the very heart of their identity, the Chiefs are not a team that's going to blow out a ton of teams. Like I know it's the case against the Ravens, but I don't see it happening against the Jags. Jags are kind of better this year than I think maybe I was expecting. Like I know they've had some down moments, but 9.5 is still a lot of points. So you tell me, do I keep this teaser as is? Jags plus 9.5, Giants plus 7.5, Colts minus 0.5, or do we replace one of those teams with the Patriots getting 14.5 against the Bills?
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight on this hashtag Team Wave Tuesday. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath along for the ride. We got Dodgers and Reds on the tube, and already Guess who went yard? Shohei Ohtani. It was like the second or third pitch of the game. Absolute laser beam, rocket shot, straight line drive just over the right field wall. Solo shot. So Brando cash in on his Shohei Ohtani anytime home run prop at plus 350. Also, bravo to you, Horvey, because you said Hunter Green, you took the over for him to get to at least 100 miles an hour on his first pitch of the game. It was what, 101? Is that correct? And he is throwing straight gas so far in this game.
You know what, man? I'm pretty proud of myself, right? Because sometimes I'm like, you know what? Damn it, I need to get back into baseball a little bit more for the people, other than just the Cubs. And tonight I said I think the first pitch is going to be 101 miles per hour, which you could get plus 260. So we hit that. And I also said if he's going to come in with four seamers, 101 miles per hour or more against Ohtani, it's leaving the ballpark. So my end of the parlay already comes home because it was just Shohei to get a hit. He goes yard. Should have had higher hopes, dreams there. But Brando going to screw us over with that Reds bet is what he's going to do, man, because I think the Reds are going to get absolutely rocked there.
Yeah, they might get worse. Still 2 men on in this inning, though 2 out as the LA Dodgers already up 1-0. My guy, Tommy Edman, that was my pick to collect to get a hit. He's at the dish right now. We're going to see if he can come through. At least he, pulls through with my leg, my end of the bargain. But, yeah, you're probably right. The Reds on the money line. I agree with Brando. I thought the Reds were going to be, in this game. I mean, my God, they even got a chance to swing the bat yet. So we got miles to go, and it's Blake Snell, who can sometimes be very uncontrolled with his stuff in general, given the high walks rate that he has. So miles to go before we sleep as Tommy Edman fouls it off, remains in an 0-2 hole, and I'm hoping he slaps one in the outfield. Though a runner on first and second base run out for the Dodgers with 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Again, we'll keep you up to date. All the action out there at Chavez Ravine. But it is also a Totals Tuesday here on BetMGM tonight, and we're going to give you some of our favorite totals lean as Tommy Edman just struck out. It is 1-0. 3 hits logged, though, by the LA Dodgers, including that Shohei Ohtani knock over the fence solo shot to give him that slim margin of a lead here, being 1-0 at the end of the first inning. But again, we're going to be rifling through a lot of these totals. We have 5 NFL games. Going to give you our thoughts on the over, the under. But a friendly reminder as well, we're here to answer your fantasy football questions. If you want to talk betting with us as well, you can do that too. All you got to do to contact Ryan Horvat and I is you pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Don't be shy. We are here to help and your fantasy football endeavors, and hopefully you can score key guys off of waivers tonight, set the right lineup. Welcome to bye week hell. We got 4 teams on a 1-week siesta. Hopefully you'll survive and collect the dub. All right, let's go in and get after it here on a Totals Tuesday, also a Team Huevos Tuesday. Let's start off with the first NFL game. Let's go to Thursday night. A hashtag Tequila Thursday special as we got a battle of Golden State representatives. San Francisco making the trip down the left coast to Los Angeles, taking on the Rams. The over-under is set right now at 46.5, minus 110 either direction there at BetMGM. So what's your lean here, Ryan? Over or under Niners-Rams, 46.5?
Yeah, 46.5. So I have been really impressed with this Rams defense. This actually opened 47.5, went down to 46.5. I think I agree with the under move, right? Short week. Yeah. You look at the Niners injury report and everybody's beat up. We got to do this again with Brock Purdy. What's scary is betting under right now in a Rams game because Puka Nacua looks like a legitimate threat to win Offensive Player of the Year. We talked about this last night as well with Jared Smith. I mean, the route running is so crisp, great hands. And Devontae Adams, I know that he's even been hobbled, but has not lost a step at 32 years old. Matthew Stafford. We all worried about Matthew Stafford, another 300-yard passing game. And the Rams defense has also been really good. So I think they might be able to limit what San Francisco does in this game. They moved from a 3.5 to a 5.5 point favorite. I think the Rams winning this game by 6 points or more kind of correlates with the under. I think that they're going to get the ground game going and probably shut down San Francisco a little bit here. So I like the under, actually.
Yeah, I love the under as well. Betalytics, our buddy Rachel Krychak gives it a 3-star bet on the under as well. You look at both these teams are identical records, 2-2 over to under this season. You look at San Francisco, 19 in EPA per play offense, 14 EPA per play defense. The Rams, heck of a lot better in both those categories. Number 10, EPA per play offense. Number 5 in EPA per play defense. They've been locked down defensively. We may not have Ricky Pearsall on the field in this game. We'll see about Jawan Jennings. The walking infirmary is alive and very unwell right now for San Francisco. As good as Christian McCaffrey's been, I think the under prevails. And bonus time. If you are buying the same narrative I am, Kyron Williams over-under right now on rush attempts, 16.5. You know what? Daddy want. Daddy need.
Let's
Daddy
do that.
gotta have it. Give it to me, Brandon. Let's go. Yeah, man. I sledgehammered the living daylights out of that earlier today. It opened at minus 110, got juiced up immediately. I think it's like minus 135 now. You might want to grab it before it moves. And if you don't like the juice, find something to parlay it and reduce the juice and get seduced by it. But that all kind of correlates, brings everything together there on that under wager. And I think the Rams could win, and maybe convincingly, on Thursday night. Let's go across the pond to Joliet, England, as Minnesota still in the British Isles. Remember, they played in Dublin last week against the Steelers. They're now taking on the Cleveland Browns. Lowest total bar none on the board, 36.5 at BetMGM, minus 110 either direction. So what's your take here, over or under?
Yeah, this is where you got to ask yourself the question, man, like, how low can this go? And this opened at 41.5. Now we're down to 36.5. Vikings don't have to travel, but they're all beat up. No Ryan Kelly, no Brian O'Neill, no Donovan Jackson, most likely up front going against Myles Garrett and that defense. My only concern playing the under here is if you get a bunch of turnovers and short fields, because the Browns, again last week, 2 picks, they lose 2 fumbles, a bunch of drops in the end zone, a bunch of turnover-worthy plays. But I still couldn't bet the over. So even at 36.5 under, I could see this being 17-13, 13-10. I definitely couldn't bet the over here.
I'm going to live in a land down under as well. I think it's going to be nothing but safeties. 6-4 final. I mean, it's entirely doable. This game's going to be hideous. It's going to be ugly. Thank God. I'm probably going to need an extra pot of coffee to survive it on Sunday morning at the butt crack of dawn. Rachel Krychak at Betalytics gives us only 1 star on the over, so her algo is not all that confident. Minnesota's hit the over in 3 or 4 games. However, conversely, Cleveland has hit the under in 3 or 4 games this season. Minnesota's number 1 in EPA per play defense, and we know how good Cleveland is defensively, number 9 in that category. Offensively, Cleveland number 30, one of the worst offenses in the NFL. And Minnesota right there, similar vicinity at number 28. Defense, and more defense in England. So you might want to, belly up to the bar there at the nearest pub and grab an extra Boddington's to try to stomach this game. I think the under's going to hit. It's going to be a field goal kicking contest. I'm with you. I played this all the way down to like 29.5. No lie. All right, let's move on. Maybe flipping the script here. Dallas and the Jets, Jets, 47.5 is the total right now at BetMGM, minus 110 either direction there. Do you expect buku points in this one, considering the shortcomings defensively of either team? So over or under?
Yeah, I like the over here. This opened at 44.5. Now we're up to 47.5. Anything under 48.5, and I like the over. So the Cowboys defense is, as the kids say, cheeks. I talked about what they did against Green Bay. A whole lot of nothing. They gave up 15 explosive plays for 314 yards. The secondary is just atrocious. And then the Jets, this defense is so overhyped. The Dolphins just scored 27 points. Devon Achane had 20 carries for 99 yards and a touchdown in that game. So I like the over here. I think this is going to be a sneaky shootout. I like the Jets to win.
I think this game's going to be in the 30s, quite frankly. So I think this is priced way too low. I mean, I would play this thing up to like 51.5, maybe even 52.5. Dallas number 4 in EPA per play offense, dead last in EPA per play defense in the league at number 32. The Jets number 21 EPA per play offense, 28 EPA per play defense. Jets have hit the over in 3 or 4 games this season. Dallas split right down the middle, 2-2 is their over to under record. BetAlytics gives this on the over a 3-star wager. So again, Rachel Krychak, her algo agrees. Over again. One of my favorites total bets this week. Dallas and the New York Jets over that 47.5. Let's go to the Great Northwest, Seattle and Tampa. Again, I'm fading Baker Mayfield. Could be a suspect game for him, though Emeka Buka has been money in the bank, and we'll see about the status of Bucky Irving dealing with an ankle injury, according to Mike Garofalo, and his status very much up in the air. Seahawks have been pretty good this season. You like Sam Darnold. The total's at 44.5 in this matchup there in the Starbucks City, minus 110 either direction. So what's your lean? Over or under Bucks and Seahawks?
Yeah, this one, look ahead was 47.5. Under money comes in down to 44.5, and I still like the under here. So I talked about the Tampa Bay run defense is really good, but I still don't think that Seattle is just going to go away from the run. I at least think they're going to try to get the ground game going, probably with some ineffective runs, and then maybe open up the passing game in the second half. So I think I really like a first half under look here. But it's the under for me, man. Tampa's all beat up. We don't even know that Bucky Irving's going to be able to go here. They are getting a little healthier up front. Thank God for Baker, because Tristan Wirfs is one of the better tackles in the league. But I like the under here. 24-20 sounds about as high as I would go, which would still get you under by the hook. So under for me.
Yeah, I'm still living a land down under as well. You and I congruent on all these matchups so far. You look at Tampa and Seattle, both inside the top 10 EPA per play defense, both 2-2 over to under so far this season. Now, here's what's interesting. Rachel Krychak gives us a 5-star rating on the over. She vehemently disagrees. At least the algorithm does. So, sorry, Rachel. We love you. BetAlytics, I love you, but I'm stiff-arming you. I am going to live and land down under. I think this thing is going to tuck under the 44.5, and Horvath agrees. Maybe we'll disagree on one of these totals. Let's go to the last game. New England and Buffalo, highest total on the board this week at 50.5. This one played in Western New York at a minus 110 either direction. So what's your side here? Over or under Patriots-Bills 50.5?
So, like, usually NFL, man, I won't bet totals in the 50s over, but I wouldn't play the under here. It opened on a look ahead at 46.5, and I completely agree with this move to the over. I think this might be one of the more entertaining games this weekend, maybe of the entire season. I couldn't get over 8.5 wins for the Pats, but I did think they were obviously going to be an improved football team. And right now, Drake May looks really good. He's starting to look better every single week. Offense is starting to look better every single week. Defense is still a little leaky. I know they're eventually going to get a little healthier, and I don't think they're going to be able to shut down the Bills. And also, I don't think the Bills are going to be able to shut down them. So I think this is going to be a shootout. I like the over, even at 50.5.
I love the over in this game. I think this game is going to live up to all the hype. And really, the advanced data backs that up. New England, number 9 in EPA per play offense. Buffalo at number 1 EPA per play offense through the first 4 weeks of the season. Both these teams kind of lackluster defensively. The Patriots at number 23 EPA per play D. The Bills at number 18. They've been leaky and suspect defensively in myriad categories. Buffalo is cashing over in 3 or 4 games. New England is cashing over in 2 of 4 contests. Now, again, Rachel Krychak of BetAlytics very much disagrees with our point of view. 5-star rating on the under Horvath. So she is fading us hard, not only in Tampa, Seattle, but doubling down in New England and Buffalo. Again, I disagree with the analytics. We know nobody's batting 1,000 on any of the measurements that are out there, but I think this one is going to be the highest scoring game of the week. It's justifiable that it has the highest total attached there at 50.5. All right, update in Los Angeles. Dodgers again up 1-0. Shohei Ohtani up to the dish. Second at bat of the game. Runner on second base and 2 out, 2-2 count right now. Will Hunter Green try to throw one past him, or is Shohei going to take over the fence yet again? Just threw it outside. Now a full count. Okay, we'll give you an update. We come back. We got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we do return, we're going to review our cards so far tonight. We'll give you some final thoughts as well, wrap up some news and notes in the NFL. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight. Strikeout Shohei on the BetMGM network. Stick around.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Laying 10.5. 10.5 against Vandy. Revenge on their mind after a big win against Georgia. What do you think?
I bet Bama at a number that I never thought I'd ever see, like 9.5. I think 10 is still good. I mean, my power ratings have it closer to 14, so I mean, it's still showing value at 10.5. I would wait though if you want to bet Bama. I think there'll be plenty of Vanderbilt buyers out there. Statistically, Vanderbilt's a superior team, but what a lot of the math guys don't fully grasp or fully have, baked into their model, at least well enough, is strength of schedule. Big disparity here between the two teams. So I think the fact that Vanderbilt beat Alabama last year makes Alabama more focused than usual this year. Otherwise, if it's a typical spot and they'd beaten Vanderbilt 25 times in a row like they did coming into last year's game off of the Georgia, it's the same scenario. Then I see and understand the Vanderbilt money, but I don't this year. I think Alabama will be focused here. I don't like going against Diego Pavia too much, but Alabama's clearly the superior team, laying a very reasonable number.
Continue talking NFL week 5, that Thursday night game. Gave out a bad number yesterday with the Niners and the Rams. Rams go from a 3.5 to a 5.5 point favorite. Obviously, like San Francisco at 3.5. I like them at 5.5 as well. So if you have an opportunity to take that number, yes, the injury report is important for San Francisco. Purdy is questionable. Pearsall is questionable. But I just like the spot for this San Francisco team coming off that home loss. Look, guys, in the NFL, anytime that you get a team who played at home as a favorite and they lost outright, and then the next week they're on the road as an underdog, I'm always going to bet that team. It's usually very, very profitable in the NFL. And now you're getting 5.5. So I think 2-1 on the money line with San Francisco is worth a play as well. Yes, McVay's been very good on short rest, but historically, Shanahan has owned McVay and has owned these matchups. Not as of late as much. Certainly earlier on he did, but he still has a very good history. And a divisional matchup like this, even if San Francisco is banged up, I would expect a close game. So I do like the Niners. Plus the point, I think a money line look is worth it as well. As for
I bet over. I don't know how anything that you've seen so far this season doesn't lead you to the over. Not only Notre Dame side, but Boise side too. I think their offense is just fine. I know I had that struggled in the opener against South Florida, but that was turnover based in that game. Defensively, I don't think Boise is good. is what they were. And then obviously Notre Dame's defense is taking a step back. Offense is as good as I've seen from Notre Dame last few weeks ever since following them the last 30 years as a fan. So over for me. I bet Arkansas last week. I obviously got my teeth kicked down my throat, but I didn't think I'd see 20.5 with Boise State. So I again, I'm going against my beloved Irish. That's a big number to lay against a proud Boise program that should have beaten Oregon last year outright, getting 19. And then I didn't cover against Penn State, but they moved the football mats and turned it over, but they only lost by 17. I mean, Notre Dame can be super impressive in this game, win by 17, and I'm still winning my Boise bet.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans alongside Ryan Horvat on this Team Huevos Tuesday edition of the program. Final segment for me. I'm going to be viewing our carrots here momentarily, giving the pole dancing poll question of the night results. So we got some news. I'm going to add to the story on Bucky Irving. We're going to spin that forward as well. Also, phone lines remain wide ass open. You want to talk some fantasy football with us? You want to engage a little sports betting conversation, whether it's out of Major League Baseball, the action going down right now at Chavez Ravine, or possibly tomorrow. Maybe you're looking ahead to NFL Week 5, college football Week 6, a WNBA playoffs. By all means, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You could also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. Let me go ahead and shut that bad boy down right now. It was asking you this. We're 4 weeks into the NFL regular season, and among the following underachievers, who would you consider to be the biggest fantasy football lost cause? Again, lost cause. Your options were Chase Brown, sadly, of the Cincinnati Bengals, Kyler Murray of Arizona, Ladd McConkey of the Chargers, or Evan Ingram of the Denver Broncos. Officially 207 votes cast. Horvat, who led the way?
Gotta be Chase Brown, right?
Correct at 43.5%. Yeah, Chase Brown was a guy that had a round 2 ADP right before this regular season began, and then the Joe Burrow debacle happened, and that entire team's just come unraveled ever really since. Number 2, a very close second place finish. Ladd McConkey at 23.2%, followed by Evan Ingram, who I thought was going to have a big year in the Joker role, and really R.J. Harvey shined in that role last night, scoring his first touchdown of his NFL career, very active in the pass game. Evan Ingram only got 22.2% of the vote, and last, Kyler Murray at 11.1%. Brandon Combs, our fantastic EP, and a man managing the board here on BetMGM Tonight, chimed in and said, Call of Duty comes out next month, and the brand new Battlefield is coming too. Kyler Murray is so screwed.
More worried that Brandon knows.
Yeah, well, of course Brandon knows that. He knows all about Kyler Murray's tendencies. He knows his sleeping habits. He knows what he likes to eat on game day as well. And he knows that he is a giant
correct.
Call of Duty fan. And a guy that probably is not going to be paying a whole lot of attention to his daily duties, which is professional tackle football. So that's probably a good call. But Chase Brown, far and away, taking the cake right now. That offense in Cincinnati is broken. I saw a report today, too, that the team might be shopping to pick up a quarterback off the trash sheet because Jake Browning has been that bad. Horvat, can it get any better? And I guess the other question I have for you, what the hell do you do with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins in the meantime?
I don't know, man, but that team completely quit last night. And you know what? I think it comes down to it's not even just the quarterback. Like Jake Browning a couple of years ago looked serviceable, right? Like, who are you really going to upgrade him with? You're right. I mean, you could make a call Kirk Cousins,
Right.
but like this Kirk Cousins, like what is your ceiling with Kirk Cousins? This year might be a wash. I think what Cincinnati really needs to do, fire Zach Taylor. I think Zach Taylor is the problem. I don't like calling for people's jobs. I don't try to be like hot take guy, but these guys are all making a ton of money. And let's be honest, man, like Zach Taylor will find work elsewhere. Not everybody's cut out to be a head coach. Like, how many years does he get credit, right, for the Super Bowl run a couple years ago? That run was because of Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. The defense got hot because of Lou Anarumo. Lou Anarumo deserved all the credit. Instead, they ran him out of town. Let's not forget, he was the guy that really started throwing out the too high shell, the too high safeties to limit the deep attack. And that's why it was, for a short period of time, they were called Burrowhead. And they beat the Kansas City Chiefs. There's 2 quarterbacks that have beat Pat Mahomes in the playoffs. Well, now 3, Jalen Hurts. But it was Tom Brady and it was Joe Burrow. Lou Anarumo was the brains of the operation. Zach Taylor is no good. And what's crazy, I know there's a long rant, but when the offense started looking good, it was when Joe Burrow entered, year 2, because he started doing the Peyton Manning thing where he had the wristband and he had the 4 plays that he would call at the line of scrimmage looking at the defense. Zach Taylor does nothing. He does absolutely nothing except for show up to dive bars after wins to sign autographs. I think he's no good. I think he's got to go so they could reach their full potential. And they got to fix up the offensive line, and they got to teach Joe Burrow, get rid of the ball in under 2.5 seconds, man, because when you hang on to the ball in the pocket, you get hurt every year. So that's my thoughts on the Bengals.
Yeah, and I think that's entirely correct, my friend. Zach Taylor probably has to go. I mean, the offensive line is just such a mess. It's not going to improve. I mean, they're sapping the incredible talent they have amongst the receivers on this roster because Jake Browning has been a complete bust since overtaking for Burrow. And, that has gone against our belief. We thought Jake Browning would be decent. We knew he was turnover prone, but we also knew that he was a gunslinger, and those guys have amnesia. So we figured, hey, he's going to go out and just keep on firing, and eventually he's got to, have some bright spots here and there. But man, he has just been a butter knife trying to cut through the opposition's defense so far this season. He's been turnover prone on top of it. So, yeah, it's all just very bad right now. Cincinnati is not going to prove ultra stinky. And hopefully you learned your lesson last night and never betting the Bengals again, at least this season, because they're done. So they may pack it up, pack it in, and play for the number 1 overall pick come May's NFL draft. Before we get to our card, we got some additional news, and I think this is really important. We need to share and dive in a little bit deeper on it. Again, I reported earlier on the program, Mike Garofalo of the NFL Network saying that Bucky Irving has an ankle/foot injury. His status is completely up in the air, but there was a key phrase that he added, according to Garofalo's words, not mine, that Bucky Irving is, quote, gathering medical opinions. End quote. Yikes. My teeth are chattering. My knees are shaking. That's a situation when you hear gathering medical opinions. That's like a second and third opinion, likely a surgeon involved. I think he's going to eventually undergo the knife for whatever he is suffering from. So, folks, while you're trying to prioritize your waiver wire, your fab bids, if Rachaad White is available right now, and like a 10-team format, go the extra mile, go the extra like 10 or 15 bucks. Sean Tucker in deeper, challenging formats, go the extra mile, go the extra like $5 to $10. I think Bucky Irving, I got a bad feeling he could be done, Ryan, but it's still up in the air as far as officially what he has and what the in-game diagnosis will be.
Yeah, I'm really desperate right now for running backs. Again, I'm in a really deep league. So I just offered a second-round pick, and I also offered up who else did I throw in here a couple minutes ago? Cole Kmet. So it's probably not going to get accepted, but a second-round pick in a dynasty league, I think might be worth it because I really need some help at the running back position. I like Rachaad White. I think he fills more of the Bucky role, right, where he can catch balls out of the backfield. But I do think that Tucker will be the short yardage and goal line guy. He'll at least have some opportunities. So like you said, deeper leagues, man, probably going to take a shot to pick up one of those guys. But it just absolutely sucks for Bucky Irving because I know he was great last year, especially the second half of the season with Liam Cohen, but I really thought this could be a breakout year for him. So injuries stink, especially at the running back position, because it's just the position that I always struggle with every year. I'm always loaded at receiver, tight end, as loaded as you can be at that position. Right now, our guy Darren Waller is tight end number 3 after one game. So
wild.
Yeah, I do like Rachaad White as much as you can like Rachaad White, but there are some tough matchups. Obviously coming up like Seattle.
Yes.
San Francisco is a decent one. Then it's Detroit though, the Saints, the Patriots, but he's gonna get the workload, him and Tucker now. We think.
Yeah, exactly. You got to consider, too, down the road. Like, if you're trending in the right direction to maybe make the fantasy football playoffs, maybe you're already out to a blazing hot start, only have one loss, or you're unblemished. Here is a late season fantasy playoff schedule for one Rachaad White and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, week 15, you get the Atlanta Falcons. They're at home. That'll be a tough matchup. But after that, at Carolina, yes, please. And yes, please. And week 17, which would be the fantasy title game for a lot of people, on the road against the Miami Dolphins. Rachaad White, Sean Tucker could be fantasy football difference makers down the home stretch if it is a worst case scenario for Bucky Irving, who's getting various medical opinions. So that is very much on the table, to say the least. And I agree. I think Sean Tucker's probably going to be primary short yardage guy, get some goal line reps, maybe be around 6 to 10 touches per game. Rachaad White probably a 12 to 14 touch per game kind of guy. Remember, White was the main man before Bucky Irving came on strong last year. So it's almost like the script has just officially flipped and going back in favor of Rachaad White, who's proven that he can be a damn good receiving back in the NFL, and Baker Mayfield will definitely lean on him heavily if Irving is indeed out for an extended period of time. All right, quickly, go through your cards. Top 3 bets tonight, all tied to Major League Baseball. How are yours looking?
It's been a good day, man. Cubs, we had the under in that game. We had Boston, we had the under. Right now, we are cheering on. Well, Tani over 1.5 total bags is already hit. Hunter Green, first pitch, 100 miles per hour already hit. Reds Dodgers under 7. It's 1-0 right now in the third. That one's still open. And then Hunter Green over 16.5 outs plus 122. So been a good day so far in the day one for the postseason.
Yeah, round the bases there. Again, I got Miguel Andujar over 1.5 HRR. He's 0 for 1 to start the game. We'll see. SGP play number 2. Blake Snell under 15.5 outs, 2+ walks. He has a walk so far. I need another one, and hopefully Oleg's a little bit early. And then play number 3, same game parlay, game under 11.5 in this contest, and Tommy Emma to get a hit. Struck out in his first at bat. Again, we'll monitor all that, and we'll keep everything updated as we always do every single night right here on BetMGM tonight. I'm going to exit stage left. Horvat sticking around for a bonus hour. Bonus time. All BetMGM tonight, breaking things down, not only in college football, the NFL, but keeping tabs on this Dodgers and Reds game. Until tomorrow, adios, amigos. Come on, Reds, I need ya.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Sunday night, man, they're betting the dog so far. Look ahead was 10.5. They reopened at 9.5, and now the Bills are only a 7.5 point favorite against the Patriots.
Yeah, Drake. I mean, look, if you look at the Patriots' last 2 weeks in totality, they absolutely stomped the Panthers. That's what, and they, if you look at the box score, and if you watch the game, because I had them in the contest against the Steelers. They had 5 turnovers, 2 turnovers inside the 1 yard line. They dominated the Steelers. They should have blown the Steelers out, and then they go and blow out the Panthers. I think Drake Mays looked pretty sharp. you get Travion Henderson involved more. This offense is a lot more explosive. They didn't make the same mistakes that they made against the Steelers. And if you clean that up, this Bills defense, we'll see what they've got with Matt Milano and Ed Oliver. But when those two guys don't play, Buffalo really struggles to slow down teams. And so I think there's a very good case that, one, Buffalo is not interested in running up the score on anybody right now. Now they will, if it happens, it happens. But they're clearly just trying to stack wins and get healthy, because they know that, with what's going on with Cincinnati, what's going on with Baltimore, the Chiefs' struggles early in the season, they really have a firm command of the AFC as a whole. Obviously, the Chargers are right there too, but now you get the 2 tackle injuries. So I think I don't think Buffalo's interested in blasting anybody. Now, they have done a really good job against division opponents. If this were to get under 7, I would love the Bills. But I can see why you would want the Patriots plus the 10. They've been frisky enough. If there are injuries on the defense, New England will be able to score and probably have a very good chance at a backdoor, especially when Buffalo is resting people potentially in the second half.
Clutch home runs. We want to see walk-off winners. Like, walks obviously are going to change a game, but you tell me this, how much is it going to change a game if Aaron Judge gets walked and goes to first base, as opposed to Aaron Judge hitting a grand slam in the ninth inning? That's just not as meaningful. So maybe this happens, but I don't think it's going to go down in World Series lore.
Yeah. Well, also, when's the last time you watched a highlight? Crochet facing Aaron Judge, bottom of the 6th. Man on, and Judge draws the intentional walk. You'd be like, okay, what happened after that? How did they score some runs? Did they score some runs? So I'm with you. It's okay, that sounds great. Here's one I think is more interesting. Vlad Jr. will have a signature moment. Now, a signature moment can be defensively. It can be a walk-off home run, a timely hit, a game winner. Doesn't necessarily have to be at the plate, even though that's what we think of when we think of Vladdy Jr. Not great over the final 14 games of the season, an OPS of 375. But certainly the talent is all there. I feel like the Blue Jays are so interesting that they do have this talent, and yet maybe it's just because they don't have the name recognition. Phillies, Dodgers, they play in Canada, but the talent is right there for the Blue Jays. And when you look at their starting rotation, there's some veteran talent there as well. I don't know why we're not talking more about Toronto, but if Vladdy Jr. had a big moment, that would certainly help.
Right, but again, I don't feel like this is a hot take. So the biggest name in your lineup is going to have a timely hit. I feel like it would be more of a hot take to single out one of the biggest stars on a team and be like, this guy's going to be absolutely terrible, right? Wouldn't that be more of a hot take? And people have said this about Aaron Judge, because there's been postseasons where Aaron Judge, for as good as a hitter as he has been, in some of these timely moments, he just hasn't delivered. He's had slumps in the postseason. So, that's more of a talking point to me, is if you look at a star player on a team and say, this guy who's great in the regular season is going to fall off a cliff and absolutely be on a milk carton for the postseason. Because, if Vladdy Jr. gets a big hit, that's supposed to be his job in the postseason, right?
Right.
You're supposed to lean on your star players. So I feel like this is more of a thing that is almost expected as opposed to something that is a hot take.
Yeah.
More Wagertainment.
I wake up feeling really good about the day. We hit the gym. We hit the squat rack. More than 3 plates still, even though we're pushing 40 years old.
It's time for the madness.
You just go right on Twitter or X. That's where you're going to see me giving out college football bets. We don't win every week, but we are going to win 8 of the 12 weeks.
It's BetMGM tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM tonight, After Dark, solo hour. Happy Tuesday, September 30th. I'm in a good mood. Number one, because I don't have to work Thursday and Friday. Although I do love Thursday and Friday shows. I'm going to miss you guys, especially Fridays, because that's when it's football day. It's Football Fridays. We actually trademarked that on this show, TM. But I'm going to be gone. So So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to do our NFL ATS challenge. It's myself, Ryan Horvat, with you here for the next 60 minutes. We got Brandon Combs, executive producer. We're going to go one-on-one with our NFL picks. So we're going to do that tonight. We're also, though, because it's day one of the wild card, the baseball postseason, Major League Baseball postseason in English, we're going to recap what went down today. And we're also going to take a look at tomorrow's matchups as well, because right now we're riding a heater today. In fact, I am 4-0, 5-0 on the day. I am most likely looking at one loser here with Hunter Green over 16.5 outs. Not quite sure he's going to make it. He's only 61 pitches here in the bottom of the third, but he's now given up 5 runs against the Dodgers. So 5-0 Dodgers. If you bet LA minus 190 all the way up to minus 210, you're looking pretty good. If you took the run line, you were actually getting plus money. Brando, you're on the Reds in this game, and we need you to defend the pick because we do a show parlay for funsies every single night, and everybody's looking good, right? I had Ohtani. I went out on a limb, and I said, hey, this Ohtani guy, he's pretty good at baseball. He's going to get a hit. We all like the Dodgers. The number the Dodgers. But Brando, what did you do? Why the Reds tonight?
I had the Reds money line and Miguel Andujar to have a hit. I mean, the Miguel Andujar to have a hit is very easy to defend. The Reds money line was more of a feeling, man. And sometimes you have these gut feelings and you just kind of have to roll with them. Kind of like, when you have a gut feeling after you win a big bet and you think that Penn State might beat Oregon and you decide that you're going to throw a big bet on Penn State and follow a buddy who told you it was a good idea. And then it wasn't a good idea. So sometimes you swing and sometimes you miss.
All right, yeah, good point. I also gave you 10 winners on an NFL Sunday, and we lost 2 college football games. One of them just happened to be Penn State. I don't apologize. I don't have to apologize. James Franklin owes this country an apology for not being able to win a big game. Drew Aller owes us an apology. Drew Aller is if you make a creative player in Madden, or if you cast a movie character to play a quarterback in a movie, it would be Drew Aller, right?
Yeah.
In 1993. But he stinks. I am done with Drew Aller. Anyway, though,
I should have followed the numbers.
Always in betting, in sports betting, and Penn State was the right side, right? I mean, I'm not the biggest, we got to fade the public guy, but everybody was on Oregon. We were on the right side. The problem was, and Penn State still might even be the better team, and they're not dead. I don't think there's going to be an undefeated team in college football this season. I think right now Bama probably wins it all if I had to make another pick. And they already have a loss. They got blown out by Florida State, who just lost to Virginia. So make sense of any of it. College football's changed so much. There's more parity. All these kids are making so much money. There's more travel. Like USC travels to the Midwest to play football games, right? UCLA does the same. So I just don't think that there will be an undefeated. Maybe there will never be another undefeated champ. I don't know that we'll ever see
Baseball, you can't always just go by the numbers, though. Because if I would have went by the numbers, I wouldn't have won my Red Sox bet. If I would have went by the numbers in September when the Detroit Tigers had a 99.9% chance to win the AL Central, I would have been wrong. If I would have went in 2023 in September when the Cubs had a 94% chance to make the playoffs, I would have been wrong. So sometimes the numbers are wrong in baseball, and sometimes you just have to go with your gut, and that's what I did. So look, as of right now, I'm 5-1 on my tickets today. The only one I got wrong was the Cubs over, because I had the Cubs money line and the Cubs over. But now I'm going to be wrong on a second one because it doesn't look like the Reds, barring a miracle comeback, are going to do this thing. So you know what? Sometimes you swing and you miss.
Unless it's karaoke and you're doing a little listen to your heart. Great underrated jam, by the way. Right? Unless you're doing rock set on karaoke night, you always follow the number. You know who would have followed the numbers? This guy right here.
Craig Counsell?
No, Gordy Gillespie. This is a Gordy Gillespie bobblehead night. Over 1,000 career wins. At one point, Brando, the most all-time winningest coach in college baseball, he would have followed the numbers tonight in the parlay, the show parlay, and took the Dodgers. Anyway, let's recap the rest of the day in baseball. If you're watching the show right now on Twitch or on YouTube, streaming the show, you'll see that I got the ugly Christmas sweater going. And you may ask, what the hell is this guy wearing? Is he on acid? No, actually, that comes Saturday night when I'll be at Goose. Tonight, no acid, though. Cubs, Brando, I told my wife, man, I was so jacked today. I woke up, man, and I felt like I was in the 6th grade all over again. 7th grade, except for in the 6th and 7th grade, I never got to get excited for the baseball postseason. I did, but I would have to root for my mistress teams, right? The Mariners, Cleveland for a while there. I always liked the Braves. I always liked that because I was a big Greg Maddux guy, and I like Chipper Jones and Andrew Jones. But the Cubs, they historically have always sucked my entire life. I'm pushing 40 years old. I've seen the Cubs in the postseason 5 times. How disgusting is that, man? Imagine growing up in Boston and being a Red Sox fan or a Yankees fan, and you're calling into WFAN or you're calling into the Boston stations and you're angry because you want to add an arm at the deadline. I've seen my team win 1 World Series. Meanwhile, we've seen the Marlins somehow win 2 and then gut the roster the next year. Baseball is just not fair. But you know what was fair today?
Yeah.
Waking up, being excited about my team, putting on this ugly-ass sweater, betting them, and watching them win 3-1 today over the Padres, man. I thought, honestly, Boyd, just an excellent story. I was emotional for him. He throws 58 pitches, goes 4 1/3, gives up 4 hits. But the Cubs get the 3-1 win. They beat Pivetta today. And I'm not the biggest home run prop better guy, but hey, you guys want to continue to give me free bets, pizza money bets, and I'll take 8-1 home run props. So shout out to my guy, Carson Kelly. Back-to-back homers. Just a beautiful thing, man.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on the game today, though? You got the Cubs here.
Look, so I was on my way to the station, and 4th inning, so I had to leave the house, and I had the game on my phone, and I'm sitting at the Metro station on 99th in Beverly. Shout out to the Metro station because they're always on time.
Young
and they always
Metro.
get me to work on time. So I'm sitting there and I'm watching, and Carson Kelly hits the home run, and I jumped out of my seat in the Metro station and scared the crap out of some poor lady that was sitting next to me. But that Carson Kelly home run was so electric because all I could hear in my earbuds was the fans. I couldn't even hear Pat and Ron try to call the home run because the stadium was so loud. Wrigley was electric today. The way that the Cubs played, I mean, look, Craig Counsell, maybe his best managerial job since he's gotten the job was today. Because the way he managed that bullpen, the way he managed the rotation, the way he managed the lineup, it was kind of flawless today all the way around for the Cubs. Now, that being said, tomorrow is a new day. We need one more win, and now they're going with a opener in Andrew Kittredge. So I'm a little concerned for tomorrow. But Dylan Cease hasn't been the same Dylan Cease all season long. And even though he's got really good numbers against the Cubs, it's a new day. And this Cubs offense is clicking right now, man. Seiya Suzuki is red hot. Was it 5 straight games now with a home run after today? Carson Kelly's been red hot. Everybody basically in this lineup, with the exception of maybe Ian Happ, has been red hot. And I see Monty could have done better by not hitting Ian Happ third, sure. But he did finally listen and put Dansby Swanson batting 8th. So I did like that. Look, it was just a great job by the Cubs today. It was such a great game. So much fun to watch. The Cubs fans are so electric. I get off the Metro. The Cubs are in the 9th inning. They win the game. And as I'm walking down Michigan Avenue, I've got other Cubs fans because I have my Cubs hat on and my Cubs hoodie on. And I'm walking down and I've got other fans with Cubs hats on high-fiving me down the street. Like, just, it's incredible, man. I love the atmosphere.
All right, you brought up tomorrow's game. So 2:08 first pitch Central Time here in hell on the East Coast. 3:08, I got to wait. Cubs are -109 best price. The Padres best price is even money +100. Cubs on the run line +192. Padres on the run line +180. Total in the game 6.5. Like you said, the Cubs are going to go with an opener in Kittredge so far this season, 2-2 with 3.45 ERA. I agree. Dylan Cease has not been the same Dylan Cease, even though he does have good success against the Cubs. Hashtag people forget. Could be a Cub. I wish he was a Cub. Even if he does have a 4.55 ERA, a 1.33 whip this season, 215 Ks, 8 wins. This one worries me a little bit. Like I said, I've been around for nearly 40 years. I've seen this 5 times. One World Series victory. I actually watched the DVD last night. That's how depressing I am. You know how depressing I am, man? I'm like, and my kid's 11, and he just doesn't care. I'm like, man, like sports just not the same. Quarterbacks, like they all used to be good. Now we're watching Bo Nix throw ducks. I'm like, sports in Chicago used to be awesome. I'm like, come watch this. Let's watch The Last Dance. I have all the VHSs still that I've now converted to DVDs of the entire Bulls run in the 90s. He just don't care, man. He doesn't care. But what are your thoughts on the game? Do you have a betting angle tomorrow? I'm going to stay away because I think the Cubs lose.
I have that feeling too. I will never bet in the playoffs against the Cubs. So if I wasn't going to bet this game, I'm staying away. But if I'm going to bet it, if the Cubs are going to win tomorrow, it's because the offense shows up. Because the offense blows up. This is going to be a game kind of like when you talk about the NFL, we talk about the shootouts all the time, where it could end up being a 49-47 type game. This has the feel of what could be a 10-9 game if the Cubs are going to win it, especially with it being a bullpen game. Now, we don't know who's coming in after Kittredge. My guess would be probably Savali. If not Savali, then maybe Jamison Tyone. But you look at this game, and if the Cubs are going to win it, it's going to have to be a high-scoring game. So if I'm betting the Cubs, I'm also betting the over. Would you agree with that?
6.5 is the best price. I do, yeah. And the 6.5 juice minus 121. Great point. I'm with you on Council today too. Like that's what I love. When I covered the Brewers in Milwaukee, and they've changed the rule though, right? Like how you could use your bullpen, but he would go with the openers and start Brent Suter. But I love the way that he used his bullpen. It also helped though that he had, like a young Devin Williams in the setup role. They had Josh Hader, who, God, as a Cubs fan, I hated Josh Hader because nobody other than Rizzo could ever even make contact. Javi would be swinging out of his cleats. Bad memories. That team should have. Anyway, I thought that was a dynasty. Instead, they all regressed. Addison Russell ended up in Korea. Anyway, I digress. We talked enough Cubs. Tune in 670 to score tomorrow. All right. How about Boston? So Boston wins today. Thank God, because I was on them. It didn't look good for a while. They win 3-1. They were plus 118 on the money line. Total goes under 6.5. What happens tomorrow? Does Boston knock out New York? They are plus 140 best price with Bello going. He's got a 3.35 going against Rodon. Carlos Rodon. They're minus 169 favorites. That just moved a little bit. So the Yankees just took some money. Does Boston win tomorrow, or do you think New York forces Game 3?
I feel like Boston wins tomorrow. I really do. I don't trust Rodon. I don't trust their bullpen, really, to be honest with you, either. And in a Rodon game, you're going to need the bullpen in like the 5th inning. So I think that the Red Sox win this game. I think that they find a way. Bello's been good all year too, man. He's been a stud for the Red Sox. So I do think that the Red Sox end it tomorrow. I thought the whole way that the Red Sox were winning this series. So I'll stick with them.
I will roll with you. Let's go Boston plus 140. I like following teams, man, that get hot at the right time. That's what won me money years ago when I bet the Nats. I bet them going into the All-Star break. I want to say they were in 3rd place. That was the year that, they rode. And I was like, man, Strasburg. It came down to like, can they stay healthy? Like, can he stay healthy? Because you knew Scherzer was going to be a dog when you got to the postseason. Same side there. Boston plus 140 tomorrow. That's a bet. All right. Last one. Detroit. They win today 2-1. Skubal was excellent. Goes over the K prop. What do you have, 11? Tomorrow they are plus money, plus 103. They got Casey Mize going. 3.87 ERA this season. Going against Cleveland. Cleveland a minus 125 favorite. I'm rolling with Detroit tomorrow. I think Detroit takes care of business. I know that it wasn't the September that they wanted to have, obviously. They made that way too interesting, but they were my preseason pick to win the AL. Now I like Seattle a little bit better, but I do like Detroit tomorrow. What say you?
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. I told you that yesterday. I am on Detroit. I think people forget that because of the September they had, that this is one of the best teams in baseball, if not the best team in baseball, for 5 months of the season. So I think they end it tomorrow too.
All right, when we come back, the fastest 40 minutes, the most electric 40 minutes in all of radio, the NFL ATS Challenge, where I whip Brandon's ass.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
I mean, I'm going to still say the Dodgers. I think they have the best players. I mean, Yamamoto's good. Otani is going to be a factor. He's good. He can pitch. Snell's pitched in World Series before. They got Glasnow sitting there. Freeman, Betts, and Otani are three great offensive players. Teoscar Hernandez is a good player. Edmonds a dangerous player. Maybe Muncy adds something. I'm not even sure where he is as far as his health is concerned. But I will say the Dodgers. The Phillies, I said when he was hurt that they would really miss Wheeler, and I think they might now. And I don't trust the Philly offense. The Philly offense can be very streaky. We've seen it last year against the Mets. We saw it 2 years ago against Arizona, where they lost the last two games at home and they couldn't hit. We saw it against the Astros in the World Series when they got no hit in one of those games against Houston when they were up 2-1. So I don't completely trust the Phillies. Plus, they got a lot of pressure on them, too. They got to win a championship here. They got Schwarber as a free agent. It's about time for the Phillies. They've been dancing down this aisle a long time without winning the whole thing. So little pressure on them. But I would make the Dodgers their favorite in the NL. And I think the American League is wide open, Nikki. Maybe Seattle's due. They're going to have an easy second round, you would think, against the Tiger and Guardian winner, which is going to help them. They're good at home. They got good pitching. Raleigh, they can hit the ball out of the ballpark. They hit over 200 home runs. So I'll go a Mariner-Dodger World Series, something different. West Coast. That's where I go.
But let's start off with the team that made waves last week with Jackson Dart winning his debut as a rookie in the NFL. So this week the Giants are on the road at the Saints, and I'm not normally a huge fan of playing teams coming off like a big win and a team that's like riding high when it comes to the hype. But if you can get the Giants plus 7.5 on the road at the Saints, like, do we think the Saints are blowing out anybody? Like, I feel like the answer is no. Next up, we're going to go to a favorite. We're going to go with the Colts, laying a mere half point against another bad team. The Raiders are in town this week, and maybe this is like the wild game that ruins everybody's survivor pool because we have been seeing a lot of those. Maybe the Colts are too good to be true, but it just feels like this is a game that the Colts are going to win at home, especially because it feels like on both sides of the ball, on both prongs of that offensive attack, Daniel Jones has been good, and Jonathan Taylor backs in the NFL. The Raiders defensively have been really bad, so I don't see them stopping that offensive attack. Now, this one I'm a little nervous about, so that's why I mentioned it last. So the Jags are at home this week against the Chiefs, and they're getting 3.5 points. So in a teaser, they would get 9.5 points. Maybe this is the sabotage factor here because the Chiefs did look pretty good against the Ravens, but the Jags at home this week coming in with some juice after Liam Cohen was running his mouth to Robert Saleh. I kind of like the 9.5 there because I do think at the very heart of their identity, the Chiefs are not a team that's going to blow out a ton of teams. Like I know it was the case against the Ravens, but I don't see it happening against the Jags. Jags are kind of better this year than I think maybe I was expecting. Like I know they've had some down moments, but 9.5 is still a lot of points. So you tell me, do I keep this teaser as is? Jags plus 9.5, Giants plus 7.5, Colts minus 0.5, or do we replace one of those teams with the Patriots getting 14.5 against the Bills?
laying 10.5. 10.5 against Vandy. Revenge on their mind after a big win against Georgia. What do you think?
I bet Bama.
Honestly,
At a number that
maybe probably the best time, right?
10.5.
Because you get a little bit of everything, right? Right now we got the baseball postseason, so damn exciting, especially when your team is actually relevant. And I'm a Cubs fan, so that's why we've been talking so much baseball in this final hour. Usually I have a very strict rule in September, October, no baseball talk, all college football and NFL. But here's how selfish I am. When my team's good, the Cubs, it's like Adam Sandler says in Wedding Singer. I got the microphone and you don't, so you're going to listen to every damn word I have to say. And especially when the Yankees lose too. And the Mets have an epic collapse. Baseball's great. When the Mets stink, or I like when the Mets are like, when they're good all season, but then they find a new way to blow it. And I like when the Yankees have high expectations and lose, especially to Boston. Even if Boston's kind of become the dark empire, at one point they were like the Cubs of the American League. So, but I love this time of the year. You got baseball postseason, college football. We're really getting into the swing of things, coming off a great weekend. NFL, regular season starting to, obviously, we're figuring out who's good, who's not, although a lot of injuries, which absolutely sucks. Let's say you're a hockey fan. We got preseason hockey, the regular season right around the corner. And even if you're an NBA fan, God bless you. As a Bulls fan, I can't pay attention because I already know. Imagine, here's my problem with being a Bulls fan, and then we'll get to the NFL. Brando, if it's like, okay, so see this with movies, you could do this because anytime Goodfellas is on A&E or Casino or like Old School, I'm going to watch them. But I do like to read, believe it or not. But if I read a book once, I'm not going to read it again. With the Bulls, I feel like that's the Chicago Bulls. I know how the season ends every year. They end probably, let's say, with 39 to 41 wins. Just good enough to make the stupid play-in tournament, which I hate. Because you know damn well they want that home revenue there. They're going to sell out. That's the issue. If we all just boycotted, maybe we would have nice things. Instead, like, how am I supposed to get excited for the Bulls when their biggest offseason move is paying Josh Giddey? And then you see the picture pop up of Josh Giddey. Tell me he doesn't look like the dude, Ryder Strong, that played Sean Hunter on Boy Meets World. Tell me that. How the hell am I supposed to? I want Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown, right? Or Cade Cunningham, and I get the cast off from OKC. The guy, the Australian kid from OKC. So I'm
what
good
the
on
Bulls remind me of? They remind me of when you were in grammar school and you would go to the blacktop to play with your friends, and then you would pick up like 2 or 3 guys and you would get whooped, and then you're like, no, let's run it back, because that's what the Bulls do every year. They're okay with running it back, just continuously running it back and losing in the play-in game to the Miami Heat every year with the same roster.
Honestly, I just wish people would boycott the product, right? But what I do is I boycott the product. Even my wife is like, I get the Sunday ticket, so that's so much damn money, way too much money. I get every package, MLB. And my wife even was like, hey, I noticed we don't get the NBA anymore. And I was like, well, any game I want to watch is like the big game and it's nationally televised. Or I could go back the next day on the NBA app for like $10.
Yeah.
And I don't want to watch the Bulls. I can't watch 82 games
and it's sad.
I don't even. Who the hell's even on the team anymore? I was going to say Zach LaVine and DeMar. Nobody's even on. That team sucks. Anyway, let's get to the football picks. That's why we're here. So right now, you know what? I'm off on Thursday and Friday. So college football so far, I've bet Clemson as 14-point favorites over Carolina. Purdue catching 9.5 against Illinois. I love Cincinnati to beat Iowa State. I bet the money line -120. Last night, I bet Louisville is 7-point favorites over Virginia. I'm going to fade Virginia after that big win. They stormed the field, which, by the way, did anybody check on the wide receiver from Florida State? I'm pretty sure he got ran over by that student section. Speaking of Florida State, I also like them. He's just got ran over. I like Florida State to cover against Miami coming off that loss. Now let's get to the NFL. I got 3 bets, but let's go over every single game because that's what we do. We do the ATS challenge. Brando, how did we do last week in the NFL?
So last week in the NFL, you were 4-2 head-to-head. I was 2-4, obviously. 9-6 overall for you. I was 8-7 or 7-8. Sorry. But But 9-6 overall for you. It was a good week. You made up some ground. I did have a little bit of a lead. I am now 31-21-1 overall. And you are, I'm sorry, no, I am 29-25-2 overall. You're 25-29-2 overall.
Yes. And this is our games against the spread. So we're not really actually betting all these. But you know what I did do? Because this is what I have to do every single month. I went back and looked at my last week. So my last week, it was almost like, the first time you merge on the highway when you're in driver's ed and you're like, oh God. Last week I had 35 bets in the National Football League and college football. I went 28-7. My return on investment, 127.52%. My first month betting college football in the NFL, we are 69-42-2, winning at a 62% clip. We've won 44 units, which I hate when people say that, but a good start to the football season. So let's try to stay hot. And let's go with this one to start off because I actually bet it. And it's the first game on Sunday. Way too early. 9:30 a.m. Eastern time on the NFL Network. And we're going to go out this week to London, England. And usually I'm going to bet the team that has the travel advantage, right? Because Minnesota, even though they get curb stomped last week, and I was on that, they don't have to travel, right? At least back to the States. Cleveland does, and Cleveland's coming off, a disappointing loss. They got blown out by the Lions, which we were on the Lions, so good for us. Here's the case that I'm going to make for Cleveland, though. Right now, man, and I thought about this in the third quarter, watching that Minnesota game. Right now, you already have Carson Wentz behind center. In the offensive line, Ryan Kelly, their starting center's in the concussion protocol. Donovan Jackson, their starting left guard, has a wrist injury. He's on the IR. And then their starting right tackle, Brian O'Neill, has a knee injury. He's week to week. Who do they go up against? Oh, yeah, Myles Garrett in that defense. My only concern, because I did bet the Browns huge at 4.5. They're down to 3.5. I still like them over a field goal. I think they could win this game. Is Joe Flacco right now throwing picks. He threw another 2 last week. The Browns also lost 2 fumbles. They dropped 4 passes. And they also had 3 turnover-worthy plays that didn't get picked off. So that's my concern. Can they generate enough offense? I think that they do. And I think that pass rush is going to beat up on Carson Wentz. In the Lord's year 2025, Carson Wentz is starting a game. Give me the Cleveland Browns. Is this the oldest starting quarterback matchup in the history of the NFL, too, by the way? Right? They're like
it might be. What's the average age? 92? It's crazy. Look,
if you ever want to sleep in, set your fantasy lineup and maybe just sleep in. I'll be up because I'm a sicko and I bet a lot of money on the Browns. I love the Browns in this game, so that's pick 1 for me this week.
Yeah, no, I like the Browns in this game too. Cleveland plus 3.5. I like them to win the game outright. I do think that they're going to be able to control the clock. I liked what I saw from Quinshon Judkins in the first couple of weeks that he's been with the Browns. I like this run game all of a sudden for Cleveland as well, so I think that's going to help Joe Flacco out quite a bit. So I think that they're going to be able to beat the hell out of them, to be honest with you. I think that they're going to be able to beat them in the trenches and win this game pretty handily.
All right, let's go out to New Orleans, where the Saints are now 2-point favorites. This opened up with the Giants being a 1.5-point favorite, but the Saints take money, and I'm part of that money. I'm big on the Saints to get their first victory of the season. I know they're gross. I know they're starting Spencer Rattler. I know they're most likely only going to win this game this season, maybe a couple more, but I got to bet him here. Jackson Dart looked good in his first start. They lose Malik Neighbors, though, a top 10 receiver, a top 5 receiver maybe in this league. I know Scadaboo's look good, but now they got to hit the road. Jackson Dart makes his first road start here against that defense, which not all that great, but they haven't completely given up yet. I think there's a reason for the line movement. I bet the Saints huge here.
I think you're just trying to talk yourself into why you made this bet with the Saints, because I think that Dart going on the road is going to be just fine. I like Cam Scadaboo. I like the way that he runs. I think he's going to run all over this defense, to be honest with you. And yeah, I know they lost Malik Neighbors, but they still got some pretty good wide receivers there. I like Wan'Dale Robinson quite a bit. And I think that the New York Giants offense is going to be just fine as far as games like this against the New Orleans Saints. I think that they're going to be able to muster enough points. And plus this Giants defense, man, what is Spencer Rattler going to do against this Giants defense? defense. The line is a complete overreaction to what happened with Buffalo last week and Buffalo not covering the 15.5. It's a complete overreaction. The Giants are a better team than the Saints. The Giants are going to win this game. Don't let the line fool you. Take the points.
No, I promise you that you're wrong. And now, just because you're going against me on the play of the year, I'm going to text you after every touchdown. Spencer Rattler this season is completing 67% of his passes for 765 yards, 5 touchdowns, 1 pick, and he has a QB rating of 88.4. Don't let the lazy narratives fool you people. Ryan Horvath is here to tell you that the Saints will be marching. And Brando, I bet you flip your pick. I bet you're on the Saints come Sunday with me. I'm not here on Thursday, Friday. I bet you I'm going to – okay, Monty, Mike Montgomery does a great job on the show. He runs the video, makes us look great. He got props in the show meeting the other day from the bosses, working his way up like the Jeffersons.
Clip this,
I'm
Monty.
on the Saints.
Clip it.
I'm on this in the toilet bowl, literally. Imagine watching this game. We're going to have to now. I'm on the Saints. Brandon's on the Giants.
Yeah.
I'm betting over $1,000 on this game. I'm going to screenshot you how much money I'm going to bet.
Bears have a bye week, so I'll watch this game with you. Let's do it.
So I watch every game. I have to have 4 screens now. Here's what I'm asking for. All the children and the social media idiots, we're all bitching about commercials on Red Zone. I don't think it's made a difference. Here's what I'm bitching about. Why, if I'm paying for the Sunday ticket, I know these are first world problems. I want the game mix back, the classic game mix. Remember where you had every box of every single game? Why does only Scott Hansen get that now? I want that back. All right, let's sneak in a couple more because we're taking too long on these 2 crappy games. The Jets are 2.5-point dogs against the Cowboys. The total in the game is 47.5. Jets are winning their first game. Here's another bet. Here's another big bet for me. I think Justin Fields is going to carve up that Dallas defense. You know how I think why I think that? Everybody carves up that Dallas defense. They gave up 15 explosive plays to the Packers. Jordan Love threw for over 300 yards. I think Garrett Wilson gets in the end zone, and I think the Jets win their first game of the season. Their defense has to perform better. I guess Aaron Glenn just went absolutely insane in the locker room after that one. He was throwing chairs. Give me the Jets. Jets to beat the Cowboys. Brando is 2.5-point dogs. Keep the points. They win the game outright.
Yeah, I love Justin Fields. He was the guy I wanted here in Chicago. He's the guy I wanted to see succeed here in Chicago. It never materialized. I think he got a raw deal. I think he's with another bad franchise, though, man. There's no way. He is way better. But there's no way with this franchise that they're going to win this. The Cowboys are going to win this game. The Cowboys need this game. And Dak Prescott and the offense are going to find a way to do it. And so I'm going to take the Cowboys minus 2.5.
Remember when people thought Caleb Williams couldn't play the position? Remember when people were like calling into shows and people on certain radio stations were out on Caleb Williams? Remember that?
Yeah.
I remember.
I remember. Yeah.
It was Caleb Williams' fault that the Detroit Lions.
Why aren't we starting Bagent?
The only game where I had to throw Caleb under the bus was the second half of the Minnesota game. He was god awful in that game, right? But in the Detroit game, even I thought he was good. I saw clear signs there. I mean, it's hard to win a football game in the National Football League when your defense gives up 50 points. This ain't the Pac-12. Anyway,
let's hit another home run.
Hernandez again, 6-0 Dodgers. Dodgers are up a touchdown.
Great
on
call,
your right.
Brandon.
Great pick,
Great
Brando.
call.
They're down a touchdown. Speaking of touchdowns, that's what. Wow. Somehow I didn't get to this game. It's Thursday night. Rams opened at 4.5. This is up to 6. I actually do like the Rams to cover here at home, man. The Niners are all beat up. I still like San Francisco this season. I think they go over 10.5 wins, but I don't like this spot for them. It's pretty healthy. Give me the Rams here.
Yeah, I'm on the Rams in this one as well. There's just too many injuries for me. This Rams defense is too good, and their offense is solid as well. So I'm going with the Rams.
Here, we could knock this one out, too, before the break. Carolina is catching 1.5 now at home against the Dolphins. The total's 44.5. I like your Panthers here at home. Everybody's going to overreact to the Dolphins winning the game against the Jets. in a game that they had to have for their coach to keep their job. Now they go on the road and they lose to the Panthers. I think Bryce Young's going to carve up that weak-ass secondary, man. I love – you know what? I'll bet this one too. 1.5.
What's the spread in this one? 1.5?
Yeah, Carolina's catching.
I'll take the Panthers 1.5 as well. I like Carolina, especially at home. Give me the Panthers 1.5.
What do you think about Indianapolis? The Colts laying 7 against the Raiders really quickly. I'll take the 7 with the Raiders. I think the Raiders backdoor that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right, 2 on the Raiders. All right, 6-0 Dodgers. We wrap up the show with the rest of our football picks for the week. Again, we're going head-to-head. I love the Browns against the Vikings, though, this weekend, man. I can't tell you how much I love the Browns in that game. 3 offensive linemen are going to be out for Minnesota. We wrap up the show next.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Continue talking NFL Week 5, that Thursday night game. Gave out a bad number yesterday with the Niners and the Rams. Rams go from a 3.5 to a 5.5 point favorite. Obviously, like San Francisco at 3.5. I like them at 5.5 as well. So if you have an opportunity to take that number, yes, the injury report is important for San Francisco. Purdy is questionable. Pearsall is questionable. But I just like the spot for this San Francisco team coming off that home loss. Look, guys, in the NFL, anytime that you get a team who played at home as a favorite and they lost outright and then the next week they're on the road as an underdog, I'm always going to bet that team. It's usually very, very profitable in the NFL. And now you're getting 5.5. So I think 2-1 on the money line with San Francisco is worth a play as well. Yes, McVay's been very good on short rest, but historically, Shanahan has owned McVay and has owned these matchups. Not as of late as much. Certainly earlier on he did, but he still has a very good history. And a divisional matchup like this, even if San Francisco is banged up, I would expect a close game. So I do like the Niners. Plus the point, I think a money line look is worth it as well. As for
I bet over. I don't know how anything that you've seen so far this season doesn't lead you to the over. Not only Notre Dame side, but Boise side too. I think their offense is just fine. I know I had that struggled in the opener against South Florida, but that was turnover based in that game. Defensively, I don't think Boise is good as what they were. And then obviously Notre Dame's defense is taking a step back. Offense is as good as I've seen from Notre Dame last few weeks ever since following them the last 30 years as a fan. So over for me. I bet Arkansas last week. I obviously got my teeth kicked down my throat, but I didn't think I'd see 20.5 with Boise State. So I again, I'm going against my beloved Irish. That's a big number to lay against a proud Boise program that should have beaten Oregon last year outright, getting 19. And then I didn't cover against Penn State, but they moved the football mats and turned it over, but they only lost by 17. I mean, Notre Dame can be super impressive in this game and win by 17, and I'm still winning my Boise bet.
Sunday night, man, they're betting the dog so far. Look ahead was 10.5. They reopened at 9.5, and now the Bills are only a 7.5 point favorite against the Patriots.
Yeah, Drake. I mean, look, if you look at the Patriots' last 2 weeks in totality, I mean, they absolutely stomped the Panthers. You know, and they, if you look at the box score, and if you watch the game, because I had them in the contest against the Steelers, they had 5 turnovers, 2 turnovers inside the 1 yard line. They dominated the Steelers. They should have blown the Steelers out, and then they go and blow out the Panthers. You know, I think Drake Mays looked pretty sharp. You get Travion Henderson involved more. This offense is a lot more explosive. They didn't make the same mistakes that they made against the Steelers. And if you clean that up, this Bills defense, we'll see what they've got with Matt Milano and Ed Oliver. But when those two guys don't play, Buffalo really struggles to slow down teams. And so I think there's a very good case that, one, Buffalo is not interested in running up the score on anybody right now. Now they will if it happens. If it happens, it happens. But they're clearly just trying to.
A game that I was really excited for, maybe start the season, but now it's kind of lost its luster because both of these teams are 1-3, and Lamar Jackson's going to miss at least, it looks like, 2 to 3 weeks for the Ravens. So it's Cooper Rush time in Baltimore. Ravens, even without Lamar for 2 to 3 weeks, still minus 340, by the way, to make the playoffs. They're catching 1.5. They're dogs in this game. Total's 40.5. I actually think the Ravens win this game without Lamar Jackson. That's how low I am right now on the Texans. I know the Texans are coming off their first win of the season. I think that speaks more right now about the Titans, man. The Titans are dead last in almost every offensive category, starting a rookie quarterback in Cam Ward. It should get better, but I don't know. I think they need a new head coach. I don't think Brian Callahan is that guy. As gross as it is, man, I like Baltimore at home. If this game's in Houston, maybe I trust Stroud. Stroud's really regressed since his rookie year. I do think that they found something in Woody Marks. I'm a fan, if you're a fantasy football player. But I like the Ravens here.
Yeah,
Not betting it.
Man, it's tough, right? Because then you look at what they have offensively. I mean, they still have Derrick Henry. They still got weapons in wide receiver. They've still got a lot of things going for them. But that defense is so beat up, man. So beat up. And it's sometimes you worry about whether or not the Texans can take advantage of that, and then whether or not, if it starts to get into a shootout, whether or not Cooper Rush can keep them in this game. I kind of want to go with you and take Cleveland, but I think I'm going to err on the side of going with a starting quarterback and with a team that needs this. Well, I know this is in Baltimore too, man. I wish the spread was more than 1.5. I really do. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go against you. I'm gonna go with the Texans minus 1.5. I'll do it. Against my better judgment.
Cooper Rush actually played pretty good filling in for Dak last year. All right, let's go out to Philadelphia. Eagles, 3.5-point favorites against the Broncos. I bet this last night at 4.5. I forgot to add this to the list, by the way. One more. I took the Broncos here. I'm not a Bo Nix guy, but I think they're going to be able to run the ball against Philly. Philly, man, they didn't complete a pass in the second half of that game against Tampa Bay. Something's wrong on the offensive side of the ball. I did expect a little bit of regression from Saquon just because last year he had a record-breaking season. It's hard to duplicate that 2 years in a row. They still have a really good offensive line, but yeah, I think the Broncos with that defense, man, I think the defense is finally going to show up here these next couple of weeks. Give me the Broncos catching 3.5.
Yeah, I'm going with the Eagles minus 3.5. Bo Nix, he shows signs sometimes that he can be a decent quarterback and he can do some things. He did have, some misses yesterday, but he also had a couple of passes downfield where his wide receivers just dropped the ball. I'm going to go with the Eagles here because this defense is just too good, and this Eagles team is just too good. So I'll take the Eagles, and I'll give up to 3.5.
Arizona is laying 7.5 against Tennessee. Here's a game where I could not bet this, dude, because I am not laying more than a touchdown with this Cardinals team, who, yes, I did bet them over 8.5 wins. I do like Jonathan Gannon, and I still do think that they do win 9 games, man. I don't think that that's a bad bet, but I don't know that they could win by margin because they haven't proven that they could do that all season long. They've been outscored in the second half this season, even against Carolina. They're up 3 scores, man, and they play with their food too much. So I definitely could not take the Titans, though. That offense, I mean, that's setting football back years. Brian Callahan has got to go. Thank God I'm not a Titans fan. They're 0-4. Give me the I'll go Cardinals if I had to bet it. For this purpose, for this exercise, a game I wouldn't touch with the 10-foot pole, give me the Cardinals.
And it's 7.5, right? Is that what it
Yeah.
is? Yeah.
Yeah,
Look, I'm going to take the Titans plus 7.5 because I don't think there's a realm right now where you can give me the Cardinals and I have to lay 7.5 points. I just can't do it. They didn't even cover that against the Saints. And the Saints are terrible, and you picked them to win this week.
They are going to win this week. And now, because you're getting cocky, every first down, I told you every touchdown you were getting a text message. Every first down, you're gonna.
I look forward to it. It'll be fun.
In fact,
I
might
watch the
hire
games by
somebody
myself.
I'm probably gonna be all edibled up, so I'll have my son. I'll just be like, here, buddy, here's $20 every hour. You're gonna send a text. You're just gonna send, and that's another New Orleans Saints first down coming at you. All right, let's get through with this. We go out to Seattle. The Seahawks are 3.5-point favorites against Tampa. Look, I know Bucky Irving might miss this game, and I know everybody loves this Seattle defense and Sam Darnold, and I know they're 3-1, but this is one of those games where Baker's going to have the ball in his hands, I feel, on that final drive, even if he's beat up himself, and they're going to win. Give me Tampa outright.
Yeah, I'm with you, too. Anytime I get points and Baker Mayfield, who just knows how to win, I'm taking the points, and I'm taking Baker Mayfield. So I'm on Tampa plus 3.5 as well.
He's like Shohei Ohtani, who's just got the clutch gene, right? Remember when you bet against Shohei Ohtani? I remember. All right, yeah. Cincinnati is catching 10.5. The total's 49.5. Look, here is the perfect. I'm gonna bet Cincinnati probably, man. I want to see where this closes. I know. They're back home. They completely quit in that game. Ohtani just homered again, by the way. He is now 2 for 4 tonight with 2 homers. Oh, my God.
This bullpen can give up 9.
86 mile per. Ohtani with his second homer tonight. Exit velocity 113. Oh, my God, Brando. It landed. It was 454 feet. It landed in Arizona. The Bengals are going to cover on the back door against Detroit. Detroit's not going to win this game by 11 or more. Yep, Bengals. Another head-to-head?
Yeah, we're going head-to-head with this one because there's no way that I am taking the Bengals after I saw that offensive line.
That's what everybody in America is going to say, buddy.
There's
that's what everybody's going to say. Hey, that's what everybody
Sometimes
in Las
everybody's
Vegas
right.
is going to say. Not this time. Everybody's wrong, and you're with everybody. Monty, you heard it here first. Brandon's wrong again. I promise you guys that the Bengals cover. In fact, damn it, now I'm adding bets. You want to get nuts? I'll get nuts. What's the money line? Plus 450.
There's no way.
I love Cincinnati in this spot. Nobody in this country, and rightfully so, or in any other country, is going to want to bet the Bengals. I will. When some zig on this show, we zag. Clip this, Monty. Remember it. All right. So there's another one we're going head-to-head on. All right, let's wrap up the show. Washington, the Commanders are catching 3 against the Chargers. Give me the Chargers. Chargers bounce back after that loss to the putrid Giants. They beat the living hell out of the Commanders, who I don't think are very good. I know Jaden may be back. I don't care. Chargers by 20. Not really, though, by 6.
Yeah, I like the Chargers 84. In this spot too. People are going to forget that before that game last week against the Giants, where they play with their food too damn much. People were talking about this Chargers team being the best team in the NFL. That didn't go away just because of a loss to the Giants at New York when Jackson Dart was making his first start. So the Chargers are still that team. I'm taking the Chargers.
New England's catching 7.5 now against Buffalo. I kind of like the Patriots to keep this game close. And even though the total is the highest of the week and I don't really want to touch anything over 48.5 in the NFL, kind of like the over. I think New England keeps this game competitive. I don't think they win, but I think they keep it competitive, man. Give me the Patriots here.
Yeah, so we said last week, we threw out the nugget that Josh Allen was, at the time, 4-8 in games and spreads where the spread was 9 or more. And he's not very good at covering big spreads, but this is not a 9-point spread. It's a 7.5-point spread. Drake May fumbles 17 times. I'm going to go with the Buffalo Bills. I'm going to go with that defense, and I'm going to go with the Buffalo Bills. And I'm going to give up the 7.5.
All right, last game. We go out to Jacksonville, where the Jags are catching 3.5 against the Chiefs. The total is 46.5. I'm on the Chiefs. Chiefs are back. You heard it here first. Mahomes is fine. I don't care what anybody in the national media was telling you. And stop worrying about Travis Kelce, right? He's a situational player. Now they got Xavier Worthy back. They're going to get Rashee Rice back. Terrible human, probably, right? I don't know that he deserves to play this year. I thought it was crazy that his teammates were wearing free Rashee Rice shirts. Like, go look what he did. That said, Chiefs are back, and they win this game by a touchdown against the Jags. Trevor Lawrence throws 3 picks.
Duval.
That is my boy,
I'm just
though.
kidding.
I love
There's no world where I am putting not even one penny on Trevor Lawrence to cover a spread, to win a game, to do anything. So no, give me the Chiefs minus 3.5.
I hate you for talking me into, not even talking me into, but making me now. I had to bet the Bengals. I have the grossest. If there's a gross ass NFL team this weekend, I've bet them. I now have the Bengals catching 10.5 against the Lions, the Saints on the money line against the Giants, the Jets catching 2.5 against Dallas, and the Cleveland Browns catching 3.5 against
That's
Minnesota.
not me making you bet. That's not me making you bet. That's your need to be right, even when sometimes, it's okay to be wrong sometimes. And especially when it comes to the Saints, that's crazy. The Bengals I can give you because it's 10.5. You're not betting the money line, right? You're not betting the Bengals money line, are you? Because that's gross.
No. I like money too much to do that. Yeah, no. We're taking the 10.5. The 10.5 is minus 118 right now. Yeah. I'm on the Bengals.
But you're giving up points with the Saints. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I actually bet the Saints plus 1.5. I got the closing line value. But I think they win the game. Yeah, I think they win the game. Cue it right now. You guys could all, if you're listening to the show, find me on Twitter at Ryan Horvat. It's the weekend of the Baja. What was it, the Baja men who let the dogs out? It's the weekend of the dog. If there's an ugly-ass team out there, they're winning this weekend. You heard it here first. We're back tomorrow night. BetMGM tonight.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
I mean, I'm going to still say the Dodgers. I think they have the best players. I mean, Yamamoto's good. Ohtani's going to be a factor. He's good. He can pitch. Snell's pitched in World Series before. They got Glasnow sitting there. Freeman, Betts, and Ohtani are 3 great offensive players. Teoscar Hernandez is a good player. Edmonds a dangerous player. Maybe Muncy adds something. I'm not even sure where he is as far as his health is concerned. But I will say the Dodgers. The Phillies, I said when he was hurt that they would really miss Wheeler, and I think they might now. And I don't trust the Philly offense. The Philly offense can be very streaky. We've seen it last year against the Mets. We saw it 2 years ago against Arizona, where they lost the last 2 games at home and they couldn't hit. We saw it against the Astros in the World Series when they got no hit in one of those games against Houston when they were up 2-1. So I don't completely trust the Phillies. Plus, they got a lot of pressure on them, too. They got to win a championship here. They got Schwarber as a free agent. You know, it's about time for the Phillies. You know, they've been dancing down this aisle a long time without winning the whole thing. So little pressure on them. But I would make the Dodgers their favorite in the NL. And I think the American League is wide open, Nikki. You know, maybe Seattle's due. They're going to have an easy second round, you would think, against the Tiger and Guardian winner, which is going to help them. They're good at home. They got good pitching. Raleigh, they can hit the ball out of the ballpark. They hit over 200 home runs. So I'll go a Mariner-Dodger World Series, something different. West Coast. That's where I go.
But let's start off with the team that made waves last week with Jackson Dart winning his debut as a rookie in the NFL. So this week the Giants are on the road at the Saints, and I'm not normally a huge fan of playing teams coming off like a big win and a team that's like riding high when it comes to the hype. But if you can get the Giants plus 7.5 on the road at the Saints, like, do we think the Saints are blowing out anybody? Like, I feel like the answer is no. Next up, we're going to go to a favorite. We're going to go with the Colts, laying a mere half point against another bad team. The Raiders are in town this week, and maybe this is like the wild game that ruins everybody's survivor pool because we have been seeing a lot of those. Maybe the Colts are too good to be true, but it just feels like this is a game that the Colts are going to win at home, especially because it feels like on both sides of the ball, or excuse me, on both prongs of that offensive attack, Daniel Jones has been good, and Jonathan Taylor backs in the NFL. The Raiders defensively have been really bad, so I don't see them stopping that offensive attack. Now, this one I'm a little nervous about, so that's why I mentioned it last. So the Jags are at home this week against the Chiefs, and they're getting 3.5 points. So in a teaser, they would get 9.5 points. Maybe this is the sabotage factor here because the Chiefs did look pretty good against the Ravens, but the Jags at home this week coming in with some juice after Liam Cohen was running his mouth to Robert Saleh. I kind of like the 9.5 there because I do think at the very heart of their identity, the Chiefs are not a team that's going to blow out a ton of teams. Like I know it was the case against the Ravens, but I don't see it happening against the Jags. Jags are kind of better this year than I think maybe I was expecting. Like I know they've had some down moments, but 9.5 is still a lot of points. So you tell me, do I keep this teaser as is? Jags plus 9.5, Giants plus 7.5, Colts minus 0.5, or do we replace one of those teams with the Patriots getting 14.5 against the Bills?